consisting of 10,000 hours of training. So when someone comes into your home or your business, you know you're getting a trained, vetted professional. For quality, accountability, and peace of mind, choose better. Choose UA Local 38. Plumbers, pipe fitters, and HVACR union signatory contractors. For more information, go to ualocal38.org or call 415-626-2000.
Reach your saving goals with Miristar Momentum Savings. Progress should come with perks. Every $25 you save earns an entry to win cash prizes. We're drawing winners for $1,000 monthly, $5,000 quarterly, and an annual grand prize of $10,000. Saving has never been this rewarding. Apply today at miristarfcu.org. Insured by NCUA, no purchase necessary. Terms and conditions apply. See website for full details.
Declare your independence from dated tired windows. This July, get $1,776 off new windows and enjoy better energy savings, curb appeal, and comfort. For 25 years, homeowners like you have trusted American Vision Windows with most jobs done in one day. This month, your project costs a lot less, but you have to book this July. Visit AmericanVisionWindows.com or call 888-347-0711. That's 888-347-0711. New customers only. Restrictions apply. Call us the website for details. Offer ends July 31st, 2026.
All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line.
Dub Nation, this is Jimmy Butler, and you never know when I'll be on the River Islands guest line.
Dub Nation, this is Stephen Curry, and you never know when I'll be on the River Islands guest line. So make sure to keep it locked on 95.7 The Game.
River Islands in Lathrop is the best-selling master plan community in all of Northern California. With its lakes, parks, trails, and collection of new home neighborhoods, the good life can be your life. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? Looking for something fun and free to do midweek? Come explore Welcome In Wednesdays at History Park, brought to you by History San Jose. Every Wednesday through August, step inside one of our historic buildings, shop unique local finds at the gift shop, and enjoy the charm of this beautiful open-air museum and park, all for free. Take a walk through time at Welcome In Wednesdays, only at History Park, located in Kelly Park at 1650 Center Road. Visit historysanjose.org for details. That's historysanjose.org.
I think we should have an open relationship.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Let's definitely do that.
With our cars.
Oh, Flex Car. Yeah, that's what I meant too.
Flex Car is the first and only month-to-month car lease. Swing from a Wrangler 1 month to a Prius the next. Flex Car. You drive everything.
This is the story of the one. The one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Oakland, partly cloudy with a high of 75.
Weather brought to you by Staples. It's the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech and more at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
Rise. Wake up.
How the ankle is. It's not looking good.
And it didn't look like much, right, when it happened. But if you get all your weight going and you're trying to stop, and I think that's what happened.
I don't know if it was the ankle or the knee.
Oh. Yeah, I think you're right. It might have been the left knee that kind of hyperextended a little bit. He's coming out.
Kirk and Kipe on the call, NBC Sports Bay Area. Casey Schmidt, unfortunately, while rounding first base, came up a little limp and had to leave the game, injuring his left knee. And we'll hear more about that today, hopefully. Nothing official yet, but it did not look good. Welcome in, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. It's Spadoni at Shasky. It's the Morning Roast. We got Carter in the back. We got Sam in the back. And what ended up being a really good win against a very good Milwaukee Brewers team, Joe, kind of felt a little soured with this news of Casey Schmidt limping off the field, and it looked like he couldn't put any weight on that left knee. And we'll hear from the skipper after the game, Tony Vitello. According to reports, I know Pavlovich saying hopefully it's just a minor thing, but none of us will really know until they, get a good look at it in the MRI machine. But not good. Not good.
It's just this team and this year, it feels almost cursed.
Yeah.
You're, 1,000 games under 500. You're facing the Milwaukee Brewers. It's a random Monday night. You hit a duck fart over the first baseman's head and underneath right field, right down the line. You're going hard 90s, right, which is what you preach to all these guys at a lower level. But Casey's doing it at the professional level. I know they just had the All-Star break, but, if ever there was a time to kind of loaf it around the bases, you would think in the dog days as we get to late July, someone would, kind of ease up a little. But he's running hard. And that's why he's having the year that he's having. And he comes up and he tries to stop, and he's wearing the metal cleats, and you're going to wear the metal cleats. Like that's, I think it's 85% of guys wear metal cleats. The other 15 wear like the plastic, plastic molded cleats. And his leg looked like it just kind of like got stuck in the dirt. And as he tries to hit the brakes, and I don't know, maybe any other year he doesn't run as hard, or I have a hard time faulting him in any way, and I'm not faulting the equipment either.
Sure.
I'm just saying like what happened in that one, and as he's coming to put the brakes on, you just see the whole kind of side of the leg just kind of give out.
Just looked awkward all the way around.
I thought Achilles at first.
Yeah, no, it was definitely awkward when you saw it, and you see it in slow motion, and that looks extremely awkward, and they're calling it knee discomfort for right now. But again, Schmidt's supposed to get an MRI today to determine the extent of the injury.
We have this saying at the lower level, for the youth and the high school and even college and obviously in the minors, hard 90s. And what that means is like run hard because it's 90 feet between home and first and second, et cetera. And you want to run hard because you put pressure on a defense. On a simple ground ball to shortstop, if you're running hard, maybe you rush that shortstop into an errant field, an errant throw. Maybe you put pressure and the guy kind of eases up as he's coming into a routine ground ball thinking you're not going to run hard, and you put pressure on the defense and a mistake is made, and you have now generated an on-base opportunity because of hustle. And so, again, Casey's hustling on the play, and he gets injured. And look, you hope it's not worse. I mean, when I see the way that he walked off the field, the first thing my mind goes to is that an ACL? Is that a meniscus? And it sucks. I mean, it really sucks. And, you asked me a question before the show, like, does that change how you view the deadline and how you're going to approach the deadline? Like, I didn't want to trade him.
No, I know you didn't want to. You've been staunch. Keep Casey Schmidt. But I hear from all the different people, the John Heymans of the world, the Bob Nightingales of the world. You guys talked to the former Cincinnati Reds GM Jim Bowden last week, and he was saying, and he's talking to a lot of teams, the first thing that usually comes up is Casey Schmidt for a lot of these teams. He's 27 right now, right? Team-friendly deal. Having a career year, and he can play all over the place, which, again, you could do that. You're going to fit in on every single team in Major League Baseball. And it sounds heartless when I say something like that, where it's like, man, the trade deadline's 6 days away now. We're less than a week away. How does that affect it? And I don't want them to trade him either, but this could throw a monkey wrench into the plans of Buster Posey and Manassian if they were thought that they can get some sort of a haul for him. It just sucks. And this is the only way the season can get worse for the Giants, right? Obviously, the record is what it is. They weren't going to be any sort of contenders. We've known that for months now. But this is the only way it can get worse. When you have significant injuries like they've had. Matt Chapman on line one, obviously, right? Trevor McDonald, right? Another guy.
Hayden Birdsong.
Randy
Rodriguez.
Ramos was out for
Jose Budo.
Boom, right there.
I mean, how many guys have now...
Logan Webb for a while, right?
Logan Webb, but how many guys have gotten injured and it's affected what could happen next year? Like, that's the part that really you're hoping to avoid here. Is
Absolutely.
you don't want Casey Schmidt to have anything that's going to linger into the offseason and require surgery.
I mean, you're looking at a guy right now batting .270, 21 jacks, 55 RBIs, 784 OPS. He's been probably one of the best stories on this team, if not the best story, considering what he has meant for this team the last couple of years, and hoping he could be a guy in a piece for the future. And now that could be up in the air for next year, obviously. And I don't want it to be an ACL. I don't want it to be a soft tissue. If anything, hopefully it's just a minor strain. He's out for a little bit. He can come back and finish this season. But the quote I keep coming back to, and we'll hear from Tony Vitello. I want to hear from the people and how they're feeling this morning, too, at 888-957-9570. That's the number to call or text. Again, 888-957-9570. The quote from Vitello, though, probably going to miss some significant time.
Yeah, it's not a good quote.
No.
And, you've got the Casey Schmidt situation last night. And then quietly, Bryce Eldridge in his last 100 at-bats, he's got 40 strikeouts.
Yeah.
He's batting 198, 2 for his last 23. So he's really in a funk right now. You cannot have a 40% strikeout clip. He's got to make some adjustments. I don't know what the answer is. I'd like to see him play a little more defensively in the field. Devers also jumped to a knee to field a ground ball to his right into the hole between first and second. Made a really nice play. And, he's kind of limping off the field. It looked like he landed on the knee. I don't think it's a significant injury, but these things are adding up.
Right, and that's another name to be, aware of if you're a Giant fan this week. I heard John Heyman on MLB Network saying at least one team has checked in with the San Francisco Giants in regards to potentially trading for one Rafael Devers.
There's one team out there,
Well, we don't know who that team is, but someone has checked in. That makes me think maybe others potentially will as well. And 888-957-9570 is the number.
The other part of last night, and it's just... You came in here and you were kind of tongue-in-cheek, like, Mally. I mean,
hold on. Sam was the one that said, hey, he's increasing his trade value, Tyler Mally.
The hell?
He just did that to trigger you. I know he did.
Honestly, who wants Tyler Mally?
I mean, that was his best start of the season, though.
Great.
I mean, the Brewers are really good, and he shut them down, Joe. He did.
Dude, what...
If you're ever going to have the best start of your season, a week before the trade deadline is the time to have
Put the plaque out in the arcade way, put it on the floor. Let's do it. I mean, it's incredible. Hey, dude, Eric Miller, wow, great ninth inning. Joe, just do me a favor. Can we have a couple of good performances before we start losing our mind on anyone when it comes to this Giant staff?
Don't shoot the messenger, but in the month of July, he did only allow 3 earned runs or fewer the entire month. So per game.
Tyler Mally.
Right? So Tyler Mally, every game, he allowed only 3 earned runs or fewer. That's quality right there. That's quality. Well, I'm just saying, that's his best stretch of baseball all season. And the Giants are 2-2 in those games.
Have you watched these games?
Yes.
This guy is like...
Well, yesterday he was good.
Yeah, I know, but he's dying to get through 4.
No, he is. I mean, 6 innings pitched. Then prior to that, against the Royals, in Kansas City, he was 5. Then against the Rockies, he did go 7. And then prior to that, in Colorado, only 4.
I'm not trying to take anything away from him. He was good yesterday. But, Hauser's been really good out of the bullpen, for example. And I'm hearing Tony, he's fighting and he's doing... I mean, I know what else is Tony going to say. But it's like, Hauser, Mally, guys, we brought you in to pitch decent. You've been atrocious for months on end. So when you're, decent for a couple of starts in July... You're doing what we wanted you to do. The day you've heard Chris Rock that, you don't get credit for paying child support. You're supposed to be in your child's life.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
All right? You don't get credit for that.
No, you definitely don't. By the way, Jeff Passan, ESPN, he's one of the big insiders over there when it comes to all things Major League Baseball, Joe. He said Giants fans should maybe temper their expectations if you think they're going to get some sort of haul back for some of these players that they may be willing to trade, a la Luis Arraez, Robbie Wright. You've been on this show, but I'm letting other people know that Jeff Passan is also reporting that don't get your hopes up was the quote.
Well, and I guess the number one thing is the goal of the trade deadline for me is not to get a haul.
What is the goal?
The goal is to shed salary and open up spots and get rid of old, aging, expensive players and reallocate that money in the offseason to pitching, and opportunities for younger players. That is the goal of the deadline for the Giants. And if your goal is to get a haul, you're going to be thoroughly unimpressed.
Well, I'm with you in that if they somehow shed one of these big salaries, a la an Adamas, Chapman, or Devers, I do think it's a win.
I agree.
If you shed any one of those,
I totally agree.
This trade deadline is a win for me. Obviously, they're probably going to move on from Arise and Robbie Ray. They're probably not going to get a top 100 prospect back for either of those guys unless it's a package deal to one team for both of them. But even then, I'm not like, putting all my hopes and dreams on the one player, two players they get back in that regard. It's moving off one of those exorbitant salaries that are doing nothing for this team right now. I know, and I get it. Devers has been solid. He's been really good. He's been really good for this stretch of baseball that they've had the last month or so. That being said, when I saw that report from John Heyman, MLB Network yesterday, that one team has checked in on him, I was like, oh, can we somehow get off this contract?
Do you remember when the Niners...
I don't know if Giants fans want to move off the contract for Devers, but I know you and I do.
Well, look, I like Devers in terms of, what he brings to the table. But similar to the 49ers salary cap situation when they had two $30 million wide receivers, it's probably unsustainable to navigate Bryce's development as a defensive first baseman and then also adhere to the wishes of Rafi Devers to be in the lineup and in the field every single day at first base. Well, can we all acknowledge that? And I think it makes it a little more difficult. So like right now, you want to get certain guys into the lineup every day. It's difficult when that DH spot is locked in every day by Devers or Bryce.
Yeah.
And I also think it'd be good for Bryce to get more opportunities in the field as he's struggling at the plate right now. It is good to get your mind off of just hitting and play a little field. Like anybody who's been in a slump will tell you, psychologically, it can be a complete mind trap. If you're just hitting.
So we're going to be obviously all in on the Major League Baseball trade deadline leading up to Monday when it is official. I believe 3 o'clock Pacific time, 6 o'clock East Coast time is the official MLB trade deadline. So you got to make all your moves prior to that, and we'll see what the San Francisco Giants do. And if there's any news and notes from that, we will obviously pass it along. Another near injury that freaked the hell out of Bay Area sports fans yesterday. Rookie defensive end Romello Height. And this is the tweet that everyone freaked out. This is 11:45 a.m., Joe. So we had just gotten home from our show. We're hanging out. We're relaxing. We get the Mayoko, NBC Sports California, NBC Sports Bay Area tweet. Obviously covers the Niners, does a hell of a job. Rookie DE Romello Height sustained an injury in practice and was carted off the field. The medical staff appeared to be working on both his right leg and both arms. He was lifted onto the cart. Practice ended shortly thereafter. So if I just read that, I'm like, all of us are in the chat saying, you gotta be kidding me. Are you freaking serious? It starts again. Sam already had the substation tweet on or text on receipts right there. It was just,
Am I the only one, real quick, just to laugh a little? Every video, every picture that has the substation in the background, it's just like, they need to put a giant tarp up. You know how like whatever the tarp was that the A's had at
the Coliseum.
At the Coliseum to tarp up they need a giant fence, almost like a driving range, and then throw a giant tarp up so you cannot see the substation in the background. No, I'm dead serious.
So
on
a
this.
house is getting like fumigated across the street from where I live, and like they have the big like circus
I call it
tent.
the ET fumigation.
There you go.
You know at the end of ET
when all the government gets in there.
Yes, exactly. That's what it looks like.
So it's like a big circus tent. Maybe
I'm dating myself.
Maybe that's what the 49ers should do. Put the big circus tent up right there.
I'm dead serious.
Where the power station is.
Tell me I'm wrong. If you were a company right now, and I'm the Niners, you throw that giant, I'm talking think of Top Golf. Like they have these huge nets, but you put a tarp there. Golf. And then I would start selling advertisements. They would be in all the background of all of these photos and these videos that everyone's taking from camp. You could spend so much money as a sponsor and get bang for the buck. Like I would sell every real estate just the same way they put up those little backdrops when, Shanahan or Lynch or whomever is back there. Dude, I'd be like, hey, Levi's, we are creating more advertisement space on the practice field. You can be on every picture, every photo, every video. I'm dead serious on this. I would put a giant fence, tarp it up, and start selling advertisements like you're a minor league, outfield wall.
And then Mayoko again. So if you just read that, tweet from Mayoko at 11:45 a.m., Romello Height sustained an injury. And then about an hour later, less than that, the 49ers announced that Romello Height had cramps. Lifted onto the cart after both his right leg and both arms were hurting. But it's just cramps, guys. So it's okay. He just needed to hydrate, have a banana. He's good. All right? Nothing to see here. But, again, that's just what it is for the 49ers and their fans. They are scarred.
1 second. Sam, you said some reporter was going to say what about the substation and exposure?
Wait, what? What?
About Romello Height?
Oh, yeah. It was that. All it takes 24 hours to get zapped by the substation. That's what we're going with. Chase Senor's got to throw that out there.
Senor. Why do we keep saying it's Senor?
All the way from Texas.
Why does that make you so mad?
I just think it's a stupid theory.
Chase Senior. Why do we?
I don't care what his name is. It's a dumb aggregator.
We just say Senor, though. It's just way funnier. Oh my God! We are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk.
No, dude, I'm serious. I'm serious about the tarp. Dude.
I know you're serious.
I'm dead serious. Just throw it up, and no one will look at the substation.
Out of sight, out of mind. It's probably not really safe to do that. That's probably going to cause a fire.
What do you mean?
Can you cover a power plant like that? Is that safe?
It's just a fence going straight up.
No, I was saying
fence or a wall.
Is it a? What are we doing?
Yeah, okay, guys.
So you do the Mountain of Ice, like Game of Thrones? You're gonna put a wall?
No. You guys are overthinking this. Think of a driving range. They put giant poles up in the ground. Sure. They have netting that goes across. Okay, and I would make it a tarp. All right, like a green, almost like a outfield wall. You make a green tarp, and then you put advertisements on the green tarp.
You know what I compare it to, Shaz? We remind me of is remember in the COVID year of 2020, the Giants they put the mesh stuff outside the right field port walk to keep people from watching, something like that.
Look, if I just pull up the Instagram
in there too,
if I just pull up the Instagram for the 49ers, every photo. Every video is somewhere in the background. You have this substation, and it's just getting bigger and bigger and bigger. It's almost like some out of Stranger Things.
It's getting bigger and
They're
bigger.
adding to it.
You can't stop noticing the substation.
Once you see it, you can't unsee it. I'm dead serious. I'm dead. I'm I don't care about the substation anymore regarding that kind of stuff. Because as long as the players don't care, I don't care. But if the players care, then it's all right, well, then we have a problem. But I just don't want to see it.
Now people are saying it's not the substation, it's the injury gods that the 49ers clearly have angered, and they're taking their revenge on them these last handful of years. But nothing to see here. Romello Height, okay. By all accounts, Dre Greenlaw, another guy with health question marks from last year with Denver Broncos, by all accounts looks healthy, looks explosive, looks incredible. Mike Evans, another guy. Deshaun Stribling, Joe. Deshaun Stribling turning heads. Could he possibly be a major factor in year one in Kyle Shanahan's offense? And Brock Purdy spoke to the media yesterday, the quarterback.
The best thing that ever happened to all these rookies on offense is that Kyle's not there. That's pretty funny.
Well, and they talked about it. Deommodore Lenoir spoke to the media yesterday saying it was weird. Brock Purdy saying it was weird not saying Kyle Shanahan. But I'll say this. The fact that you have guys like Fred Warner, Brock Purdy, Lenoir, obviously, you have, Bosa out there running around, not really doing full activities yet, but you got Trent Williams. You have so much leadership on this team on the field, Joe. If there was any team that is willing to sustain missing their coach for a little bit in training camp, it would probably be this squad. Maybe a couple other ones when it comes to veteran leadership, but particularly the San Francisco 49ers are well equipped to do that.
I hear everything you're saying.
You don't think so?
No. It means nothing for week one against McVay. If I told you have Shanahan on the sideline in Australia, or you have no Shanahan on the sideline, I think a lot of Niner fans, and again, I don't even know if Clay Kubiak, who's the offensive coordinator, is the next Clint Kubiak. I have no idea. He could be. Or he could be Mike Johnson going way back in the day to one of the awful 49er offensive coordinators during Alex Smith's time. We have no idea. But the bread and butter on why Kyle Shanahan has separated himself from almost all the other callers in the league at play calling is on game day, he is as elite as it comes.
Absolutely.
And so he's got to be there for game day. I hear you on training camp, and I don't think it means much because they've planned everything for months in advance to get to this point. He's one of the great game day coaches that there is in the league. And we can have issues with situations late in the postseason, yada, yada, yada. On game day, you want Kyle.
Absolutely. If it gets to that point and we're talking about week one and he could potentially miss it, then there is a major problem, and we'll address it at that time. But for right now...
Or an opportunity. Like, I have to leave that open. Like, I don't know what's going on with Clay Kubiak in terms of, is he the next great play caller? Is he the next Kyle Shanahan? Or is he awful? Or is he something in between?
We'll talk more, obviously, 49ers training camp and just the NFL at large. 8:20, Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk's own friend of the show, going to be joining us at 8:20. Mike has been very critical also of the reporting of Kyle Shanahan's car accident and why it took so long for that information to come out. It's all sponsored by Ceremony Ford. The summer sales event is on at Ceremony Ford. Get 0% APR, $1,000 in down payment assistance, no payments for 90 days, plus a 2-year maintenance plan on models including F-150, Bronco, Mach-E, Explorer, and Mustang. Ceremony Ford in Colma Daly City or ceremonyford.com.
In the military, the mission was clear. You knew what to do. Now, the mission has changed. Stepping into civilian life isn't about finding a job. It's finding your purpose.
I wanted a career that would leverage the skills and discipline I gained in the military. IT just felt right.
My Computer Career offers class schedules that fit into your life and skills in high demand. Put your VA benefits to work. Visit mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to jumpstart your IT career today. An elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/music. That's ethos.com/music. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hey, it's Willard. At Habas Law, it's never been about attention, never about applause, never about goofy smiles on candy-colored billboards. For more than 40 years, Habas Law is focused on one thing, fighting relentlessly for injured Californians, because behind every catastrophic injury case is a human life forever changed. That's why Habas fights with preparation, intensity, and relentless commitment. No fluff, no distractions, just real advocacy for injured Californians. Habas Law, relentless for justice. Visit habaslaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
This is Larry Fleck, owner of The Floor Store. Our giant summer sale is here. Now through August 3rd, get 25% off everything in the store. Carpet, hardwood, laminate, waterproof flooring, and much more. That's 25% off every product. Add 24 months interest-free financing, and you've got giant savings for your home. The Floor Store's giant summer sale. Big savings, big selection, giant opportunity. Visit floorstores.com to find the nearest of our 11 Bay Area showrooms, from Santa Rosa to San Jose. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
You've worked too hard to wonder if your wealth manager is actually working for you. The decisions you're facing, what comes next, who you trust, have consequences that last. Getting it right matters. Baylord has been in the Bay since 1969. No parent company, answering only to their clients. The kind of people who understand what you've built and what's actually at stake. The right wealth manager changes everything. Find out if Baylord is yours. Baylord.com. That's BAILARD.com.
Toyota, the MVP of MPG. With class-leading MPG and more hybrid models than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it today to carsforkids.org. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to donate your car today. That's CARS with a K.
Is reviewing life insurance on your to-do list? Now's the perfect time to add it. A friend recently told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I bumped this up on my list and got it done. I called SelectQuote and couldn't believe how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $16 a month. My husband's also 40 and his $500,000 policy was only $18 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote's same-day coverage, there was no medical exam required and we were covered by the time we hung up. Knowing I have this checked off my list feels amazing, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-329-1010. That's 1-800-329-1010. Or go to SelectQuote.com to get your free quote today. That's 1-800-329-1010. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
Don't miss the all-new stand-up show from Scotland's comedy superstar, Daniel Sloss, at at the Masonic on October 17th. The first show sold out and a second was added. Buy tickets at Ticketmaster.com. And for a chance to win your way in, courtesy of Live Nation, visit 957thegame.com.
Now back to the morning roast with Joe Spadoni.
Am I soft? You think I'm soft?
And Joe Shasky.
You're not hard.
On 95.7 The Game.
And I will never discuss the context of that drop. I won't.
Hey, Spadoni, shut up.
Love you, Gil. Doing a hell of a job, him and E-Dog yesterday, talking all things Golden State Warriors. And we'll get back into the Dubs at some point because, the clock is ticking on some moves to be made down at Chase Center and for the Golden State Warriors. They have brought in 0 new players. And when I say new players, obviously established NBA players and free agents because they drafted Yaxel Lendeborg, who's going to play a significant role in the team's future and obviously next season, and LeJay Jones as well in the second round. So we're continuing to monitor that. The Giants, big win yesterday. When I say big win, it's a 3-0 win against a really good Brewers squad, but a potential big loss was more important after yesterday's game as Casey Schmidt left early in the second inning after rounding first base. Looked like his knee buckled a little bit. They're calling it knee discomfort. He's scheduled to get an MRI today. But for one of the bright spots for the San Francisco Giants this season, to lose him potentially, again, 6 days ahead of the Major League Baseball trade deadline, that could be potentially significant. And speaking of that word, that's the word that Tony Vitello used after the game. Probably going to miss some significant time, Tony said, in regards to Casey Schmidt. Speaking of the skipper, Carter, do we want to jump right into it? Because we can. I want to hear from Tony Vitello because we hear him after every single Giants game here on the Morning Roast. What do you hear? What do you say? Tony V, baby.
What do you hear?
And yes, this is the big storyline right now for the San Francisco Giants is the status of one Casey Schmidt, who again left early in the game yesterday in the bottom of the second after getting a base hit. This is what the skipper had to say after the game.
He's doing all right. He's in there. Obviously, he's a little bummed out. He's a guy that loves playing every day. He's definitely not going to play tomorrow, but, scary moment there for him. Knee discomfort right now is what we would label it because he's got to get looked at tomorrow, but he'll get looked at as in detail as possible tomorrow and see what we got.
I guess when you see him plant the way he did, come off as slowly as he did, what's the level of concern with you and the team?
Yeah, I mean, going out there, again, I think he's a unique personality, but he's definitely got a level of toughness to him, and you go out there and he was really struggling just to kind of even move around there with Gresh checking on him. So first thing is obviously we got to make a change, and second of all is heart's got to go out to him a little bit, and you hope for the best. Obviously, again, injuries are a part of the game, but they come at different levels, and at this point, probably going to miss some significant time, but based off what we see tomorrow, be interesting what Gresh has, and hoping it's as limited amount of time as possible.
Anytime you hear a manager, coach, whoever say hope for the best, it's probably not good. Probably not good.
Well, especially when he adds in, probably going to miss some significant time. That's another one where it's just like, I mean, I don't want to speculate on what the injury is. Maybe it's, I don't want to speculate before I speculate. But
I don't want to speculate.
I'm not going to speculate, but here as I go into speculation. But no, when you hear the language like that, it's just like, oh, this is not going to be a, minimum stay on the IL or anything like that. It is just, God, we really just can't have anything nice this year if you're a Giants fan. It's just like the second something gets good, the baseball gods will be like, haha, no, and then just swat it away from us. So it's just all year, Spadone. That injury just part captures just what this Giants season has been. Just a season-long drag of one bad headline after another, and each one a bigger gut punch than the next.
Well, it was, and again, it's what does a win on July 27th when you're 16 games under 500 really mean for a team? That being said, Brewers are one of the best teams in all of baseball. They're 26 games over 500. They've won 3 straight against them now, dating back to when they played that 4-game series in Milwaukee. And Tyler Mahle, we can laugh at it. That was his best start of the season. Do I think that's all of a sudden going to improve his trade value? Probably not. That being said, it was a feel-good win for a team that could desperately use some positivity right now. And for the entire game to kind of feel deflating because of the loss of Casey Schmidt just speaks to the overall just season as a whole, Sam. And we always bring it up. How could the season get worse? Well,
that's how, though.
This is the only way.
That's why I don't ask that question, because you're always going to get an answer to it.
The only way it could get worse is a significant injury, like you saw yesterday, unfortunately. And I use the word significant because that's the word that Tony V, as you astutely said, Sam, used yesterday in regards to the amount of time that Casey Schmidt could miss. You got Christian Koss filling in for him, and Casey was filling in for Matt Chapman. So now you're on your third baseman.
Yeah. The good news with Chapman is he did do some running over the weekend. Yeah. He was taking some infield there, and he did look good when he was doing it. But Tony said, Chapman's out there doing his infield stuff, then we go do the pregame, and Tony's like, yeah, still probably not going to come back as soon as you would hope. And then I read Pavs' game story from last night, and it's like all of a sudden this might accelerate the timetable to get Matt Chapman back, which on the one hand you're thinking, oh, okay, cool, you get Chapman back in the lineup sooner, but at the same time, like, if he's not 100% ready to go and you bring him back, that subjects you to all sorts of other risks in terms of either him getting re-injured or him not being effective out on the field. Like, yeah, even a hobbled Matt Chapman can be productive, but to what end, And it creates more headaches for this team a week before they're about to lose another infielder when Luis Arias gets traded in a few days.
Well, I did want to bring that up to you, Sammy, and obviously host of the Orange and Black Weekend Wrap. You and Dan Devone do a hell of a job every Saturday talking San Francisco Giants. We're 6 days away from the MLB trade deadline, and I think those are the 2 names that everyone kind of just assumes is going to get traded is, the rentals, if you will. Robbie Ray, whose contract is up after this year, and Luis Arias, who had a 1-year contract signed with the Giants before the season started. Those 2 guys probably gone. I'd say 99% likely gone. Outside of them, I did think that Casey Schmidt was a dark horse guy to get traded and may kind of command the most in return because of his team-friendly contract. He's having a career year. He can play all over the place. I mean, we saw it this year. He can play first. He can play left, play a league glove at third if you need him to. Obviously, that's where you would like him to be. But now that's going to be up for question marks because he's going to miss some time. I don't think a team wants to, give up a lot if this guy's going to be hampered significantly the rest of the season or heading into next season. Elliot Ramos, another guy who's looking like maybe the Giants are showcasing him, putting him at the 2-hole potentially. Devers, obviously, I mentioned John Heyman reporting yesterday that one team has checked in with them in regards to him. Willy Adames, I say Willy Adames, the guy's batting 7-8 now. He's going to be 9-hitter before you know it. Yeah. Looks like they're not getting anything for him, and the team wants that. Well,
the Buster Only tweet yesterday that if you want to cling on to a small shred of hope as a Giants fan here, that they do somehow trade Willy Adames. Apparently the Red Sox are looking for a shortstop, and they're having trouble finding a shortstop because there's not a whole lot of shortstops on the trade market. And I saw that. It's like, hey, I know where the Red Sox can find a shortstop. And of course, Giants and Red Sox, they got some history. They got each other's numbers.
That would be low-key, kind of crazy. That you end up getting that massive trade for
we bailed them out of the Rafi deal. It's only fair that they bail us out of the Willie deal.
Yeah, but why would a team like the Red Sox, who are really good right now and are hot as hell, want Willy Adames?
Well, because they need to beef up their shortstop position, and if they think that Willy Adames is the answer, who are we, Joe, to tell them?
What are you talking about?
Hey, this is what the Red Sox are thinking. The Red Sox are thinking, hey, Willy Adames could help us out. Who are we to say, no, they won't? He won't. We'll be like, yeah, sure, take him. We'll take Trevor Story back if we have to. It's not ideal.
By the way, they just did make a trade for third baseman Curtis Mead, I believe, for one of their left-handed pitchers early.
Feels that Mead.
Yeah, well, he got hit in the hand yesterday in his debut as the Red Sox against the A's over at Sutter Health Park.
So it sounds like they still need another infielder.
So they might need another guy. Hey, Willie, can you play third? Hey, well, I know a guy that used to play third for them, Sam. Do they want Rafi Devers back?
Well, that would be a funny trade.
I'm just kidding.
Throw Jordan Hicks in that trade?
Oh, God. You just have to laugh at the pain right now if you're a San Francisco Giants fan. That's all you could do heading into the trade deadline. 888-957-9570 is the number. But, yes, Jeff Passan reporting yesterday. Not really reporting, but he was replying to some Giants fans on threads, Twitter, et cetera, saying temper expectations for Tuesday's trade deadline, or Mondays, I should say, if you're a San Francisco Giants fan. So, I mean, we've been tempering expectations for this team for months, it feels like anyways, Sammy. So I guess that's just par for the course at this point. So,
well, I still think that, especially if Tarek Skubal doesn't get traded, which he's probably going to get traded, and we unfortunately know what team he's going to get traded to. But once Skubal is off the board,
the team?
though...
Wait, hold on. What team is he going to?
Google it. Once Skubal is off the board, though, Robbie Ray is the number one starting pitcher on the trade market right now, and left-handed starting pitching is always something that is usually at a premium here. So it's not inconceivable that he could bring something of value back. Luis Arias is the one that's going to be interesting to me, Joe, because when you look at all the second basemen that have been traded this decade so far, like the Trey Turner deal back in 21, that netted the Nationals Keibert Ruiz and Josiah Gray from the Dodgers.
Yeah.
They were solid prospects at the time. They haven't amounted to much. When Luis Arias got traded from the Marlins to the Padres a couple years ago, the Marlins did get Jacob Marcy in that deal. I would love to have a Marcy-type player in this Giants lineup, but I don't know how great of a player he is overall. But those are the kind of returns you're getting for good second baseman. So they might get a solid player in return for Arias. I'm not really sure, though.
Make sure you are signing up to become a Game Pass Pro member on 95.7 The Game's YouTube channel. Get access to private AMAs with all the hosts, exclusive content from events, and in-depth insights after the biggest games. Go to YouTube, search 95.7 The Game, and sign up now to become the latest member of the Game Pass Pro. And what's coming up with the game is sponsored by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Let's check down in Santa Clara on the other side. Can we? Let's talk some 49ers on 95.7 The Game.
A lot of Bay Area banking customers are faced with a choice. Which financial institution best fits what they're looking for? It might make sense to consider a bank's history. Take Fremont Bank. For 60 years, we've provided stability and consistency with an emphasis on relationships. We've grown one customer at a time, not through mergers or acquisitions, because that's how you can do business when you're independently owned and community focused. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
That's Elena's family group chat. It never stops. Someone's always sending a blessing
or starting a poll about the baby shower theme at midnight.
With Real Unlimited from Total Wireless, she's always in the loop, whether she wants to be or not. Switch to Total Wireless Total Starter Plan or higher and get a Samsung Galaxy A16 5G on us. Total Wireless, your own Real Unlimited. Offer ends 11/4/2026 or while supplies last. Devices, taxes, and fees may apply.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep. 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just one dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
You listen to 95.7 The Game for the best sports insights. Now, use that same power to grow your business. When you advertise with us, you're reaching a massive audience of local consumers and business decision makers every day. Let our team help you build a game plan that delivers results. Scale your business and win the market. To get started, visit Advertise with 957 The Game at Odyssey.com. That's Advertise with 957 The Game at AUDACY.com.
I love days like these at the pool, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. I'm ready to make a splash with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza. Skyrizi is a prescription-only injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. At 4 months, most people saw 90% clearer skin when measured from head to toe, and many were even 100% plaque-free. People also saw significant improvement in psoriasis symptoms of pain, redness, itching, and burning.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Now there's nothing on my skin thanks to Skyrizi, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55-plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Hey, I'm Ludman. I'm going to be at Freeman's Appliances this Saturday with Mark Grandy.
Come on, man. You got Larry June in the building. You listen to the Morning Roast, and we're doing numbers, man. Good job, Morning Roast. Sock it to me. Hey. Yee!
Hey, that is Sam Lubman. Hey, Sam. Way to step up. Shasky not feeling well. He had to depart. I hope he feels better, because that's never fun to do that. I've been in that situation where you come in, you feel okay, and then all of a sudden you start talking. It's just like, oh, God.
Those surprise tummy aches, man, will get you.
I don't think I can get through this show. No, it sucks.
No, it's real.
Yeah.
Like it seems like we're downplaying when you say tummy ache because tummy is such a silly word to say, but man, they're real, man. When the stomach is upset, so are you.
But like Christian Koss yesterday, filling in for Casey Schmidt, we got Sam Lubman in here.
There you go.
All right. He got a walk, right? Christian Koss, so there you go.
Yeah, he does stuff.
Just get on base.
Koss a solid player. Solid utility bench player.
This segment is brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. We got Mike Florio going to be joining us at 8:20 Pro Football Talk, and obviously NBC Sports national reporter there. And very critical on the reporting on San Francisco 49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan in regards to how long it took for us to get the information of the car accident that he was a part of. And obviously, first and foremost, we're glad that the coach is okay. And again, when we say okay, I mean, he did get, 40 plus stitches, broken nose, concussion, all of that. But the fact that he is alive is what I am most happy about, him and the other driver as well. But he's been very critical of the reporting going on there. How does he view the 49ers heading into training camp, heading into the season? Brock Purdy, obviously Nick Bosa, Trent Williams, all of it, et cetera, and where he views them in the gauntlet that is the NFC West. So we'll talk to Mike in the 8 o'clock hour. But before we dive fully into the red and gold, Sammy, let's jump back into the orange and black with our guy Richie in Queens that wants to touch on the Giants at the trade deadline. Rich, what's up, man? How you doing?
Hey guys.
How you doing, man?
What's going on, Richie?
All right. Yeah, everything's good. Listening to you. First of all, I hope Kyle's okay. They were talking about it on WFAN this morning, how serious, and that he almost lost an eye. So best wishes go out to him for a full recovery. Yeah, real quick with the Giants, obviously you mentioned Casey. I don't see Casey being I see him as part of our future. I don't see him going anywhere, especially if Arise does go, which I would think he will. He could play second base, and, if we're going to keep Chapman. The Adames thing is kind of fascinating because if you don't watch him every day like we do, and you find how frustrating he is, if you look at the fact that he's got 18 homers, that could be like, wow, we need a power hitter to get him over in Boston, but who's going to take that contract? That's going to really be the issue. I mean, for somebody to do that, that would be eye-opening. Would I want him to go at this point? Yeah, and again, we're getting prospects. Hopefully we get good prospects. Our farm system is not considered in the top 10. And you notice, too, guys, like baseball is funny. there's two guys on the Mets, Ewing and Benz, that were really tearing it up. Ewing came back a little bit yesterday. But it's still wild. You're in the majors. They find your weaknesses. LG's just struggling lately. Now, again, I'd like to think that he's young, whatever, but they can find such bad points in your swing or whatever and take advantage of it. So we hope that he's the future, that he's going to be there. But again, when I spoke, there's so many question marks. I think Maley, somebody might take Maley. You get one or two good starts, and people get, wow, this guy could be good. He was throwing 95.
People surprised me. Starting pitching's always a premium at the deadline. You'd be surprised at some of the guys that get moved. I mean,
thanks, Rich.
Michael Lorenzen got moved a couple deadlines ago.
Yeah.
Who? Exactly. It's, if teams want pitching and Maley could show that he can go 5 innings in a playoff game, that you'll absolutely take that.
The only Lorenzen I acknowledge, rest in peace, is the great hefty lefty, Jared Lorenzen. Remember that name once upon a time?
I do not.
Oh, well, look into it. Carter knows what I'm talking about. Speaking of football and the gridiron and touching the grass, they like to say, as training camp is officially upon us, all teams.
Touching the turf?
All teams. Yeah, thank you. That's how the NFL owners want it. All the teams are going to report today, Sammy, which is great. That means NFL season officially upon us, baby. Let's go.
It's getting close, Spadoni. You know what I got in my email yesterday?
Oh, and you still check those?
I still check those, yeah.
Okay.
I check. Producers check their emails. Hosts don't have to check their emails.
You text me, Matt.
I got an email from our new director of sports, Mark Grandy, saying, hey, fantasy football's coming up. You in or out? And I got the text yesterday, hey, it's going to be 16 teams, maybe 14. I was like, yep, all in for that 14 number.
Okay. You opened up the can of worms. We can get into this real quick before we actually talk about the 49ers fantasy football, because this is the time when people start to send out the texts, send out the emails. Hey guys, we're going to have this league starting up again. If you're in a corporate, environment, if you have a friend group that you've been doing it forever, that's when football season's officially approaching. But also, it just, Mark, I love you. I do. We just called you. We woke you up because, Shasky had to depart and Sam had to fill in. And
we have some sports that needs to direct.
Yeah, he's the director of sports, and I'm very happy that he got that position because he deserves it. He's doing a hell of a job, and he's, nose to the grindstone, and he's been a really, really, really good addition for 95.7 The Game. That being said, when I get this text yesterday, 12:30, trying to take a nap, by the way, with the baby on my chest. I get the little buzz, whatever. It's like, oh, God, what is it now? It's Mark Grandy. You in for 95.7 The Game fantasy football again this year, question mark? He says the buy-in number. And then likely 16 teams, maybe 14.
I got that same text.
I responded, possibly. 16 teams is a lot, though. That's all he said. Then he's like, you definitely don't have to. Would like to know sooner rather than later so I can get the league organized and not have to scramble. Don't have to let me know this second, though.
So he's trying to get you to be one of the guys that backs out so we get to 14.
If you want to back out, yeah. It's
well,
totally
he definitely says you definitely don't have to. Thanks, Mark. You just say you don't want me a part of the league.
He didn't respond to me when I said, yeah, I'm definitely down for 14 and didn't get a response there. So I guess I'm allowed to be in the league. He's trying to pressure out.
He follows this up, though, with 2 more texts.
Oh.
Shasky is out for what it's worth. If that impacts your decision.
Well, we saw that coming from a mile away. He was out after week 1 last year.
Probably easier to be out if your co-host is also out. It's like, no, I've been doing this for like years and years and years.
That just seems so representative of the state.
And then he sends this one. Accidentally removed your team when I meant to remove Shasky's. So if you do decide to be in, let me know.
So basically you're already out. He just needs to let you know, like, yeah, you're basically already out.
It's all right. If it's 16 teams, I'll let you know now, Mark Grandy, if you're listening. I'm out. I'm not doing a 16-team fantasy football league. That sounds awful. Horrible.
I remember I told Logan Webb this last year. Yeah, we're doing a 16-team league. He's like, wow, you're going to have bench players on your team. Like actual bench players.
No,
on
legitimately.
Your team. Like, 16 teams is ridiculous.
Yeah, no, I'm never doing that.
No room for injury in 16 teams. It's actually so lame.
No, you're screwed. If you have one injury to a key position, you're out. It's over. And don't tell me, the best players can wheel and deal. No.
When Lucas said that to me, I wanted to slap him, honestly. The best players will wheel and deal. It doesn't matter.
Well,
this trade's happened so many times in fantasy football. Actually, I had one of the bigger trades in fantasy last year when Shasky dumped A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith on me because he just couldn't bear to have Eagles players on his team.
Just self-sabotaging his own team.
Basically, yeah. So I sent
Just
him.
saying, I don't care about fantasy
he's like,
football.
I sent him Ricky Pearsall and who was the running back on the Commanders everyone liked last year? Krosky Merritt.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So I sent Krosky Merritt and Pearsall to him for A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, and it had been a really good trade for me. And Shasky was, farting around in the bottom of the league all year long.
He's doing that right now, too, on the way home.
Yeah,
Carter Chickering, our two-time defending champion, he had the move that we all ridiculed early on, and this is going to tie into the 49ers.
I remember this.
He took Christian McCaffrey. And we did the live draft, and I remember Dibbs getting mad at me because I asked him how he was doing. And apparently I offended him that morning.
In fairness to Dibbs, you did ask him how he was doing. I mean, that was just so out of line.
You said for the what was it, the A chair on the morning drive? That's a horrible question to ask. How someone's doing? Maybe I should ask Mike Florio at 820 how he's doing
in a major market.
In a major market, thank you, top 5 market. But Carter, you did take Christian McCaffrey. You saw the high usage rate that it was going to be, and in a PPR league, which was ours, hey, that's all you need is a guy that's going to get a lot of touches. He's going to be a workhorse. And what we know about Kyle Shanahan running backs, or I guess the 1A running back, they're going to use him a lot. And I would expect more of the same this year for Christian McCaffrey. By all accounts, he's as healthy as a horse. He's ready to go. There's no limitations on him. That being said, Sammy, I don't want to see the usage rate as it was last year for one Christian McCaffrey. They cannot use him like they used him last year. If they expect to have a deep run, which is the expectation for, I think, the front office, the fan base, the players, a deep playoff run. They were one and done last year. They beat the Eagles and got destroyed in the divisional round against the Seattle Seahawks. I'm not saying it was because the running game was what it was or Christian McCaffrey was some horrible player. He was great. He was the comeback player of the year. Hell, he was an MVP candidate. But I think we all could see him lose somewhat of a step last season. Whether that's because of the offensive line, missing all the players, missing George Kittle, obviously, for a chunk of last season. He just doesn't have that same burst that he used to have. You need to have some split time between him, whether it be Garendo, Jordan James, Kalen Black. Like, that is a position battle that I am very fascinated to see heading into this training camp, Sam. Is the number 2 to Christian McCaffrey. That is one of the bigger storylines for me. And I'm curious at 888-957-9570. I throw it out to the listeners right now. What is the most, the biggest and most intriguing storyline for you heading into training camp for the San Francisco 49ers? Because you saw the tweet yesterday of Romello Height getting injured. Maybe it's just injuries in general for them. Brock Purdy staying healthy, et cetera, et cetera. But I'm sure there's hundreds of different storylines for some of these fans out there that, might not be under the radar or could be, sleep at the wheel, if you will.
I mean, it was just starting off with McCaffrey. He had 413 touches last year, which is, I believe, the most in his career, easily led the league. That amounts to about 21, 22 touches per game, Joe. And I think we did start to see McCaffrey slow down towards the end of the year. And honestly, with McCaffrey, we never really saw the burst throughout much of the year. We saw it at times. There would be plays here and there.
Those breakaway runs, right?
Oh, there you, yeah. Well, I mean, those plays where he has to go around the edge there. I mean, usually in the past, he's been able to burst around the edge and get upfield. He just didn't have that burst around the edge like he usually has. Last year, he was on the field for 83% of the 49ers offensive snaps, which is, again, it's his, second full season, third full season, 4th year with the team, though. But that is the highest percentage of snaps that he's been on the field for in his time with the 49ers. And when after he got acquired by the Niners in the 22 season, he was on the field for 68% of their snaps. The Super Bowl run year, 81% of their snaps, 812 snaps, 81%. And then obviously, in 2024, he was on the field for a lot less snaps because he was injured, only played the 4 games. But then, last year played all 17 games, 932 snaps, 83% of the team's snaps for all the season. This is all a long-winded way of saying they used McCaffrey a lot last year. I don't know what the number is going to look like this year. Joe and I the other Joe, the older one who left today's show, he and I had this discussion.
He's not feeling good. He didn't just leave. Don't make it seem like he said deuces.
Jesse he looked over behind the glass, saw what he's working with in Carter, and he's like, you know what? I could do so much better. And he just walked right out. No, Joe Shasky, general illness is out for the rest of today. But Joe and I, we had this conversation last week, and I was like, do you think you can get it down to like maybe 16 carries per game? And Shasky's like, no chance. it's not going to be a little bit of a higher number than that. So I am kind of curious. I'd be curious what Niner fans would want to say is, how many times per game would you like to see Christian McCaffrey carry the rock? Because obviously the more he carries the ball, that's good for your offense, because when CMC get ball, good things happen. And when he's not on the field, the offense isn't quite the same. So I don't know what that balance is going to look like this year, and that'll be a fun thing for Kyle Shanahan and the coaching staff to figure out.
You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGNC FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always out in the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. 1 hour down, 3 to go here on the Morning Roast. It's Spadoni alongside Sam Lubin, filling in for Joe Shasky. We got Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk, joining us at 8:20 as we are diving into 49ers training camp. We are a couple days into it now. And what is the biggest storyline heading into training camp for you? Red and Gold fandom, 888-957-9570. The faithful, if you will, and the backup running back battle is going to be massive. And right now it is between one Kalon Black, the rookie out of Indiana, and Jordan James, the second-year player out of Oregon. And, Jordan James, trial by fire. Hey, first ever NFL snaps. Here you go. It's in the divisional round against the Seattle Seahawks, which was nuts because I think heading into last year, Sam, we had the notification we were doing the Red and Gold Summit down in San Jose, and it was fun. It was great. And we were giving our predictions. And then Carter, who's down there, he's kind of the MC of the whole thing. He's like, hey, some breaking news, guys. Christian McCaffrey, he's on the injury report heading into week 1. Sore calf. Great. And then some of the hosts shifted their win-loss totals because of that injury report. We were all worried that Christian McCaffrey wasn't going to be the guy to stay healthy at all last season. In fact, that was the complete opposite of what actually happened. He was the healthiest player last year, which is kind of insane with how we talked about him leading into that season. The bilateral Achilles tendonitis, obviously being the main factor there. But Nick Bosa missed the entire season. Fred Warner basically missed the entire season as well. George Kittle missed a significant time of the season, came back, and obviously tore his Achilles in that wild card game in Philadelphia. That was brutal. Turf toe injury for Brock Purdy. He missed a significant amount of time. Michael Williams, your first round pick, torn ACL there. I mean, my God, the injury bug hit them in a very, very hard way. And right now, the only injury for the 49ers heading in the season, obviously guys are rehabbing, is the head coach, Kyle Shanahan. Well, that's the guy that's injured right now.
They got a couple other guys with some bumps and bruises. I think Alfred Collins was put on the PUP list yesterday. Romello Height, I guess, cramped up. You brought that up in the first segment.
There's guys that are rehabbing and getting back onto the field. Yeah. I'm saying significant injury-wise right now. Only the head coach in recent weeks.
Yeah. Bosa not on the PUP. That's good. Fred Warner not on the PUP list.
Yeah.
Physically unable to perform. For those who don't know what PUP means, we're not talking about puppies. Your big names are indeed active and healthy right now.
Speaking of that backup running back battle, David Lombardi, who covers the Niners for the SF Standard, joined Willard in Dibs yesterday.
He's good at what he does.
Also echoed those same sentiments on it being a battle between Kalon Black, the rookie out of Indiana, and second-year man out of Oregon, Jordan James.
I think that Jordan James has been in the system for a year. That gives him the early leg up. So obviously Christian McCaffrey's at the top of the list there. Then it's who's going to be that running back 2. And, then the question beyond that is how often does the running back 2 see the field to give Christian McCaffrey a breather? And I think the limiting factor there in the past had been that they didn't really trust anyone nearly as much as Christian McCaffrey to run the right routes and to keep the pass game humming. So if both James and Kalon Black can earn Shanahan's trust in that regard, I think that they'll be able to spell Christian McCaffrey more than the second running back has in the past.
Well, that's the thing, too, is gaining trust for Kyle Shanahan in this offense, as we've learned in the past, Sam, is very, very difficult to do as a young player. Mm-hmm. We like to talk about the redshirt year really being like the rookie season for a lot of these guys, these individual skill players, and that might be the case for Jordan James this season. Hell, I liked the burst he showed. Again, in the limited amount of times I saw him last year, in that divisional game against the Seattle Seahawks, I liked the burst that I saw. And they're going to need that extra burst this season because, let's be honest, Christian McCaffrey, the guy's getting older. And unless you're Derrick Henry, you don't get better as you get older as a running back. It just doesn't happen.
You bring up the trust part there. And, even not just for young running backs, though, but even some of the veteran ones. I mean, Brian Robinson Jr., he had trouble really getting on the field last year. And I think Lynch even said a couple times.
Yeah.
Lynch even said a couple times, just like, yeah, he's not running the way we want him to. Whatever that is for the 49ers. They have a certain expectation for the running backs, understandably so. And yeah, B-Rob just did not get that last year. So that's going to be whatever that standard that they set, it's going to be a challenge for James and Kalon Black to get there. So James, I believe, is more of, he's going to be the guy who runs the ball as a running back, because Christian, he can catch the ball and run the ball.
He would quite literally, real quick, Sam, Christian McCaffrey was your best receiver and running back.
He was your wide receiver one for a few weeks, basically, last year.
The amount of times that we would talk about it on Shasky and I after a win would be like, hey, look at the overall statistics for individual players. It'd be top 10 in receiving, Christian McCaffrey, top 10 in running, Christian McCaffrey. He was incredible last year. So absolutely deserved to be an MVP candidate.
So the Kalon Black edition, that'll be an interesting one there because he's supposed to be the guy who can catch passes out of the backfield. And as the running back, too, I mean, again, that dude, he's built like a bowling ball. He looks like he can just barrel through the line. I'm excited to see Kalon Black shooting between those A and B gaps there this season to see just if that size, how much it translates to the NFL. But yeah, that pass catching dynamic that he brings to that set, backup running back spot. I'm curious if that helps get him on the field a little bit because Spinoni, you and I, we argued about this in the past, but like Jordan Mason a couple of years ago when he was filling in for Christian McCaffrey, he was great running the ball, but the reason the Niners offense kind of stalled with him, especially in the red zone, is what could Jordan Mason not do?
Right.
Catch passes.
Yeah.
And I think you saw it, especially in that Arizona game where the Niners just could not finish drives to save their lives because they need to be able to dump the ball down to their running back when they get in the red zone, and they just did not have that ability when McCaffrey is out. So that is where I look at Kalon Black and see, you know what? That could be your way of, working your way into a greater role in this offense.
You bring up Brian Robinson Jr., who was brought in. They made the trade for him in training camp to bring him as the number 2 for Christian McCaffrey. It just never really worked. And you never really just saw a burst with him at all. And that's really not his game. If you watched him at all in Washington, he's more of a bruising kind of a back. He's a big guy.
The Thunder to the CMC Lightning.
He was 6'1", 225. Right?
That's a bowling ball.
But again, as we've talked about, when you see Christian McCaffrey lose a little bit of a step, and again, people get so triggered when I say Christian McCaffrey losing a step. Oh my God, you're saying he's washed, he sucks. No one's saying that.
You're saying that he's a 30-year-old running back with 1 billion miles on his legs. What do you expect?
Correct. He's going to lose a little bit of a step. The only guy that's gotten better is Derrick Henry as he's gotten older.
Well, even Derrick Henry, I'll be honest, he's at the age now in his career where every year going into the season, it's like
we keep saying that
with running. Well, yeah, I mean with running backs though, it just the drop off just kind of comes sometimes. Right. So Henry is kind of pushing through a lot of those, but I think that the term is it's called unicorn in that there's not many of them out there.
What I was getting at is, though, because McCaffrey didn't have that burst that we're used to seeing, that MVP offensive player of the year kind of candidate guy, it made it redundant with your 1 and 2 running backs. It made it redundant that you had Brian Robinson as your number 2 guy who also doesn't have elite burst and elite speed. So bringing on Jordan James now this season, bringing on Kalon Black, who are both built almost identical, Sam. They're both listed at 5'9" and both at 208 pounds. So they're identical size.
James and Kalon Black?
Yeah, right now anyways. I haven't had the official, the latest.
I'm pretty sure body shape-wise, they're kind of different looking.
Maybe, but again, this is what your official height and weight is on both of them.
That's interesting to me.
So they're the same guy, and ideally, you want them to be, not the same player, but both guys that could bring burst at any given moment. That's what you need on this team. More team speed is what they desperately need. That is what you saw with the Seattle Seahawks. That is what you saw with Rashid Shaheed in the opening kickoff was speed. And the Niners looked slow. Do
you think they got faster this offseason?
Well, they brought in Mike Evans. That was the guy that doesn't bring elite speed.
Yeah, right? I don't feel like they just... If I'm side-eyeing anything the Niners did this offseason, it's when they go into the offseason saying we need to get younger and faster. I'm not going to sit here and say they got slower this offseason, but I don't know if I would say they got younger.
Well, they did. They
got younger than they added in the draft. But
correct. The 33rd overall pick, Deshaun Stribling, is turning heads right now. Again.
And how old was he again? Is he 20? Is he one of the more older prospects?
23.
Yeah, so that's technically
Kalen
old.
Black is 24. That's going on 25 this year. Will be a 25-year-old rookie. That's Romello Height, the same thing.
That's oldish for a draft pick. I mean, that's kind of like Yaxel coming out at age 24
Correct.
as well. You know, usually you jump from 21 to 23.
Sure.
It doesn't seem like a lot, but in the world of professional sports, that's a somewhat significant age difference.
I don't have a problem with it, though, if you're trying to win now, which clearly they're trying to do.
Oh, yeah.
When you make the acquisition for Mike Evans, you're telling me you're trying to win right now. So I don't mind you going older in the draft to get more established guys. And if it makes it easier for Kyle Shanahan, Raheem Morris, the new defensive coordinator, for all these guys, Kubiak, obviously, like if it makes them easier from that year one jump so you don't have to redshirt these guys and they can get up to speed quicker, I'm all in on drafting older players. That's fine with me. And Deshaun Stribling runs a 4.36 40. Like they needed this speed desperately. And he's got some size. He's listed at 6'3", 6'2" and 1/8 inch. These guys all lie. Maybe he's closer to 6'1". I have no idea. But again, he can high point the ball. That's what you want. And for Mike Evans, he is that true, hey, I throw up a 50-50 ball if I'm Brock Purdy. I know my guy is going to come down and get it.
Brock has never had that kind of an option there. And how many times have we seen Brock kind of miss a little bit high when he throws? I don't know why I did that with a high-pitched voice. He misses a little bit high every now and then. And I think that a guy like a Mike Evans or a Deshaun Stribling, that could help offset some of those higher balls there.
What is the biggest training camp storyline that you are fascinated with, Niner fan, heading into this year? 888-957-9570. We'll hear from the quarterback himself, Brock Purdy. Hell, we'll hear from John Lynch. I need to hear from the general manager who addressed the media a couple days ago. We've been so knee-deep in the Golden State Warriors, LeBron James sweepstakes, all of that we really haven't had a chance to dive fully in on the San Francisco 49ers. Let's do that on the other side, Sammy. And it's going to be brought to you by Lucky's.
Save big at the pump. For a limited time, Lucky Rewards members save up to $1 off per gallon at Shell. But hurry, it won't last long. Join free at luckysupermarkets.com/fuel rewards. Restrictions apply.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Catch the Golden State Valkyries tomorrow on 95.7 The Game or the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries. Brought to you by the San Francisco Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here.
FlexCar, we know radio ads are annoying, but not as annoying as car salesmen.
Sign here, please.
Never talk to one again with FlexCar, the first and only month-to-month car lease.
No, submit to my extortion machine.
Insurance and maintenance included. Switch cars anytime.
Switching Bronco to Camry to Telluride willy-nilly? Oh, no.
Oh, yes. FlexCar. You drive everything.
So, I need hamburgers, sodas, ice, and a DJ.
A DJ?
Relax, Spot. With T-Mobile, we're saving when we bundle home internet and phone lines.
Oh, wow.
Here to bundle and save big. Stay connected con tu gente with 4 lines from T-Mobile with fast, easy to set up 5G home internet and save up to $1,000 a year. Switch now on T-Mobile.com/conectate. Savings based on third line free via monthly bill credits. Internet discount with $15 in monthly bill credits and auto pay discount. Qualifying credit required. Credits will stop if you cancel any lines or change plans. Visit T-Mobile.com.
You listen to 95.7 The Game for the best sports insights. Now, use that same power to grow your business. When you advertise with us, you're reaching a massive audience of local consumers and business decision makers every day. Let our team help you build a game plan that delivers results. Scale your business and win the market. To get started, visit advertisewith957 957 The Game at Odyssey.com. That's advertise with 957 The Game at AUDACY.com.
I love days like these at the pool, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. I'm ready to make a splash with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza. Skyrizi is a prescription-only injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. At 4 months, most people saw 90% clearer skin when measured from head to toe, and many were even 100% plaque-free. People also saw significant improvement in psoriasis symptoms of pain, redness, itching, and burning.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Now there's nothing on my skin thanks to Skyrizi, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. I mean, mop drop.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
Bay Area, get ready for the King of the South, T.I. and the King Secession Tour, coming to the Masonic on August 15th. Buy your tickets at Ticketmaster.com for a chance to score tickets courtesy of Live Nation. Visit the contest page at 957thegame.com.
Stop being a little cat.
Hey, this your boy Frank Gore. Now back to 95.7 The Game.
Frank the Tank, baby. Love those Niner rejoins. Get me excited.
Because they stupid.
Is it as stupid as buying a $10 million home in Virginia if you're not going to play for the team that's located near there?
Praise him.
Oh, God, that guy. John Lynch addressed that, I guess. Kind of didn't address it. And I got to apologize to the audience. It's Spadoni and Lubin filling in for Shasky. It's the Morning Roast. We're talking 49ers training camp. What's the biggest storyline for you in regards to the San Francisco 49ers heading in to training camp? 888-957-9570. I know nationally right now it is Kyle Shanahan, obviously, who suffered a severe concussion, had to get 40-plus stitches, broken nose, apparently almost lost an eye, according to Chris Sims of Pro Football Talk and NBC Sports. We'll get to that sound in a second. And we'll be joined by his co-host, Mike Florio, again, of Pro Football Talk, in about an hour from now to talk about it all. But I lied to the audience, Sammy. I said there was
How could you?
There was no injuries right now to be worried about, unless you're talking about one Christian Kirk, who left practice on Sunday and didn't practice yesterday with a calf strain. So, great.
Well, that's certainly not good.
Oh, awesome.
So that's how you know 49ers football is back.
Christian
Such
Kirk.
as it is.
Well, I'll say this. Was I counting on Christian Kirk to be one of my starting wide receivers week 1 against the Rams? I'm not so sure. I'm not. I thought him and Ricky Pearsall, you want to throw Demarcus Robinson in there as well. Jacob Cowing seems like a stretch, and we know how Kyle Shanahan feels about rookie receivers, Deshaun Stribling being the other guy. I don't know. there's a possibility, and Shasky was saying it before the show, and I'm in agreement with him. There's a possibility Christian McKirk could be a camp casualty.
Honestly, there's a part of me that thinks either Kirk or DeMarcus Robinson. I think it's one of those two.
It's on a 2-year deal last year, DeMarcus Robinson. They liked him.
This is the second year of that 2-year deal. So Kirk's on a 1-year deal too, isn't he?
He had a great playoff game in Philadelphia.
Well,
he was a baller.
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
that was his big game of the year. I'm curious because you missed the first 2 games to suspension last year, I believe, right? Or was it 4?
2, I believe.
Yeah, so I wonder if that kind of got him off to a bit of a slow start last year, but I don't know, maybe I'm crazy, but it seems like Robinson and Kirk seems a little redundant, especially with Pearsall and Stribling also on the roster. I'm not saying that it's guaranteed to happen. I feel like I would not be surprised if one of those two are not, or I would not be surprised if one of those two are camp casualties.
Speaking of John Lynch, this is some of the sound from him, the general manager for the San Francisco 49ers, obviously speaking about everything going on, and that's happened in regards to the Niners last couple months. Hell, he had to address the Alton Smith passing, obviously Kyle Shanahan's car accident, what's going on with Brandon Ayuk, our pets' heads are falling off, et cetera, et cetera. But this was John Lynch's opening statement on Kyle Shanahan's injury. It's a little long, but I think it's worth playing as we kind of dive more into this. And obviously the big storyline heading into training camp.
On to Kyle. So it was released today, via statement of what happened. And here's the great news. It looks like everyone's doing all right. The other driver seems to be doing all right. I don't want to speak to that because that's just secondhand knowledge. Kyle is doing good. He's got some bumps and bruises. He did suffer a concussion in the accident. Has some lingering effects from that concussion. And, we're kind of treating this. We don't have a protocol for staff members when it comes to concussions, but we do with players, and it's become very helpful. So Kyle basically is going to be like in the protocol, and Doc Nino and all the great doctors we have are giving him great care. And we're going to let the condition, the doctors dictate how he comes back, when he comes back. He's been in the building, so we've seen him. He's, it's kind of like we do with our players, a phased back approach. Number one for Kyle and the Shanahan family is getting him back right. He's a tremendous head coach, but this is bigger than that. This is about his well-being, and we're going to take the time necessary. And I think we're very equipped to do that. In his stead, Chris Furster is our assistant head coach. He will kind of assume those duties in conjunction, in concert with our staff. We're not going to blink. We feel like we're well equipped for something like this. We understand what a tremendous leader we have in Kyle. Well, like Chris Furster, been in the NFL for 34 seasons, 13 of those with Kyle. He knows Kyle inside and out, what Kyle wants, what Kyle needs. We've got guys like Clay Kubiak, Raheem Morris, obviously, who has head coach experience, Brad Boyer. The list goes on. And I think one of the great things Kyle does, aside from coaching his team, is leading this organization. And I think he's a tremendous developer of his staff. And so we're not going to miss a beat. We will keep you abreast of Kyle's progress as appropriate, as we deem appropriate. And you'll probably see Kyle out there on the field some when, kind of to what he can tolerate. We're going to give the duties of actually running the team over to some other guys. And we have a really good plan, and excited for Kyle to get back, but only when he's ready.
So I was John Lynch a couple days ago addressing the media ahead of training camp. And obviously the big reveal of that car accident happened just the night before. And Chris Furster, not Forster, as we have all been saying for a while. He said Furster a couple times, assistant head coach and offensive line coach, obviously kind of, taking the reins here as Kyle Shanahan recovers from that concussion, the broken nose, et cetera, et cetera. But I just got to say this. As we've seen kind of leadership fail in the Bay Area in regards to some of the other teams, I'm looking at you, Buster Posey, and, the Pride Night fiasco and him addressing the media, or I guess not addressing the media and not wanting to talk about it. It is refreshing to hear John Lynch right now and him address, losing a player, losing someone that meant a lot for the 49ers once upon a time in Alden Smith, and a passing, right? talking about his head coach not being available and having a serious car accident, being asked about Brandon Ayuk and that craziness for the millionth time, and addressing it and talking about it, or, not talking about it, but not being dismissive of it, I think is also a very important detail in all this, Sam, because what bothered me most, and I am doing a compare and contrast when it comes to some of the president of, baseball, basketball, football operations here, when we got Dunleavy, addressing the media and fans, getting pissed off about him and him not doing enough for them to appease the fan base. Buster Posey not passing the eye test when it comes to speaking to the media. And now we got John Lynch, doing that opening statement. It's just really refreshing to hear legitimate leadership at the top. And this is a guy that is so presidential and has been that way for so damn long. And again, is he perfect? No, none of these guys are. Do they pass every single test? No. Did I like, when he said once upon a time that they were flirting with maybe drafting Patrick Mahomes, and he said that to the media, and he's like, hey, Kyle, maybe we got to throw out our whole game plan and draft this guy. Did I love that if I was a fan? No, I did not. Has he made the greatest decisions, him and Kyle, in the draft? No, they have not. But would I rather have him over, 90-95% of other GMs speaking to the media and speaking to the fan base? You're damn right I would. Now, is that the end all be all? No. But I do think that is part of, the test that you have to pass. And right now I see guys like Buster Posey failing that test. I think Mike Dunleavy overall does a pretty good job of it, although he got a little testy with the media after that trade deadline, right?
Unbelievable assumptions.
Yeah, the unbelievable assumptions that, Draymond Green was a part of trade conversations for guys like Giannis Antetokounmpo. I say all that to say, boy, are the 49ers blessed with unbelievable leadership.
Well, you've seen some of the more veteran players kind of talk about it. I think Juszczyk, it might have been the one who said, like, hey, we got this, coach. We can take care of this. I mean, if you want to find a positive in the Niners having such a veteran, older team, it is the fact that, we look at the guys in this system, whether it's on offense, Brock, Christian, Juszczyk, Trent, on the defensive side of the ball, Bosa, Fred, even Dre Greenlaw coming back, Deommodore Lenoir. You got guys at every single position group who have been in Kyle Shanahan's system for the last 3-4 years. They're all very familiar with how things run right now. Look at our station right now. Our boss, Matt Nahigian, he's out of town right now this week.
Oh, is he? I didn't know this.
Exactly. I don't expect anything to miss a beat here. Not because of how, it's not that he does make an impact on a day-to-day basis. He does, just because we have all been doing this here at the station for a long time. We know how to carry ourselves, our day-to-day activities during the week when our boss isn't here. That's the 49ers. They have that basically personal infrastructure in place with the players, but not just with the players, because Lynch, he brought this up in his opening statement that we just played.
Lynchy.
You have a lot of coaching experience on this team. He mentions Chris Furster, who's been doing this for 34 years. Raheem Morris has been around the block more than a few times. And I think one of the lines in there that I like that Lynch said is, Kyle has developed the staff. He really has. He's developed the staff to be able to carry about this team almost in his image, so to speak. And so that is, I think, a representation of not just John Lynch's ability to go out there and be a calming presence behind the podium, but it's the fact that when they're out on the field, the system's in place.
Right.
And we're seeing that happen. Well, it's not to say they don't need Kyle Shanahan. They do.
Yeah.
But they have built a personnel infrastructure up on this team that is very much more than equipped to handle a short-term absence from Kyle Shanahan.
Absolutely. And we mentioned it earlier in 888-957-9570. The number is, and you can call or text. The phone lines are open. Biggest storyline heading into training camp for the 49ers is what? 888-957-9570. And for a lot of people, it's going to go to the quarterback in that situation, and Brock Purdy in general. Can he stay healthy for the entirety of this season? That was a major question mark last year. He wasn't able to. He was battling turf toe. How was he going to come back from said turf toe? Took a little bit, but he got comfortable. He looked pretty freaking good. What are the expectations for him? Obviously, Mac Jones was retained. He's staying here. He was not traded. You feel pretty good if he does have to miss some time, Brock Purdy, that you have a competent and more than capable backup. Hell, the win of the season last year, in the regular season that is, was that Thursday night football game at SoFi Stadium against the Rams
Mac
when
Jones
they probably
stepped up.
had no business winning that game considering who was out for them.
Yeah.
Mac Jones stepped up in a massive way, although I thought he was out for the season.
Well, there was that one moment
he was laying on the ground.
We saw Taylor Martinez throwing the ball on the sidelines like, oh boy, here we go again.
Again,
How
you don't even know
confident-
the name, Adrian Martinez.
Or, sorry, Adrian Martinez. Sorry, I say Taylor. I don't know where I got Taylor
Might as
from.
well be, because that's who Niner fans is like, who? No, Taylor Martinez are thinking of Nebraska, right?
Didn't Adrian Martinez also go to Nebraska?
Exactly. There you go.
Oh, okay. Well, that's
the Cornhuskers.
You know, hey, Nebraska, maybe get more creative with your quarterback last names. How confident are you feeling about the Brock Purdy health right now?
Great. Should I not be?
Oh, just throw the question. It's a question.
I feel fine with
You're
Brock
allowed to
Purdy
feel
right
great
now.
about it.
Do I sound like a hater though?
Probably.
If I always say I'm a little nervous because of the frame and because of the size.
I only bring this
He's
up
a
because
big guy. He's like his lower frame is big. He's got big legs. He's got big thighs. Right? He's thick, but he's a little smaller in stature compared to guys like, I don't know,
Josh
Patrick
Allen.
Mahomes or the Josh Allens of the world.
Yeah.
But again, I say those guys, I also have a level of concern because they are kind of reckless or more reckless with their bodies because they're so big. Cam Newton on line one for all those years. I mean, Cam Newton, towards the back half of his career, Sam, was a shell of himself because of all that punishment he took, throwing his body in harm's way. Now, that was what made him so exciting and made him an MVP. That being said, in a roundabout way, I would like for Brock to take care of himself more on a week in and week out basis. And I think he's learning that, right? Picking and choosing your spots, when to put yourself in harm's way and when not to. When it's okay to, live to play another day and just be a Tom Brady, be a Peyton Manning. Either eat it and fall down or just throw it away quicker. I thought, we saw a little bit of that development last year for Brock, and we're going to need to see more of that because of the injury concerns.
Well, yeah, and so he did have a 3.5% interception rate, which is the highest of his career. Usually he's in the 2.5% range there. I do wonder how much the turf toe injury kind of hampered his game a little bit.
And also the lack of trust with a lot of the receivers. He didn't have George
It sounds like
Kittle,
he's building
right,
up a
for
very good
while.
rapport with Mike Evans.
Yes.
Obviously, he'll have another year more with Ricky Pearsall, assuming Ricky can stay on the field here. We'll see if he could build a rapport with DeJon Stripling here. The absence of Kittle, I'm not convinced Kittle's going to be playing week one. That's one of those, I'll believe it when I see it there. But yeah, with the injury though, Joe, I am a little bit mildly like 4% concerned about how healed up his toe is.
4%.
Yeah, about 4%
Okay.
there. Because again, we had every single former player who came on last year.
We did. We had
Joe said over
Drew
and over again.
Bledsoe, Mike, Jake Delhomme, Lorenzo Neal.
They all said that turf toe was basically the worst thing that's ever happened ever in the history of mankind. I'm exaggerating a little bit.
They don't like the phrase turf toe because it makes it sound soft, but it's really not.
But the thing is, Joe, what I learned listening to all those guys is this thing lingers.
Yeah.
Right? It's a lingerer, man. Freaking lingerer.
You have to let it linger.
And so I hope that more than likely, the reason I put it at that very specific 4% is because there's a very good chance that in the 6, almost 7 months now since Brock Purdy has played his last game, that injury should be fully healed and good to go. A grade 2 turf toe sprain can take about 3 to 6 months to fully heal once you are getting off of it. And yes, Brock did come back midseason. They cleared him to the play. So in a sense, the toe should have been more or less healthy once he got back onto the field. But we all know realistically he was still probably dealing with a little bit of pain and discomfort in that toe. And he has not had time to just truly let it heal until that divisional loss to the Seahawks put him off his feet for 6 months. And that 6-month timeline finally passed just a couple weeks ago. So this is the healthiest I guess he could be. But at the same time, I have some concerns that the lingering effects from that injury could still be there. Now, it could just be me over worrying a little bit, but that's what you do with your franchise quarterback when he's dealing with a potential maybe lingering injury.
I mean, obviously, I'm looking right now because this training camp is officially here for every single NFL team today. Football is back, baby. So damn refreshing to talk San Francisco 49ers football with you, Sammy. And 888-957-9570. The phone lines are open to discuss. I'm seeing Patrick Mahomes right now with a massive brace on his leg, going through the reps. I'm seeing, question marks about Lamar Jackson, obviously, now going to be with the new head coach, Jesse Minter. For the first time, he's not going to have John Harbaugh.
Stephon Diggs, too, the Ravens did.
Did they really?
I believe they did, yeah.
Was that
I hope that, well, no, it was a couple days ago, I think. At least I believe so. I hope that wasn't fake NFL memes thing.
I think it might have been because now I'm seeing report signing with Washington intriguing to Stephon Diggs. So there's lots of different bodies.
Okay,
He still hasn't signed anywhere.
Fake news on that one then.
You got sentelled.
That's why I didn't rush into that one there.
All right, it happens. You got ball sacked. It happens to the best of us. By the way, this hour is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk, NBC Sports, going to be joining us at 8:20. And obviously, I mentioned Washington and the Commanders, and you can't not think about Brandon Ayuk.
Oh, the newest resident in Washington.
$10 million house in Virginia, right? In the DMV
Virginia,
area.
yeah, technically the same county.
I'm always confused by over there because I've never visited. That's not true.
I don't
I've
think
been to Washington, D.C., but I haven't been to the Maryland, Virginia, greater area. My brother lives out there, actually.
Okay.
Yeah, right.
I don't know. Yeah, is the field in the greater Washington, D.C. city limits, or is it technically in Virginia?
Couldn't tell you. Yeah. I went to a private school where geography was not required.
Yeah, I know. We had that conversation a while ago.
We did. Although freshman year of high school, I was quizzed on all the different states, capitals, and all the different countries in South America, North America, Asia, Africa. Would be difficult. And I also had to know the capitals and the countries of said capitals.
All around the world.
Yeah.
Oh, that sounds awful.
Yeah.
We just had to, I remember in high school, freshman year, we had to learn all the countries in Africa.
Yeah, it's difficult.
Not
Africa, Asia, Europe, all of them.
Yeah, I mean, I root for Africa, but no, just the countries, not the capitals, though.
Yeah, no, it's next level, Sam-wise.
No, that's pretty intense, actually.
All right, John Lynch.
Do you remember any of them?
No, I do not. John Lynch, though. Actually, no, that's not you. South Africa's Cape Town. That's the capital.
Oh, that's easy.
John Lynch on Brandon Ayuk.
Brandon is on a left squad designation. As such, he's not on our 90-man roster. And, I'm personally, and we as an organization are going to focus on the players that are here. And so I don't have anything to say on that, anything to add to that. We wish him well. We wish his family well.
There you go. Nothing but class, again, from one John Lynch. We wish him well.
I mean, honestly, do you really need to still keep asking about Brandon Ayuk at this point?
I like the family little one, too, because remember, it was Brandon Ayuk saying, you're trying to, walk in on the house. My wife is there. This big, scary man. I was like, it's John Lynch. I have never once thought, unless he was a player, that seeing John Lynch walk around was scary. He's a presidential vibe. The guy looks like a nice guy to hang out with.
Yeah, very chiseled jawline.
With. Yeah. Scary John Lynch.
I feel like we could just stop asking. It's going to be the same answer every time as in the answer that John Lynch just gave. And as we, learned over the summer, we all kind of went through a growing process, kind of how, in terms of reacting to how the Niners are handling this. There's a period, Joe, and you and I think we're in that same boat. Just let this guy go. Come on, what are we doing here?
I'm still on that boat.
What's the point of all this?
Yeah.
And, Carter and I, we've had lots of conversations from, no, they're doing the right thing. They're doing the wrong thing. They're doing the right thing. And then we all kind of came to the realization, if this isn't costing them money, and if this isn't costing them a roster spot, yeah, carry on as you were. If this isn't impacting the Niners in a negative way, other than just every now and then someone has to ask the question, hey, did you see what Brandon Ayuk did yesterday? Stay the course with this guy. Brandon Ayuk has to pull his own head out of his you-know-where before anything moves forward here. And, Brandon Ayuk, that's
He's
it.
not going to be there week one.
That's all I have to say about that.
Thank you, Forrest Gump. He's not going to be there week one. Is George Kittle going to be there week one? I think that's a stretch.
Again, like I said, I'll believe when I see it.
Nick Bosa, though, being there for week one. It's looking like Bosa's getting back, baby. And that would be a massive development. If he is even a semblance of what he was last year coming off, again, this is his third ACL injury, guys. So, I think expectations for Bosa need to be tempered a little bit. That being said, it's a big year for him in a contract kind of a prove-it year. He wants to be extended. He wants to be, paid accordingly. We know about the Bosa Bros and their business, the business Bosas. They want to get their money. I mean, hell, has Joey even signed yet? Joey Bosa's still out there. He could be had by any team.
I think Nick said the other day that he doesn't expect Joey Bosa to be joining this team.
No, probably not, because I don't think the Niners want to overpay for a guy like that right now. And what is Joey Bosa at this stage of his career?
He's probably good for about he's probably good for about 5 or 6 plays during the year.
Yeah, he's a journeyman, right? That's like a luxury pick right now. And I don't think that's where the 49ers are at, trying to add people. Now, Vita Vea, that's a different story. I would love for Vita Vea to be a San Francisco 49er.
Apparently, as news broke yesterday, he wants out of Tampa.
And according to Ted Wynn of The Athletic, he is saying, and according to a source that he is close to, Vita Vea wants to play either for a California team, where he's obviously grew up here in Northern California, or the Raiders. He wants to play on the West Coast. So 49ers,
Hey, the Niners play on the West Coast.
They do.
That works out.
Who else plays here? Chargers and the Rams. Okay, one of those three teams.
I guess we know where he's going.
David Lombardi, SF Standard, was asked about Vita Vea, asking for a trade, and could the 49ers have potential interest?
Well, he's 30 years old, so I don't think that he would cost as much as he did a few years ago. That being said, he's a premium player, so it probably won't be cheap. Vita Vea went to high school in Milpitas, 6 miles from Levi Stadium. So I don't know if he grew up a 49ers fan, but I did see, I think Ted Nguyen, who writes for The Athletic, is a source that says that Vita Vea wants to play in California or for the Raiders. And so he wants to be close to family, I think is the translation there. Well, you can't be any closer to family than 6 miles from where you grew up. I think he's the biggest dude in the NFL, right? He weighs 350 plus. Vita Vea is special because normally guys who are 350 plus are just fire hydrants who take up blockers and are good run defenders, but he can also rush the passer. So he is a unicorn in that regard. So, if I'm an executive in the league, I'm happy to get into a bidding war for this guy because he is such a unique talent, even if he is 30 years old. And if a lot of executives are thinking that way, then it's probably going to be really hard to get him. But I also think it wouldn't be very smart of Tampa Bay to not figure out a way to re-sign him because he's been durable as well over the course of his career. But hey, you can always dream if you're the 49ers, right? I think you'd pair really nicely there as a big DT next to Osa Odigizua, who's a smaller defensive tackle. He's like 290. Vita Vea is like 360. So got extra 60 or 70 pounds with this guy. He's massive.
Do you know what excites me the most? And again, I don't know if the 49ers are going to want to do that. They did make the trade, obviously, with the Dallas Cowboys, as Lombardi mentioned there, with Osa Odigizua. And so they brought him in. They're different sizes. And Vita Vea, we've seen him on the big stage make a big difference. I've seen him going up, and I saw a bunch of highlights yesterday, just going up against that vaunted Philadelphia Eagles offensive line, and Jason Kelce, who's going to be a first ballot Hall of Famer, one of the best centers of all time, just completely destroying him. Like that when he is on, that is what we're talking about. A game wrecker at the defensive tackle position. And it's not even about the sacks and the numbers because he's a defensive tackle, right? Unless you're Aaron Donald, you're really not going to have those double-digit sack type of seasons. And that's another guy that might, come back for the Los Angeles Rams. It's going to happen. But last year, he appeared in all 17 games for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. That matters for me. Again, he's 31 years old. He's in the final year of a 4-year, $71 million contract. He wants to get paid. He was on with the Up and Adams podcast yesterday with Kay Adams. And he was, she was asking him about the negotiations, how it's going. And he was basically saying, yeah, I'm hoping that they can meet me halfway. I'm hoping we can, get a deal done. Well, apparently that didn't happen. And he's requesting a trade now. Obviously, Baker Mayfield is entering the final season of a 3-year, $100 million contract with them. That's the top priority, is always the quarterback. And it's never a good thing, and 49ers fans know this, when you're having these conversations heading into training camp and it being a part of training camp. It's a major distraction. And, if I'm the Niners, I'm calling.
Oh, you have to be involved.
It's not a hot take.
Yeah.
And honestly, and Ben Solak, who does a good job covering the NFL for ESPN, I guess a league executive told him that it starts at a 2nd round and a 6th round pick for Vita Vea. A 2nd and a 6th?
I'd do that.
I'd do that in a heartbeat. Now,
you might have to go up to a 1st round pick if you want to outbid some people. But I mean, when you look at what their D-line is at right now, I mean, obviously you got Odigizua inside, Bosa on the edge. We'll see what, again, Collins is on the PUP list right now. So there's question marks there.
Alfred?
And so don't know how available he'll be to start the season. Again, nothing's been reported that he won't be available to start the season. So I'm not trying to put the cart before the horse on that one there. On the other side, though, that other edge rusher, I mean, is going to be Michael Williams coming back? Is he going to be coming off the edge there? Romello Height, if he's done cramping up, is he going to be coming off the edge here? Or are we going to see more Keon White there in that situation? Is it going to be Sam Okawanu? None of those really are all that inspiring there. You add that beef and Vita Vea inside, though, your defensive line becomes far more effective in that situation. That takes pressure off your linebackers. That takes pressure off your secondary, too. Your secondary, which right now, Joe, outside of Diamonor Lenore, has lots of, outside of Diamonor Lenore and Upton Stout, there's a lot of question marks in your secondary players right now.
They brought in guys like Jack Jones, who has been a longtime starter in the NFL. He's kind of a boomer bust guy, but he can make some big time explosive plays.
Nate Hobbs, injury
Nate
list,
Hobbs is another guy, injured list. But again, like when he is on, he has been one of the best slot corners in the NFL. He can be a shutdown guy at times. But again, health is the name of the game. The Packers signed him to a big contract, and he couldn't stay healthy, and he's gone now. He did some good things. Same with Jack Jones with the Raiders, but that's a couple years removed now. Where are these guys at today? Malik Mustafa, again, we always see it in every year with training camp with Malik Mustafa. Wow, incredible breakup, incredible explosion. Well, where is that in the regular season? He can make all the great big hits he wants. I see him getting burned a lot too. And you can't have that if you're a free safety. Just can't. So there's no doubt, Sam. Like the question marks for me, if we're taking like the offense and the defense, just the bigger question mark overall, it's on the defensive side of the ball. There are major question marks there because I know who my quarterback is at the end of the day. I know what I saw last year, even without a lot of elite weapons, with George Kittle missing most of the season. Obviously, Ricky Pearsall being hurt a bunch. Juwan Jennings being your number one, wide receiver last year. And again, Juwan Jennings, he's a really good receiver.
He's not a number one. He's a number 3.
The league told you what they thought of Juwan Jennings. He's a number 3 guy. And he thought he was a number 1. He's going to get paid number 1 money.
He's basically the KD of the Vikings, right?
That's what he said. Relax.
I disagree with him.
He basically got signed to a prove it year with, he's going to be playing with Kyler Murray and Kevin O'Connell, et cetera, in the Great White North. So we'll see there. But I saw what I saw with the San Francisco 49ers offensively. I feel fine. Kyle Shanahan and Brock Purdy, they'll find a way.
Oh, yeah.
They will. Defensively, got a new DC now, Raheem Morris. Nick Bosa, we'll see. Dre Greenlaw. He's healthy right now, but for how long?
Now, you can say that about everyone. Bosa, Williams, Dre. I mean, I assume Williams is going to be healthy when the season starts, but
I don't know.
It's for how long after the season starts
and what level of player are we going to get? Because let's be honest. And again, you can try to show me all little highlight plays. He did this in the run game. He was a first-round pick, and he did not live up to a first-round pick. Like, just use your eyes. Did Michael Williams look like a first-round pick last year?
It's kind of hard to look like a first-round pick when you're not on the field.
He was drafted as a defensive end. Yeah. That's what he was listed as. And I think he, unfortunately, got labeled as this guy that he is not. He is not some edge, set the edge, sack type of a quarterback.
If I recall, didn't they use him inside a lot last year?
Exactly.
Yeah.
He's great against the run.
The 49ers, their run defense, was a lot better when he was on the field. And that's where it's like, the problem with Michael Williams, it's like, yeah, sure, you could point at all these, minor stats or advanced analytics and be like, oh, you see when he's on the field, the run defense is this much better, blah, blah, blah. And like that's good. Like you want to hear that stuff, I guess. But like those are things you say about like a 3rd or 4th round pick. When you're a 1st round pick, I feel like there's really only 3 numbers when you're a 1st round pick that matters. Games, sacks, tackles. Those are the 3 numbers that you look at when you're a 1st round pick defensive lineman. If those numbers aren't up to snuff, then yeah, we're looking at you like, are you going to live up to that? That being said, maybe, hopefully in year 2, now that he's healthy, hopefully that kind of gives Michael Williams a runway to make a jump from year 1 to year 2. Again, if it sounds like I'm grasping at straws here on Williams, because I kind of maybe am, they got to figure out a way to make it work with him. It's just, you can't just declare him a bust after 1 year. You got to figure out a way to get him better and get him improved to be more effective on the defensive line this year if you're the 49ers.
I want to throw this out to the audience, 888-957-9570. I am guaranteeing you the health of one player on the 49ers right now. They will stay healthy the entire season. Who's it going to be? And no, I'm not excluding the quarterback because I could see a scenario in which it's like, okay, if Brock gets hurt, like it's not the end all be all. And if he has to miss like 3, 4, 5 weeks, I know that Mac Jones can step up. But you also have the risk of, hey, if you lose him for the entire season, are you screwed potentially? I don't know. Mac Jones showed me a lot last season. Now, Brock Purdy gives me an angle with his feet and with his legs that Mac just can't do right now. But I could also make the flip side of the argument that Mac showed a lot of toughness and his arm overall, his arm talent showed me a lot. Now,
I would also add on, I think Mac is less mistake prone because Mac is a conservative, I think is maybe the wrong word to use, but like you don't see Mac try to, I think, do some of those hero throws that Brock does, or when Brock tries to force balls into tight spaces.
Sure.
Like Brock's biggest mistakes come when he tries to force something to happen. And because there's an aggression there with Brock Purdy. And I like that aggression. You just need to kind of smooth it out a little bit, which comes in time. I'm still very confident in Brock Purdy there. But Mac doesn't try to, I think, force things as much as Brock does. So he plays a little safer. There's a little less boom in some of the plays you might get from him, but you get, I think, more consistency from Mac. It's not going to look, the offense did not look the same when Mac was in there versus Brock. The scoring wasn't there as much. A lot of drives still ended in field goals that normally would have ended in touchdowns, but the offense was still moving. And I don't recall a whole lot of just like detrimental mistakes that Mac Jones made last year.
Let's be honest, Niner fans, we are all scarred here in San Francisco, in the Bay Area, and wherever you are when it comes to injuries with this franchise. It has been brutal. Last year, what they were able to do, I thought Kyle Shanahan should have been coach of the year, how he was able to navigate everything with all the injuries from offense, from defense, et cetera, et cetera. That being said, I am allowing you. It's like, have you ever seen the movie Obsession? I'm giving you the one wish. All right, you get to break the willow tree right there. The one wish willow. I haven't seen that one yet. It's good. I liked it.
It's on my list.
I'm giving you the ability to protect one player right now.
Turn injuries off for one player.
For one player could stay healthy the entire season on the San Francisco 49ers. Who is that player for you that you need to keep healthy? 888-957-9570. I'll get yours in a second, Sam. I'm going to give out mine. It's Dre Greenlaw. If I could keep Dre Greenlaw healthy this entire season, him next to Warner, all of a sudden, that major question mark I had for this defense kind of goes away. What this guy has meant for this team, not only as a legit all-pro caliber player alongside Fred Warner, because when they are both on and healthy, that is the best linebacker duo by far in the NFL. He brings nastiness. He brings an edge to this team that just no other player could replicate. God, they've been missing that edge the last couple seasons. And we saw it, Sam, for a glimpse. Not last year, obviously, he wasn't on the team, but the year prior when he played in that Thursday night football game against the Rams, coming off that torn Achilles in the Super Bowl. You saw just a glimpse.
It looked different for that first half.
And then he was out with the sore leg and the sore knee, calf, whatever. And you never saw him again. And it sucked. If you could get that kind of player that you saw from Dre Greenlaw leading into that Super Bowl run all season, I do think that changes the 49ers from potential just playoff contender to Super Bowl contender. And I don't say that lightly. A healthy Dre Greenlaw could change the entire dynamic of this defense.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think it takes a lot of pressure off of Fred. I do think Fred at times missed having his partner there. I mean, who was our guy? D. Winters kind of filled in as admirably as he could. But
I was high on D early on, but it fell apart.
I mean, I remember, quickly. I think we had Matt Barrows on at one point before the year, and I think Bonta and I were doing the show at that time, and I think Barrows was like, D. Winters, maybe it wasn't Bonta. It's immaterial. But Barrows said, people were saying Navarro Bowman comps when it came to D. Winters. It's like, okay, I think we're getting a little ahead of ourselves here, but hey, I like where you're going with that, though. That tells me that D. Winters is growing on a positive trajectory here. So, it never really came to fruition. D. Winters was just, okay at best. So, not having that trustworthy partner in crime for Fred Warner last year, I think definitely put a lot of stress on him. And then, of course, he goes down and just Tatum Bethune, bless his heart, just could not fill in. No one could fill in for Fred Warner. Just one of the best linebackers in the league. So, that's a good one there. Dre Greenlaw being the guy there. For me, I don't know. This probably isn't the most creative answer, but it might be Christian McCaffrey.
Okay.
Just because of just how limited this offense does get when he's not in there. I mean, he is kind of like, the Swiss Army knife that keeps this offense going, which is, part of why I wouldn't be against a Deebo Samuel reunion, because I do think Deebo could maybe, if he was on this team, offset some of the things that McCaffrey does when McCaffrey's not on the field, though probably not enough to truly make a difference there. But if you go into a game and your running backs are Jordan James, Kalen Black, and the ghost of Isaac Guerrero, for a team that is so reliant on the run to set up everything else, your offense just goes kablooey if CMC is not a part of it.
You mentioned Isaac Guerrero. He's done.
Yeah,
he's done.
He's going to miss all training camp.
The moment I saw a couple months ago when he was just working out and he tore his pec, I was like, all right, We've seen enough.
Yeah.
It sounds heartless, but it's just the facts. The guy can't stay healthy.
Well, no,
he's out there. It's not looking good. He's clearly got no trust with, Kyle Shanahan or any of the offensive coaches. It's over. You drafted Kalon Black. You got Jordan James in his second year. You'd hope that he can make some strides this year now in his sophomore season. You need someone to stand out alongside Christian McCaffrey. He can't do it by himself anymore. And Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch talked about it with Tom Tolbert in his backyard, hanging out, shooting the breeze. He's like, if you're not a top 10 running team, you're not a contender. They need to be a top 10 running team, and Christian McCaffrey can't be doing that by himself anymore. He just can't.
Yeah, I mean, just think of the way that this organization is also, and McCaffrey himself has talked about his workload. I mean, a year ago this time, we're talking about how McCaffrey is the lifeblood of this offense, and they need to ride him. And I believe there was a story last year that McCaffrey, he would get testy with reporters who would ask him about limiting his workload. The very concept of
a little insecurity there for sure. Maybe seeing his mortality.
He's a proud man. He's very proud in what he's able to accomplish on the field. And, when someone comes up to us like, hey, maybe you should not be playing as much. Yeah, I could totally understand when you are of that mentality that you're going to be like, no, I'm Christian McCaffrey. I'm going to go out there and I'm going to ball because that's what I do. Contrast that to this offseason where, as you mentioned, Kyle and John are in Tom's backyard being like, yeah, we might need to ease off him a little bit. Yeah. Even McCaffrey this offseason, a year removed from snapping at a reporter for daring to ask him if he would scale his workload back. He even admitted this offseason, I might need to scale my workload back a little bit.
That's an unbelievable assumption.
So the writing is, he's 30 years old. Okay, he's a year removed from bilateral Achilles tendonitis. This is the NFL's way of telling you are getting up there. Now, I still think McCaffrey is still one of the best running backs or the better running backs in the league. But yeah, we're seeing I think it's not a hard take to say this. There are more great football days behind Christian McCaffrey than there are ahead of Christian McCaffrey. Now, that's not to say that there are 0 good football days ahead of him, but if we're counting them up.
Sam Lubman saying Christian McCaffrey's cooked right here on 95.7 The Game.
There you go. Read all about it on SF Gate.
On SF Gate. I love that. We'll get to Ryan from San Bernardino here in a second. 888-957-9570. I'm guaranteeing you the health of one San Francisco 49er player for the entire season. This player will stay healthy. Who is that player for you? 888-957-9570. Sam took Christian McCaffrey. I took Dre Greenlaw. Let's go to Ryan from San Bernardino. What's up, Ryan? You're on the roast.
Hey, my brothers, good morning. It is so great that football season is back.
It's the best.
Like Christmas Eve every
so
day.
Happy.
The Niners are supposed to be good. They're supposed to be good. Everything feels great. My friend, I'm going to answer your question, but there's so much to say. I'm going to say it really fast. To your point of Dre Greenlaw, I think he's almost like, when he comes back, he doesn't have to be the player that he was. It's just like you guys say, his attitude. So it's almost like he's token. You know what I mean? So as long as he's around and he plays some games, the important games, I think we'll be okay. Real quick to Romello Height yesterday. My handle on YouTube is PTSD49, and I pretty much had a heart attack when I thought he tore his Achilles. They're talking about carting him off, and I was so sad. I just thought our season was over. I overreacted. Vita Vea, guys, we got to do it. Let's say we lose Bosa. We talked about Michael Williams a little bit. Just having an assimilation of all those parts, that are just good players. Maybe you don't have a star player, but like the Knicks, you know what I mean? You just have a bunch of good players that play well together. You can win a chip. So Vita Vea, I think we should really consider that. And that's pretty much all I got.
Great call. It's Ryan from San Bernardino. I do love the handle PTSD 49ers because I think a lot of people had it yesterday with that Romello Height tweet from Matt Mayoko of NBC Sports Bay Area saying that he had to get carted off the field. It looks like a leg and arm injuries, but it ended up just being cramps.
Cramps, man. They suck.
Goodness. Although we've already had an injury, a significant one potentially in training camp with Christian Kirk on the very first day leaving with a calf strain. That is not good for him, although there is depth behind him. Now, how good is that depth at the wide receiver position? That remains to be seen. You got Mike Evans, obviously. He was the big prize, this offseason for the San Francisco 49ers. The guy is a first ballot Hall of Famer, but he missed a lot of time last year with a hamstring injury. How's that going to affect him this year? By all accounts, he's looked great. He's looked healthy. Ricky Pearsall, his third season, Sammy. Who is Ricky Pearsall? This guy was a first-round pick. Has he lived up to that? No, the hell he hasn't.
He's shown flashes in like 5 or 6 plays.
Listen, I get it. Like whenever you talk about Ricky Pearsall, you talk about that rookie year, what happened. I know. We have to put that past us.
He got shot, for those who don't remember.
No, he did. And there was a recovery time, but now can he stay on the field? Physically, I don't know if he can do that. Which leads us to the aforementioned injury report. Yeah, and this really sucks. We opened up the show with it. Giants third baseman Casey Schmidt left last night's game in the second inning after injuring his left knee while putting the brakes on at first base. The Giants are calling it knee discomfort for now, although he is getting an MRI today, Schmidt, and that will provide more clarity. Vitello said after the game, though, that he expects Casey to miss, quote, some significant time, end quote. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, and we are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. All right, halfway home here on a Tuesday. It's Spadoni, Lubman filling in for Shasky. We got Mike Florgo joining us in about 20 minutes, less than that, at 8:20. Pro Football Talk, NBC Sports. He has been all over this reporting, or I guess lack thereof, in his mind in regards to Kyle Shanahan's car accident, how he views the 49ers heading into training camp, what are some of the bigger storylines around the NFL at large. Again, all 32 NFL teams reporting for training camp today. Football is officially back, baby. And there are major, major question marks for the San Francisco 49ers. And I think most of them, Sam, quite frankly, are injury related, which is a blessing and a curse, right? If this team can stay healthy, I think they got action.
Oh, absolutely.
But again, they couldn't stay healthy last year. They did have action, but they had a limited kind of ceiling, if you will. Yeah. And we knew it was eventually going to catch up to them when you had players out of the DPOY caliber of a Nick Bosa, of a Fred Warner, losing George Kittle the way you did in Philadelphia. There's so much.
It's the only thing that really gives me. It's the only thing that gives me pause on this season, Joe. Like this season can either be really, really, really awesome, or it's going to be a really rough kick in the pants. And if it's another, because
I hate those kicks in the pants.
All these players, as great as they are another year older. And let me just check my math here. Getting older makes your body kind of start to break down a little bit.
I woke up this morning at 33 years old, sore. I didn't do anything yesterday. I literally just laid around and took some naps with baby Natalia. And I woke up this morning, I was like, why am I so sore? I'm in pain.
Because you're over 30.
No, it's because I didn't have my McDonald's coffee. Now I feel better.
Well, there you go. So is that what the Niners need on the sideline? Just McDonald's coffee?
Well, according to studies, if you drink coffee daily, it makes you live longer.
Yeah.
That's science.
I'm going to side eye that one a little bit.
You're saying Harvard and Stanford are dummies?
Is that where that study came from?
Probably.
Well, I need certainly, not probably. If it came from Harvard,
maybe
I might
Princeton.
believe it. If it came from Harvard or Princeton, I might believe it.
What about Miami?
No, we don't study that kind of stuff.
Possibly.
What? That's your alma mater.
Yeah, we let the nerds
opening up
study
in
that.
Stanford in a couple weeks.
We're too busy studying ways to ruin college football for everybody else this year.
You excited?
You want to talk about
college football? Come on.
Oh my God.
Sam's feeling it, baby.
Oh, it's gonna be a great year.
You were at the national championship game.
I know, and we're gonna bring it home this year.
Are you?
I hope so.
We'll see.
It's gonna start with Friday, September 3rd in Palo Alto.
Who's your guys' quarterback?
Dropping a 50 bomb on Stanford. Oh, that's gonna be so fun to watch.
Carson Beck. Who's your guys' quarterback? He's in
Darian
Arizona.
Mensah, kid out of Duke.
Oh, the genius, Mensah.
And then we brought his receiver Cooper Picard from Duke in as well, alongside Malachi Toney. And
Malachi Toney is sick.
He's going to be a great 49er in a couple years.
You think, real quick, we're talking about just NFL storylines. Ruben Bain, obviously, being one of the big defenders for you guys last year.
Yeah.
You think he's going to be a good rookie
I'm excited to see what Bain can do down in Tampa.
People were talking about like he had T-Rex arms and he was going to be a bust. I was like, did you guys watch college football last year?
That dude was a game changer in every single game he suited up in. He's going to be the bane of the NFC South.
And he's going to be on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Will he be playing alongside Vita Vea?
That's why it's so easy for them to move off of Vita Vea. They got Ruben Bain.
Well, different position, but I hear you on that.
He's on the defensive line.
Todd Bowles, clock is ticking on him, man. They should have won that division last year in the NFC South. They didn't.
And they should win it this year. And the NFC South still is,
Atlanta Falcons are winning that division. Carter and I are on the Falcons, baby.
We're
buying the hype.
You're buying the Tua hype?
That's not Tua, dude. It's just Bijan Robinson, Drake London. They're too good to fail.
They have weapons. Let's be honest.
Well, again, when Tua's throwing the ball to the other team, though, what's Drake London supposed to do?
Tua will be significantly better than the carcass of Michael Penix. He stinks.
What kind of bar
I'm
is
saying
that?
it right now. Michael Penix, B-U-S-T, bust.
That's already what Tua is.
No, Tua's
stinks.
gotten to the playoffs.
Tua stinks.
Sam, I have been one of the biggest Tua haters at 95.7 The Game. You don't have to tell me twice. He is a significantly better quarterback than Michael Penix. Come on.
Joe, you're a significantly better quarterback than Michael Penix.
That's too far.
Okay, you're a decently better quarterback than Michael Penix.
He is
Being
a lefty.
better than Michael
Lefties are a little strange.
I don't care.
And I'm the father of one. I should know.
Tua's garbage. That's a 7-win team.
You have any lefties in your family?
Probably.
Yeah, you don't know?
I don't pay attention.
Any of you guys lefties in the back? Chase, you lefty? No, no one? No? They're strange people. Benny, I love you. All the firstborn Spadonis from my brother and sisters, by the way, all left-handed. Kind of weird. Yeah, look at that.
That's interesting how that works out.
Yeah, but he bats right. He bats right and he throws right, but he's left-handed when he writes like his name and all that other stuff.
That is weird.
But Nora, my other baby girl, the middle child, she does everything right-handed, writes, does all that, except when we play baseball, she bats left-handed.
Oh, switch hitter?
There you go. I'm getting into softball.
That'll make her more versatile when she gets drafted.
I would hope so. Well, we're doing soccer right now. That's the big sport for her. She loves soccer.
I got nothing for you on that one.
She did a little soccer camp, and she's going to be doing that heading into the new preschool year. And school is approaching, Sammy. Yeah. School is approaching. That means football is approaching.
You got those connections to rescind her red cards?
Yeah. No, I got the president on the
there you go.
lock. Yeah,
you and Tiger.
Me and DT. Yeah, we're homies. Diamar Lenore on Dre Greenlaw. He's saying we got our bully back.
He's the bully. We got our bully back. I was mad when he left. I know the intensity he played with. He gonna go 110% every game, every practice, and I know that he gonna give it his all.
I'm telling you guys, this is potentially the biggest storyline of the season. If Dre Greenlaw can stay healthy, what that does for the mentality overall of this defense, alongside Fred Warner, you get Nick Bosa back. All of a sudden, we're cooking with fish grease, Sammy. Catfish. It's looking good. No, I'm not dead serious here. Like, if Dre Greenlaw can stay healthy, I think it opens up everything else for San Francisco. Like, there was no other trusted agent for Fred Warner last year.
No.
You said D. Winters,
no, it wasn't
Bethune,
there.
Nick Martin. There was just no one else. And as soon as Fred Warner went down, it was scary hours for the middle of that defense. I mean, God bless. Who's my guy out there? Garrett Wallow at times? Garrett Wallow, who, hey.
Wallow self-pity.
No. The guy made plays in that Philadelphia Eagles game. I got to give him credit. He made some plays. Luke Gifford, Niner fans got to know that depth very, very quickly of that linebacking core, and there was not a lot of it.
I'm curious how Nick Martin's going to fit into the defense this year, because Nick Martin, he kind of went through the ringer that I think D. Winters went through a couple years ago, where he just didn't get a whole lot of play. Then he kind of got thrust into the lineup. Nick Martin here in his second year. I think I saw Nick Wagner, who writes out those novels every day of what went down at Niners training camp, and it's some of the best stuff that you'll read. Make sure you're checking out his stuff every day. He is very thorough and detailed in all the things that go down at training camp.
Is there, real quick on training camp, I don't mean to cut you off on your point here, Sam, but I'm going to do it anyways.
Okay, thank you.
Do you care at all about that stuff? Like,
a little bit.
This person got like a reception over this person. Unless there's an injury, that's really what I look forward to. What I care about in those because Dan Campbell said it best. These guys can do whatever they want in, some pads and pajamas. Let's wait until actual games before we start grading these guys.
I thought very little on performance when the pads are not on, but when I hear that Nick Martin is getting a lot of run with the first teamers in training camp, I'm like, okay, that tells me that at some point later in this training camp and maybe even the regular season, we will see more of Nick Martin on the field. So that's when I see that part of the training camp recap, Nick Martin playing a lot. That's the part I zero in on. What he's doing is right now, I guess, a little immaterial, but it gives me encouragement that we might be seeing more Nick Martin in the next few weeks. And if we see a lot more Nick Martin in the next few weeks and it goes well, maybe we see a lot more Nick Martin during the regular season. And, this guy was a third-round pick last year, so I'm curious to see what he can do.
An element of this team that we haven't even brought up at all that was a major question mark, and maybe the biggest question mark heading into the season, was the special teams. Haven't really talked about them. I mean, you got Eddie
Because
Pinheiro
Jake
locked
Moody's
up.
gone.
You got Eddie Money. Yeah, there's no more Jake Moody.
The Jake Booty.
Who did have a game-winning kick last year, by the way, for the Washington Commanders. Zero question marks, right?
Mm-hmm.
Although, no more Sky Moore, who was a good return man for them. Like, let's call it what we saw.
Junior Bergen.
He was a good return man
Junior
last year.
Bergen, now's your time.
I mean, they have it Jacob Cowing listed as the guy.
Is Jacob Cowing even going to take a snap for the Niners this year?
I don't know. Carter doesn't seem to think so. I don't either.
I feel like
last year it was
I feel like the Jacob Cowing window has opened and shut.
They also have Ricky Pearsall as that guy.
Well, I'll be good for one return.
I don't know how I feel about that.
Yeah, he's done after the first hit.
Jordan Watkins is another guy. Like
Jordan James, maybe, if they want to go the running back option.
That's another element of this. Do you want Stribling to be that dude?
If you're putting Pearsall like to catch punts or take kickoff returns, like you're not expecting him to be part of the offense.
Nice.
I think I'm out on Ricky doing that. Yeah.
Well, do we look at like the fourth wide receiver, like the fifth wide receiver, the odd man out of that starting like trio or duo as that guy? So, like, I look at Deshaun Stribling, like, how could he make a name for himself on this team?
Who are your top four receivers on this team right now? If you were if Kyle Shanahan said, "Hey, my head hurts, can you write this wide receiver depth chart down for me?" Well, what's your depth chart look like
right now? Christian Kirk is not playing, and I do think that hurts him because I had him penciled in as one of those starters. But it's Mike Evans, Ricky Pearsall, Christian Kirk, and then it's up for grabs after that. Demarcus Robinson, I would probably shoehorn in there. Like Jordan Watkins, I don't know how they feel about him right now. Yeah. And then it's the rookie, Deshaun Stribling, that everyone's talking about. Yeah. I think he is going to thrust his hat into the ring, if you will, and maybe be a part of that. And if Christian Kirk is out, that's a major opportunity for one of those other guys, Stribling, Robinson, or Watkins. And I think Niner fans would want it to be Stribling. Mm-hmm. I think they would be disappointed if it's Demarcus Robinson week one, alongside Ricky Pearsall and Mike Evans.
Yes. I'm with you there. I think it's Evans is your one, Ricky's your two. Then I think it's one of Kirk or Robinson is your three, and I think Deshaun Stribling is your four right now with a chance for him to move up.
Let's talk about it all with Mike Florio on the other side. Pro Football Talk, NBC Sports. How is he viewing the San Francisco 49ers heading into next season, not only within the division? Obviously, you got the two teams that were in the NFC Championship and the defending champs, the Seattle Seahawks, with the Los Angeles Rams. Does he view the 49ers as an afterthought? All of that next with Mike Florio. By the way, football coverage on 95.7 The Game is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that. And it's all sponsored by Fremont Bank, which is here for you and here for good.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibbs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers from Safeway. Just clip the highlighted deals from the weekly mailer or click the deals in the For You section of the Safeway app to breeze through checkout. Buy one, get one free of equal or lesser value on juicy, personal, seedless watermelons when you buy two. And here's my personal partner, Dan Dibley.
Yes, and you can get Signature Select Thick Cut Bacon, 48-ounce selected varieties sold in 3-pound packages for $4.99 per pound. 10 for $10 mix and match is back. Save on items like Pastaroni or Rice-A-Roni, 4.3 to 7.2 ounce varieties, or Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water gallon size. Add CRV where applicable. Member price $1 each for selected varieties. See your store for a full list of participating items.
We invite you to go to Safeway.com for more of these details, and we will see you in the aisles.
So, I need hamburgers, sodas, ice, and a DJ.
A DJ?
Relax, Spot. With T-Mobile, we're saving when we bundle home internet and phone lines.
Oh, wow.
Here to bundle and save big. Stay connected con tu gente with 4 lines from T-Mobile with fast, easy to set up 5G home internet and save up to $1,000 a year. Switch now on T-Mobile.com/conectate. Savings based on third line free via monthly bill credits. Internet discount with $15 in monthly bill credits and auto pay discount. Qualifying credit required. Credits will stop if you cancel any lines or change plans. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Catch the Golden State Valkyries tomorrow on 95.7 The Game or the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries. Brought to you by the San Francisco Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here.
When selecting a financial institution, how do you know you're making the right choice? As Bay Area bank customers find themselves at a crossroads, maybe it's good to consider if you want your bank to be community-oriented or corporate-minded. Fremont Bank has grown by providing stable, consistent service to the region, its families, and its businesses for 60 years, all without a single merger. And we intend for more of the same for the next 60. Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
1-877 cars for kids.
kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877 Cars for Kids to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
That's Elena's family group chat. It never stops. Someone's always sending a blessing
or starting a poll about the baby shower theme at midnight.
With Real Unlimited from Total Wireless, she's always in the loop, whether she wants to be or not. Switch to Total Wireless Total Starter Plan or higher and get a Samsung Galaxy A16 5G on us. Total Wireless, your own Real Unlimited. Offer ends 11/4/2026 or while supplies last. Devices, taxes, and fees may apply.
If you owe the IRS back taxes, you need the best team on your side. Priority Tax Relief has helped thousands of Americans resolve their IRS problems and settle for pennies on the dollar. As a leading tax resolution firm, we have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, hundreds of 5-star reviews, and a 4.9-star rating on Google because we deliver results and huge savings. If you owe $5,000 or more and even facing wage garnishment, liens, levies, audits, or IRS letters, call us today at 800-470-3405. Once you call, our tax professionals will call the IRS with you for free, and within minutes, start negotiating a settlement. We'll put a stop to collections and fight to get you the best settlement possible. Choose the company Americans trust most. Call Priority Tax Relief now at 800-470-3405 to see what relief you qualify for. Don't wait. Make the call. Dial 800-470-3405. Once again, that's 800-470-3405.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Lubman in for Shasky, Spadoni along with you. We've been talking a lot of training camp with the San Francisco 49ers, and we're efforting Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk, and if we get him, we'll throw him on. And he has some books that he's written as well, Sammy. Father of Mine, Son of Mine, On Our Way Home, and Big Shield as well. He's very tapped in on all things NFL, so we'll get his thoughts on how he views the 49ers heading into this upcoming season. And how he views the entire Kyle Shanahan saga, because he's been very
he wrote a very interesting piece about it the other day. Mike Florio, obviously, he is he is as journalisty a journalist as they come, and me being of the journalism ilk there, not as much as I would never consider myself a beat writer. I don't think I have it in me to be a beat writer, but me, John, I'm very much in on the ethics of journalism and stuff like that. We've talked about that on this show a lot over the years, and he did kind of bring up just the whole notion of the fact that, reporters might have known about Shanahan being in the hospital, but they chose to sit on that story and wait for it for a few days. Like, there's a line between, wanting to maybe coordinate with the team to release a story in a certain way so that, everyone can kind of be happy about it versus like, as a reporter, you do have a job to break news.
Right.
And so it's like, yeah, there's a give and take there. Is
it like the integrity of being a reporter kind of a thing and just holding that information? Is that, well, because I do think it is interesting. Like, and again, when we say this and Mike and 49 fans get upset or people get upset, it's like, are you insinuating he was doing something nefarious or no, it's just in today's day and age, having that information for 11 days and keeping it under wraps is almost unheard of.
Well, it's kind of
almost unheard of.
There's a professional element to it there. It's just like, and again, I get that, you want to have a good relationship with teams. That's part of it. But at the same time, you do have a job to break news for the public. And, Mike Florio, he'll probably explain this better than I can in terms of the journalism ethics of it. And I'm very curious to hear what he has to say on
Absolutely. And he's joining us now on the River Islands guest line, Pro Football Talk. He has written many books, Father of Mine, Son of Mine, On Our Way Home, and Big Shield as well. Mike, good morning. Joe Spadoni alongside Sam Lubman. And we're just talking about, the Kyle Shanahan car accident and the fact that it took 11 days for it to be reported. Just your overall thoughts on that in general from your journalistic background. In today's day and age, having something under wraps for 11 days of this significance is almost unheard of.
When I saw the announcement on Saturday morning, I thought, well, this must have just happened, or it happened last night. And then I saw July 14, and I had this glitch in my brain, like, what is today? Is it the 15th? And then I did the math. How in the world does something like that stay under wraps for 11 days? Because these things become a matter of public record. To the extent that we have newspapers anymore, a lot of us, even if we're not public figures, we don't like flipping through and seeing the marriage listings, the divorce listings, the property transfers. Most small town newspapers have that. Everything's public. There are public records that are available to the media, and most media operations will have someone who monitors actively these various avenues to see if someone pops up who is a public figure, whose involvement in a situation, whether it's a car accident, an arrest, whatever it may be, that is inherently public information. And if you're a public figure, there's even less of an expectation that it's going to be a secret. So in this case, either the people who monitor this information were asleep at the switch, or a deliberate decision was made, possibly in consultation with the 49ers, to hold the information until the 49ers were ready to disclose it on the same day they reported for training camp, or there was an effort by the public authorities to slow play it, to conceal it, to downplay it, and make it not noticeable and not known. But either way, 11 days, that is surprising. And then the way that it came out, at noon Eastern, 9 Pacific, the 49ers announced it. 1 minute later, Shefty tweets it with details about the injuries that weren't in the announcement. 1 minute later, a lengthy article from ESPN that was surely not written in 2 minutes is published with the details about the injuries, details about the accident, quotes from the police lieutenant. So they knew about the mere fact of the accident before they reported it. And there are many things in this day and age that get reported without 100% of the details. The fact that Kyle Shanahan was in a car accident in and of itself is reportable. And then you can follow with all the details. So the whole thing from the get-go was odd, and it felt like there was, at a minimum, coordination with ESPN, and maybe beyond that, conscious and deliberate looking the other way and waiting for the 49ers to announce on their own terms by some of the people who cover the team on a regular basis.
Well, and to that end, like did they think that this was going to be like they wanted to keep it under wraps and it would be like a nothing burger when it did come out? Like, why do that in general if all the, reports have come out now, and Grant Cohn of Sports Illustrated, he kind of threw out the link of the accident itself. There was no like foul play according to the, all the documentation, all of it. There was no substances. They tested for everything. I guess Kyle Shanahan was on his cell phone, but like, it didn't sound like there was any thing like nefarious going on. So why keep it under wraps for this long, I guess, is the ultimate question.
Well, and the problem is when you don't have transparency, it makes people wonder, is there something that someone's trying to hide? Because why wouldn't this be out there? And it may be as simple as they were just trying to figure out what the hell they were going to do. Chris Sims said yesterday on PFT Live that 6 or 7 days after the accident, Kyle was still foggy and not recovering, and you think about this, you've got training camp coming 1 hour at a time, closer and closer. What are we going to do? How are we going to proceed? It may have just been a clumsy, clunky, knee-jerk reaction. Let's just keep this quiet until we have a plan. Let's come up with our plan, and let's take as much time as we can to come up with a plan before training camp opens. Let's monitor Kyle. Maybe he'll be fine by then. Maybe he'll be fine. Maybe we'll be able to announce this and say he's fine, he's recovered, and nothing to see here. But it just creates a situation. Anytime you try to keep something under wraps and succeed, when it comes to light, and it always does, people are going to say, well, why did they do that?
Mike, again, I'm reading your story that you wrote about this yesterday, and I think you do a good job breaking it down here. But there's a part of it that I really want to ask you about, and that in terms of, I feel like part of it's like it's balancing the relationships as a reporter with a team, and you kind of talk about brokering a deal with the team isn't uncommon, but is also the antithesis of journalism here. When you're a reporter, you're trying to have a good relationship with a team, you might be more willing to hold a story for a small amount of time to help foster that relationship and get, maybe a scoop later on down the line. But where do you draw the line in terms of, wanting to preserve that relationship and hold a story versus, you kind of talk about later in the story that part of being a journalist, your job is to break news when you get it. So when it comes to just that relationship aspect of it, how do you kind of view that balance there and where that line is at?
Well, and look, guys, I had zero journalism training, and many would say, and it shows every day. But I've learned through 25 years, through trial and error, more error than trial, how to do this the right way. And you have to have a stubborn willingness to say to someone who may not like what you have reported or what you're going to report or what you're going to opine, if that's part of the job, and it all gets blurred into all sorts of things nowadays. I have a job to do. You have a job to do. I have a job to do. Sometimes those things overlap. Sometimes they are at odds. But I have a job to do. I respect your job. I hope you respect my job. The concern is that the people who will stubbornly say, I have a job to do, there's a lot of discretion when it comes to the dissemination of information. And I think one of the core problems here, and this goes back 20 plus years, the moment NFL Network decided they were going to have their own in-house stable of reporters who cover the NFL and are paid by the NFL to cover the NFL, they start to kind of like this idea. We've got people who are naturally going to exercise discretion, and they're the ones who get the discretionary information. They're the ones who get treated better. They're the ones who get better access. There's so much that a team can do when it comes to cooperating with reporters. And if everyone else is going along and you're the one who isn't, good luck doing your job. And I think that's at the core of this. That's the challenge. And I know for me personally, and I'll give you an example of something that happened a few years ago. There was something that I was repeating, some pot I was stirring about a player in a team and a possible trade. And the GM of the team reached out to me and said, can you please stop? Can you just please stop? And if you do it, I'll give you our next big scoop. And I said, time out here, Bucky. I thank you for confirming my suspicions about how my competitors do their business, but no, I'm not playing that game. And you got to be willing to do it. And the problem is it's so competitive now. There's so many people who are vying for that text message 5 minutes before the announcement goes out that it's very easy. It's very easy. You don't, as I say all the time, you don't sell your soul in bulk. You sell it one sliver at a time. And I think that just kind of happens. And it's an accumulation of subtle, small, nuanced decisions that are made over a period of time. And before you know it, you're compromised. And you can't do your job the way the job needs to be done, because if you do, you're gonna piss off the people that you're counting on to help you do your job.
Pro Football Talks Mike Florio joining us here on the Morning Roast, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. Big story out of Tampa yesterday, Mike. Vita Vea asking to get traded. Obviously, contract talks have stalled there. They seem to be prioritizing Baker Mayfield, the quarterback, and getting a deal done there. What are you hearing on Vita Vea? Obviously, I saw Ted Wynn's tweet via The Athletic. Source told him that he's looking to maybe go play in California or with the Raiders potentially. What are you hearing on Vita Vea?
Well, before he goes to California, you better do some research on state income tax there versus Florida.
Correct.
Sorry to anyone who's living in California and dealing with it, especially at the highest possible bracket, but that's a reality. Look, this is the fundamental problem with NFL contracts. They are not two-way documents. They are one-way arrangements. The team can tear it up anytime they want, and anytime they think it's a bad deal for them, what do? They tear it up. Sometimes after they go to the player and say, hey, you better take less and make this a good deal for us, or we are going to tear it up. If it's a good deal for the team and a bad deal for the player's stuck. The player's stuck. Vita Veda can't say, given the market, given the salary cap, given the trend, $17 million is really not enough for me this year. I'm tearing it up and making myself a free agent. Team can do it at any time. Player can't. And that's at the core of this. So when you get a guy who's 31 and you're talking about a position where on every snap there's wear and tear put on the body, how much longer is he going to play at a high level? And we've heard the cliche for years that the NFL has become a what have you done for me lately league. That's not true. It's what are you doing for me right now, and what do I think you're going to do for me tomorrow? That's how guys get valued, and that's how they get paid. And I think that's the core of this. The Buccaneers are valuing him now and moving forward. Ignore everything he's ever done. Now and moving forward, they've got a number. Now and moving forward, he's got a number, and they can't reach a deal. And so what levers do you have? One lever is demand a trade, because you know what will happen? Teams are going to start calling the Buccaneers. And if they can make the Buccaneers happy with the offer, and if they can make Vita Vea happy with the offer he gets traded. Remember when Dexter Lawrence started doing that? We thought, they're never going to trade him. They're never going to trade him. But from the team's perspective, hey, I got a guy who's not happy. And I don't want a guy here who's not going to be happy in the last year of his contract. If I can get something of value in exchange, maybe I'll do it. So it's just a natural progression when there's an impasse over what the guy is worth today and what they expect him to be worth moving forward.
All right, Mike, let's talk about this 49ers team overall. And this could be a bit of a broad question, but I'll leave it open to give a broad answer here. But just when you look at this 49ers team as is here, going into the start of training camp, where do you right now just see them overall in the NFC hierarchy?
I think they're one of the Super Bowl contenders, and that is a narrow category, but it's a broad description. But I think if you got 3 Super Bowl contenders in the NFC West, and with all of this Seahawks-Rams focus, hey, it's an opportunity for the 49ers to kind of quietly go about their business and maybe pull an inside straight. And the next thing you know, they're the team that emerges from the NFC West. But there's so many factors that go into it. We spend the whole offseason talking about changes that teams have made and where they're going to get better, where they're going to get worse. And then reality sets in, and it begins for the 49ers with the most important person in the organization not available to fully participate in the preparations for the season. So that's just one example of how the unpredictable things are going to happen. And the true test of whether or not an organization is in the right position to thrive under all circumstances is how they deal with that adversity. But because of Kyle Shanahan, I'm a firm believer in the 49ers. If they stay healthy, we look at what they do the years that the injury bug doesn't happen. Last year, the injury bug did happen, and they still had a very good season. But the Shanahan situation, and maybe they just freaked out, because I think that it's not a stretch to say he is the straw that stirs that drink. He is the guy that makes that team go. And he is going to get the most out of whatever talent they have. And he's going to will a team. He's going to game plan a team. He's going to scheme a team into being a competitor. And now he's not there. And at least he's not there in full. And they don't know when that's going to happen. But he gets back quickly. 49ers keep the team relatively healthy. They're in a position to kind of go about their business without a lot of attention, without a lot of expectations. Team number 3 in the NFC West, but they're in a position to have a good year. And, doesn't it seem to be that they tend to have their best years when it's not expected?
Yeah, I think there was a lot, especially towards the end of the year. You saw a lot was not expected of them, and I think you could make that same case this year, especially with how good the Seahawks and Rams are. But then on that note, Mike, and maybe you kind of hinted at this in your last answer, but if the 49ers were to win the NFC West, or 49ers, obviously, they have potential to win the NFC West, what is more likely to prevent them from winning the NFC West? Just it's a redux of last year where there's just too many injuries for them to overcome? Or is it a situation where maybe they do stay healthy this year, but the Rams and Seahawks are just a better team than they have?
I think that's the concern, that the Seahawks are going to remain exactly where they were last year and maybe even get better in year 3 of Mike McDonald, year 2 of Sam Darnold. Now they are breaking in a new offensive coordinator, which could change things. And Kenneth Walker III, the Super Bowl MVP, who really wasn't the go-to workhorse guy until Zach Charbonnet's injury forced him into that role. They don't have him. But schedule this year, all the AFC West teams, all the NFC East teams. Now, it helps that the 49ers finished in third place in the division. That's beneficial because there's 3 games that hinge on where you finished in the division. And in a league with margins that can be very, very tight, those 3 games can make all the difference. But, yeah, I think it just comes down to how they hold their own against the Seahawks and the Rams and just, hope to stay as healthy as possible. And just one week after another, you get 10 weeks into the season and you're like, hey, we're in a position where we can maybe make a run here.
Pro Football Talk's Mike Floro joining us here on the Morning Roast, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. Mike, I'm just going to ask you a straight up question. All things being equal, you have Team X right here that needs a quarterback. Would you rather that team have Sam Darnold as the starter or Brock Purdy?
Probably Brock Purdy, because I think he's been more sustained. It's been more productive. And, you flip the two. Last year, did the Seahawks win the Super Bowl with Brock Purdy? Probably, especially the game itself. It's not like Sam Darnold came out and threw for 389 yards and 4 touchdowns against the Patriots. The team was good enough to overcome a bad Sam Darnold performance. Remember that game against the Rams? They had 4 interceptions from Darnold, and they still almost won the game. And they didn't lose another one after that. It came down to a field goal. And they could have won that game even with 4 Sam Darnold interceptions. That was a problem the year before in Minnesota. The Vikings weren't good enough to overcome a bad Sam Darnold game. The Seahawks are. So I think last year and through his career, Purdy has done more to help the 49ers win than Darnold has done. I'm not saying that makes Darnold bad. This isn't a yes-no. They both can be perfectly acceptable. But if we're going to draw a line between the two, I'd probably go with Purdy.
Mike, Brandon Ayuk has been a big topic of conversation all summer here with what he's been doing on Instagram. The Niners are pretty steadfast. They're kind of keeping him on the unactive list here. Just your thoughts on how this whole saga with Ayuk has played out this summer. And I don't want to pigeonhole you into making a prediction, but do you hear any sort of chatter in terms about whether or not other teams, whether it's the Commanders or otherwise, even have any sort of interest in Ayuk right now?
Mike, did he actually buy a $10 million house in Virginia? Is that real?
I didn't even bother to explore that one because none of this matters until he files a petition for reinstatement with the league. The 49ers put him on the reserve left squad list last year because he left the squad, and there's a whole procedure. Guy walks out the door, you send him a letter that says if you don't come back within 5 days, we're going to put you on the reserve left squad list. It shuts you down for the rest of the season. You can't play for anyone, and it keeps you off the 90-man roster the next year until you file a petition for reinstatement. And he refuses to do that. It's very simple. There's a very simple A leads to B leads to C here to get Brandon Ayuk the freedom he wants. 1, file a petition with the league office for reinstatement. 2, show up at training camp and say, I'm ready to go. And 3, given that the 49ers would be foolish to let him walk into the weight room or onto the practice field, a season-ending injury would cause them to owe him more than $26 million this year. They'll cut him. That's all he has to do. But he refuses to do it. So he doesn't count toward the salary cap. They don't have to pay him a penny. He's in this separate category where he's just in limbo, and they're not going to cut him from the reserve left squad list. There's no reason for them to do it. Why would they do it? And then he goes to Washington, has 1,500 yards this year, and they look like idiots for letting him walk out the door for no compensation. This is the best scenario for them, for him to just stay where he is and do nothing. Because if he would show up as part of the roster and say, I want to go to work, that's the day he gets cut. And the fact that we've never seen a clear, unequivocal report from the Commanders that they don't want him, because it would be so easy for Adam Peters to pick up the phone and call one of the insiders and say, hey, per sources, we don't want this guy. They haven't done that. They haven't done that because I think they know they could get him on the cheap, and their quarterback, despite the ugliness that happened on social media between Jaden Daniels and Brandon Ayuk during the summer, they go back to 2019 when they played together at Arizona State. Jaden Daniels doesn't have a lot of weapons other than Terry McLaurin. He's in an important year for his career, 3rd year of his rookie contract. He can set himself up for a major extension. If he wants him, they'll sign him. And they don't have to make that decision until Brandon Ayuk makes the decision to file the petition with the league office for reinstatement. So that's kind of where it is. And you know what's going to happen? He's just going to do – I mean, I predict he's going to do nothing. And I predict that the season's going to begin, and like it does every year, when the season starts, the guys who aren't playing are forgotten, and the train keeps rolling.
There you go. Mike, one more here for you, by the way. Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk, joining us here on the River Islands Guest Line. Check out his books on the Amazon bookstore, Father of Mine, Son of Mine, On Our Way Home, and Big Shield. Mike, earlier on the show, Spino and I, we played a little bit of a game. Basically, we picked one player on the 49ers this year. If you could just turn injuries off for them all year long, the one guy on the 49ers you can just make immune from injuries all year long, who would it be? My partner here picked Dre Greenlaw. I picked Christian McCaffrey. If we were to bring you in on this, just one guy on the 49ers who you could just make immune from injuries all year long, who would you pick for the Niners?
I mean, since McCaffrey's already taken, I would say Nick Bosa. There's already been some comments about how good he looks, and we've seen him have a couple of ACL tears in his career. But and that's what makes what they did last year so impressive, and it may be one of the reasons Robert Saleh is now the head coach of the Titans. The way the defense responded once Bosa was gone was very impressive, I think. But I mean, if you could give McCaffrey like video game unlimited health, then that's the guy, because just give him the ball on every play, either hand it to him or throw it to him. If you don't have to worry about the guy getting injured, give him 40 touches a game and just go. And we've seen that he's the guy that makes that offense go. And it's funny that that's happening in a Kyle Shanahan offense, because his dad was really the dean of the interchangeable running backs approach. And look at what a workhorse has done and what a difference McCaffrey has made for the 49ers.
Absolutely. Hey, Mike, great stuff. We really appreciate the time this morning, and let's do it again soon, man.
Thanks, guys.
There he goes. Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk, NBC Sunday Night Football. And again, the aforementioned books that he has written, you can find on Amazon, Father of Mine, Son of Mine, On Our Way Home, and Big Shield.
He loves pointing out those ebooks, very, very cheap from the Amazon store. It's like, I think, 99 cents each, so you really have no reason to not get them.
Sam, we got a little bit of breaking news in regards to why LeBron ultimately did not want to come to the Golden State Warriors. Draymond Green revealed it this morning on the Draymond Green Show. And just wait till you hear what he had to say.
Oh, boy.
It's juicy, and it's sponsored by Ceremony Ford. The summer sales event is on at Ceremony Ford. Get 0% APR, $1,000 in down payment assistance, no payments for 90 days, plus a 2-year maintenance plan on models including F-150, Bronco, Mach-E, Explorer, and Mustang. Ceremony Ford in Coleman, Daly City, or ceremonyford.com.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
This is Larry Fleck, owner of The Floor Store. Our summer sale is on now. 25% off store-wide through August 3rd. Carpet, hardwood, laminate, waterproof flooring, and much more. Big savings, big selection, giant opportunity. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
When it comes to hiring a plumber, heating, or HVAC or contractor, think Local 38. With non-signatory companies, that low price up front is often just to get in the door. And once the work starts, so does the extra charges. But with UA Local 38 signatory contractors, you know the cost up front. No surprises. And it's not just about the price, it's about the people. Non-signatory shops often cut corners, which means inconsistent work. UA Local 38 contractors invest in their workers with strong pay, real health benefits, and retirement plans. That means experienced professionals who take pride in what they do. Local 38 workers are craft certified and complete a 5-year apprenticeship consisting of 10,000 hours of training. So when someone comes into your home or your business, you know you're getting a trained, vetted professional. For quality, accountability, and peace of mind, choose better. Choose UA Local 38. Plumbers, pipe fitters, and HVACR union signatory contractors. For more information, go to ualocal38.org or call 415-626-2000.
I'm Galen, co-founder of Brooklyn SolarWorks. With my Chase Inc. Business Premier Card, I get unlimited 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more. So everything we buy to run our solar business gives us cash back that we put back into the neighborhood, donating solar panels to community gardens.
Chase Inc. Cashback built for every business. Find the right card at chase.com/Inc. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member of FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for buying gas. That's right. You can earn cash back with Upside just for buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside, and just last year, I made nearly $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get cash back? If you like extra cash, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you fill your tank. Use promo code SNAP to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code SNAP for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code SNAP for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
J Vineyards returns as the official sparkling wine of the Golden State Valkyries, continuing its mission to uplift women across industries. J Vineyards and the Valkyries share a commitment to female leadership, ambition, and breaking barriers to support women who raise the bar in sports and beyond. So Valks fans, join us at the game, at home, or at Jay's Tasting Room in Healdsburg for a memorable experience. J Vineyards, raise a glass to excellence, on the court and in every bottle.
What do parents think of back to school at Staples, where supplies start at just 25 cents?
Staples has the latest laptops with up to 40% savings.
I may hug the cashier.
So embarrassing.
It's the most wonderful time of the year.
It's a wonderful time at Staples with up to 40% off select tech. Staples.
That was easy.
Visit Staples today or shop online and in the app. Ends 9/12. Exclusions apply.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I am grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Don't miss the all-new stand-up show from Scotland's comedy superstar, Daniel Sloss, at the Masonic on October 17th. The first show sold out, and a second was added. Buy tickets at Ticketmaster.com. And for a chance to win your way in, courtesy of Live Nation, visit 957thegame.com.
$95.7 The Game. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
What's up, Draymond? Say anything lately on your show? Which is on the Odyssey Network, by the way.
It's always a fun show.
Yeah.
Shocked you listen to me.
We had this thing happen in the last month here in the Bay Area.
There's been a lot of things that have happened in the Bay Area.
We called it the Les Sweepstakes, the lead decision. We were hoping.
The La Drag. Because he La dragged it on.
That's in the Castro. We were hoping that Draymond Green was going to entice LeBron James to be a Golden State Warrior.
What a wild statement to say that Draymond Green is going to be the guy who somehow convinces LeBron James.
I mean, he is like his...
That's the guy we sent.
They're like best friends. So, like, we kept hanging on to... No, seriously, though.
I know they are, but
we kept hanging on to the relationship of Draymond Green with LeBron James as being one of the key reasons why LeBron might choose the Golden State Warriors in free agency. We thought that legitimately. The fact that they shared Clutch Sports together, the guys have been golfing in Puerto Rico together. He's been privy to all these conversations, you would think, right? And that made us believe that maybe the Warriors had a shot at luring LeBron James.
We saw that video of them a few weeks ago. LeBron showing Draymond his phone, and Draymond's laughing up a storm at whatever LeBron showed. And I'm just thinking in that video, I'm watching like there's no way whatever LeBron is showing him is that funny. Draymond is working this dude hard.
We got the Shams notification from ESPN saying, hey, the Warriors have interest in making a big four with LeBron James and Anthony Davis. And it's like, okay, as soon as you send that tweet.
Big four is how many games would have been on the court together.
It's a 2 right now. As soon as you send that tweet out, Warriors fans everywhere are going to be like, oh my God, we have a shot at this guy. Oh my God.
Well, remember how giddy we were on this show when the news broke that LeBron was opting out of his contract?
Absolutely.
The process hadn't even started yet, and we were all getting giddy.
Because we were hearing from multiple sources, Slater, Windhorst, people that are in the know, that it sounds like LeBron's going back to the Lakers. That's what we all thought. It seems like that. Luka's going to get paid, or Austin Reeves is going to get paid. They'll bring back LeBron, and that's what it's going to be. Well, then LeBron opted out. That opened the door for a lot of teams, including the Golden State Warriors. But as we found out on, Friday when he made the ultimate decision to go to Philadelphia and join the Sixers, Anthony Slater joined whoever it was in the afternoon. I think it was Steiny and Goo or whoever it was. Maybe he was just on ESPN and said, yeah, the Warriors.
I think he tweeted it out or might have said it on ESPN.
The Warriors never feel like they were in the sweepstakes for a couple weeks now. A couple weeks. But then you get Rich Paul saying, hey, the Warriors finished in the top 2. Well, then who's lying here? Because someone's lying. And it's not going to be Anthony Slater.
I'm not going to accuse Anthony Slater of lying. So I think, and you're seeing this yesterday, Shams put out a report yesterday that I guess the Warriors were, in or talking with the Celtics about a Jaylen Brown trade back in February. And
ultimately the Warriors were the ones that passed.
Yeah, and
that's how he phrased it.
I don't like just calling out the integrity of reporters on things like that, because Shams is basically the Adam Schefter of the NBA, where
correct.
I don't
he took over the Woj mantle.
Exactly. I don't believe it. There's certain people in each league who I don't believe it until I see them put it out there, whether it's Schefter or Rappaport in the NFL, whether it's Rosenthal or Passan in Major League Baseball, whether it's Shams in the NBA.
Yeah.
Not
John Heyman.
John Heyman, he's
Arson
except for the one time. Except for the one. I can't believe you'd say that.
Sorry.
But, Shams he's up there. But yesterday when he puts out that whole, the Warriors, they said no to a Celtics trade back in February. So it's just like, it sounds like to me a lot of teams are using reporters to do damage control. It's, That's what that is. And I feel like the Warriors need to get out and kind of play some offense here and, get someone out there saying, yeah, the Warriors really weren't in on this or anything like that. Maybe Slater was kind of doing some of that damage control. And he said the Warriors have been, felt that like they were out for the last couple weeks.
Yeah.
But then at the same time, it's like, well, okay, then why were you still hearing stuff that they were talking with the Wizards about Anthony Davis? Or my big question of all of this is, when you knew that you weren't in on LeBron, why did you go about still acting like you were in on LeBron? Like that, like,
well, there were
the minute you
Mark
knew
Stein, I guess, talked to Joe Lacob, the owner, and he says he wants to be in it till the end.
But you're not into it till the end. Like, that's my thing. Like, once you know that LeBron isn't happening, and maybe I'm asking for too much here. Why not just say, all right, well, if we're not getting this, I'm out. We're going to go do literally anything else with our offseason.
Well, we teased it. The latest from Draymond Green via the Draymond Green Show, which is part of the Odyssey Network, on why LeBron ultimately did not come to the Golden State Warriors.
If you go back to Cleveland, even if you go back to Cleveland and win a championship, it's not going to be as good as 2016. If you go to Miami and win a championship, it's not going to be as good as 2012, 2013. Those two places kind of got eliminated just because. You look at Golden State, and I ultimately don't think Brown was ever able to get over the history And I understand it. I get it. What we all ultimately always knew is like, that's the hurdle to get over. You know, we live in a day and age where everybody who doesn't have anything to say has something to say. And so he's going to get crushed if he comes to the Warriors. Oh, man, you went to team up with Steph. You had to go to them, da-da. And I think ultimately that weighed in on the decision a lot. That played a big role in the Warriors not landing LeBron.
Okay.
I don't disagree with that Warrior aspect of it.
There's a lot there. Okay.
Which one do you want to tackle first?
Draymond is portraying or painting this image that LeBron is very conscious of how his legacy is going to finish on these particular teams that he was involved with throughout this process. He went through why he didn't want to go to Cleveland is because it wouldn't have ever felt as great as 2016's championship. Okay. He went through why winning one with the Miami Heat wouldn't feel as good as 2012, 2013. Okay. Then he said why he didn't want to join the Golden State Warriors is because of all those battles that they've gone with him and Steph. And ultimately, he didn't want to ruin that by becoming teammates. Okay. Why am I not buying any of these like reasonings? I'm not calling him a liar. Maybe LeBron told him that. Ultimately, I don't think LeBron thought he would ever win a title in Golden State. And he just didn't want to say that maybe to Draymond and hurt his feelings as a friend. Maybe he didn't want to be like, Day-Day, I love you. I would love to play with you. There's not a chance in hell if I join this team, we're winning a title. Well, not in the Western Conference.
Let's kind of get into it.
Because that's how I'm viewing it. The fact that was the excuse that LeBron James gave Draymond saying, I didn't want to join you guys because of all the battles with Steph Curry. Like, then why were they ever an option?
To be fair, let's
right? Am I tripping?
Yeah, can we replay it? Can you replay it again really quick right now? Because there's certain things that stuck out to me that I want to highlight.
If you go back to Cleveland, even if you go back to Cleveland and win a championship, it's not going to be as good as 2016. If you go to Miami and win a championship, it's not going to be as good as 2012, 2013. Those two places kind of got eliminated just because. You look at Golden State, and I ultimately don't think Brown was ever able to get over the history. And I understand it. I get it. What we all ultimately always knew is like, that's the hurdle to get over. You know, we live in a day and age where everybody who doesn't have anything to say has something to say. And so he's going to get crushed if he comes to the Warriors. Oh, man, you went to team up with Steph. You had to go to them, da-da. And I think ultimately that weighed in on the decision a lot. That played a big role in the Warriors not landing LeBron.
So it's everything has something to say. He will get crushed. You know who else went through that treatment once upon a time? It was Kevin Durant. We all know that absolutely weighed on KD in one way or another. LeBron James, we also know he is indeed very, very particular and meticulous about his legacy, Joe. Everything LeBron does is
clearly, he just said 3 different reasons about 3 different teams affecting his legacy potentially.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he is very calculated in everything he does, Joe, because of how much he cares about how he is perceived and what his legacy is. He wants to be portrayed basically as the GOAT. That's what he wants to be.
There's a level of arrogance with some of these responses.
Oh, no, absolutely. I mean, honestly,
LeBron James going to be perceived if I win a title with Cleveland? Oh, it won't feel as good as 2016. Oh, it won't feel as good as 2012 or 13 in Miami. You're already shoehorning yourself in and winning a title? Really? Okay.
So I think he's trying to look at it in terms of, what the best case scenario would be. Like, the best case scenario on the Cavs won't be the same. The Heat won't be the same, blah, blah, blah. But what LeBron is trying to do is he is so focused on what is the best way for me to end my career on the highest note possible. That is what he's trying to do here. Now, let's set the Cavs and Heat aspect to the side for a second. Just focus on the Warrior aspect of it here. I do think there is something to be said about how LeBron James is viewed. And I think I've said this before LeBron even opted out, just the concept of him hitching his wagon to Steph Curry, a guy who beat him 3 out of 4 times in the NBA Finals. Say what you will about LeBron's the greatest of all time, blah, 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 blah. Steph beat him more times in the NBA Finals. That is his
greatest rival ever.
Yes, and Steph won those battles. Steph won the Steph versus LeBron battle. Then LeBron goes and attaches his wagon to the guy who beat him. Can you, for the final tour of his career, if you're a guy who's so obsessed with how people will view you and how history will view you, looking back on it for the rest of eternity, the rest of basketball eternity, LeBron James will be, among other things, looked at as the guy who decided to go hitch his wagon to Steph Curry at the end and be basically a number 2 to Steph on Steph's team. If you're LeBron James and you care about your legacy, your image, and your public persona that much, yeah, that absolutely is going to give him pause. And it is partly why I kind of doubted the fact that, or not doubted, but just kind of had a hard time truly believing he would come here, because overcoming that whole how people would view him for doing it much in the same way that Kevin Durant was crushed for joining Steph after Steph beat him.
Though. So different.
I disagree.
No, it's not. Kevin Durant lost and blew a 3-1 lead with the Oklahoma City Thunder.
And LeBron didn't lose to Steph? LeBron lost to Steph 3 times in the NBA Finals. You don't think that matters?
Are you serious right now? Am I arguing like that was
what part is incorrect?
Ago. That was a decade ago.
Oh, and you think people forgot?
Sam, that was a decade ago.
What's that have to do with anything?
I am not buying the Kevin Durant LeBron James comparison. People crushed Kevin Durant because he joined the
crush
team.
LeBron James for joining on to Steph's wagon.
Hold on. Kevin Durant joined the team that beat him and blew a 3-1 lead against in the Oklahoma City Thunder in the Western Conference, and then joined that team a year later. Much different than LeBron James on a Laker team that hasn't done diddly poo in years, joining a Golden State Warriors team that hasn't also done diddly poo in 4 years. It's not a comparison at all.
I think you're getting a little too...
No, I think you're not thinking about that enough.
I am thinking about it. And the fact of the matter is, Steph Curry has beaten LeBron James more times LeBron James has beaten Steph Curry.
So what?
So what? That's why LeBron doesn't want to come here.
That was a decade
He doesn't
ago.
want to play in Steph's shadow. That is what we'd be looking at it.
What shadow? This team's not going to be
the shadow of Steph and Curry.
If LeBron James joined this team, there would be 0 championship expectations.
No, there would be no championship expectations. I agree with you on that one.
When Kevin Durant joined the Warriors, they were the favorites by far. That is the difference. And it's a major one. Come on.
No, the fact that LeBron James lost to Steph enough to the fact that, LeBron's not going to want to go and join Steph on his team.
LeBron James would not have been called a cupcake.
I think he would.
Like Kevin Durant was.
You're going to try to say that you're the GOAT, and then you're going to go and join the team of the guy who beat you, and that's what you're going to do your farewell. Did it ever make sense for LeBron James to do a farewell tour with Steph Curry on the Warriors? Do you really think LeBron James, the guy who is so obsessed with everything about his image, is going to subject himself to that, knowing that everyone would probably shame him for that? And LeBron is that insecure over that?
Who was shaming him? Everyone wanted to see it. You're tripping.
He absolutely would have been shamed for it.
The national media,
as someone you watch
the
First Take all the time,
you know damn well
that he would have been crushed for it. You know damn well how it would have been received. We live in a timeline where everyone has to be negative about everything he does.
History in the
how
last
is this revisionist history? What am I revisioning? What am I revisioning?
Every national media pundit I listened to wanted LeBron James to join Steph
and
Curry.
And they're so steadfast on staying to their opinions. And one thing I know about Stephen A. Smith, what he says one day is definitely going to reflect what he says the next day.
Everyone is now saying, the national media is now saying they want Stephen Curry to leave the Warriors because they didn't get LeBron James. They're all saying it, Sam. I have Brian Windhorst sound right here saying, let Steph become a free agent. Bill Simmons saying the Warriors are the biggest loser after missing out on LeBron James.
Well, those are easy things to say. Those are easy things to say. They're going for clicks, Joe. They're going for clicks.
Your argument is all based on the media making fun of LeBron if he joined Steph.
Because that is what they do.
They all wanted it to happen.
That is what they do, Joe. You know this as well as anyone.
Oh, my. Okay.
I get why LeBron James does not want to hit
his fantasy land that you're living in.
It's not a fantasy land. It's a reality. LeBron James does not want to attach his wagon to the legacy of Stephen Curry. Why would he want to do that?
I don't buy that as an excuse.
Oh, there you go.
James,
you don't have to buy it.
Saying it. I don't buy that.
Oh, that's how I see it. If you want to disagree with it, go ahead.
He wanted to win a title. Just say that. This whole notion of happiness, by the way, that Rich Paul and LeBron James
I'm not saying that's a part of it either. There's lots of layers to this show. That's why I said there's multiple aspects. That's why the Warriors were not in it. He didn't want to be a part of Steph's whole thing. That's the Warrior angle of it. The winning angle of it, that's where the Sixers come in. And that didn't come in until the Jaylen Brown trade happened.
Exactly.
I am curious.
Just say you wanted to win a title instead of jumping through these hoops as Draymond saying, the title wouldn't mean as much if you went in Cleveland or Miami.
I think is nonsense.
Just say you joined the Sixers because they give you the best opportunity to win a championship.
There's only one reason that could be true? I think there's multiple reasons that can be true.
That's the only reason that matters right now.
No, I think there's lots of reasons. I think there's lots of reasons. And I think that's just one of them.
Okay, give me the reasons why he joined the Sixers outside of wanting to have the best opportunity to win a title. Give me all the other reasons.
I mean, no, that was the reason. That's why he's ring chasing here.
He moved to New York, by the way.
Oh, there you go. He's living in New York.
Yes.
Which is great. So there you go. But he's living on the East Coast.
Well, he probably would have joined the Knicks.
We all kept saying, staying near home matters. So the Warriors are in it.
Well, I think we learned that was a lie from LeBron James. That was a lie.
We're learning that all this stuff was lies the entire time.
Well, yeah, that's what he does because he's so meticulous in crafting everything he happens. That's why he's on the stage saying, "Oh, I gotta trust the process." He does that on purpose because he wants idiots like us to spin in circles, going, "Oh, what does that mean? What does that mean? What does that mean?" And like the guppies that we are, we do it every single time. Joe, don't act like reality isn't reality.
I'm not buying the notion that LeBron James viewed the Kevin Durant situation here as toxic. And he didn't want to come here because
I'm not saying that he viewed the Kevin Durant situation. I'm saying that is how I viewed it. I viewed it as very similar as like KD going to the Warriors, joining, that little super team, not exactly the same way they would be crushed, but they would be crushed in the fact that KD latched his wagon onto Steph Curry. LeBron James latched his wagon on to Steph Curry, a guy who beat him constantly throughout his career. Why would LeBron James at the end of the day go curl up into Steph's lap after Steph spent his entire career being LeBron James's daddy in the NBA Finals? I don't see LeBron doing that. What aspect of LeBron James? You watched him for 8 years on the Lakers. We'll get to the number in a second. 888-957-9570. I did it for you. What aspect of LeBron James makes you think that he would actually subject himself to that?
Subject himself to what? Playing with Steph Curry? Oh, my goodness. Oh, I can't play with Steph because of all the history we've had a decade ago.
For a guy who's obsessed with his legacy, that is how LeBron James thinks. You know he's that egotistical.
Obsessed with his legacy. His legacy is set in stone. He's the second greatest player of all time.
You really think he views it that way?
Yes.
He views every single second is a chance for him to alter his legacy and make it better.
I think ultimately he views himself, if I win a championship on a fourth different team, that puts me ahead of Michael Jordan.
No, it doesn't. I honestly think
that's how he might view it.
He is finishing his career as a ring chaser is what he's doing.
A ring chaser.
He is.
This notion that it's bad to chase a ring, by the way.
When you're trying to sell yourself as the GOAT, a little bit.
How is it a bad thing to chase a ring?
When you say that you're the GOAT his entire career, he's been leading these teams. Now he's going to latch himself onto one at the end. I think it's kind of lame.
You're assuming that LeBron James can't be the best player on the Philadelphia 76ers next year? You're tripping. He absolutely could be.
No, but he usually the finals every MVP team that he has gone to in the past, he has led the charge into that team. He led the charge to create that Heat super team with Dwayne Wade.
Yes.
He led the charge to create that Cavs super team with Kyrie and Kevin Love.
Sure.
He helped build up your little super team with Anthony Davis that helped the Lakers win a
super team now.
Yeah, okay, or our little super team if you want to play that game there. I don't know why I would say our. But you know how whenever LeBron James goes, people follow. This is the first time where LeBron is the follower. He is following basically what the Sixers are doing and Jaylen Brown to an extent to Philadelphia, a city he really has no connection to just try and win a ring just for the sake of, you know what, maybe I could try and get one more ring out of this. That is all he is doing.
I don't know why you're so upset at the notion of LeBron James, and I think it's a total crackpot. Just say you don't think you can win a title here, of LeBron not wanting to come to Golden State and saying it's about the Steph Curry and the legacy thing. You think that's true? You think that whole aspect
I think he cares about his legacy that much that he is worried about somehow that being a negative against his legacy.
And that bothers you?
I'm just saying that's just what LeBron is. It's not that it bothers me. That's just what I think how he views it, because I think he is so cold and calculated and meticulous in all this stuff that he is going to go to the place that where he thinks that he has the highest potential to get the best praise for his legacy and what he does. God, this sounds like such a first take conversation. And that is how he views it.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always offering the free Odyssey app, coming live from the Laughing Monk Studios. The latest from the Draymond Green show this morning, why LeBron didn't come to the Warriors, is basically saying, hey, he didn't want to attach himself, as Sam says, to Stephen Curry's shadow, as Sam says, or, just the guy that's been his rival forever. And ultimately, that was the deciding factor on why he didn't choose the Golden State Warrior. He didn't want to play with Steph Curry. He's been one of his biggest rivals. For this team, that's been one of his biggest rivals. For that head coach, Steve Kerr, et cetera, et cetera. I just don't think he could win a championship here. That's how I'm viewing it. That's it.
No, your sell here was come for the vibes. Yeah, that was what, and ultimately that was another reason why LeBron didn't pick the Warriors.
Well, that was the whole thing about happiness that was getting sold is, oh, he could play with Steph Curry. Golf. Remember Rich Paul was laughing? Golf. Yeah, they can golf up here for the vibes and for all that. I was
imagine that's what LeBron's going to attach himself to for the last 3 years. the guy who, again, styling himself as one of the greatest of all time. He's going to finish his career with the guy who beat him playing golf and going for maybe a 6 seed.
I just never understood the notion of competing for a championship, but also happiness has to be involved. Like, dude, you're going to be happy no matter what if you're competing for a title. If happiness is the deciding factor, I guess the Warriors, because of, again, the relationship with Draymond. Apparently he's tight with Steph. Now they're friends. And then he's coached with Steve Kerr. Steve Kerr's coached him in the Olympics. So, again, Draymond saying LeBron didn't come to the Warriors because of their history. I guess. I think it's ultimately he just didn't view the Warriors as a championship
Listen, if you want to look at LeBron looking at that as a reason and saying it's lame, sure, yeah, that is...
I just don't buy
That's how these guys operate.
I think he was letting Draymond Green down because they're boys, and him saying ultimately, like, hey guys, I just don't think you guys are good enough to win a title in the West. If I join you, even if we get Anthony Davis, and I don't think Anthony Davis is going to come here, I'm good. I'd rather go through the East. I'm comfortable in the East. I've dominated it for my entire career. I'll go with the Sixers. Me, Jaylen Brown, VJ Edgecombe, right? Maxey.
Embiid for a few games.
Embiid, well, I was going to say Embiid
for a few
until
games,
he sneezes. Yeah. Like, that makes more sense for me. And again, legacy aspect, if we want to go down that road, snapping the drought for the Philadelphia 76ers who haven't won anything in 40 plus years.
Yeah, congratulations, Jaylen Brown.
Sam,
that's how I'm gonna look at it.
It's funny you say that.
I'm gonna be that jerk.
Narrative what it's gonna be.
I'm gonna be that jerk. I'm gonna be the way to go, Jaylen Brown and the Philadelphia 76ers.
And if
I'll be that guy.
Oh, so Jaylen Brown, he's gonna be the Finals MVP.
I will be that guy, pal. Yeah. Okay. I will not be that guy.
You'll be the only one. Maybe Kevin in Pleasanton as well. Kevin. Oh, we'll get to you on the other side. We're up against it. Apologies. Kevin, Mike, John, 888-957-9570. We'll get to you all on the other side. Draymond Green says the reason LeBron James did not choose the Golden State Warriors is because of the history they share. How does that make you feel, Golden State Warriors fans? And also, are you buying it? Because I'm not. Brought to you by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for buy one, get one free of equal or lesser value on juicy personal seedless watermelons when you buy 2. Clip coupons from the weekly mailer or download them from the Safeway app. Visit Safeway.com for more details. See you in the aisles.
Catch the Golden State Valkyries tomorrow on 95.7 The Game or the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries. Brought to you by the San Francisco Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here.
So, I need hamburgers, sodas, ice, and a DJ.
A DJ?
Relax, Pa. With T-Mobile, we're saving when we bundle home internet and phone lines.
Oh, wow.
Here to bundle and save big. Stay connected con tu gente with 4 lines from T-Mobile with fast, easy to set up 5G home internet and save up to $1,000 a year. Switch now on T-Mobile.com/conectate. Savings based on third line free via monthly bill credits. Internet discount with $15 in monthly bill credits and auto-pay discount. Qualifying credit required. Credits will stop if you cancel any lines or change plans. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Hey, it's Willard. At Habas Law, it's never been about attention, never about applause, never about goofy smiles on candy-colored billboards. For more than 40 years, Habas Law is focused on one thing, fighting relentlessly for injured Californians. Because behind every catastrophic injury case is a human life forever changed. That's why Habas fights with preparation, intensity, and relentless commitment. No fluff, no distractions, just real advocacy for injured Californians. Habas Law, relentless for justice. Visit HabasLaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
Is your client ready to build a functional outdoor space? Choosing Golden State Lumber and Showroom means faster deliveries and finishing your project on time and on budget. When it comes to decking, TimberTech stands out. It's trusted by contractors for its unbeatable quality, and with industry-leading warranties, it's clear why TimberTech is the top choice. TimberTech, the #1 brand in premium decking. Start at GoldenStateLumber.com. Golden State Lumber and Showroom. When you succeed, we succeed.
In 2026, Bay Alarm celebrates 80 years of security. With burglar and fire alarm systems, 24/7 in-house monitoring, and local service, our promise to the Bay Area remains the same. We got you. Learn more at bayalarm.com.
You've worked too hard to wonder if your wealth manager is actually working for you. The decisions you're facing, what comes next, who you trust, have consequences that last. Getting it right matters. Baylord has been in the Bay since 1969. No parent company, answering only to their clients. The kind of people who understand what you've built and what's actually at stake. The right wealth manager changes everything. Find out if Baylord is yours. Baylord.com. That's BAILARD.com.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account.
When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything.
Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Trades are hard.
Now back to the morning roast with Joe Spadoni.
Find out next time on Dragon Ball Z.
And Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
God, I love Dragon Ball Z. People are fired up about this conversation.
I never really got into Dragon Ball Z as a kid. It's a weird, just, it's not my cup of tea.
I'm into anime in general. Actually, that's not true. I'm the anime casual. I only listen to like the mainstream stuff. So Dragon Ball Z.
The only anime I ever did was Pokemon and Digimon.
There you go. Pokemon counts. Yeah. People sleep on that because they just think of it more as a game or the cards. By the way, you're a degenerate if like you're hanging out late night at like Walmarts or early mornings trying to get like Pokemon cards and like camping out so like other kids can't actually get them because it's a kids game. So
what do those kids need Pokemon cards for? They weren't around for that stuff.
There's people that get the packs, open them up, and only look for like the foil cards, the expensive ones, and then throw away the other ones. Just throw them away. Throw them away.
You don't need a Mankey card anymore.
Yeah, but the kids do. Like, Benjamin wants that.
Okay, fine. If the kid's right there, here, kid, have these cards I don't want.
Oh, after you throw them in the trash, thanks. And they got like banana peel all over them.
Don't throw them in the trash first. Like, open your cards. All right, there you go. I got my shiny. All right, here you go, kid. Have the rest.
So, Spadoni, you'd be like, I'm bored of LARPing. You want to have a Pokemon duel?
Hey.
I never actually learned how to play the card game. I never figured that out.
I collected them, but didn't know how to play.
I brought this up with Shasky the other day. You'll appreciate this. So you remember when Shasky in our text thread threw that video of like those people LARPing in the field or whatever?
In the heat, too.
In the heat or whatever?
Yeah.
I'm not
like there.
I threw this in the thread.
Can you imagine the smell?
Oh, God. But like I saw that and I brought this up the other day. I feel like I could take those guys in a LARPing battle.
Okay.
Give me like an hour, a couple hours, like get ready or whatnot. But like if that's the field at a LARPing event.
Now, are you Sir Sam or Sir Lubman?
I don't think it matters. I'm certainly going to be taking those guys out. That's how it is.
That's not bad. That's a 4 right there.
So if there's any LARPing groups out there that want to, invite the morning roast out to, put our money where our mouth is, that's definitely not what I'm trying to do. I'm definitely not just trying to get a free invite to a LARPing event.
Kevin, Bobby, and Blake, we're going to get to you. Phone lines, there's a couple of them open, 888-957-9570. We just had a shouting match in regards to LeBron James and Draymond Green.
It was civil.
We'll play it one more time. If you haven't heard it, this is the latest from this morning, the Draymond Green Show. You can find the entirety of the podcast on Odyssey, on the free Odyssey app, that is, on why LeBron didn't come to the Golden State Warriors.
If you go back to Cleveland, even if you go back to Cleveland and win a championship, it's not going to be as good as 2016. If you go to Miami and win a championship, it's not going to be as good as 2012, 2013. Those two places kind of got eliminated just because. You look at Golden State, and I ultimately don't think Brown was ever able to get over the history. And I understand it. I get it. What we all ultimately always knew is like, that's the hurdle to get over. We live in a day and age where everybody who doesn't have anything to say have something to say. And so he's going to get crushed if he comes to the Warriors. Oh, man, you went to team up with Steph. You had to go to them, da-da. And I think ultimately that weighed in on the decision a lot. That played a big role in the Warriors not landing LeBron.
The Cleveland aspect of it. The whole thing, it wouldn't have been great if he went back to Cleveland. if he went back to Cleveland for his final tour,
everyone would have been happy.
And he somehow, for me, that's kind of what I thought he was going to do before the Sixers trade happened.
I thought it was for sure Cleveland.
If you want a storybook ending, LeBron James going back home and leading the Cavs on one last run, if he ended his career, Joe, whether it was this year or next year, hoisting one more championship, Cleveland, this is for you. He did that, and that's how he ends his career. You want to talk about a legacy. That's a legacy. So no, I disagree with Draymond Green. I honestly think LeBron going back to Cleveland, winning there now would have been as big, maybe even bigger than that 2016 title. I mean, that 2016 title obviously is so huge for that city. Basically, also the way that they won it, don't need to litigate it. If he did that again, going back and winning with Cleveland at this stage in his career, and that's his great send-off into retirement with one, more Le championship for Le Cleveland. Yeah, I think one more ring with Cleveland would have meant so much more for him and his legacy than whatever he accomplishes in Philadelphia.
Potentially, although being a legend in the Sixers, say what you will about them, and I know you probably, they haven't been really good in our lifetime. The only time they were really exciting was with Allen Iverson. They are a iconic brand, though. They are. No, they are. They're one of the iconic brands of the NBA.
They're a legacy brand in the NBA in terms of how long they've been around. But
and in that market, winning a title, you are a legend.
Is he on the Sixers Mount Rushmore with a title? Even though he only went there for 3 years at the end of his career, 2 or 3 years in the end of his career?
Probably not. You got Wilt, obviously. AI.
Wilt was Philadelphia Warriors.
Dr. J, right?
Well, Wilt was Philadelphia Warriors, not Philadelphia Sixers.
I believe he was a Sixer for a second, was he not?
Am I tripping? Warrior and Laker there.
I might be tripping then. But again, Dr. J. No, Philadelphia 76ers for 3 years, 65 to 68. So he's probably on there. And he won the MVP there 3 straight years. Yeah, so he's definitely a Sixer Hall of Fame.
Okay, fair. All right.
Yeah, so Chamberlain, Dr. J for sure should have been one, excuse me. AI, and then what? Moses Malone? My Sixer knowledge is not awesome.
Barkley?
Yeah. Barkley up there.
Maybe. But
if LeBron wins a ring, I think he's maybe supplanted. That's crazy.
Does Joel Embiid win an MVP there, like a Finals MVP?
Joel Embiid is on the...
He's one of their all-timers. Come on.
Joel Embiid is on the all-time list of get out of here.
He won an MVP. They do love Joel Embiid. He just can't stay healthy.
I don't think Sixers fans really like Embiid.
They might not, but again, if they win a title, then you'll love them. See, they're a fickle fan base. They are.
Well, let's be healthy for that title first.
Go to the phones. Kevin in Pleasanton's been holding on tight. Kevin, what's up, man? You're on the roast. How you doing?
Hey, guys. Thanks so much for taking my call. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think you guys a moment ago were comparing the KD coming to the Dubs in 2016 to the LeBron potentially coming to the Dubs in 2026. Am I right? Do I have that right?
So the comparison was more or less Kevin Durant joined a Warriors team that had bested him and got flack for it. My comparison was that LeBron James would be joining Steph and Draymond, 2 guys that bested him in his career and then would get flack for it. That's where basically the comparison was. It was joining a group that basically beat you at the biggest stage.
Right. No, I totally understand.
Okay, yeah, I don't know if I really...
I understand where you guys are coming from, but if you just give me a moment, in my opinion, there's no way to compare the KD coming to the Dubs in 2016.
I agree.
KD was in his prime. KD was in his prime. Bron is arguably past his prime. Bron has done this before, right? Miami was at 2011, or 2010, 2011. KD never did that before 2016. He was with one team. He was with the Thunder. He never made anything about himself, including that emotional MVP speech that we all remember. This is 100% LeBron being an absolute narcissist, and that the NBA needs some off-season drama, right? Come on. Am I right? Am I 51% right? Am I 49% right?
No, you're dead on that one.
No, it's a great call, Kevin in Pleasanton. That's what I was trying to get at, Sam, was that I just don't buy the comparison of where Kevin Durant was at that time with where LeBron James is at now, and also the Golden State Warriors. Also why people were most angry, it was because they ruined the league, quote unquote. That's why. Well, they were just mad because they got this massive super team and no one was touching that Golden State Warriors squad, and it made people very angry about it. Except here in the Bay Area.
There's lots of different elements and layers to this. Yes, that is part of it. I think it's just more the image of Kevin Durant joining. Again, that's why it's not so much about the Steph, LeBron, KD, Steph pairing, where they're at in their careers. It's the fact that when you lose to someone and then go and join them, I think in the NBA, that's kind of looked at as a bit of a soft move. You're joining the guy that beat you.
Correct.
That is how I look. And that is where I do the comparison of KD and LeBron. It has nothing to do with where they're at in their careers. It has to do with the overall, just the image of how it looks. You're joining the guy who bested you.
Sure.
Thinking that it's going to be good for you. And as we saw with Kevin Durant, joining Steph, who beat him, narratively wise, which, again, we can roll our eyes about this. It does matter in the NBA. It was kind of a negative for Kevin Durant, and he had to shake that, and he never really has shaken it. LeBron James, I think, joining Steph, who, again, I think Steph Curry won the LeBron James era. That's me being the Warriors homer. I'll say that. If you want to call me a homer on that, sure.
LeBron James era lasts like 20-plus years, so I don't even know how to define that.
Oh, fair enough. Well, maybe Steph won the back half.
Define eras
Steph won the back half of the LeBron James era. LeBron then joining Steph after Steph, again, got 3 legs up on LeBron to LeBron's 1. I just think, it's what I look as, so you're just going to go join the guy who beat you. Yeah, that just, to me, shows that Steph won this era and you are number 2 to Steph. I don't think LeBron wants to be looked at as number 2 to Steph.
Maybe. He would have been viewed as the number 2 guy because it's Golden State and it's Steph's squad.
Exactly. Do you really
think
the
house that Steph Curry built at Chase Center? But no,
and that's the Steph Curry shadow that I mentioned.
I think people just wanted it again. I still viewed it as a pipe dream, him coming to the Warriors. It was
a fun dream to think about, though.
I just think people wanted it to happen because it would have been cool.
Oh,
That's
absolutely.
It. So, I just don't buy the narrative that the national media would have crushed it because the national media kept telling me they wanted to see it because it would have been fun.
No, they wanted to see it so then they could then crush it and get the ratings there, too.
I just think they didn't view him as a threat joining the Warriors, so that's why. There's a lot of LeBron haters that don't want to see him win another ring elsewhere. That's why we see this ring chase. This is why they're saying the ring chasing thing, because they don't want to see him succeed and actually get a ring, which I don't really care at this point. He's 42 years old. If you don't want him to be the best player on that team, he probably won't be. It'll probably be Jaylen Brown. Could it be Maxey if he takes another step? Could it be Joel Embiid if he stays healthy? Absolutely. I just think the notion, I think where we're getting at here is ultimately LeBron picked the Sixers because they gave him the best opportunity to win another title.
I do wonder.
All this other stuff was foo-foo stuff. And ultimately, I don't think we were buying it, Sam, but we had to play into it because that's what Rich Paul, Max Kellerman, the Windhorse, Shams Charania, they all kept reporting
That's why I got to the point where it's just, I don't believe anything any of you guys are saying. It just get me to the decision already. That's why, again, this whole ordeal, Spinelli, a month ago, I hold LeBron, I respect LeBron and the career that he has had. And here in Warrior Lane, you're not allowed to like LeBron James, as you might have heard.
Sure.
But
I respect
I go against the grain there. I did respect the player that LeBron was.
The player.
The player that LeBron was. That was unintentional there. When this whole ordeal, though, and I said this last week, it reminded me of why I couldn't stand LeBron James once upon a time. In 2016, when he did the whole, it's so hard to take the high road after Game 4 and lobbied for 2 days to Kiki Vanderway to get Draymond Green suspended because he knew that was his only way to get back into that series, and just how high and mighty he acted about himself after that series. It was just, God, I am so just sick and disgusted by you. I despise you. Since that summer 2016, my opinion softened on LeBron James, where I became more positive on him. This whole ordeal just reminds he is an arrogant, bad word that I'm not going to say. I don't really like him anymore. I'm back on team I hate LeBron James. Now, give it a year or two and I'll probably start to respect him again. But the whole thing, as our last caller said, he is a narcissist. This was the narcissist at work here. And it just turned me off to the whole process.
Bobby from Los Altos. Bobby from Los Altos does not turn me off. He turns me on. Bobby, how you doing, man? You're on the roast.
Wow, quite a provocative intro there.
Is.
But so unfortunately, Loverman, I'm going to have to go with Mr. 831 on this argument that you guys are having. They're not comparable. And if anything, LeBron is probably going to get more flack for going to Philadelphia. And here is why. The whole thing about KD is basically he left his current situation to go to the team that had the best chance of winning a ring. If LeBron came to the Warriors, we literally would be able to say, wow, he's really just doing it for the love of the game and just to play with his buddies, because nobody, even with LeBron, nobody thought that they would be title contenders. So you could really say his motives were, quote unquote, true or pure just for the love of the game and trying to finish it off with some friends and seeing what it's like to play with another GOAT. But the fact is now he's going to what he considers the team that has the best odds of winning a ring. And so that's really the comparison. And in that case, I believe he's going to get more flack. Now, I agree with you guys. I don't understand how in his mind he could not have gone to Cleveland. It's the perfect story arc. And it's not like Cleveland is bad. Obviously, they were in the finals, and they're just like a piece away, and a meltdown away from probably being in the NBA Finals. So the fact that he didn't go to Cleveland is inexplicable to me. But here's the thing about LeBron. The fact is Stephen Curry has his legacy cemented. When you talk about Stephen Curry, you're going to say he is the greatest shooter of all time. But no one's ever going to say, oh, is it between LeBron and Michael and Steph? He's not in that conversation. But the issue with LeBron is he still is in the conversation of, is he the greatest of all time? And so he needs to do all of these little incremental things. And in this case, it's literally just rings, because in the court of public opinion, the decision's already been made. You're a LeBron fan or you're or an MJ fan, right? Obviously, I'm in the latter because I'm an old man. But he needs to do these things in order to just increase his resume or add a couple more points. And that's why he is going to Philadelphia, because he still needs a couple more things to try to add to his resume to really make sure that in his mind he is the undisputed GOAT. And you guys can poo-poo his attitude and call him a narcissist and say all you want about him, but the fact is you don't become contention for the greatest of all time. You don't have a career this long if you're not a narcissist.
You got to have that ego.
Oh, absolutely. I don't disagree with that.
Think about yourself.
Oh, Bobby, he's a legitimate self-made billionaire. Like, he literally off his body became a billionaire. I would absolutely be a narcissist too if I was in that position. But I'm not, so I can criticize him for it.
So, yeah, that's why, Tiger Woods is not a good guy. No one thinks he's a good guy, but he's one of the greatest. MJ was not a good guy, but unfortunately, that's the mentality you have to have if you want to be the greatest in your sport. It doesn't mean you have to be the greatest person. And obviously, that's why Steph is such a unicorn, because he's not only an unworldly talent, he is actually a very good, genuine, good guy. And so it's just, we're so lucky to have him. He's the greatest shooter of all time, but he's never going to be the conversation of MJ versus Steph. And LeBron is still in that conversation. So I'll give him credit. In his 25 years, never been in jail, never been in the news for like drunk driving or beating his wife. So, what can I say? He's trying to pursue greatness and he's doing what he can. So we can vilify him because he didn't pick the Warriors, and I think he's really stupid for not picking the Cavs. But in any case, I can't blame him for doing what he's doing. And then please, finally, stop playing this daily Draymond thing like it's the gospel, as if he is the news. And quit analyzing it like he's actually speaking truth. He's just telling you his ridiculous opinion, and he needs to put something out every day. But, I mean, I get it. The Giants suck. What else are we going to talk about?
Thanks, Bobby. And it is an Odyssey.
I do agree with
like
that
to support our Odyssey programming here.
Well, we got that text like, hey, we got this Draymond sound. I mean, you even announced it. Like, oh, we got Draymond sound on the other side. And I was just like, ugh.
Well, I get where Bobby's coming from, but like in this regard, he is a trusted agent for LeBron. I can't say that about a lot of people that has a guy that you are on your phone talking to, it feels like, all the time. And LeBron and him were just hanging out playing golf for like weeks, it seemed like. So like
Draymond opted out of his contract and is right now in very real risk of not coming back to the Warriors because he wanted to create room for LeBron James to sign here. So like, yeah, obviously Draymond's very trusted within LeBron there, and he clearly had some sort of belief in it. The Cleveland aspect of it, I agree with Bobby. The Cleveland made the most sense. I do wonder if the Sixers never made that trade for Jaylen Brown, if that's where LeBron would have ended up.
Probably not.
Where do you think he would have gone if the Sixers never made the trade for Jaylen Brown? The Celtics were like, you know what? If we trade Jaylen Brown anywhere, it's going to be to the West or to a team that can't make us regret it in the postseason. Or just like, or Jaylen Brown just woke up one morning. He's like, you know what, guys? I have a pretty good in Boston. I'm going to do some self-reflection, make it work with Jason Tatum, which has never, ever happened in the NBA. But let's just pretend that that's what happened. Where do you think LeBron would have ended up?
That's a good question, because Carter got my ear, and he said something interesting, that LeBron's living in New York City, right? while he's playing in Philadelphia. His mainstay will be New York.
Yeah.
Which is fascinating for a couple of reasons. I could not see LeBron James at this stage of his career, and people might think this is like hating on Cleveland. It's not. I've never been there, so I can't speak to that. But maybe it's as simple as, okay, if I'm LeBron James, I'm building my brand, and he continues to build his brand. That was one of the major factors of going to Los Angeles, where his daughter and wife presumably are still going to live.
Yeah, you want to make Space Jam 2.
Yeah, like that was the thing. Like, Space Jam 2 was a part of it. Like, obviously, he wanted to build like this media presence, right? At this stage, he wants to build more of his brand, and what better way to do that than in New York City? So you're going coast to coast now. So not only do I have a hub in Los Angeles, biggest city in the West, now I'm the biggest city in the world when it comes to media. New York? Are you kidding me? So in that respect, I can see him poo-pooing Cleveland. He's not young anymore. He's not going to want to do the South Beach stuff. He's not 25, 26. He's out on that. He's a grown man. He's got kids. He's got a kid in the NBA now. Like, and then Golden State, it wasn't about winning a title, so why would he want to come here? Silicon Valley? I guess, like the tech aspect.
A lot of investment there.
But he could do that in LA. He could do that in New York. Yeah, like, so from that respect, like, Carter, you're right. Like, maybe it was as simple as, okay, I could build my brand here in New York. I don't want to play for the Knicks. I don't want to play for the Nets. God, no. But I could play for the Sixers. That's still an iconic brand.
He probably would have joined the Knicks if the Knicks didn't win it all this year.
Maybe. That would have been interesting.
I just had real trouble, and I kind of took the Sixers out maybe prematurely because I had real trouble seeing him moving to Philadelphia without his family and living in Philadelphia.
Well,
that was
back,
all.
That was back
but
when
now
we
New
thought,
York makes sense.
Well, that was back
now
when we
it
thought
makes sense, exactly.
That was also back when we thought his family mattered and all this too, which we learned after the fact. No, they did not.
LeBron hates his family.
No, like, when he's going out there, literally though, but like not actually, but kind of. When he's going out one day and saying like, yeah, I don't want to take Zuri out of school. That's gonna be a big part of the decision. And then you announce in your little Twitter statement.
No, keep going.
Then you announce in your Twitter statement, actually, family wasn't a part of it at all. It's just like, bro, get out of here.
You could have that's why I respect Tom Brady. He said, F them kids.
He literally divorced his family to keep playing.
F my wife. I'm going to just play the game.
I'm going to go out and win 7 football games.
There you go. Like that, he said it. You have to be willing to put
Are we heading for a little divorce?
If you're not willing to put in the sacrifice, like Tom Brady is, you're not going to be the GOAT.
I guess so.
Well, but that's kind of what Bobby was getting at here. Like, a lot of these guys aren't like good quote unquote dudes.
It's
sometimes.
The bait and switch LeBron did. Listen, that's his prerogative to do that, but like it's that just kind of left a bad taste in my mouth too. The fact that you're out there parading your family around is something that's going to be a factor of it, and then you say in the statement, family was not part of it. Like that makes me want to throw something at you.
Well, this is why we love Stephen Curry, right? This is why we love, this is why Warriors fans and people revere Steph Curry.
Steph is almost kind of, completely in the opposite direction, where he's almost, too loyal to his family, what he's got here, to a fault even, to where it's just like, maybe you're a little too much,
Steph Curry's Captain America. And if you're a nerd, Captain America, he's the guy that never says the F word. He doesn't say bad words.
No, he said a bad word at the last one.
Family man. Yeah, exactly.
He said the S word. He learned.
Exactly. But he's squeaky clean.
Yes.
Right? LeBron James,
God's righteous man.
LeBron James is more Tony Stark. He knows it. He likes the arrogance.
Yeah.
He likes letting you know about it, and that's okay. He backs it up.
That's actually a good comp.
Blake and San Mateo wants to join the LeBron talk. What's up, Blake? You're on the roast.
Good morning, gentlemen. Yeah, you know what? I think Bobby had it spot on. It's not about LeBron and Curry. It's about LeBron and MJ. LeBron wants to reach the highest points, and he hasn't got there yet. He never will. He chases. And so he went to Philadelphia because he had the best chance to get a ring. He also had the best chance to be the center stage on his farewell tour. And if he came here, he would have had to share that stage with somebody that's more beloved than him. Maybe not a better overall basketball player, but more beloved. And he didn't want to do that. And so he's chasing the rings because he wants more rings, because that's how he feels like he's going to get to MJ status. And he wants to be the center of attention, and he wasn't going to be that here. And I think that's pretty much why he chose Philadelphia. I agree, spot on. If Philly didn't make the trade, he's not in Philadelphia. He's in Cleveland, because then he'll at least get the latter half of it, which is the praise of his final farewell tour. But it's all about MJ, and he's never going to catch him because he had to go to teams on the rise to be able to get rings instead of stick with one team and build it himself. So that's my take.
Blake to San Mateo.
I agree with Blake on that one.
I think the notion that he's one on more teams makes him a lesser player than if he had stayed on one. I'm not sure I buy that. Doesn't make Tom Brady any less of a player that he won a championship in Tampa Bay and chose to move on from the New England Patriots. Actually, they chose to move on from him. So it's just interesting how we pick and choose. We pick and choose when it matters. And that Bucs team, by the way, we sleep on it. Freaking loaded.
Oh, they were loaded.
Loaded with talent. And they destroyed
stacked defense.
Well, they destroyed a team that everyone thought was going to, go back to back or win the whole thing. Was the Kansas City Chiefs. Destroyed them.
Yeah, I think. Well, first, the first part of Blake's call.
It wasn't Mahomes' fault, and then we say it's a negative on Mahomes. So he didn't have an offensive line.
The first
nuance matters is what I'm getting at.
So absolutely, but we don't do that. We don't do that here in the morning roast. The first part of Blake's call, I absolutely agree with. I don't think LeBron wanted to attach his farewell tour to Steph's. I think that's another part of it. Because again, you really get attached your farewell tour to the guy who owned your ass in the NBA Finals 3 out of 4 times. Like, I just don't see LeBron looking at that and being like, yeah, that's good for ball for me. So there's that part of it. And I disagree with you, Spadoni. I think the fact that he's bounced around to a bunch of different teams, like, if you're going to be considered the GOAT in the NBA, consistency matters. Like, when you're the greatest of all time, like, there's a very, very, very high standard there. The fact, and joining a team at the very end of your career, like Brady did, like Montana did, like Aaron Rodgers is doing, like various other guys, like when it's at the end of your career, I view it differently as when you're moving around in the prime of your career. When you do a level of greatness with one team throughout all of or most of your career, I think that's more impressive than when you bounce around and go and try and, build other super teams elsewhere. That's just how I view it. So like MJ sticking with the Bulls all of those years, that holds more credit for me. Kobe being with the Lakers all those years, being the centerpiece of not one, but 2, championship runs in the early 2000s and the end of the 2000s and being a career Laker, that holds higher regard for me. It's why when I look at Kevin Durant's career, as great of a basketball player as he is, and I love KD, he kind of loses some points a little bit for me, the fact that he's bounced around so many times. Like, if you are that great, why are you feeling the need to bounce around all? Like, that's how I look at it when it comes to the GOAT debate in the NBA.
Well, this is the first time in his career that he realized he wasn't going to be the best player on his team anymore. And he wasn't this year. Legitimately, this is the first time in his career this season and last, I guess, in the second half, that he wasn't the best player on his team because they had Luka Doncic in LA. That matters in this conversation. Like, we're on year 41. He's 41
Well,
years
that's
old.
the other aspect of this is like LeBron is in a sense in uncharted waters because when's the last time we saw a 41-year-old in any sport playing at this level?
When Luka was traded to the Lakers, he had to know he was not the best player on the team.
Well, see, I think when Luka got traded to the Lakers, I think that was the fact that LeBron was never told about the trade ahead of time.
Luka too, not skinny Luka.
The fact that LeBron was never told about that trade, to me, I mean, you said earlier that we didn't know if LeBron was going to opt out or not. I'm going to be honest, Spadoni, when that trade went down, I thought it's like, the clock's ticking on LeBron in LA. They are trying to move him out of there.
Maybe. Yeah. I just thought how the season ended for the Lakers, it finally seemed like LeBron bought into that third role. And it was like, wow. And remember, they were really good. And then Luka got hurt. It was like, damn, that threw a monkey wrench at everything. Austin Reeves then got hurt right after that.
I don't think LeBron was content with being the third. Also, did you read I think it was Ramona Shelburne. She wrote a story about the end of the LeBron James tenure in LA. And I think it was her who wrote it. Basically, she described a situation that from the jump when he got there, it was never a warm and fuzzy relationship between LeBron and his, camp and, the Lakers. Like, it was a good working relationship, but it never really felt like he found that, maybe a home, so to speak, that he might have had in Cleveland or in Miami, or I don't know what he's anticipating.
Because I don't think the Lakers bended over backwards for him when he wanted them to all the time.
Well, it was always a weird just kind of combination of brands there. The Laker brand, which was down at the time, and the LeBron brand. Like, the Heat and the Cavs don't have that brand that the Lakers have. And so it always seemed like a weird fit, LeBron on the Lakers, compared to it
would have been like Tom Brady joining the 49ers. It would have been like the Brady brand versus the 49ers brand.
Or even Brady on the Cowboys even, or something like that. That's a better one too, yeah. Like Brady coming to the Niners made sense because hometown, blah, blah, blah. But it always felt like a weird pairing, the Lakers and LeBron. Yes, it worked, but it never felt like I felt like I was watching a LeBron James team. It never felt like I was watching the Lakers, if that makes sense.
So you use the argument like you don't mind when it's at the end of their career that, guys bounce around.
That's the only time they do it, yeah.
What if Steph decides to not re-sign with the Warriors? He's a free agent next summer.
He's the Warriors' Joe Montana.
Okay.
Great career, and then he goes somewhere else at the end and maybe has a moment, and you're like, oh, wow, it would have been cool if that one moment happened on the Warriors. Never mind the billions of moments that came before. That would suck. That would suck if Steph went elsewhere. I would love to see Steph.
The Warriors Joe Montana comp is I can't buy it because at least he had Steve Young right behind him. You don't have.
Well, I say Joe Montana comp in the fact that, he is the legend that finished his career somewhere else.
Right.
You know, I mean, that's what is ever like when we always play the game, like this guy needs to be a career, whatever. Everyone always go to, well, if Joe Montana could get traded, blah, blah, blah. And I always reject.
This would be him, I guess, electing free agency if you're Steph Curry and choosing to go elsewhere, which, God, I have a hard time wrapping my head around that. But if things go bad this year, the team's clearly in a rebuild. Is that a possibility? I just wonder if he doesn't sign an extension, he's extension eligible, Sam, in these next couple weeks into August. What does that signal to the fan base and to everyone else? I wonder.
It would signal that,
because that's the next kind of domino of this conversation, right?
I think it would risk signaling that we might indeed see Steph Curry play basketball for another team, as scary as that is to contemplate. But, I don't want it to come to that. I think the fact that Joe Montana did get traded away by the Niners and finish his career elsewhere, I think that makes it all the more special when you are able to somehow play your entire career out with one team. The fact that Buster Posey did that, I think matters a whole lot. I mean, there's a lot of great Sharks players that did not do that. It sucks seeing Patrick Marleau play for a different team. That's a guy who absolutely should have been a career Shark. So if Steph Curry could be a career Warrior, that's absolutely a very special accomplishment that he would have been able to do, especially considering how rare it is. I mean, guys like, who's the better players who have been with one team their entire career? Kobe, Dirk. I mean,
Tim Duncan.
Tim Duncan's on there. I mean, it's a very small and
Magic
special.
Bird. Yeah,
it's a very small and special list that he would be a part of there.
I mean, even two of the top 5 greatest players ever played on multiple teams: Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Will Chamberlain, Michael Jordan played on the Wizards. There you go.
Well, again, end of career.
Michael Jordan played on the Wizards. We just like to don't talk about that. Skeletons in the closet. We don't talk about that. Era. It happened. It happens. So even guys,
if you can't remember it happening, did it really happen?
I remembered it. I remembered it. Carter remembers. He went to a game. He saw him. He was excited.
Okay,
stood eye to eye with him.
He got a signature from him.
I mean, no one remembers Shaq going to Cleveland and the Celtics because it was so ugly at the
Jack
end.
Diesel? Hell, he was a Sun for a second, too. Remember that?
Yeah, that was actually right after Miami.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, right after Miami.
Again, Shaq, he bounced around a lot, and I think it's why a lot of people probably don't put him in their top 5.
Steve Nash, same thing. Probably should have stayed with the Suns forever.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't. Was a Laker. Yikes. Stretching his back out. Yeesh.
Yeah.
It happens, man.
Is that what this Sixers team is going to be like, that 2012 Laker team?
That's what I heard.
Is there potential there?
That was what Simmons kind of threw that out there, but then Simmons got mad at the aggregators saying, like, you didn't listen to the whole segment. I don't think
that's
so.
What aggregators do.
No, because the Lakers didn't have a young player like Tyrese Maxey.
The Kobe Dwight Howard fit was never going to be.
They didn't have Tyrese Maxey or a VJ Edgecombe type of a player. They were relying on, Pau Gasol, who was older but still pretty good. He had Kobe, Steve Nash, and then, Matt Barnes, Steve Blake. I think they brought in Ramon Sessions. Remember that name? Yeah. Haven't heard that in a minute.
That's a name. Yeah. I'm curious how LeBron Jalen's aspect's going to work of it, though. Who's going to think they're the guy?
They'll be a good team. I don't think highly of the East right now, personally.
I mean, the East, it's the Knicks, assuming they can bounce back and do it again, which...
People keep trying to tell me the East has overtaken the West. I'm not buying that.
Well, so you got the Knicks, you got the Sixers being in the mix. The Celtics, I think, will still be good.
They might be more deep 1 to 8, but I'm taking 4 of the 5 best teams.
Yeah, who are you taking top 4?
Okay, let's do this right now. Let's just quick draft of the best players, or the best teams, in the NBA, both conferences. All right. I'm still taking the San Antonio Spurs ahead of the Knicks. I know the Knicks just won it. I think the Spurs are the best team in the NBA.
Well, if the Spurs are going 1 on this board, I'd probably go Thunder, number 2 on this board then.
And then we'll take Knicks. I think that's fair.
3? All right.
Yes. Most people might give them their due, but
I think I'm taking the Nuggets 4th there. Is that a little crazy?
Ooh, that's not bad. That's interesting.
I don't know if I want to take the Nuggets. I don't know if I want to take the Pistons or the Cavs or the Celtics over the Nuggets.
This is where you start getting into, this is a 3-team thing for me right now. So we got those top 3, and then you go any order. Timberwolves, Nuggets, Sixers.
Yeah.
For me.
Are Pistons in there at all?
No.
You think they're going to regress a little bit?
I soured on them and how it ended with Detroit. They're young. They can get better. They can improve.
I mean, your top 4 in the East last year was Detroit, Boston, New York, and Cleveland. It's obviously going to be a little bit different there.
I don't know.
I think Boston could very well be in that 4 to 7 range.
Well, that's what we thought last year.
Yeah.
And then Jaylen Brown was incredible.
We'll see
And now
what they do at the deadline, too. They do have that Paul George piece to move around, so they'll be trying to upgrade there.
Lakers are a wild card for me. I have to see it. I have no idea. I mean, Luka, theoretically, they could be a top 3 or 4 seed like they were last year.
I think so.
But I have no idea. Walker Kessler barely played last year.
Timberwolves, are they going to get out of that 5, 6, 7?
They've been knocking on the door for a while.
And they need to get into that top 4. I think the Rockets, they were the 5th seed last year.
I'm out on the Rockets.
I think they're still hanging around there. I'm used to see how the Blazers jump up, but they're going to jump up into West contention. They're going to be the Blazers.
If Ja could fit in there somehow, some way, watch out.
I think the Blazers are the team that pushes the eventual Western Conference champ in the second round.
Do you guys want me to read you the power rankings from ESPN as of 4 days ago?
Sure, Carter.
Since the LeBron thing happened. Oklahoma City, number 1.
Okay, that's fair.
Spurs, number 2.
All right.
Checks that off.
Knicks, number 3.
That's where we're
Fair.
at. Okay.
Nuggets, number 4.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sixers, number 5.
Okay.
I like that.
Detroit, number 6.
Yeah, I see.
They seem very bullish on them. We'll see.
I'm not in on Detroit right now.
Well, we don't even know what's happening with Duren's.
Yeah.
I don't know how you can put them
There's
there.
question marks
Duran, however you pronounce it.
Minnesota Timberwolves, number 7.
Yeah, I'd flip them.
They got to make the leap at some point.
I'd flip T-Wolves and Detroit, but that's fine.
Okay, one you guys didn't mention here, the Cleveland Cavaliers.
So
number 8.
I'm just so
Again,
out
I
on
think
them.
they're in that 3 to 5 range of the East.
Is Harden still a free agent?
Yes.
Harden was supposed to be waiting for LeBron, so I assume they'll be getting that.
Hey, Warriors.
No.
Come on.
Not a chance.
I don't think they
MVP.
would ever even consider it. Celtics 9,
Not on
and
strip
then
clubs.
Celtics 9, Rockets 10.
There you go.
No Heat?
No Heat.
Wow.
Damn.
They're just down
Good
on
choice there,
Giannis.
Giannis.
They don't believe in him. Him and Bam.
In fact, it goes Lakers 11, Heat 12.
Okay. Are we sleeping on the Lakers a little bit? Maybe I am. I don't know.
Snow time Lakers.
Yeah, that's the funny because they're all the white guys.
Yeah. It's 2 pros and a cup of Joe had that one.
All right. Final thoughts? Let's hit it. That was fun, Sammy. Hell of a job filling in for Shasky.
I did
Short
not wake up
notice.
thinking I'd have to be sitting in and doing this with you, but here we are.
Good job, man. That was fun.
Who saw us coming here? Not me.
No. We talked some Niners, talked some LeBron James, talked Giants.
Well, I wasn't here for the Giants talk.
No,
we did 5 minutes with Richie.
Yeah. No, you're here for like that middle segment. You're
That's
just in
true.
the
Yeah,
back.
that's true. Yeah, we did that little weird segment in the middle.
What are your final thoughts?
My final thought is just, God, I'm really crossing my fingers that it's, good news for Casey Schmidt. This has been...
I thought you were going to say good news on Shasky coming in tomorrow.
No, he'll be fine. He'll bounce back. Shasky's a warrior. He's dealing with the tummy today, so he'll be back tomorrow, and you know him. Nothing really... He gets knocked down, but he gets right back up again. But, yeah, Joe, I don't know if you noticed, this season has really kind of sucked for me as a Giants fan. There's so few things to, clutch onto and be happy about. Bryce Eldridge is one of them. Casey Schmidt is also one of those things. Please, baseball gods, don't take this away from me. I asked for so little from you. Just keep my guys healthy, my valued players.
The baseball
Get well
god-
soon, Casey.
The baseball gods, while you were in high school, gave you 3 World Series trophies and college. Should be grateful.
I don't see how that plays into this conversation, but,
Carter.
Yeah, my final thought is I want to say a special thank you to number 1, Mark Grandy, who we had to call this morning at 6:40 in the morning.
Oh, the director of sports?
Dude,
Yeah, the
wake up
director
and
of
direct some sports.
Who rolled over out of bed, and you could just hear it in his voice.
Mark Spielberg, Mark Nolan.
To help us here with Shasky, of course.
Sam Meekley, take notes.
My second thank you goes to Chase. Thank you, Chase, for speeding down here from, I think, San Bruno, right, to get here and to support me. So I appreciate you both. And Tyler Malley, hang it in the Louvre, buddy. What a performance.
Yeah? You
6
like that
innings
Malley
of
talk?
decent pitching.
Dude,
We're hanging down in the Louvre.
Dude, hanging in the Louvre. That was...
Hey, he's available.
It's a stellar performance, my friend.
Chase Senior. What's up, man?
What's going on, guys? Good to be with you.
Chase, what is your last name?
It's Chardich.
How do you, what is that?
I've been saying Korik.
So it's Croatia. I mean, it's Korik, but
Okay, you and Pulisic.
Dibs has been making a joke that I'm Chase Chorich. That's how you actually say in Croatian.
I have his name in my phone as Chase Croatian, actually. So
That sounds like something Dibs would do.
Chase Center. How about that one? All right, what are your final thoughts?
So my final thoughts, I mean, a lot to be positive about. Life is good, but The weather's just been killing me lately. I mean, I got a sister's down in SoCal, and she's just telling me every day how it's 85 degrees there. And where has summer been?
Oh, wait.
We are at July 28th. I feel like I haven't had back-to-back days that have just been 75 degrees.
Where do you live?
All sunny. San Bruno.
Well, that's why.
Dude, it's been humid and hot as hell in Oakland.
Go spend a week. Spend a week in Concord and then say that summer hasn't showed
I
up
would
yet.
gladly switch up with you guys. I'm telling you, it feels like it's fall. Every day I wake up, it's gray outside.
I'm jealous.
I can't take it anymore. I can't take it.
You grew up, though, around here. This is your weather, right?
I'm telling you, something's been going on. This has been a bad summer for San Bruno.
Something's been going on. Yeah, it's climate change.
Oh, climate change, huh? Oh. On 95.7 The Game. All right. Evan and Guru coming up next. Maybe they'll talk about global warming. Brought to you by Front Bank, here for you, here for good.
Hey, Bay Area sports fans, get ready for game day with Laughing Monk Brewing. Whether you're watching with friends or heading out after the final whistle, Laughing Monk has the perfect beer for the moment. With locations in Sunnyvale, Scotts Valley, and Bayview in San Francisco, there's always a monk nearby. And now, check out their newest San Francisco location in Nopa. From crisp lagers to bold IPAs, every beer is righteously brewed in San Francisco. Grab a pint, grab your crew, and make game day better at Laughing Monk Brewing. Righteously brewed in San Francisco.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for buying gas. That's right. You can earn cash back with Upside just for buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I used Upside, and just last year, I made nearly $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get cash back? If you like extra cash, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you fill your tank. Use promo code SNAP to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code SNAP for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code SNAP for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Thinking about heading to the mountains this weekend in a new Toyota truck?
Let's go!
Bringing the bikes?
Let's go!
Maybe towing the boat too?
Let's go!
All right, let's roll. Get 3.99% APR plus 500 finance cash on 2026 Tacoma SR5 or get 2.99% APR on Tundra.
The time is now, let's go!
You heard the man. Toyota. Let's go places. Offers available through TFS to buyers with a premium rated credit and cannot be combined with other offers. Excludes Tundra TRD Pro and say 326.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Hi, I'm Richard Estrada with Atco Pest Control. What's bugging you at home? You can grab a spray or set a trap, but real pest control starts with identifying the source of the problem and keeping them out of your home. Atco has been servicing Bay Area homes since 1985. We take the guesswork out of it so you can move on. Go to atcopest.com. Trust Atco for the solution.
Earn up to 6% on gas and EV charging through September 7th, 2026 with Stanford Federal Credit Union's Rewards Credit Card. Make the most of your miles. The Rewards Credit Card offers low rates, no annual fee, and get 25,000 bonus points worth $250 cash back when you open and use your new credit card. Visit sfcu.org to apply online. All credit cards are subject to credit approval and membership eligibility. Terms apply. sfcu.org.
Sometimes it feels like the news is full of things that have never happened before. And that is not exactly true. In fact, it may have happened this very week, hundreds or thousands of years ago. I'm Sally Helm, host of the podcast History This Week from the History Channel. Trade embargoes? Thomas Jefferson tried them. Rent too high? We've been arguing about that for a while. Each episode is proof. The past isn't that far away. Listen to History This Week, available now on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
Oh. And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Diamond, you're doing a great job. I'm my own general, Evan.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
Well, we started at 10 o'clock today. We got that part right.
Yes, sir.
Not 10:01, not 10:02. Yeah, well, I appreciate it.
Well, no, seriously, you look sharp in that shirt. Your hair, you got the curls. Let's go, baby.
Well, and you also, paid off the tees from yesterday. Shout out Vanderbilt basketball.
Yes, number 7, Bing. I'm going to call him my nephew. So my man Isaac
your
from
cousin?
the Yoon. Is Isaac's cousins from the Yoon.
Okay.
And averaged 4 points last year, freshman. Hey. So he'll be back this year, and it's my team like Steiny adopted
Tulane. Yeah, that's awesome. Well, that's actually an SEC school as opposed to I think it was an American Conference school.
I wake up real quick this morning to KTVU. COVID is on the rise, so do with that what you will. But shout out Shasky, who got sick and had to leave mid-show. We know he's our Cal Ripken.
Well,
so Shasky, get better, man.
We want to call him out.
Now, why is that calling him out? I'm worried.
Not everybody knew that he had to leave the show early
my
today.
bad. Let me do what I do. I'm looking out for my guy. Right. Dude, but stuff is going out, but you look good.
I appreciate it, man. Well, okay.
Get better, Shasky.
Yeah, I mean, it's been going around, definitely. I know there's a couple people in the sales office that had a cold, a little bit under the weather. But, all right, Goose, so
what you got?
Well, yesterday we spent a lot of time talking about just where this whole Bay Area train is going.
Okay.
And, I'm looking at the Warriors. I'm looking at the Niners who are, starting training camp. People are excited about football season.
I'm super excited.
You and Ken are very excited about football season. And I've been thinking about windows. I've been thinking about windows for contention, for competition, especially on the heels of our conversation yesterday. And I kind of want to start with this. Like, if I asked you who has the tighter window, because I think this is going to help us get into some of the stuff with Joe Lacob, Kawakami's comments from a couple of days ago, just the mindset. We got some updates on the Warriors front, but also the Niners too. If I asked you who has the tighter window, the Warriors or the Niners, how would you answer that question?
I would step to the mic like I am, sitting down, and tell you, Evan Giddings, it's the Warriors. And I think that window's so tight that there's pressure on the window because it feels like it's damn near closed. But the fact that you got Steph Curry, Draymond approaching 40, and with where they're at in regard to being a threat to kind of capitalize or get close to number 5 or go on a deep playoff run, I would answer you. And again, the Niners made the playoffs, won a road game, won 12 games with everything that went under the sun in regard to those injuries. So to me, Evan, I don't even think it's close. I'm going to say the Giants. You say what to, the Giants, the Warriors. You say what to that?
I think they're in very similar positions. I think they're in really similar spots. And to me, it's, the Niners are entering the Brock Purdy extension era, right? They kind of have whatever they believe to be next to the quarterback position. Kyle Shanahan looks like he's going to be okay and will be the head coach for a long time.
Evan, real quick, 40 stitches in the face. I didn't trip yet. That's a lot.
Yeah.
No, seriously, get well. Thoughts and prayers. That's a lot.
And we're going to talk about that a little bit with Ethan Sherwood-Strauss, who wrote a really interesting piece at 12 o'clock.
Okay, cool.
Ethan Strauss is going to join us. He has a Substack, House of Strauss. He used to cover the Warriors in the Greater Bay Area for The Athletic and for ESPN. And he wrote about kind of just the coverage of the entire Shanahan debacle. So we're going to talk to him again at noon. But you got Christian McCaffrey, who's getting older. You have an older weapon who comes in like Mike Evans, who's on a 3-year deal, but kind of a pseudo 1-year deal. Trent says he's got a couple of years left. Kittle's coming off an Achilles. Their roster may not be good enough to overtake the Rams and the Seahawks, but it kind of feels like they're in a win-now mode. And then the Warriors, I think people want them to be in win-now mode. People want them to be in all-in mode because you don't have a ton of years left of the chef. So that's why who's got the tighter window? I think you're right, it's the Warriors because it may have already passed them. But I think these two teams, the way they're constructed, it's very similar.
No, I'm not mad at you, but why get off the BART train headed to the Simular Station is the fact that the Warriors couldn't get past the play-in. And for the last 4 years, that's where they've been. With everything that the Niners and Kyle had to endure, Evan, they still were able to manifest that into 12 wins and a road playoff win. So that leads me to believe, okay, Bosa's coming back, Kittle's coming back, Warner's coming back. And if they're back, that's my Berman. My gosh, why wouldn't any Niner fan think, and I get it, the Rams and Seattle are out there and they're in your division, why couldn't I think, wow, with health, we might be greater than 12 wins. But even if we get to 12 wins, we'll cash our ticket to the playoffs and get into the, you got a chance. The Warriors can't, they're missing their train to even get to the offs. So that's why I'm more concerned and it feels more dire. And then if we look at the roster, outside of Steph, and I guess I got to be careful here, Evan. I know you're looking at me like, oh, here he goes, scatterbrain. I was going to say, do the Warriors have a young Brock Purdy, the guy that's going to be there after maybe Trent, Kittle, or whatnot? And I'll say Yaxel, but after Yaxel, the Warriors don't have a lot of guys like that, if that makes any sense. Stribling's hit the scene, and apparently people like what they've seen early. But I'm just looking at the Warriors like that window is just tight to me.
Yeah, and I think it's also one of the reasons I see them in a similar place is because I don't think the Warriors will be worse than they were last year. And you might be completely right. I don't see how the Niners get better than what they did last year in terms of 12 wins. I mean, they were a win away in week 18.
That's incredible.
From being the 1 seed with everything they went through. No way in hell they're going to be better than what happened last year. That's just the way I feel.
Even with the guys that I mentioned coming back, you don't think they could surpass 12 or have a better season?
No, and they won 12 games the year they went to the Super Bowl. And we're going to talk about 2023 because there was something that kind of slapped me in the face about it today.
Because you need that Purdy too, that MVP Purdy.
You need that Purdy, but you also need that McCaffrey. You need that Williams. You need that Kittle. You need that,
I got you.
What could have been Ayuk, and now is a Mike Evans. I think that the Niners are in a more competitive spot. Their roster is a bit more balanced. I think they have younger talent than the Warriors, but I see them taking a step back. Not completely out of the playoffs, but taking a step back. To me, the Warriors, I don't know if they can take a step back. Like what would next year look like if the Warriors took a step back? Because
not even make the play-in.
Yeah, but
you would fall out of the top 10.
But they got killed by injuries last year. They won 37 games. Steph only played 40 of them.
But as you astutely pointed out yesterday, and again, this is not fair, but it's real. The reason the Warriors were able to maintain their standing or their seeding was what wasn't behind them. in the seedings. Remember a couple years ago, Houston was on their bumper and they fell off trying to catch the Warriors for the play-in. Last year, the West was so bad, the Warriors had that benefit of, yeah, we're bad, Evan, but we're not bad enough to where somebody's on our tail to where we don't even qualify for the play-in. So I'm just saying, if that repeats itself, you do almost make the play-in by default. And I feel like that's how the Warriors got in last year when the Niners won 12. Nobody knows how.
Well, and the other part about the two teams that I find similar is the lack of urgency from their front offices. And I think it's because the Niners are kind of wondering where they're going. Now, Mike Evans was a good signing, but a relatively low-risk, high-reward
He's not 25,
signing.
but he might ball out. I like him.
I mean, their biggest offseason acquisition was Osa Odigizua.
He's a baller.
I found that when Vita Vea asked for a trade yesterday from the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, my first thought was, wow, that would be a perfect signing or a perfect pickup for the 49ers.
Think it could happen?
Well, do you think that they're still in a spot where they would go for something like that? Because you got to pay him. You got to give up something to get him. And he's a great player. But I'm wondering, Goo, if the Niners are in a spot where they think they're a Vita Vea away, because that's why I believe, to bring it back to Golden State, that's one of the reasons why I don't think they're swinging for the fences, that they're not spending all their picks, that they're not cashing in all their chips, because they don't think that they're a player away. That's another similarity between the two teams.
Now, this is interesting, and this is why we do what we do, sports radio, because, Evan, you never brag or boast if you have the intel, but we're both speculating, and I don't know what the Warriors were willing to do and what they weren't willing to do. If LeBron James is even a reality in regard to coming here, and we got sound of Draymond saying why he didn't come, and I don't agree. But the bottom line is, if you win 12 games in the NFL like the Niners did with what you were without, and you could get Vita Vea, I'm trying to do, there's a cost to doing business. I think the Niners, with Kyle, on a good day, coaches them up. And if these guys come back healthy, why wouldn't I look at Vita Vea as, oh my gosh, he could help Bosa, he could help Osa. I mean, my God, it makes sense if you think that you got a chance, and with the Rams doing what they did in their secondary and Donald coming back and adding, oh my gosh, Myles Garrett in Seattle with what they did in 8 quarters against you. I know it's just one side of the ball. Evan, I'm saying, hell yes, this could be what we talked about real quick yesterday, the benefit of relationships getting funky. You know, Evan's stellar in Philadelphia, but then the relationship goes bad and now you become available. What if the Niners pounced in and were able to add him? I know this, Evan, it damn sure won't hurt, but if they could get their hands on him, oh, man.
Well, there's no doubt that Vita Vea makes you a better football team, just in the way there's no doubt that Jaylen Brown makes you a better basketball team. But these two franchises, the Warriors and the Niners, I'm wondering where they believe they are in their windows. That's what we're kind of talking about today. On the other side, I want to get into some sound from earlier this week. Tim Kawakami was talking about how much Joe Lacob is not necessarily focused on the present, but the future. So we got to clear some stuff up there.
Really clear it up,
and
yes.
talk about what that means for Steph Curry, because he was a subject of conversation all day yesterday on national platforms. The inactivity of Golden State, Willard talked about it, and what that means for the franchise. And then later on, we are going to talk to Ethan Sherwood-Strauss. You can check out his Substack, again, House of Strauss, but he used to work for The Athletic and ESPN covering all Bay Area sports, has some really interesting insights, I think, as to what went down or didn't go down with the Kyle Shanahan story. So 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz alongside Daryl the Guru Johnson. We're back after this on Steiny and Goose, sponsored by Safeway.
exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I am grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hey, it's Brew. And between my radio show, filming content, editing videos, and trying to stay connected with family, reliable Wi-Fi isn't really optional anymore. I just need it to work. And that's why I like that with Xfinity, you get the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi with the best equipment at one price for 5 years, guaranteed. No contracts or commitments. Plus, Xfinity makes getting connected simple with same-day Wi-Fi so you can get online in minutes. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use the fiber or coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity. Imagine that.
I scream. You scream. We all scream. Because Wendy's famous small classic Frosty is just $1 for a limited time. More screaming, happy screaming, summer screaming, dollar small classic Frosty screaming! But please don't scream in the drive-thru. It hurts the employees' ears. Get a $1 small classic Frosty for a limited time. Only at Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. A la carte only. Not valid for delivery. Limit 10 per transaction. Price may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
Bay Area. Get ready for the King of the South, T.I. and the King Secession Tour. Coming to the Masonic on August 15th. Buy your tickets at Ticketmaster.com for a chance to score tickets courtesy of Live Nation. Visit the contest page at 957thegame.com.
Hey, it's Willard from Willard and Dibs coming up at 2 o'clock. But now back to Steiny and Goo. Goo, you're my guy. Steiny,
I think
Will's back.
Yeah, he is. He's
good
feeling
to have him
good.
back.
He's looking tan. Got a lot of vitamin D down in Mexico. Did he say where he was?
I should know.
I've never been to Mexico, so well.
Now that shocks me. You've
TJ.
been all around the world.
I've been to Tijuana. That's about it.
Did a little kid come up and blow a whistle?
What
when the
does
police
that
come
mean?
and you got to give him your money? 49er Frankie, that happened to him.
In TJ?
Yeah, we were in 12th grade. He went. Little kid came up, blew a whistle. Guys came up like, empty your pockets, give it to me.
No, that did not happen to me. No, we went over the border to get some fish tacos. Came back after dark. It was great.
I love tacos. Might have them Taco Tuesday.
Taco
Didn't
Tuesday.
go see Odyssey. I
come
was
on,
tired.
man. I was-
carrying you and Kenny yesterday. I was a little tired. But no, I'm going to go today.
Well, you said it was at 5:15. I get a text from Goo
I didn't listen.
in our group chat at about 6:30, 6:45, and I'm thinking, this movie's about 3 hours. Either he really doesn't like the movie or he didn't go see
And it hurt me to see it. Yeah, I didn't. And it hurt me to tell you, no, I didn't go, but you know I didn't. I had to watch the Giants.
You didn't have to watch him.
I love ball. He got hurt. Hopefully he's okay. Hyperextended knee.
No, good win for the Giants last night. They got about 6 days till they got to sell the team. There is not
That's a two.
This isn't as much about Casey Schmidt, and it's kind of tongue in cheek, but the best time to get hurt.
You did say this.
Week before the trade deadline.
Look at you.
If you want to stay with your team, the best time to go down with an injury is right before the trade deadline.
Because I wouldn't mind having Casey on my baseball team.
No, I mean, I don't know if they would trade him anyways, but
I got you.
It's just about guarantees it. Hopefully he's all right soon.
Now, if I put it at 2 real quick, 1.5 moves or trades, Giant players going by the deadline, would you take the over-under?
I'd take the over. I would take the over.
So
yeah.
Ray and Arise?
Yeah, those would be the two guys that I think can net you the most. Although I was reading that
somebody might come for Adames and
I don't know if it'll be a top 100 prospect. You know what? So actually, this was something I saw at the Giants game. We'll get back to the Warriors and the Niners in just a sec. No, you're good. But this was something they were showing. I forget. I think it was like the 3rd or 4th inning. You know, 7 of the top 8 OPS leaders this year in baseball were acquired via trade.
That I did not know. Hey, Marcy, that I did not know.
Yordan Alvarez used to be a Dodger.
He's incredible.
In the minor leagues, in no particular order. Pete Crow Armstrong used to be a New York Met. You got C.J. Abrams and James Wood, who were in the Juan Soto deal.
They were talking about moving Abrams, but go ahead. That was weird.
They might. Juan Soto was obviously traded at one point in his career. And the last guy off the top of my head, I think I got it written down here.
All ballers.
Oh, Junior Caminero, who was once a Cleveland Guardian farmhand, got traded to Tampa Bay. So maybe this is the time for Buster Posey and the Giants to start to turn this ship around. Go get somebody.
Yeah, I want to say Buster's been quiet, but we got a week. He can kick up some dust. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see.
But they ain't buying nothing.
No, but this is the thing, is all those guys that I just mentioned, the majority of them were prospects and minor league players when they were traded. So this is the time when you can go out and find a diamond in the rough, if you will.
I'll feel you.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz alongside Daryl the Guru Johnson.
Have you heard from Steiny? I haven't, and I expect that to be the way until he comes
not
back.
really. I reached out to him this morning. I just sent him one word with a question mark.
It's okay. I miss him too. He didn't respond to my text. It's all good.
Well, yeah, of course, because you reached out to him. I texted him this morning. I just asked if there was action.
Anything back?
No, he's probably on the course, but that's okay. I actually was thinking about how he would sort of feel about this window conversation. And, I get the idea that the Niners, their window is a little bit more open, but I think they're also in a similar spot to the Warriors just because of the division they play in.
Oh, my, it's hell.
You can make a case that the two best teams in the NFL are both in the NFC West.
I think you're right.
And the Niners, as good as they were last year, and I think as competitive as they'll be, it kind of feels like they're playing for third.
Man,
you never know. Injuries happen. Teams underperform. Niners could excel. But to me, Goo, it's like the window is barely open, and it almost only is because of how much aging talent they have. And that's where the Warriors also come into play, because people want them to go all in or to cash in their chips for Steph Curry's remaining elite seasons if he's got any left.
No, man, and I think he does. And the crazy part about it is, had LeBron James came, and I'm on record as saying what I'm about to say to you all, is even if he would have said, I'm coming to the Bay, I still thought without Anthony Davis, it wasn't enough. Would it have been fun? Hell yes. Exciting? Yes. How many primetime games? Probably 40 or more. But the bottom line is, right now they're devoid of talent, and I don't know what you do, Joe Lacob and Mike Dunleavy can do to kind of bridge that gap in a beast. You mentioned the division for the Niners, but what about the conference that the Warriors play in, just the West alone? I don't see it, Bob.
Well, you mentioned the front office, and I want to take it a step further, a little higher up, because this was the comment that I think yesterday got because
I was mad. Remember, I was upset thinking I misplaced.
So this was from the Warriors Plus Minus podcast, which I believe is an Odyssey podcast. Tim Kawakami was discussing what the focus is for the Warriors on the heels of them not getting LeBron James, and a lot of people didn't really like it.
What Lacob wants to do, and this might get Warriors fans mad, but he wants to build the next team after Steph Curry. I don't know how possible that is. But Lacob has a very keen interest in, I'm going to show, or whatever, this organization is going to show what it can do with Steph Curry and then after Steph Curry. I don't think it's going to be as good myself, but that's what he wants to do.
And so yesterday, there were some people, like, for example, Bomani Jones, who's, I think, a really smart guy. A lot of people took that as Lacob saying it. And he never did. There were no public comments from Joe Lacob saying, I'm focused on life after Steph. But, Good, this is where I think people are making leaps.
Because it's upsetting, just to me, Daryl L. Johnson the first. It signals that, you inherited Steph Curry, and now in your mind, if you had said these things, I'm going to ask you, like, you're focused on the project that's after the project that is due, and that is life with Curry and trying to get him help. And I don't know, I'm not trying to intertwine the mix-up or how I'm confused about the media and this whole Kyle situation and what you report and what you don't. Obviously, different circumstances. But for Tim to say, TK to say that out loud, I'm asking you, do you feel like he said that because he's heard that from Joe?
I don't know if that he's heard it, but I can absolutely assume that he's saying it because his actions, that like Joe Lacob's actions, or maybe not his, the Warriors' actions.
But they went and got Jimmy.
Have led you to believe that they are equally as focused on the future as the present, if not more. And again, I think that's because of draft picks. I think it's because of a reluctance to trade more than is necessary. You're right. They did go get Jimmy Butler. But Jimmy Butler didn't really cost that much. I mean, we're talking about at the cafeteria how a lot of people, like, you can't even name the guy that the Heat just drafted with that pick that the Warriors gave to them, who's now, by the way, is in Milwaukee because he was involved in the Giannis trade. And Yakachonis is not a difference maker. So the Jimmy Butler deal, Wiggins was not someone that was helping you to go to the next level. So they got Butler for a fair price. And the Warriors haven't been a team, and you think it's smart, or you could think it's dumb. They haven't been a team to take risks, I believe, during the tail end of Steph Curry's prime or his elite years. And I think that's what frustrates people, is that they've let this thing sort of fizzle out organically to the point now where I don't think it's wise at this stage to go all in for something, because I think they're past the point of no return. But where people have been frustrated is that it hasn't always been past the point of no return. And this level of aggression or sense of urgency, it hasn't been visible at any point over the last, let's say, 3 or 4 years outside of Jimmy Butler.
I want to fight you on that, but I can't, because LeBron James was not a high price ticket item. He was coming for cheap. But the fact that the Warriors are in on it, and I believe they were in on LeBron, I was going to say, Evan, no, that's exhibit A of, I think you might be wrong. They were going all in. But the bottom line is, again, I'm going to hold back criticizing or critiquing Joe Lacob, because I technically, Evan, don't know what they've been willing to do and what they've been willing not to do. The bottom line is, everything you read, everything you see in regard to the Warriors right now, the only team not to make a move or add a player via free agency or trade is they can't close the deal. You got Micah Parsons in Green Bay saying, why doesn't anybody want to come play with Steph Curry? And when I hear Kawakami say, Joe Lacob is focused, and I'm paraphrasing, more of life after Steph, then I put myself in Steph's shoes. Like, that would piss me off. In any entity, if I worked at any company, this company, if the boss said something like, yeah, Guru, you're cool, but we're focused on life without you, Evan, that would cut me. And I just want to see if that is a reality and Joe feels that way. And Joe can't feel that way, right, Evan? If he breaks off Curry, if Curry goes for it all and gets all the chicken he can on this extension, then that would put kind of a monkey wrench in that plan, because you're giving Steph all that and some, which he deserves.
Well, do you think that they are, like, are you feeling like the Warriors are more focused on life after Steph right now, especially with the lack of moves this summer?
I don't feel that way, and that's why I think next year, and Steiner would be proud of me, because I hate it. We got a whole season to get ready for, right? But if the books are going to reset, I think next summer it is on you go get, you're going to draft, but some ready-made dudes and get somebody to sip that coffee because they closed the deal. So now you could say, Goo, you're being naivete. I'm in denial. But now I really feel like next summer they have to go get somebody's to add with the chef, if that's how it plays out.
888-957-957 is the number. We're talking about, Tim Kawakami's comments that Lacob is more focused on the future. Again, Joe has not said those words publicly, but I think there's a lot of fans that have been feeling like he is. And I'm just curious, for those people that do, if you feel like this window is closed, let's say it's next summer, Goo, is the focus on opening up the current one or opening up a new one?
The current one.
See, that's where we differ.
So, and I get it and I love it. That's why I'm kind of, you had me feeling some type of way, lightweight excited about this Draymond situation and contract. I do think he's coming back multiple years, but if somehow it was on one, I'd be like, okay. And then let me say this to you. And I know these are moves around the edges, but if they were so worried about the future, talk to me about Horford, Melton, and Porzingis getting 2-year deals. And I know they're to forget the money, but to me that doesn't signal, okay, we're trying to start brand new. It's kind of, we're still riding what we can attain or retain, and that's these old heads.
No, but I think those guys are stopgaps. I think you bring back Horford, Porzingis, Melton, you kind of run it back for a year because there's no better alternative. And I think also the Warriors are probably under the assumption that they're going to be better than they were last year, or they're operating that way. But I don't have to. I don't have to be there with them. And I think, look, the Warriors have always. It seems like they've always talked about, all right, they have a plan B and a plan C.
I don't see it.
Well, not right now, but their plan B might be, well, if we bottom out, just like remember in 2020, we bottomed out, we got a great pick. And then you're going to have to hit on that pick. Or maybe we could use that pick to go trade for somebody who's ready-made, and that player isn't available right now. But if it appears, then we can pounce. It just it feels like they're in this holding pattern. They've stalled for a bit. And, Willard yesterday brought up the idea of, look, you can't do nothing. And he's right. But you also can't do something just to do something. That doesn't make things any better to me.
Norm always said, son, don't mistake activity for achievement.
And so, if the Warriors had signed, let's say, Colin Sexton, or they had signed Sexton and another
Simons,
sure, but that had taken them out of the LeBron James sweepstakes. Like, that wouldn't have made anybody, I think, feel any more optimistic about the season. I don't think that there's a move outside of whether it was trying to trade for Jaylen Brown or trying to go out and get, I don't know if they're interested in like a LaMelo Ball or one of these other big boys that got traded. Kawhi was unattainable. I just don't think the Warriors had enough or have had enough in their chamber unless it's for one big move. And do you think they're one big move away right now?
That I don't know. LeBron at his age, because I still fool with Bron. I think there's something left, but what I envision is a Thundercat in regard to the birth certificate to be able to come here and then use that with Steph, Dre. Assuming Dre's here, Evan, I would like to watch that play out. But right now, if you're telling me 41-year-old Bron by himself, I didn't think that was enough, but I was on board. So again, I just take it back to my premise. Do you have a problem with me or anybody in Dub Nation that might finally, speaking for myself, take the patient route, see what happens? Jimmy comes back at All-Star break, hopefully thereafter. But next, this offseason coming up, Mike D, you're on the clock.
Well, this is from The Right Time with Bomani Jones, and he got wind of this quote. Now, I think he thought that Lacob said it, which, again, we've described as not being true.
But why would TK say it if Lacob didn't? And I could be wrong, but I'm feeling like Lacob wouldn't say that out loud.
No, I don't think he'd say it out loud. But, again, the actions are telling you that's what they're focused on because they've literally done nothing this summer. They've done nothing. They've tried to do things, and if you want to give them credit for that, you can. But you say it all the time, that coffee's for closers. And they've done nothing on the heels of a season that went completely in the wrong direction. So this is what Bomani Jones took away from those comments about Lacob looking ahead.
Ever since they went on that 2-timeline nonsense, they have been actively trying to prepare for tomorrow. And this league doesn't really allow you to play for tomorrow and play for today at the same time. It's amazing they won the championship when they did. And why did they win that championship when they did? Because they had Steph Curry. That's why. They still have Steph Curry. And this is not like the last couple of years for the Lakers where like Kobe was cooked. So no, we're definitely playing for tomorrow. And we just got him here to like sell tickets and make people feel better about it. That's not what's going on here, guys. You got the guy and he's still pretty good right now. And you're out loud talking about what we gonna do tomorrow. That's the beauty of being the owner. Can't nobody fire you for being stupid.
Well, I wouldn't call Joe Lacob a stupid man.
I love Bo too, but I think that's misplaced because, again, I think Bo is like a lot of us. He thought Joe Lacob said that. But let's put it right on the table, brought to you by ATCO Pest Control. If you're a successful businessman, Evan, you're always looking down the road, down yonder. You don't prepare for, the future when you get there. You kind of are doing it 2-3 steps ahead. But what I think Bo's missing is, this is not how they drew it up. Tomorrow was supposed to be Kuminga today. Tomorrow was supposed to be Wiseman today. Tomorrow was supposed to be Jordan Poole before he got hit upside the head. So, again, I'm not caping for Joe Lacob. I just don't think that's true. And I don't think we have enough examples outside of Yaxel Lindeborg to say they're working on the future outside of hanging on to picks. But, again, to me, who have they said no to because they're hanging on to picks? A couple summers ago, allegedly it was Pods. He was already on the team to get our guy out of Utah. But, Evan, maybe I'm missing something. Like, give me an example or examples out there, somebody to where we feel like outside of holding on to the picks, they missed out on, Paul George because of this. They want to hold on to the draft capital.
No, I mean, I don't think they've had enough to get in on a lot of these superstars.
Man.
And it's not
It's their fault.
Well, it's not because of the draft picks. It's because the draft picks haven't panned out that they've taken. Kuminga had some value. They chose to not cash it in because they didn't think it was enough.
Those are setbacks, E.
Same for Podziemski if you want to, bring back the marketing conversation. I just think it's interesting, let me throw this at you because Steph Curry is in a position where he's doing things that are unprecedented for someone of his size at his age with how productive he is.
Crazy stupid.
Age 38, which is the season he's going into, is the last time that these three players made all-NBA teams. These were the three oldest guys not named LeBron James that I could find that have been an all-NBA performer, which a lot of people believe Steph is still capable of.
Can't wait to hear this.
Kareem Abdul-Jabbar,
the captain,
Karl Malone, and Tim Duncan. That's the last time, their age 38 season, they were all-NBA performers in their careers. Does that make you feel any better or make you feel any different about the Warriors kind of standing pat in what potentially could be Steph's last best season?
Oh, man. They're all different. I'm going DNA real quick.
Yeah, they're all big men.
They're all big men. So Curry doesn't have that on his side. I do think, and I mean this, Evan, I think Curry has 3 more years playing at a high level if you don't run him in the ground. So I just bring that up because it's imperative now. And I read you the stats, and I'll read them again later, Evan, about when Steph misses a lot of the season, watch out that next season. Obviously, he was younger when it happened for those prior examples. But, man, what if he comes back with reckless abandon, but it's just Steph carrying Draymond, carrying this offense? That's when you're just running the Ferrari in the ground, and then you got an oil leak or a gasket blown. So if I'm Steph, I would tell Evan, not that you're saying he's the problem, we got more problems than just me. How do we save or preserve me balling or playing at a high level because I have nothing around me to let me at least take a few vacation minutes a night when we play because everything's on me. They're still double and triple teaming me.
Well, I think that's the delicate part is the Warriors haven't gone and tried to find the player around the edges. They've looked for the big fish. And in the process, they haven't developed enough role players. The young guys and something like, for example, Moses Moody. I think he was developing into a nice role player, but unfortunately he got hurt.
Man.
And so they've failed to create enough of those players to help Steph while they look for the big fish. And obviously they got one a couple of years ago. Jimmy Butler got hurt.
Oh.
So now people want more, and it's hard to get more. And so they're stuck between this rock and the hard place of wanting to help Steph compete, but also, to a lot of people's points, not wanting to sacrifice the future for what could be the last best season of Steph Curry. And this is, look, I think this is where a lot of people at. 888-957-9570 is the number, the 415. They should be planning for life after Steph because it's over. This is from the 925. Shams reported yesterday the Warriors didn't want to offer 4 first-round picks for Jaylen Brown, whether it was at the deadline or this summer. So, again, it's like, do you want to go all in for one guy? Do you want to keep some of what you have? I just think the Warriors are in kind of a delicate position. And as you talked about with the guys that haven't panned out, that's probably why they're there.
Well said. And I'll say this. If I could be a fly on the wall, Evan, in life right now with anybody's conversation, being nosy, forget the Kyle thing, I would love to sit in on this conversation that I believe is going to be had, or conversations, and that's about this extension with Steph and Joe Lacob. Because what is Steph Curry? He's our Michael Jordan, Derek Jeter. He's our guy. And he comes off as the guy next door, Mr. Nice Guy. But this is me projecting on Steph. I think it's now come to a head, even after Willard's statement about they didn't do anything. Willard didn't make that up. That's a factoid, and it's making its rounds. Evan, I guess I want Steph Curry to finally stick his chest out and demand in only the way that he can, or put some type of pressure on Joe Lacob and Mike Dunleavy to do something at the deadline, this upcoming one, or especially next year, table those talks. And maybe if Tim Kawakami is right and he heard it from the horse's mouth, I'm interested to see what Joe Lacob, how he would respond to that, what we deem pressure from Steph. because the metal's got to hit. Something's got to give. Yeah. This is not how we had it drawn up for the chef. Bomani just told you. I agree. And I'm not telling you, and I'm not Helen Keller. I'm not telling you Steph is a 28-year-old Steph, but he's balling at a high level still. He just can't do it by himself, and it feels like he's doing it by himself.
Well, and unfortunately, that's kind of the case for a lot of great Pantheon-type players. You go down the list, Kobe, Bird, Thomas, yeah. Isaiah Thomas tore his Achilles, Allen Iverson, Dirk Nowitzki, Dwayne Wade, all these guys that have been in, even Duncan to some extent, these guys that have been in those same conversations and Steph, not all of them get to retire on top. You know, Kobe Bryant, and I know that he got hurt, but his last 3 seasons, I believe it was around 20 wins per year. And a lot of people don't want to see Steph Curry go out like that. But how do you prevent it from happening? I don't think the Warriors are willing to sacrifice everything to find out. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. We're talking about windows, all right? Joe Lacob, kind of from Tim Kawakami's speculation is looking at the future. How does that make you feel? Is that the right move? Is that the wrong move? And is that the reason why the Warriors haven't done anything so far this summer? And then we'll get into the Niners a little bit later around 12 o'clock with Ethan Sherwood. Strauss is going to join us to talk about this Kyle Shanahan story. And then we'll get into the Niners window as they are in the middle of training camp. Football season right around the corner, as crazy as it is to say. And the Niners are getting going with their head coach currently on the sidelines, but he is out there. I see you, D from DC. We'll get to your call on the other side. That segment was sponsored by Ceremony Ford. The summer sales event is on at Ceremony Ford. Get 0% APR, $1,000 in down payment assistance. No payments for 90 days, plus a 2-year maintenance plan on models including the F-150, the Bronco, Mach-E Explorer, and Mustang. Ceremony Ford in Colma, Daly City, or ceremonyford.com. Giddings in for Steinmetz alongside Guru. Back after this.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon. You've got a big day, so you use Unstoppable Scent Boosters to give your laundry non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppable beads to your wash for 24-hour non-stop freshness so you can smell unstoppable.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
You know the feeling. That rush when you reach that goal. Make somebody brag a little back home. That's success. And at University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why UMGC offers an accredited skills-based education that helps move your career forward. We'll teach you how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science, plus build your skills in leadership, communication, and critical thinking. Explore more than 100 degrees and certificates in business, cybersecurity, healthcare, and more. With affordable and online programs, you can unlock new opportunities to help you succeed again. At UMGC, success is yours for the taking and the making, and nothing should keep you from it, especially not an application fee. Apply now and we'll waive your application fee. Classes start August 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877-CARS-4-KIDS to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877-CARS-4-KIDS to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
Sometimes historic events suck. But what shouldn't suck is learning about history. I do that through storytelling. History That Doesn't Suck is a chart-topping history-telling podcast chronicling the epic story of America decade by decade from the 18th century to the 20th. Original music and immersive sound design accompany us on our storytelling journey. Listen to and follow History That Doesn't Suck, an Odyssey podcast, available now on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for buying gas. That's right. You can earn cash back with Upside just for buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside, and just last year, I made nearly $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get cash back? If you like extra cash, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you fill your tank. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
It's always about the show, bro.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, my bad, Guru.
I thought we had a flag. Kid was in my ear. But he was... I don't know.
A false start.
He did what Grandy did yesterday. You might have to bring us back.
That's not what I said, and that's not how I said it.
I did the backyard boogie for 3 years.
Apparently, that's not good enough. We found out that that's not good enough.
I was excited for you, Goo. I was like, you want to bring us back, Goo?
Evan, I got a bone to pick with you. Bring us back, and I'll.
But we're talking about movies. You and I and
Spider-Man's
Jesse.
coming out Friday.
Yeah, we got a movie club, so we were talking with one of our coworkers.
The black delegation has reached out to me, Evan, and you are a movie buff. You've seen all the movies.
Careful.
You're going to see Spider-Man, and it brought me back to. I'm at wit's end on why you still haven't seen Michael. Explain that, Evan.
Why
did MJ get lost? I remember I was putting pressure. I says, getting a little... Evan, you still haven't seen the flick.
Funny.
Well, I got to be honest. I'm going to judo move this. You didn't exactly hype it up, Goof. You didn't tell me that.
It's Michael. I don't need to hype it.
Everyone,
why haven't you seen it?
Everyone that saw it said it was pretty good, but it wasn't really.
I want your review, and you just can't get to see Michael.
Well, my cop-out is that there's going to be a second one. There's going to be a part 2.
Well, you're right.
So I'll wait till the second one comes out, and I'll binge watch them both.
I'll let the delegation know.
No, I'll watch Michael. No, all right, there's no way that Michael can be a better biopic than Get On Up. Okay. It can't be better than the James Brown movie.
No, that's a 9 on a scale of a 5.
That was just about as good of a biopic as...
He rest in peace. Incredible.
Yeah, as I've seen recently. Yeah. No doubt. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. There's also something we're going to have to get to, in a bit. It's about commutes, and it has to do with LeBron. But we're going to do that in a bit. For
My
now,
middle name.
Yeah, we're going to go to D.C. and talk to our guy D. He's been hanging on for a while.
D,
good to hear from you, man. How you doing?
My brothers, how you guys doing?
Hey.
Oh my God, man! I'm so happy to hear your voice today, man. I'm so happy for you, man. Goo, what's up?
What's up, baby?
Hey, D.
All right. First of all, I just want to say I'm so glad you, Evan, you're on the table today to balance out this argument. With all due respect, my brother Guru,
yes,
I have
I'm
no
right here.
idea why you're absolving. I have no idea why you're trying to absolve Laker from any criticism.
Oh, my
What
God.
has he
Okay,
done?
go ahead. I'm sorry.
Hold on. Guru. Let me finish.
Go ahead.
I'll be quick.
Go ahead.
What has he done since Jerry West's departure? Joe pushed all the great basketball minds away just to incorporate his sons into the decision making, which is why this roster has been as debilitated of talent as it is right now. Based on the results that are currently coming out of Philadelphia the last 2 weeks, it is clear that Joe handcuffed Bob Myers from doing his job. Sadly, he's doing the same thing with Mike Dunleavy right now. So why are you absolving Lacob from any criticism, brother?
Okay,
Tell me.
all right, real quick. Don't hang up. No, all day, and your family. Listen, I will resign after this show if you think that's what I'm saying.
Don't do that.
I'm not saying that. I'm telling you, Joe has been in the way, but he's delivered 4 chips, and he's not the reason Kevin Durant left. He's not the reason Kevin Durant didn't want to come back. We know the reason. They went out and got Jimmy Butler, and Joe Lacob is the reason they have a second apron. That guy was willing to go all the way in. I'm up here upset, and I'm upset at Joe because I thought he was light years ahead. So there's pressure, but I guess whatever my lexicon is saying, you think I'm defending him. I'm not. You got to put something better around Steph Curry. And my friend, I started the show saying that, but I'm not running around here like Joe Lacob is God, and I'm offended if that comment about, hey, I'm worried about life after Steph so I can prove that I can get my own Steph, but he didn't actually say that. So I'm not caping for him at all, and there is pressure on putting something around the chef so you don't run him in the ground if that hadn't already happened.
I understand you, Goo. I really do. But if you ask me, I think Lacob is the reason why one of the biggest headache is still around as it relates to Draymond Green.
Okay,
For many years, he could have pushed Draymond out of town. You know what he's done? Every time he's rewarding, despite the fact that Draymond has dropped his pants and made a mockery out of this organization, he has decided to keep him around. So you're telling me, oh yeah, you're gonna say people are probably blaming Steph Curry and say Steph is the one who's asking to keep a guy like that around. But at the end of the day, Joe is the owner. Joe is the one who signs the checks, right? So I'm putting all the blames on him. Thank you. I'm gonna hang up and listen to the other callers.
Thanks, Steve. Good to hear from you, man.
No, I love it, and I got to say my piece, but I'll say this, not blaming Steph, but again, I'm not caping for Joe Lacob. The bottom line is part of that Draymond thing is also love from the chef, too. He's put up with it. Because if he was tired of it, we know what would happen.
Well, and that's what I found.
And I love Curry, but I've come down this road because I feel like whatever Draymond has done for you to have his back, and he's had, to that caller's point, Curry is just as much responsible for Draymond as Joe to me.
Well, I think that's one of the reasons why we hear so loudly from the fans, whether it's about Lacob or Dunleavy. It's because, oddly enough, in all this goo, Steph doesn't seem that pissed. He doesn't seem that mad.
I hope that changes.
And in fact, reading his comments from Marcus Thompson over the weekend,
I was ready.
Who spoke to Steph, he seems like the least frustrated person in all of this when everything's supposed to be about him. I think it's ironic, in fact, that everything is always all about Steph, except to Steph Curry. And then it's about everybody else. He seems like he knows what position the organization is in. It appears as if he's communicated quite clearly with everybody, and he's content. Now
we'll see with this extension. That's why I'm hoping there's a change.
But he's always been content.
Yeah, but now it's different, I believe. I would hope Steph looks at the chessboard, the Warriors chessboard, like this ain't it. And especially now that I'm dealing with something that I got to overcome, and hopefully he can with runner's knee, I hope this extension is tabled so that, to me and others in Dub Nation, might be Steph firing shots like it's got to get better. And Steph could also, not caping, be looking at the situation with Moody and Jimmy like, we had a good thing going, maybe not NBA champs, and he's not holding Lacob or Mike Dunleavy responsible for them getting hurt. They'll come back. We'll see what we got. But I am yearning for Steph to put some pressure on Lacob and Dunleavy, starting with this extension.
The through line, Steph Curry said, which is hard on anybody in this situation, especially with us keeping this thing together, is knowing that when Jimmy got hurt and Moses got hurt, the whole calculus of everything changes. How do you get through their absence and still stay at a certain level? And then how does that go into this year? It's the same deal. I'm a realist on that. Steph Curry's a realist. And that's not what people want to hear from. I think people, it's funny because I've felt that throughout their entire careers, the thing that has separated Steph the most from a player like LeBron, who in my opinion, they're co-owners of this generation. They're the faces of it.
I like that.
The thing that separates him from LeBron is he is not like LeBron. He is not willing to do all and everything and trading guys and getting people off teams and jumping ship and chasing rings. Steph has done it the right way his entire career. And because he's only got a couple of years left, now he's supposed to start doing it a different way. You may want him to get aggressive. You may want him to hold the franchise hostage and say, I'm not going to sign this extension. You may want him to demand a trade, but that's not who Steph Curry has been since the moment he entered the NBA. And maybe it's just me. I don't want him to start being that guy now.
Well, then you're content with him not making the play-in, watching him average 25 points, shoot 38, 40% from three, and you're okay with that? Especially a guy doing pre- and post-game?
I want him to retire a Warrior. I want him to retire a Warrior.
I want him to win. And if it means he has to win somewhere else, he deserves that. And I'm with you, Evan, but I'm not with you when you say he's doing it the right way. If you're a killer and you're running the shows and getting coaches fired, which he hasn't had to do here, I don't look at LeBron ring chasing. LeBron is a bad boy. We know that. So you've earned that. Go do what you do. And he did it. But as far as you saying he's done it the right way, I don't look at it like that. I'm like, it's time to use what you've earned and your power to put some pressure on these guys. And maybe that will start this with this extension.
Well, yeah, he can absolutely do that. But I also know that at the beginning of this offseason, he said, yeah, we'll just figure it out as if it's going to happen. And I also don't think that the extension is the only card that he can play. If Steph Curry really wanted to bang on the table and say, get me a bunch of different guys, he could do that. He's Steph Curry.
Well, he had that opportunity, him and Draymond. I don't know what Draymond was saying LeBron. It damn sure didn't work. But, they were part of the recruitment process. I mean, you can do what you can do, to sway LeBron to come here. And again, like a fool, I bought into that thinking, maybe he would come here and want to play basketball. But LeBron wants to win. I know Steph wants to win, but it looks like right now it's not going to be with this iteration of the Warriors. So listen, I'm not double talking. It's okay. The extension can happen, but I think that extension happens knowing Steph has full confidence that when these books reset, the Warriors will then be a player in adding some top-tier talent to enhance the Warriors' chances of maximizing what's left for Dre and Steph.
And that may be the case. I would leave Draymond out of it, but that may be the case.
Yeah.
But I also just gave you an example of these three players who are in Steph's stratosphere who were never better than they were past the age of 38. That's Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Karl Malone, and Tim Duncan. And by the way, none of them were guards. All of them were big men.
So I could make a case for, to that point in those three, wear and tear. Steph is a shooter, but then he's running 9 miles a game. So that's wear and tear too, and that's why the knee is barking.
That's the unpredictable part is there's never been a player at his stature that's done what he's done at his age. That's why, to me, he is as great as anybody is because of his longevity at a position of which there generally is not. LeBron has done it after age 38, but it's been the last All-NBA season for those three Hall of Famers, and I'm just afraid that might be the same case for Steph.
Let me run this by you. So you spoke your piece, and I heard you loud and clear. I was shocked, Evan, that, you're not into Steph or you don't feel you're okay if he doesn't go in there and make a demand. But how do you feel, Dub Nation, with what you're reading with the fallout from LeBron not coming here, where the team is at, the Kawakami comments about what Lacob might be thinking in regard to we're on to the next. Yeah, this is cute, but we're really focused on building something after Steph. Do you think Dub Nation's happy that I think they're lobbying for Steph to be more aggressive verbally?
I think they've wanted that for a few years. Yeah, I think they've wanted that for a few years.
And maybe that's why they went and got Jimmy. Like, I can't, like the guy called and came down my road about, we can't ignore Jimmy. For all the reasons he came here, they got him, and everything changed. And Steiny gets mad when I bring this up. I'm going to do it. He's not here. Dre was on TNT at the All-Star game. After all the defensive metrics, offensive metrics changed for the Warriors, it looked like there was a 1 with Steph and a 1A with Jimmy, and people were looking at the Warriors like, uh-oh. Like, I can't ignore or punt. It's the past, D. I get it. But at the end of the day, that happened, so I got to chalk one up for Mike Dunleavy and Joe. I'm going to get that piece in Jimmy Butler, but then the injury they didn't have enough to come back from it. And it's still killing them right now. Wait.
No, you're right. You're right. But the Jimmy Butler move, they didn't have to give up much to get Jimmy Butler outside of a lot of cash, and look where it left him. I mean, that's like
after he got hurt.
Yeah, but this is the fallout of it. And in fact, it was I was reading a quote. I think it might have been from Bob Myers. He was discussing his mindset of how he goes about making moves. And what does he do?
I missed it.
He thinks about the worst possible outcome, because in order to make a choice, you have to figure out what you're risking. You can't just think about what's like the best possible outcome, because that's gravy. If that happens, anybody can think about the best possible thing that can happen. But are you willing to risk the worst outcome for a choice or for a decision? And that's interesting. You can make a case this is the worst possible outcome.
Oh, no doubt.
Trading for Jimmy Butler.
No doubt
as
about it.
As he gets hurt and leaves you with an untradeable contract, or a contract that in order to get off of, you're going to have to mortgage everything.
And that was a risk they were willing to take.
It was a risk they were willing to take.
And that's why I tell you, the first segment where you said, hey, I think Lacob and Dunleavy are already there to where they're worried about life after Steph. That's why I look at Exhibit A. Jimmy doesn't signal that. They say I felt like they thought they had action, and they should have thought that. And they did technically until Steph's hamstring went.
But think about it. Okay, 2 years ago, Steph Curry's hamstring goes out. Last season, Jimmy Butler's knee goes out. What's going to happen this year? Is it going to be Draymond finally? Because I hate to break it to people, Draymond's actually been pretty healthy. Draymond has been upright the last couple seasons.
And I'm not dissing Dre, but if he got hurt or he wasn't on the team, the roof is not caving in.
No, but that's the thing, though. It's you need all of these guys just to be in the mix, just to be mediocre like they were before Jimmy Butler went down. All right, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Giddings in for Steinmetz alongside Daryl the Guru Johnson. Let's go down to Santa Clara and talk to Mike. Mike, what's happening, man? Good morning. How you doing?
Good, guys. How are you doing today?
Hey.
Awesome, man.
Good. Hey, I wanted to talk more on, like, the Dunleavy part. I mean, let's put it like this. The guy had to inherit the team after Bob Myers left. And I'm not taking anything away of him not making potential right moves and everything. But, again, he inherited this team, and he had to work with what he had. And he made a good move in getting Jimmy Butler. The injury factor, it obviously really put, a catalyst on it. And quite frankly, I think they really messed up on the whole LeBron thing. Me personally, I didn't really want LeBron to come unless we got someone like Anthony Davis. I think the Jaylen Brown factor was just 4 first-round picks. I think it was too much to ask for. I wouldn't have done it myself personally. But if they had gotten someone like Anthony Davis to really kind of persuade LeBron, great, okay, but I'm okay with not getting LeBron. I'm just in the fact of Dunleavy has worked with what he's got. Steph happy. The whole factor is let's make Steph happy. But at the same time, you got to work with what you got. And quite frankly, it may be the time where I don't think Dunleavy needs to really be on the hot seat right now. I think he should get at least another year out of it. I think maybe 2 tops and see what happens after this year. But quite frankly, I don't think it's his fault to a certain extent. I think they really messed up how they handled this offseason. But I really do like the fact of, especially what we've seen with Yaxel and everything, like what we see out of that. That's a good building part towards the future. So, again, I'm not set on Dunleavy really getting the hot seat right now. Not yet. But I think it's going to really matter and to see what actually happens after this offseason. So that's my take, guys. Thank you.
Good stuff.
I got you, Mike. Yeah. I mean, I think to his point, we are going to find out how patient someone like Joe Lacob is, because if Mike Dunleavy has another season like last year, maybe he isn't so patient.
Well, I'll say this. I'm in the Batmobile like Mike, Evan, and I keep saying it. But, man, and I can't believe I'm there, but you could say, oh, Goo, you're negative. You don't think they got action this year? But the books resetting now has me more enticed and excited to see if they sit on it or they go try to get some ready-made dudes that are available.
Well,
or get creative. Who knows?
What do you think about this? And I don't know if the Warriors are completely focused on the future the way that, Kawakami was kind of creating a picture of. And I think a lot of people took it and assumed that Lacob he's more focused on building life after Steph.
Because it sounds like he doesn't care.
Yeah, I don't think that's the case. I think he is focused on the present, just not with sacrificing everything down the line. But Dunleavy, would you agree that Dunleavy's job is changing from the time that he was hired? Because, how would you describe his job title or his job description? How would you describe it when he first started? Right after essentially the Warriors won a title.
Immense pressure to go get a ready, I won't say not focus on the draft, but you go show us your closer skills and you go get a ready-made guy or guys to put around Steph Curry. Now we're 4 years in, about to be 5, Evan, and I'm starting to feel like what Kawakami echoed is becoming more clearer. But the question to me is, if you blame Dunleavy, Lacob, does he have enough cachet? Because I don't think it's been pretty outside of Jimmy to survive, which I think he does, and get the opportunity to the other side of that bridge that you asked me about, to where now I got money to spend. Now I can show you what I really can do, because we're not strapped. You know what I mean? We've heard, that list is growing like the Giants with Stanton, Judge, Harper, and all that good stuff with Giannis, LeBron. But they haven't landed anybody outside of Butler. Will he get that opportunity when the Warriors got bread to go spend?
I mean, the first thing he had to do was he had to move Jordan Poole, and that may be a miss to a lot of people.
The debacle.
But that's what he inherited, I think. He inherited a team that was, you could call it fresh off a championship.
Yeah.
I would describe it as a team that was searching for a path, because Draymond Green fractured the locker room after that season. And so you put him in that position, and you're trying to salvage what we already found out the year before was borderline unsalvageable. I believe the season after is the year when Wiggins goes on his absence for a few months.
Right.
And you're just trying to, again, patchwork this thing together. The year after is the year where you go get Jimmy Butler. And then last season obviously becomes a 37-win season. Has Mike Dunleavy done a fantastic job? No, I would not give him an A+ as a general manager. But what people, I think, are, at least from what I believe, I think what people are missing is that he was put in a position to fail and hasn't succeeded. I'm not going to kill a guy for that. If you're put in a position where you're not, your job is to win a title, and it's almost an impossible scenario. If you don't do that, can I really look at you and say you're failing at your job? That's why I think his job has changed, because at the beginning it was just to try and usher this thing into whatever we were going to get towards. And now it's almost as if I can finally feel like Dunleavy has options, like Dunleavy has control, that he is able to be the general manager that he wants to be, as opposed to the one that was supposed to kind of babysit this post 2002 championship squad.
So let me ask you this, Evan. It sounds like you're saying that Mike, if you're right, had no standards, like Joe Lacob had no standards. Like everybody in any job, any entity can be judged on their merit and what they do. But if you're right, the way you just put that, I feel like Mike Dunleavy's been in a redshirt season or seasons because of where they were at financially. But they've had opportunity to land big fish, get creative, and do things differently. All I can tell you is how I feel about him. You can say how you feel about him, but you think Joe Lacob's over there like, you know what? There's no scorecard for you yet, Mike, because of the ailments of this team?
No, I don't think there's not a scorecard, but in spite of that, he's won 2 playoff series in 4 years, and that's not going to satisfy people because this team's expecting championships. But they've made 2 second-round series in the 4 years that Mike Dunleavy's been the GM.
And also missed the offs.
They've also missed the playoffs twice, right? They've been a play-in team twice, and they've gotten bounced. So, but everyone talks about Dunleavy like they've missed the playoffs all 4 years that he's been the general manager and that he hasn't done anything to help this team. And I don't believe that that's true.
Well, since I'm bringing up the test part of the scholastic part of it, I'll say this, and I'm getting more excited by the day. Well, I guess his final exam to me is coming this offseason, and I hate we have a season upon us, but it's going to be, I'm curious, are they going to is he going to put his foot down with this Draymond Green contract? One, okay, you're heading to the season. And whatever they decide, we've kind of heard him tell us what kind of hand he was holding. We're going to do everything for Steph. Nothing to see here. He's going to get to his bread with this extension. But what if Steph were to put them in a predicament or a situation to where Steph's looking and he might not be cooking somewhere else if you guys don't satisfy his needs to get something around him? Obviously, this year is shot, but next offseason, Evan, that's enticing.
Well, I want to get back into that on the other side, but we got to hit a break here. 888-957-9570 is the number. Gettings in for Steinmetz. Daryl the Guru Johnson with you here on Steiny and Guru. Our basketball coverage on 95.7 The Game is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that.
Embrace the haze with Hazy Little Thing from Sierra Nevada. If you know how to time the beer run so you don't miss a second of the action, catch every game, no matter the time. If you're up for whatever the season brings, then embrace the haze with Hazy Little Thing. Hazy, citrusy, smooth, juicy, but not sweet, hoppy, but not bitter, bursting with fruit flavor and aroma. There's a reason it's America's best-selling hazy IPA. Sierra Nevada brews Hazy Little Thing with the purest ingredients for the finest quality in every sip. Velvety smooth and handcrafted with Citra and Mosaic hops.
Whether you're anchoring the tailgate before kickoff or running the clock down with classics on the patio, nothing hits the gap better than the rhythm of the city and a cold Sierra Nevada Hazy Little Thing IPA. It's the ultimate clutch play for your summer, so embrace the haze.
When you're living in the moments that matter, it matters which beer. Embrace the haze with Hazy Little Thing by Sierra Nevada. That's Hazy Little Thing by Sierra Nevada. Enjoy responsibly.
Catch the Golden State Valkyries tomorrow on 95.7 The Game or the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries. Brought to you by the San Francisco Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here.
California's calling. Sun-soaked coasts, forest trails, and fun-filled city nights. With 21 hybrid and electrified Toyota models, there's a ride made for your life. Score summer deals on the 50 MPG Corolla Hybrid and the 51 MPG Camry. Or get 0% APR plus finance cash on the all-electric BZ. Go farther and spend less this summer with Toyota's hybrids, plug-in hybrids, and all-electric EVs. Toyota, let's go places. Offer available through TFS to buyers with premium-rated credit and cannot be combined with other offers. Ends 8/3/26.
A lot of Bay Area banking customers are faced with a choice. Which financial institution best fits what they're looking for? It might make sense to consider a bank's history. Take Fremont Bank. For 60 years, we've provided stability and consistency with an emphasis on relationships. We've grown one customer at a time, not through mergers or acquisitions, because that's how you can do business when you're independently owned and community focused. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
No one plans to call a lawyer, but a lot of people wish they had sooner.
because after an accident, the clock starts immediately. Insurance companies move fast. They call, they record, they push for answers. And one wrong move, saying too much, signing too early, trusting the process, that can cost you thousands. That's why waiting is the biggest mistake you can make. Call Beam Law first, before you speak to insurance, before you agree to anything, before you risk your case. This just isn't a claim. It's your recovery, your income, your future. Beam Law has recovered millions for clients across the Bay Area and has been named Best of the Bay by SF Weekly 4 times. If you've been injured or lost someone due to someone else's negligence, please don't wait. Call Beam Law now at 415-523-5555. 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555. Or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
Looking to get your next project done right without running all over town? At Ashby Lumber, everything you need is in one place. From premium lumber and building materials to doors, windows, decking, and hardware, we've got it all, ready when you are. Whether you're a contractor on a deadline or a homeowner starting something new, our team knows the products and helps you get it done right the first time. 2 locations, Berkeley and Concord. Ashby Lumber, one stop, done right.
Step back in time to the 1940s at Spirit of 45 Living History Day and Swing Dance on August 1st at History Park in San Jose. The Living History Day commemorates the end of World War II with authentic 1940s fashion, music, and historic exhibits, along with heartfelt tributes to our World War II heroes. As the sun goes down, the victory celebration continues as History Park transforms into a USO-style swing dance under the glow of the Electric Light Tower. Living History Day admission starts at $5. Visit historysanjose.org for tickets and information.
If life is a game to be won, then every child deserves to play on a level field. Children International is empowering young people in poverty on their journey by giving them the tools, the training, and the skills to shape their own futures. From the early days of development through all stages of growth and into employment. This is how, together, we can help end poverty for good. Learn more at children.org.
State Farm. I'm winning. I finally cleaned my house, so I'm breaking out my new tropical room spray.
Keep winning and create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. It's like your own personal paradise.
Ooh, hey, grab me a coconut water.
Bundling, just another way to save with a personal price plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
My Lowe's Pro Rewards members, save big during Lowe's Pro Savings Days. Get your member volume discount plus an extra 5% off eligible orders with a quote of $2,000 or more. And buy more and save more with up to 20% off in-stock molding when you spend $250 or more. Members get more at Lowe's. Valid through 7/31. Exclusions, more terms, and restrictions apply. Can't be combined with any contract or special pricing. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Visit the Pro Desk or Lowe's.com/terms for more details. Subject to change.
The Colonel is the king of chicken. That's why he's always had a beef with beef. But on Wednesdays, he's squashing the beef by frying it. KFC Country Fried Steak is here for only $4.99. Crispy golden outside, tender steak inside. Served with peppery gravy, mashed potatoes, coleslaw, and a biscuit. At last, the Colonel and beef buried the hatchet in gravy. Get the $4.99 Country Fried Steak Wednesdays for a limited time only at KFC.
Prices and participation may vary while supplies last. Not available on third-party ordering platforms. Tax, tip, and fees extra.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, here's what we got going on today. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz, Gerald the Guru Johnson. We're about 40 minutes away from Ethan Sherwood-Strauss joining us live on 95.7 The Game, who actually just released a piece about the very conversation we're having. So he wrote yesterday about the Shanahan presentation of the Shanahan story, the car
crash. Now we're finding out he was on the phone.
He was on the phone, wasn't at fault. Details are coming out. And we're going to talk to him about the way that it's been covered by the media. But he just released this on his Substack titled An Uncomfortable Truth About Steph Curry and the Warriors. So we're going to have to get into that with him. Again, all at 12 o'clock, high noon.
You know what? And I love you. And I told you you're looking fresh, dapper, young.
No Vanderbilt, but.
Yeah. Shout out Bing, number 70. I got to tell you, I'm living my life more and more. Each day I say, I can't be more mad than the entity at hand. So I'm priding myself on,
well,
if Steph's not mad, how can I be mad more? But I just know, I feel it. Evan, it's in my, I just feel it like, okay, push coming to shove now. The chef with this extension, and again, I'm not saying flip a spread, go public, because he's presidential, but I really believe we're in the 8th or 9th inning of him being a nice guy and him putting some type of pressure, only the way he can do it. Because remember a couple years ago, he was in Vegas and he said, and it went viral, things change in the NBA fast. And people took it like, oh boy, he might not be happy. And I love that. But now I feel like we might need a refresher on that, Chef, because look around. LeBron's got action. He's going to be playing meaningful games. Jaylen Brown, Giannis, Jokic, all the Anthony Edwards. You don't want that? You're done with that? And I know he's not. But he's got the power to let Mike Dunleavy, or we're missing so much that Mike and Joe Lacob are telling him, hey, we missed out on Bron. We know what time it is. We got to get you some help. The book's reset. Next summer's our summer.
So Joe Lacob is apparently focused on the future. Does this sound like a guy who's focused on the present, Goo, or the future?
I've only been in one locker room for the last 17 years, and before you win the title, there was only like those first 2 years, like you're building the foundation for what a championship team looks like, even though you had no idea what that really meant. Then you accomplish it, then everything else is based off of that, and it's been that way since 2015. So I think we can reshape the narrative, like knowing in the back of our mind, like that is the ultimate goal, but we have to get back to the basics of what makes a good basketball team, a competitive basketball team every single night. Understand how, realize how hard it is to win in this league, but can we rethink, how we do things with the foundation that we've established? We don't have to keep saying championship every day, even though we've experienced that. Can we just build the foundation again with what this team needs to do, with the way that the game is played now, how fast it is, how young and athletic it is, all of those things we have to kind of put everything on the drawing board to get back to just being competitive every single night.
That doesn't sound like a guy who's done, but it also doesn't sound like a guy who's living in the past, like it's going to be a championship or bust season every single year. Obviously, that's Steph Curry. That was after they were eliminated by the Phoenix Suns in April.
No, it's fair, and he meant all of that, and he was correct, because if you look around on this talent, there's not a lot of young and athletic. There's not a lot of fast, speed, and all that's got to change. So he said it the way he said it, And again, now there is a scenario where he could put his money where his mouth is too. I keep talking about this extension, take less, and they can use that bread to enhance what's around Steph. So that could happen too.
Well, I think if he takes less, there's an understanding that money is going to be used for something.
Okay.
But if you're Steph Curry and you've seen the team not be able to do much this summer, why should you take less? Because again, it's not like they're saying, hey, Steph, if you take $40 million, we're going to get you A,
B, C, and D.
Trey Murphy, who's a $20 million player, just as an example. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, we're going to go get that guy with that money. There's no guarantee the Warriors can reallocate that money.
Well, see, why I'm excited is you'll have the budget to do that. Now it's just about the Bob Myers, Mike Dunleavy. Can you close it? That you're like, you could, now they can afford to get in that line, in regard to price, Evan. But do you have the right people to close the deal or sell your team?
But you need someone to also choose you. And this is what I was talking about yesterday with Willard. It's like, okay, so you go for LeBron. You think that you're in the running for him. You don't end up getting him. But what did that actually cost you? Because you were only going to pay LeBron whatever it was, $10 million, full mid-levels, around 15. So did you miss out on a Colin Sexton? Yeah, maybe. But is that guy really going to take you to the next level?
No.
Maybe you missed out on a Rui Hachimura, who's a good player, also kind of plays the same position as Yaxel.
Edges, yeah.
But that's not a player that's going to elevate you. LeBron was the only guy out there this summer that the Warriors weren't willing to trade capital to get that could have helped elevate them enough to justify waiting.
It's kind of why it hurts more, yeah.
That's why it hurts the most. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go down to San Jose and talk to Ron. Ron wants to get in on the conversation. What's up, Ron? How you doing?
How you guys doing? I'm glad to call. I haven't called much. I'm usually in YouTube chat.
Oh, okay.
Hell yeah.
the thing is that, you know what really irritates me about this whole thing is that the fan base seems to think that Mike Dunleavy can't just call any team and make a deal. Nobody wants to help the Warriors. Am I wrong? No other team the last 10 years, who wants to make an easy deal with the Warriors and keep a dynasty going? They want this dynasty to end. They're going to gouge us. There's no reason to think this isn't a video game. The fan base doesn't understand it. Do you think it's easy to make a deal if you're the Warriors when you're with one of the most successful franchises? Am I wrong, guys? Yes or no?
You're on it, Ron. You want to keep going?
I mean, I'm asking you guys because I've been wanting. It frustrates me because we have 4 titles. Let's go back in time. Jokic, Denver Nuggets. Were they going to be the next dynasty? Have they won a second title?
No.
Then Giannis. Oh, was it Giannis was first? My apologies. Ask Giannis how hard it is to win a second title. No second title. But they were the new flavor of the month or the flavor of the year. And now OKC. What did they do? Did they win another title? I mean, the fan base needs to get a reality check. I mean, it's just frustrating. You're not going to win every year. I got into this with Shafky about 4 months ago, the same thing. It's not easy unless the ghost of Bob Myers is going to come back and be our GM. Nobody wants to do business with us. Do you think it's easy to call another GM and say, we want to improve our team? Nobody wants to help the Warriors. They want to kill this dynasty. So be realistic.
Well, I'll say this to that. What do we have that's attractive? We don't have a lot that's attractive outside of Steph Curry. I hear what you're saying, but what do we actually have that people would want? And I'll listen to your answer.
You know what another problem I have, guys? Why did we want a 42-year-old LeBron? Or how old is he?
Because we needed him.
Ridiculous.
We needed him.
No, we didn't. We don't need a starting lineup of 40-year-olds. It's not going anywhere. That's just a sideshow. We didn't need, again, that's out of desperation. I'll take LeBron 5 years ago, maybe, but with all of his sideshow, we don't need that. We can't just, Mike Dunleavy can't just pick up the phone and make a deal with anybody. Give me a break. It's not that easy. This isn't a video game where you're just trading players. Am I wrong? It doesn't matter who we had that was attractive. Nobody wants to do business with the Warriors. They want this dynasty to die. It's as simple as that.
I got you, Ron. Yeah, Thanks for the call.
I love Ron. I just think he's a one-trick pony because he didn't mention Kuminga and him not being developed or that thing going sideways. You didn't mention Wiseman. You're just mentioning trades, and LeBron was coming not via trade. So I get nobody wants. That's not how they. Like, he's just focused on the trade aspect or component to it to me.
Well, a couple things. I mean, the Warriors obviously wanted LeBron because it didn't cost them anything outside of a few $1 million.
Hello.
That's why the Sixers wanted him. Secondly, I don't buy that people are trying to stick it to the Warriors. I think one of the big obstacles that the front office is facing is the fact that they're at the tail end of a dynasty in arguably one of the toughest eras to maneuver. And it looks like we got some breaking news.
Give us good news, E.
All right, this is moments ago from ESPN's Shams Charania. Draymond Green has agreed to return to the Golden State Warriors on a 1-year, $27.7 million deal. Clutch Sports CEO Rich Paul tells ESPN the contract is the same that Green opted out of to give the Warriors flexibility to pursue LeBron James, and the sides land his return on Tuesday.
Congrats to Draymond, and I owe you a pop because you won.
Count the bucket.
Wow, E. I'll give that to you win tomorrow.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, I got you.
Well, no, but look, to me, this is what makes sense, and this is what we talked about yesterday. There was no reason to give Draymond Green, given the state of the franchise, given the state of the summer, given the state of his productivity and his age,
right.
There was no reason for either side, particularly the Warriors, to give him anything longer than what he was owed, which is $27.7. I think it's best for the Warriors. I think it's a good move by Dunleavy. He comes off the books at the end of the year, and then they can figure out where they want to go. And if Draymond Green wants to continue to concess in order for him to retire a Golden State Warrior.
Yeah. Again, kudos to Dre and Clutch, because I don't believe you're worth 27, but this is horrific. I see trouble on the horizon if this thing gets off. The fact that he's on a one-year deal, and I know it's different than Kevin Durant, but this is Draymond is going to show his ass if things get funky, knowing that he's on one and done. I don't like it at all. But again, he's back. I expected that. But man, Evan, do you think I'm hating or I'm sipping haterade of if they get off or this season doesn't go as planned and he's looking at his Warrior future, and he probably knows now the fact that they only wanted to give him one and they stuck to that. I mean, man, my pride would be hurt too. It's like, read the room, Dre. This is probably it. Hopefully I'm wrong.
Draymond Green is back with the Golden State Warriors. Again, he opted out of his player option. He receives a one-year deal for the exact same amount of money as he would have been owed this upcoming season. This also added from ESPN's Anthony Slater, despite being eligible, there is not a no-trade clause in Draymond Green's one-year contract per source. So again, same as the player option that he gave up. For those that are wondering, he was eligible for a no-trade clause.
He can be moved.
He does not get one.
Wow.
He is still a contract that could be kept, that could be dealt, and that could finish out his career as a Warrior. And this is why I like the contract. I know some people, this is from the 650, saying too much money, 925, $27 million for someone who isn't that productive anymore.
He had the power to give himself that money. He just probably thought he was going to get another couple years. So he was getting that regardless.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Warriors are acting in good faith by giving him the same amount of money. I think that was important to them. But this puts the ball, just the way that Dunleavy described it at the end of the season, this is Draymond Green's choice. I think what they're saying with this contract is if Draymond Green wants to retire a Warrior, that's his choice. And it doesn't mean that we're just going to fork over $30 million a year every single year. It means every year we will reassess. We will reassess if Draymond Green is best for the franchise, if the Warriors are best for him, and we can continue to move forward. Because right now, the only person that, in my opinion, the Warriors have to prioritize being a one-jersey guy, that's Steph. And Draymond, if he wants to be, in which he's talked about being throughout his entire career, now we're going to get to see this year and beyond if his money is where his mouth is. Because if he throws a stink the way you talked about, we saw what happened with Klay Thompson. And Klay Thompson's not going to get to retire as a one-jersey guy, partially because of the way things eroded and an injury and life happened, but also because by the end of his time here, he did not want to be here.
But now what I'm so fascinated with, and it started, back when Draymond opted out, but man, I'm sitting here saying this one and done if it were to happen that way and the season went bad. But now I close my eyes and think about the possibility that Mike Dunleavy and Joe Lacob, if they decided and something was enticing to them, that it wouldn't have to be this. They could move Draymond Green at the deadline. Draymond couldn't do, so who's to say it's going to take a whole season? But I am fascinated that Draymond Green would opt out, because that signaled to me that he was going to get his way. Frank Sinatra, do it your way, in regard to have multiple years, but to come back and you're right, the Warriors played fair to 27-5, but with no trade clause and that insurance of if something came down the Warriors' way, they could use you in a deal. I got to believe that's not how Rich and Draymond saw it happening.
No, but Draymond's going to be 36, 37 years old. Draymond Green he's accomplished everything. I think it was on the morning show they were talking about it. The best of Christian McCaffrey's career is behind him. The same applies to Draymond Green. Oh,
man, I didn't hear that, but okay, I hear you.
And it's look, you've been asking for that. I think it's interesting. You, of all people, and Signy too, you've been asking for the day that the Warriors finally stop giving Draymond everything he wants.
Go ahead.
Today's that day.
No doubt about it.
They gave him the last thing that he needed.
No doubt about it.
But they did not give him, I can guarantee you he wanted more than a one-year deal.
There's no doubt.
And he didn't get it.
No doubt. And the trade clause.
This is a big day for people that aren't happy with Draymond Green.
Now, what does this signal to you from Mike? You just kind of said it, but there's something else there too, Like, this is it, Michael Jackson? Like from the Warriors front office?
No.
Because if he's going to retire a Warrior and we do all that, skip down the road and throw daisies out and all that like you do at weddings, then why wouldn't this be multiple years on this deal?
Because they're
telling us something, and I think I hear it.
No, well, they are telling us something, and I think what they're telling us is that How Draymond wants to end his career is on him. If he's not going to be a good teammate, if he's not going to be an upstanding citizen, if he's not going to continue to help you on the court, well, then you're not going to retire a Warrior. But if you can do those things, if you can do the things that you've described yourself being capable of having the capacity to help usher in, maybe it's a Yaxel Lendeborg, to be a better mentor for some of these young guys, to do the things that, by the way, a lot of players at his age are required to do. The way that Andre Iguodala morphed into being more of a sage as opposed to a key contributor for a championship team. Those are the things that Draymond Green and all players who age into his area have to do at some point in their careers. And this is a contract that tells you the clock is ticking.
No doubt. And Evan, I'm blown away because, time flies, right? 4 years ago, we got 4 for a hundo. And now, you're on a 1-year contract. And I feel like you have to do just what you talked about. And this is how I process what you just spoke about. Evan, you lightweight got to be on best behavior.
Yeah.
If something pops off, we don't got to wait to so it finally has I feel like the power has shifted. And Mike and Joe drew their line in the sand that I thought they never would, to have Draymond Green come back on a 1-year deal, which he could have done, but he didn't want to do. And I thought, why would he opt out? And I thought that was about LeBron, but I'm looking at you. Oh, you a pop. I'll give you 2.
That's all right.
I am shocked.
I'm a cheap date.
That they played, I'll call it MLB hardball.
888-957-9570 is the number. Draymond Green is returning to the Golden State Warriors in a 1-year, $27.7 million deal. For Shams Charania of ESPN, the contract is the same that Green opted out of to give the Warriors flexibility to go out and get LeBron. They did not. He gets essentially his player option back, and he will go into this season as an impending free agent. Let's go out down to Palo Alto and talk to Paul. Paul, how you doing, man? What's going on?
I'm not going to lie, guys. I'm doing a lot worse now than I was.
Look at Paul. Look at you. I mean, the Warriors, they showed some tough love, though, man.
I'm cool, Paul.
I mean, I'm glad that you guys are doing good. Yeah, I hear you, Goo. It's the 1 year is nice. I guess better than multiple years. The 27-7 really kind of it's not my money, so I don't really care. But it's as far as like a trade asset. What we hear last offseason, last trade deadline, calling people up, offering Dre and
Paul,
Butler and whomever.
You're kind of breaking up. Can you please call back? You're just kind of coming in a little choppy. Sorry about that, Paul. Again, 888-957-9570. The other detail added from Anthony Slater is that Draymond is not receiving a no-trade clause. We're going to talk about this and a few other subjects, both the Warriors and the Niners, with Ethan Sherwood-Strauss in about 20 minutes. So stick around for that. But, Goo, I understand where Paul, and I could kind of sense the sentiment. He's not happy because it's a lot of money. But as we've seen this summer, they weren't going to do anything with that money.
And it was money that he controlled.
It was already promised
until he opted out. Exactly. And I thought, that's why I was flabbergasted when he opted out. I couldn't understand, but Dre got his bread. But now everything's changed in regard to me. The Warriors telling him, you could be Calipari. You could be traded. I'm blown away in the sense that I know Rich Paul and Draymond Green do not like this deal. That we know, right? Especially with you didn't get the no trade clause. Then that's a little power. I'm going to be here till I ain't here. But now that could pop off at any time.
Well, they may not like it, but then again, if you're Draymond Green, where else are you going to get $28 million?
Was there a Memphis out there that he infamously used, years ago?
That he did.
Man.
That he did. All right, let's go to Dale, who's in Hollister. Dale, what's going on, man? How you feeling?
Well, first, I'm feeling great, and except with the Draymond clause, I thought he should make $1 less than Steve Kerr so he knew where the boss was. But I understand them making a break even, but I really hope they put some behavior clauses in there because I truly believe players like KD and Giannis did not want to come here solely because Draymond is on this team. So I give all the kudos to Mike Dunleavy showing he's the boss. He's running things, and I just sure hope to God there's behavior clauses in there that can exempt the whole damn contract if he doesn't help the young players and if he punches somebody, anything like that.
Well, I don't know if there's behavior clauses, Dale, but there's he doesn't have a no trade clause. Like, they can trade him at the deadline this upcoming year if it's not working out. So
and I had mentioned, I think Evan, I had mentioned that I got to believe 27.5 is 27.5. So you got that, Dre. You had it. But now the way that you have it and what it signals and what you and Rich Paul obviously tried to do, the Warriors are sending a message. And now this also tells me I don't think there was a line around the corner for Draymond's services, because I believe, Evan, had a team given him anything remotely close with more than 1 year deal, he would have took that over coming back to the Warriors on their terms, not his.
One, I also think it signals that the Warriors would rather pay all the money up front and have that come off the books than spread it out over 2 or maybe 3 years and have it be at a lower AAV.
Look at you.
I mean, this may be the start of the end for Draymond Green.
And do you have a problem with what I said earlier, getting more excited after this news and the way that this contract is structured about the books resetting and the possibility of having this money being able to use to enhance free agents, whatever you want to do when the books reset next year?
Well, it'll make you more flexible. You know, one of the things that they've talked about, and you and Steiny have had conversations about ad nauseum, is the idea of 2027, when Steph comes off the books, when Jimmy Butler comes off the books, and now we have confirmation that Draymond Green and that 27.7, it will be off the books next summer.
I'm surprised, D. I thought he was getting 2 for $60. I said, if they could get up to that, he gets whatever he wants, and he did not get whatever he wanted here.
Well, and look, too, Draymond may retire a Warrior, but the thing is, it gives them some flexibility. The one thing the Warriors don't have a ton of, they don't have a ton of mid-level contracts. They have a couple of really big contracts, and they have a lot of really small contracts. So if you do want to upgrade this team, let's say at the deadline next year, and you do want to cash in some chips, an expiring deal like Draymond Green, as crazy as it sounds, that might be what another team is looking for. And again, I don't know if that's how they're approaching this season, but to me, it gives them the most flexibility to either help the team, to keep Draymond around, and to allow this to play out what it's been, which is organically. So, I think it's the best for both sides, to be honest. Again, Draymond Green signs a 1-year deal, $27.7 million, the money he was owed on his player option before opting out. So he will be an impending free agent this upcoming summer. All right, 20 minutes away from Ethan Sherwood-Strauss joining us on 95.7 The Game. We're going to get into some Warrior stuff and Niners as well. That segment sponsored by Ceremony Ford. The summer sales event is on at Ceremony Ford. Get 0% APR, $1,000 in down payment assistance, no payments for 90 days, plus a 2-year maintenance plan on models, including F-150s, Broncos, Mach-E's, Explorers, and Mustangs. Ceremony Ford in Coleman, Daly City, or ceremonyford.com.
Hey, it's Willard and Dips for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers from Safeway. Just clip the highlighted deals from the weekly mailer or click the deals in the For You section of the Safeway app to breeze through checkout. Buy one, get one free of equal or lesser value on juicy, personal, seedless watermelons when you buy 2. And here's my personal partner, Dan Dibley.
Yes, and you can get Signature Select thick-cut bacon, 48-ounce selected varieties sold in 3-pound packages for $4.99 per pound. 10 for $10 mix and match is back. Save on items like pasta-roni or rice-a-roni, 4.3 to 7.2 ounce varieties, or Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water gallon size. Add CRV where applicable. Member price $1 each for selected varieties. See your store for a full list of participating items.
We invite you to go to Safeway.com for more of these details, and we will see you in the aisles.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
This is Vanessa Deniston, senior attorney at the Dolan Law Firm.
The Dolan Law Firm handles a diverse line of cases from personal injury to employment law.
We're proud to say the Dolan Law Firm is just as diverse in our attorneys and staff. The Dolan Law Firm consistently achieves outstanding results with over $1 billion in verdicts and settlements.
The Dolan Law Firm, the best, most diverse personal injury and employment law firm we hope you'll never need.
Contact us at dolanlawfirm.com.
Ragnar the Terrible got a job at a big bank. Let's listen. So what's it like being a 5th century warlord?
Same as big bank. We conquer and extort gold from conquest.
Huh. We just lower our customers' deposit rates and raise their fees.
And if they argue, put on their floorboards and crush while dining.
So smart. Star One isn't like the big banks. We think banking should be pain-free, with lower loan rates, higher deposit rates, and friendly customer service. Star One, in your best interest.
Residents of a Sherman Oaks condo complex say burglars stole tens of thousands of dollars worth of their property while their building was tented for fumigation.
Don't put your home or valuables at risk. Pacific Coast Termite's Orange Oil and Ultraset treatment means no tent, no move out, and no poisonous gas. With highly effective termite treatment backed by a 2-year warranty. Call today for a free termite inspection. Protect your home without turning your life upside down. Call 800-PACIFIC. That's 800-PACIFIC or visit PacificCoastTermite.com. Some restrictions apply.
All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line.
Dub Nation, this is Jimmy Butler, and you never know when I'll be on the River Islands guest line.
Dub Nation, this is Stephen Curry, and you never know when I'll be on the River Islands guest line. So make sure to keep it locked on 95.7 The Game.
River Islands in Lathrop is the best-selling master plan community in all of Northern California. With its lakes, parks, trails, and collection of new home neighborhoods, the good life can be your life. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
I built this business the old-fashioned way. Hard work and a whole lot of spreadsheets.
Yeah, about that, I upgraded us to Odoo. Odoo puts everything we need, sales, inventory, accounting, on one connected platform. No more juggling systems, no more headaches.
So it all works together?
Exactly.
Odoo is the all-in-one business software that makes running and passing on a business easier than ever. Take your business into the next generation. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer. San Francisco, clouds then sun with a high of 70.
Weather brought to you by Staples. It's the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech and more at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
Committed to winning. Everyone has a personal agenda.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Yep, that's the news of the day. So the Warriors find out a couple days ago they don't get LeBron James. Draymond Green, who opted out at the beginning of free agency for the possibility of acquiring LeBron James.
Day.
Now on Tuesday, July 28th, has received a 1-year, $27.7 million deal from the Golden State Warriors. He will be on the team this season. And at the end of this year, they will reconvene.
I got to give the Warriors front office credit. I didn't think they would, be, I'll call this tough, basketball tough F. I was a guy that predicted 2 for 50, 2 for 60. But, wow, no trade clause too. Dre does not have that, so the Warriors could get creative if they wanted to. And I owe you a pop, and I got this wrong, but wow, I am shocked.
And I think this does also, kind of align. By the way, we're going to talk to Ethan Sherwood-Strauss about this, about Steph Curry, who he wrote about in his Substack, along with Kyle Shanahan in just about 10 minutes here on 95.7 The Game. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Daryl the Guru Johnson. I think this aligns with what we talked about today, Goo, with how the Warriors, Joe Lacob, and Mike Dunleavy, who obviously is a big part of this deal, perhaps they are looking towards the future.
Yeah.
And
which could start right this next offseason.
Well, people don't want to hear that with Steph, but it's interesting because there were some people who said, I can't believe Draymond got so much money, or why'd they bring Draymond back? I feel like if you're a fan of Draymond Green, or if you're a hater, so to speak, of Draymond, why isn't this good news? Because this gives the Warriors flexibility to use the contract, to move the contract, to get off of the contract, and at the end of 365 days from now, Goo, the Warriors will have the most cap space in the NBA.
Man.
And this preserves that is still the case.
I'm in a Ferrari in that car riding to that when that day comes, because now we can really sit back and see, okay, now if nothing transpired or you went to the club and got had no success, now we got to sit down. We got a problem, or we don't have the right people running the show. But Evan, why I am just blown away again is finally, for the first time, they stood up to Draymond Green and held firm. I didn't see this happening. I know for a fact, I know Draymond, Chris Paul, Rich Paul, this is not what they thought they were getting. I got to believe. And now I feel like, I'm a bad analogy guy, so bear with me.
I'm with you.
All right. In school, Evan, I was kind of the class clown. And if I was talking while the teacher was doing something, your name goes on the board.
Yeah.
Then if you do it again, you get a check mark. One more check, 2, they're calling your house. That day, I would get whippings. Oh, boy, Norm with the belt. Daisy, too. So when I got that one check, I knew I couldn't get another, or it was beatdowns coming. This ain't the era. But anyways.
It sounds like a therapy session.
I knew to slow down. Why do I feel Dre with a no-trade clause on a one-year deal? I was worried about Dre. But now I'm like, we might get the best version of Dre to where he's like, I got to be cool because this could go a couple ways.
Well, he was on pretty good behavior last season, and that might have been because he was trying to get a contract. So I actually think we are going to get
I'll give you that.
Draymond Green on his best behavior.
He left the Orlando game, but outside of that.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
But look, I don't see why people would be outraged about this contract. If anything, I think people should be excited because this is I think that this offseason is a turning point, and this is just another piece of information that confirms it to me that the Warriors are trying to clean their books. They're trying to set themselves up for 2026-27. They could use Draymond Green in a trade. They could use their picks and package it with this 27.7 expiring contract. And as much as teams may not have been as interested in Jimmy Butler because he's hurt, Draymond Green's available. And if he has a good season, maybe the Warriors want to keep him. If it looks like he could be a good mentor to Jaxel Lendeborg, they can keep him around. But if he isn't, then there's also an avenue to get off the Draymond Green freeway, which they've never had before.
Well said. Let's bring up our partner who's not here, Steiny. So he talked about the infamous
he might call in today.
No conversation between Dre and Mike Dunleavy after he got ejected, Draymond, that is, during the second play-in game. Do you look at that and what we thought about that and what you deemed happened or didn't happen any differently now that we find out that this is the deal for Draymond? Because I do.
Do I look at what? Sorry.
When he got ejected and Steiny was like, Mike looked at him like there was no conversation. There was nothing. And he wasn't insinuating, but, you could have thought, man, Mike's just fed up. Why do I feel like that might have had something to do with them staying firm with Draymond? We're offering you one, and you're not getting that no trade clause.
Well, there was no chance he was going to get a no trade. Steph Curry doesn't have a no trade clause. You can't give Draymond Green that. But I think that it makes sense for both sides too. Okay, let's
for Dre, I don't think it does. I think he's upset.
But I don't think he is. I don't think he is. And the reason is you're not getting that money anywhere else. And also, let's say you're Draymond Green, and I know he said, a couple of years ago, he would rather struggle the way he did at the beginning of his career on the way out with the Warriors. Okay, so if that's the case, then next summer, we'll come back to the table and decide what a contract can look like for you. Maybe we take this year to year because you don't know how many years you have left. However, if Draymond decides, you know what, actually, it's been a great run. I want to try and Gary Payton this thing at the end of my career and go to the Lakers or Miami like GP did and try and win a championship somewhere else. Well, then he has the ability to do that.
But in what number? Like, will it be what Kuminga did where he got broken off here, 25 or what have you, and then now, it's looking like the market's telling you might get 10. I'll ask you this about Dre. Do you think I said 2 for 60? People are reminding me totally wrong, right? But that's almost a compliment to Draymond. Evan, if the Warriors offer Draymond 2 for 40, you had that security for that second year. Do you think you would have been happy with that and signed it as opposed to 1 for 27.5?
Yeah.
2 for 40 or 1 for 27.5?
I think he wanted multiple years, but I don't think the Warriors wanted to give that to him.
There's no doubt, and that's why I got to tip my cap to him of standing firm.
And this is, again, why, you're right. I was maybe putting up or saying that Dunleavy might have had a couple mulligan years. But it doesn't take away from the fact that I feel like that now Dunleavy is allowed to put his fingerprints on this team. And this is an example of it. Because before, he walked into a situation where Draymond was getting 4 for 100. There was no doubt about that. And now, finally, there looks like there's a light at the end of the tunnel in regard to flexibility, draft picks, and a lot of things that were not available for him to use before. And now I feel like we can start judging him.
No doubt about it.
We can start judging this team in what direction they're moving.
And if I'm fixated like a lot of Dub Nation of, okay, yeah, it didn't happen this offseason in regard to changes and more talent coming this way to the Bay and nobody wants to come play with Steph, Michael Parsons, all that. I mean, man, all that will be put to the test and they'll have the necessary resources to go make some noise.
It looks
and
like
maybe more if there's no Dre.
Possibly.
Well.
All right, let's go to him now. Ethan Sherwood-Strauss is joining us here on 95.7 The Game, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands and Lathrop? Ethan Sherwood-Strauss. You can check his stuff out. House of Strauss has an awesome Substack. Wrote today about Steph Curry, has wrote about Kyle Shanahan and the covering of, or I guess lack thereof, in the last couple of weeks with his car crash, but obviously used to cover the Warriors and Bay Area at large for The Athletic and ESPN. And Ethan, thank you so much for joining us. I don't know if you saw, we just had a little bit of news a couple minutes ago.
Oh, boy. I just got in. Tell me about it. I feel ignorant.
No, don't worry. It has to do with Draymond Green. He is back with the Golden State Warriors in a one-year, $27.7 million deal. Basically the same one that he opted out of to give the Warriors flexibility to pursue LeBron. So that is just what came down what we were discussing about a few minutes ago.
I'd say that's expected, but it speaks to some of the issues that this team has. There's a lot of money afforded to the top three guys. But continue. I'm here to talk about whatever you want to talk about.
Well, I do want to start there because we've been batting around this idea of what you kind of just led into of where this thing is going. And I felt like this summer the priority, especially with the lack of moves that the Warriors have made, has been optionality and flexibility. And this is something that preserves that. It also comes not with a no-trade clause. It gives them the possibility to move Draymond Green. And I think it speaks to maybe Mike Dunleavy beginning to put his fingerprints on this roster and the future of the franchise. And I just kind of am curious about your take when you see them maybe for the first time not giving Draymond Green something that he wants, which I imagine could have been more than 1 year.
I imagine it could be as well, but I'm also not sure where the market is. The NBA they've changed dramatically. The 2023 CBA, I still think a lot of fans haven't adjusted to it. I like to say that a lot of fans, they think that the NBA salary cap is fake, but the NFL salary cap is real. But the NFL salary cap is a little more fake now than the NBA salary cap. If you've got some money tied up in a second-tier guy and you're paying him top-tier money, it's now tough. People were saying, why can't Jaylen Brown find what he wants? Why is the market cool for him before he eventually came to Philadelphia and LeBron joined up? And the answer is that it's not like the old days where any all-star could just print money and get a max option. And one of the reasons for that is because a bad contract in the NBA kills you more than the NFL. We're trained to think in the NFL, it's a salary cap. Everything's got to be accounted for. But guess what? if you overpay a guy in football, well, you can just remedy that in the draft the next season. And that player, a player you might get in the second or third round, he might be good immediately. In the NBA, if you're not picking in that top 3, you're probably not getting a star. You're going to have to wait a while. So when you lock up money with some of these guys who are not absolute top elite performers, it becomes a real problem in a way it wasn't. Additionally, sorry to monologue, the style of the league has changed. What I worry for when I watch the Warriors, and I want the best for them, I don't see this roster as anything resembling what I saw in the Western Conference Finals. What's winning right now in the NBA is being young and deep. That's what's winning. It's not like the old days. It's not like when the Miami Heat could have this huge advantage over the league because they had LeBron and Wade and Bosh and just patch it together with guys off the street. That does not work anymore. And the Warriors are in a tough spot because the way the NBA CBA goes, the old superstars just keep making more and more and more money. And now the structure and the system and the style of play, it's all combined to make it really hard to win a championship that way.
No, I understand. I hear you loud and clear, Ethan. I need your help. And I told Evan I was going to ask you, and hopefully you can. Steph Curry, I know he's presidential. He's been great. And I know last year he only played 43 games, Ethan, with the runner's knee. But if you're him and you're having or about to have these discussions about this extension, and I think he's worth all the money they want to give him, but I would hope that Steph finally maybe sticks his chest out just a little bit to demand more from Mike Dunleavy and Joe Lacob in regard to getting pieces that you talked about you saw in the Western Conference Finals. I'm getting some pushback. Do you think that's fair, and do you think that's going to happen?
Well, I think he has every right to demand more, but if he wants more, he might have to earn less. I think that's the situation right now because, again, the salary cap is real. And I'm not saying, hey, everybody pressure Steph Curry. I understand that for all he's gotten paid, he has made more money for the Warriors than what he has gotten. A lot of what he accomplished, that came at a steep discount earlier in his career. And even to put a price on it, that almost seems insulting because he's given everybody in the region memories and something bigger than just basketball. But this is just a matter of how the structure is, and this is just how it goes. If Steph Curry, as he's entering age 40, is making $136.7 million over 2 years or whatever the extension is going to be, I'm not looking at it, so I'm not sure, but it's a lot of money. Right now, he's 38% of the cap. And if we want to have a real honest discussion about him, and I know it's hard to have it because he's unimpeachable. He gives you everything. He gives you everything he can give. But he's 38 years old. He played half of last season. They had a really cool thing cooking with Jimmy Butler the season before, but that ended because Steph got hurt, which that's not criticism at all. It's just what tends to happen to a player at this point in their career. So I guess what I'm saying is that I want Steph Curry to compete for a championship in the Bay Area. I just don't know how realistic that is if he is making the utmost. And again, it's what he deserves in a way. But if he is making that, given how the system is set up, I don't see how the Warriors can actually compete that way.
Ethan Sherwood-Strauss joining us on 95.7 The Game. You can check out his work on his Substack, House of Strauss, latest piece on kind of the subject with Steph Curry. Also got into Kyle Shanahan's car accident, which we'll discuss in a moment. But I want to talk to you about Steph because it felt like that's what your latest piece got into, this uncomfortable truth about this rock and hard place that he and the organization is. And if he wants to be a one-jersey guy, he might have to make the sacrifice that someone of his stature, especially considering the value that he has brought to the Warriors, is almost unfair of him to ask. And so, we've been talking about August 29th. It's about a month from today, the day that he has to make a choice or is beginning to make a choice about his contract extension. And at this stage, you want the financial security, but I wonder, Ethan, do you think it makes sense for both sides at this point to put that off until a later date just to figure out not just what the Warriors want, but what Steph Curry wants and whether it's kind of a harsh reality of if you stay here, you might not ever get to play for a championship again?
Yeah, it might make sense to wait. I know Brian Windhorst wrote about how maybe he doesn't sign an extension so they can maximize their flexibility. I think a lot of it is dependent on what Steph wants. And I guess the main thing I'm saying, and I'm not trying to say it in a way that's critical at all, it just should be understood. It should be understood that if he takes that deal for 2 years, near $137 million, that is not a deal that is optimizing a chance at winning. Now, maybe you say, hey, how can he trust management? How can he trust management if he gives money back, that they're going to make it worth his while? How can he do what LeBron just did with $8 million for the Sixers, given that the Warriors messed up this 2-timeline scenario, that they had a chance to extend it, but their 2 big draft picks in Wiseman and Kuminga, those guys were bust. So maybe he doesn't trust that he gives up money, it's actually going to come back in another way. I think he's got to make that decision. And bottom line, I think 2 points. The first is whatever they do going forward, it needs to be a mutual agreement. And that goes for whether there's a trade, then that trade of Steph would need Steph's say-so, and I would say primary impetus. If it's him taking the maximum amount of money that he wants because he believes that he has earned it, then that has to come with the understanding that the Warriors actually aren't going for a championship. I know they might say they are, but they're not in that situation. They're hamstrung, and it's just, look, man, this is your farewell tour. This is your Kobe's last couple seasons with the Laker scenario. And obviously, if he's going to take a discount, then that's a mutual agreement. So what I'm saying is this. I'm saying when it comes to the future and the Warriors, it's being decided right now, and it's going to have to be between Steph and the Warriors, and it has to be with some understanding that that near future, as sad as it is to say, eventually is not going to include him.
Ethan, you know, the Warriors got their own problems, right? But what we do know is they were in on LeBron James, and that didn't happen. Jaylen Brown went from the Celtics to the Philadelphia 76ers. And what we do know is Bob Myers had a great run with the Warriors. And I told Evan and the listeners, and this may just be me, and you could tell me if I'm being overly critical, but it hurt not to get LeBron James from a fan standpoint. Wasn't in on Jaylen Brown. But the fact that Bob Myers, who wanted to go spend time with his family, but maybe did that and came back and helped facilitate these 2 deals, is it too far-fetched to say that's a bad look for the Warriors and Joe Lacob, that he was in on that?
Yeah, he wanted to spend more time with his family and more time away from the Lacob family is what it looked like towards the end of that.
We got a grading system. I'll give you a 4, Ethan. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's a little bit painful, but I also don't know how it's going to work out. Good on Bob for getting LeBron at that price. I think that is a deal indeed. But when I look at the Sixers, part of me wonders, is Bob looking at this like it's 2017 and this is how you build a roster in the NBA and everybody is a lead scorer and they're just going to have to figure it out? Because again, I don't see this sort of team as the one at the end as we approach June rising to the top. So I'm not sure how it's going to work out over there. Here's what I know, that if they had pulled it off and it was Jaylen Brown coming here and LeBron, as fans, we would be more interested. That would be more exciting. And I still don't think that would have gotten them to the promised land, given how the NBA is these days. So, yeah, I think it's painful that Bob did it. I think it's more painful that Bob made those picks back in the day. And look, I'm not saying I would have done any better when I was making those draft selections, but that's the real thing. And I think that's a lot of what I'm saying in today's article. I think a lot of people right now are mad at Lacob. I get it. I understand it. But a lot of that anger and energy, it's getting talked about as though what they're doing right now is the worst thing. Find somebody, do something. And I think the sad truth is the errors and the mistakes happened a while ago and the price is coming due. I don't have too much of a problem with how they're handling things right now. I just think that they're pretty stuck. And they're pretty stuck because those 2 picks didn't work out. And so if I have criticism for how they've handled the situation, it's less what they're doing with Steph Curry right now, and it's more that those 2 picks, those 2 timeline picks, they died on the vine, and they've brought us to the scenario that we're now in.
Ethan Sherwood-Strauss joining us on 95.7 The Game, was with The Athletic, formerly ESPN as well. You can check his work out on the House of Strauss Substack. And I know we kind of spent a lot of time talking about the Warriors, but
stuff.
The reason I wanted to talk to you in the first place was about it kind of this, I don't know if the correct word is strange or weird. It certainly caught a lot of people's eye, the way that the 49ers have covered or chose to reveal Kyle Shanahan's car accident that happened now 2 weeks to the day. The news was broken over the weekend, basically 11 days after it happened, and details are continuing to come out. The latest one was that he was holding a cell phone, but he wasn't at fault in the car accident. And you wrote about how it's almost as if they turned what could have been, I don't know, small news into big news. And the way that it was covered, I don't know if ESPN has a hand in this with their new deal with the NFL Network and kind of the connection with the league, but just what caught your eye about this story? Because I think it's similar to what has caught the rest of ours.
Yeah, it's a strange one, isn't it? I think, what's interesting to me about it, and I think any value we can derive from this mostly just bizarre story where we're happy that Kyle Shanahan didn't die or lose an eye like Chris Sims said he nearly did, is that it's a reflection of how Kyle handles things. That's what people say to me when I talk to those who cover the 49ers. The Warriors and the 49ers are far different in how they interface with the media. And just think about the head coaches, the big personalities with a lot of power. Steve Kerr, he likes to communicate. He likes to talk. He likes to joke around with you. Kyle is almost like a mini Bill Belichick. He almost gives you nothing. Everything's very secretive. He's kind of glum up there. And it seems like the way he wants to handle it is, hey, this is a personal matter. I'm not telling anybody till I absolutely have to. Now, that's his right, I suppose. I just think that it made things seem more nefarious than they appear to be. Because if you have a car accident, and I saw people with the 49ers, I saw people who cover them trying to say that they handled things the right way and saying they handled it perfectly. Why have people speculate wildly? Control when it comes out. Well, they speculated wildly because you hit it for 11 days. That's why they wonder if something's wrong and nefarious. And if you act like you have something to hide, people understand hiding to be a form of lying. And I just don't understand why they did that beyond that this is Kyle Shanahan's style, because that's what got everybody buzzing and wondering if there was more to the story than there was, because boom, first day of training camp, you're making this announcement about something that happened damn near 2 weeks ago. So look, it's not the crime of the century to slow play that kind of news. I don't think it's a media conspiracy as many people are alleging. I just think it's a very strange scenario where most teams would immediately tell you that the head coach got in a car accident, but the 49ers just handle things in a different way. And it's not like everybody in sports media was looking into Palo Alto traffic and wondering if Kyle Shanahan might be in an accident this week. And if you're not looking for something, you might just not find it.
Yeah.
Oh, man, Ethan, I just appreciate your honesty because, to me, 50 years on this earth, I just know how the vessel and the medium of media works. And you see, and I'm not comparing this, so bear with me, what happened with the Bieniemy family and how that was reported. Tiger Woods, we kind of just watched that like a movie. Do you look at any reporters that maybe sat on this information, and only God can judge, but, if you found out reporter A sat on this story, would you think differently of that reporter and how they do their job? Because that's what's shocking me. Anybody to have the power to kind of stop the vessel of what's supposed to be the obvious, the news, but you suppressed it.
So I think the devil will be in the details. I saw Mike Florio was going after my old boss and friend Tim Kawakami. It looks like Tim got word of it the morning before that they announced it. I don't think that it's incumbent on Tim to try to rush that news out there. What? So he can have a tweet about it? What's really the point of that? Now, if somebody knew about it and they're a reporter and they knew about it when it happened, then yeah, I would look at that as that's very strange. That seems like you're more a stenographer for the organization, and you're suppressing big news under this idea that it's personal. Yeah, it's personal in a sense, but it's not personal the same way some other things are personal. It's pertinent to one of the most famous people in the Bay Area who is about to kick off training camp for the 49ers and has been in a serious car accident. That's legitimate news. So I think it's been a little bit overplayed and overdone that people are sitting on this. The only guy I know in media who is sitting on it definitively is Chris Sims, who's Kyle Shanahan's friend, maybe one of his best friends. And he's not really a reporter. And so I don't even have a problem with it. I just think it's a strange story. I think it's a reflection of how the 49ers do things. And we mostly accept it, by the way. The 49ers attitude and Kyle Shanahan's attitude is, we make the football. Leave us alone. That's their attitude. And as long as, frankly, they win over 10 games a season, I know we want that championship, but as long as they stay winning and relevant, they're a big enough brand that there's nobody to really punish them for being so aloof. It's just how they do things.
Hey, Ethan, we really appreciate the insight. Thank you for coming on. And sorry to drop some news on you, but thank you so much for your time.
It's fun.
Yeah, no doubt, man. Talk to you soon. Appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks.
All right, Ethan Sherwood-Strauss. Again, you can check his work out on the House of Strauss Substack. Used to cover the Warriors and various sports at large at The Athletic and ESPN.
Ev, I know you got a great lexicon. I've never heard the depth is in the details. Like that. Wow, that's powerful to me.
Well, I don't know if that's I have a book of idioms. I don't know if that's in
the
there.
Devil, not the depth. The devil. Thank you, kid.
Devil's in the details.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Come on,
well,
dude.
It's just the idea of getting down to the bottom of things, getting down to the truth.
It's interesting, though.
It is.
Yeah, it's just real quick here. It's just like, Evan, I guess, knock on wood, thank God the coach is okay. But the way that it was handled, I just think it makes a natural, non-nosy person just think to themselves, something nefarious might have went on just because the way it was handled. And I don't have to apologize for that thought. And I'm not, but that's what I thought when I heard this in 11 days. And, I was like, wow.
No, and it seems like some details will continue to come out over the course of time. But 888-957-9570 is the number. Again, thank you to Ethan. But the news of the day right now is that Draymond Green is back with the Golden State Warriors. I think a lot of people assumed he would be. Hell, when he was talking to Yaxel and kind of talking
training
crazy
camp,
to him.
No doubt.
Yeah, I thought he was also basically saying, I'll see you in training camp.
But now I just feel like it's not on his terms. I felt like he was getting multiple. He had the one. So the people saying 27-5, and I was with him yesterday, that's overpay. He was getting that had he exercised that.
See, I got to be honest. When I see that Draymond Green is back with the Golden State Warriors on a deal that he opted out of, I think it's a mutually beneficial contract. I think it benefits Draymond because he makes the money he would have got anyways, but it helps the Warriors because they owed him that. They didn't stab him in the back with the screwdriver like Willard described yesterday, but they also don't have to remain married to him for longer than this season.
But you have to revisit. And I thought I was in basketball Hollywood with this where he's going to retire a Warrior. But now I think, to just me, my personal opinion, that's taking a bit of a hit. Like now I'm like, man, they could really get up off him. He could be somewhere. And that's why I just thought multiple years security was coming back with Draymond and he would get everything his way. But you're right, Evan. They're going to sit down and revisit this. And again, just keeping it real with Draymond, if something were to pop off the court, I mean, now the Warriors got the leverage to be like, you know what, we're done.
And that's why it's like, so what? Like, okay, Draymond's back, and Draymond's got to be on best behavior. So?
I don't think that's ever been the case.
No, it's not, but that's what everyone's wanted for the last 4 years since he punched a teammate.
No doubt. So kudos to the front office.
And again, I think it's a little bit of what Ethan was talking about. It's not that people are frustrated with Draymond getting a contract. It's that it's taken this long for it to get to this point. Just like it's the Warriors are stuck. They're in a tough spot. And some people are pissed that they haven't done anything. And, we talked about it yesterday. Yeah. But I think the mistakes were made so long ago that these are like, today is the consequence. This summer is the ramification of missing on draft picks, of maybe giving Draymond, 4 years, not to single him out, but like of making choices in the past. That's what's led to today. And so the Warriors are finally saying to Dre, but also to, I think, everyone out there, look, we're not making any more promises beyond this season. And maybe that includes someone like Steph Curry. Now, I don't think the Warriors would go to him and say, hey, Steph, we want you to hold off on the contract.
Gotcha.
If he asks for a max deal, unfortunately, I think you got to give it to him. But there's a consequence in that, too. It means you might not be able to bring in the best player to help him out in his last couple seasons, or it might mean that he's looking elsewhere to retire as not a one-jersey guy.
And he would then not call him Bobby Brown because it would be his prerogative, but I would be basketball disappointed. And if I'm up here trying to be Johnny Cochran, rest in peace, to the great, if I'm trying to defend Steph Curry that he needs help, Evan, I got to be real. Right on the table, brought to you by Echo Pest Control, is then Steph, you taking or doing a LeBron, taking less is going to help the team increase his chances of getting you help. I'm almost expecting you to say, I'll take less.
But then again, you've also helped catapult this franchise to the most valuable sports entity outside of the Dallas Cowboys.
But Steph, we're not winning now.
No, you're not.
Look at this roster, Steph.
But look at the winning I did.
You want to eat all the pizza?
Do you like Chase Center? Do you like selling $20 pizzas? Yeah, I put that building there on my back.
I got you.
I'm just kidding. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to Oakland and talk to Oscar. Oscar, thanks for hanging in there. What's going on, man? How you doing?
Doing good, guys. Thanks. I'll just make this quick. I want to know what you guys stay off the air when I get off. But so I think if we're not going to get anyone big and Steph decides to stay, give him the max. If he's not going to win rings, give him his money. You can do that. But also, if we're not going to get anyone, in my opinion, Steph needs to get out of here because we're going downhill quick, and he deserves a place where he can compete and get some more than what we can offer him. And I'm not talking money. I'm talking rings, obviously. He deserves to be, he deserves to get as many rings as possible. He's got a few years left in him, and they're going to be good years, and they're going to be wasted on us. And not only that, I think he should take Draymond with him because he's done a lot for us. I know a lot of people hate on him. A lot of people say that he's a has-been or isn't what he was, which is true. He's not what he was, but he's still a heart and soul of us, and we need him as much as we don't want to admit it. Because without him, then we lose a big chunk of our grit, and we need that if we're going to have a lack of everything else. And I feel if Steph needs to get out of here, he needs to go either to Miami or he needs to go to San Antonio. Bring Draymond with him. I'm sure, Lakers not going to mind paying. Let's say they do go somewhere. He's like, they'll pay Draymond because nobody probably wants Draymond. He'll just he'll pay him out. Go ahead, go, and then essentially whatever team gives us assets and picks would basically cost Draymond's contract. So we need to make a move. If we're not gonna help our team, then we need to help the ones that gave us what we have now. We need to give them at least a bright, short future. But we need to do something.
Yeah, I got you, Oscar. Well, maybe this is the start of it, but
that was lightweight profound. The Curry part. If it's not that simple, but if they know they're not going to add a big boy and they don't want to get off any draft capital, and they had that conversation with Steph, it's been a great run, yada, 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 we'll get you. Like, that could happen. But, man, I'm just starting to think if the chef says, hey, look, I know what time it is. Shout out Morris Day. Let's go ahead. Look, I'm going to give you a hometown discount. Let's go. And you guys go do your due diligence this offseason. Let's come back like reckless abandon. Let's go.
Well, it could be, but that also means you got to wait for a year.
Yep, no doubt.
You got to be patient.
Steiny would be proud of me, which I don't have because we got a whole year ahead of us.
Well, it's July 28th. We'll wait until October 31st before we start screaming from the rooftops about it.
Dre on a one-year deal. I owe you a pop. I'm going to get you two. I just didn't see it. I didn't think they would do it.
Drink $3 beers. You could buy me 3. Shoot, in this city. This is from the 510, and I'm kind of in agreement. I think the terms of the deal were maybe in the air, but the idea that he was coming back should have been expected because the 510 was saying zero chance Draymond would have opted out without some guarantees. Right. I agree.
But I thought that meant more than 1 year, the guarantee.
Well, and this is it. I think if LeBron James had signed with Golden State, Draymond Green would be on a multi-year deal. But he chose Philly. Huh? So, Draymond, here's your money back. Because we're in the same spot we were before.
Had he even exercised the player option?
Yeah, the downside is that I got to run the numbers during the break. We got to hit here in a second. I got to run the numbers just as far as where the Warriors are salary cap-wise. The downside is it does feel like they're really not going to do anything.
Oh, I got GP2 is next.
Now, the flip side of it is, look, you're also not keeping the keys to the franchise with number 23. This allows them to do some things with Draymond to work with him, and it also allows them to get out from underneath him if they choose.
And what
if
about
that's
Steph?
the best move for the franchise, they have now an avenue to do that, which they did not do.
What about, real quick, all his teammates? How do they Kerr? How do they feel about this? Like, they got to know what could pop off after this season or during this season now.
Well, Draymond Green was the one who said his coach told him it was hard to defend him.
That was said.
Big thank you to Ethan Sherwood-Strauss, by the way. You can check that interview out on the Odyssey app. We'll be back after this on Steiny and Guru. Evan in for Steiny. 888-957-9570. Draymond Green is back. 1 year, $27.7 million, as reported by ESPN's Shams Charania. We're talking about it ahead on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, it's Willard. At Hobbs Law, it's never been about attention, never about applause, never about goofy smiles on candy-colored billboards. For more than 40 years, Hobbs Law is focused on one thing, fighting relentlessly for injured Californians, because behind every catastrophic injury case is a human life forever changed. That's why Hobbs fights with preparation, intensity, and relentless commitment. No fluff, no distractions, just real advocacy for injured Californians. Hobbs Law, relentless for justice. Visit HabbisLaw.com.
Omar Habbis is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
I'm Sam, owner of Marino's Landscape. With my Chase Ink Business Premier Card, I earn unlimited 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more. So everything I buy to run my landscaping business gives me cash back to help throw a big thank you party for my team. For all they do.
Chase Ink. Cash back built for every business. Find the right card at chase.com/ink. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Catch the Golden State Valkyries tomorrow on 95.7 The Game or the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries. Brought to you by the San Francisco Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here. Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and R&S Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from James from Fremont. I chose R&S because they had a 5-star rating, did everything just as expected, showed up on time, explained options, and then did the job quickly. David was friendly, and when I need another garage door repair, I'll certainly call R&S again.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with R&S Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Want to talk about low testosterone or impotence? No way, right? But did you know 1 out of 4 men suffer from this condition? Listen to Dr. Robert Rowley from Prime Male Medical.
At Prime Male Medical, we specialize in acoustic wave therapy, sublingual lozenges, injectable medications, and testosterone treatments.
Get your first visit, PSA test, testosterone test, Doppler ultrasound, and a year of follow-up visits for just $99. Go to PrimeMaleMedical.com or call 415-761-4037. 415-761-4037.
FlexCar, we know radio ads are annoying, but not as annoying as car salesmen.
Sign here, please.
Never talk to one again with FlexCar, the first and only month-to-month car lease.
No, submit to my extortion machine.
Insurance and maintenance included. Switch cars anytime.
Switching Bronco to Camry to Telluride willy-nilly. Oh, no.
Oh, yes. FlexCar. You drive everything.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEBNOW1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I left the pizza box on top of my car before driving home. Not smart. Oh, and a semi just turned my deep dish into a thin crust.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
I scream. You scream. We all scream. Because Wendy's famous small classic Frosty is just $1 for a limited time. More screaming, happy screaming, summer screaming, dollar small classic Frosty screaming! But please don't scream in the drive-thru. It hurts the employees' ears. Get a $1 small classic Frosty for a limited time, only at Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. A la carte only, not valid for delivery. Limit 10 per transaction. Price may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
Bay Area, get ready for the King of the South, T.I. and the King Secession Tour. Coming to the Masonic on August 15th. Buy your tickets at Ticketmaster.com for a chance to score tickets courtesy of Live Nation. Visit the contest page at 957thegame.com.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, man, I don't get why people are down. I don't understand.
Are you getting that feeling?
Yeah,
I
people
feel like
are
they're
disappointed.
Yeah.
People are just in disarray right now.
He was
They're
going
worried
to
about the
opt
future.
in. He was going to opt in. So he got the same money, but now I feel like the Warriors got the power.
I think they took the power back. Again, what we're talking about is Draymond Green returning to the Golden State Warriors in a one-year, $27.7 million deal. Clutch Sports CEO Rich Paul tells ESPN the contract the same as Green, as the one that Green opted out of to give the Warriors flexibility to pursue LeBron James. Besides land his return on Tuesday. I think this was always the deal. Yep. This was always the deal. Draymond was going to opt out to give them a shot at LeBron, and then the moment LeBron says, potentially, I'm going somewhere else, they just give Draymond back his money.
And I don't like that because you make Dre sound like a pawn then. Like he wouldn't know. Hey, that's because it's kind of lightweight offensive. Hey, you go bring the drugs, then you can come on a trip with us. You know what I'm saying? But if you don't get them, you can't come. I've watched movies. But you know, Evan, come on, Dre is bigger than that. He's a steward of this dynasty that was. And I got to believe, you know, LeBron coming here didn't have that much impact on Dre's situation.
Well, apparently it had none because Draymond Green got the same deal that he would have got if he had opted in. But I think he was trying to do the Warriors a favor, I think.
Or trying to get himself more security. You ain't buying that, huh?
Well, he would have got less money this upcoming season.
Which I think he would have taken.
Yeah, he wanted the flexibility of it. But I think he also understood that LeBron was kind of a long shot for Golden State, especially after the Sixers trade for Jaylen Brown. And from that point, it's the Warriors acting in good faith to return the contract that he gave up, at least for 27 days.
I got to come at Austin real quick, our guy, and he knows I love him.
Yeah, we like
Guru,
Austin.
how do the Warriors have the power in capitals? It was orchestrated, Guru. You are smarter than that. No, it was not, Austin. I think Draymond Green and Rich Paul wanted multiple years from the Warriors. They gave him, didn't budge one penny, gave him the 27.5, which is fair business and real. But the bottom line, Austin, this dude now can be traded, man.
And in fact, I would argue his value is higher as an expiring contract now than it would have been.
No, that's a 9.
If he was on a multi-year deal.
That's a 9.
It's going to be easier for the Warriors to get off of him now than if he was on a 2 or 3 year contract. And I think he knew that, which is also why I think he did want multiple years. And
no doubt.
Every player wants financial stability.
Yeah, but Dre, I can't wait to hear his next pod where he explains this. And we can read between the lines. We have, because Dre he doesn't bite his tongue. But I got to believe Rich Paul and Draymond Green thought or wanted or yearned for multiple years, and I get it.
Well, and I think Draymond's also starting to realize that his power within the organization, just due to his age and his production, it's waning a bit.
No doubt.
So he's going to have to make concessions if he wants to retire a Warrior, which I do believe he does. I think he finds value in being a one jersey guy, which is also a thought I've had about Steph. I think that Steph wants to be a one jersey guy, and that's why he's talking about being a realist, and he's talking about how, the injuries have made this tough for the Warriors and why he's not as angry about the inactivity of this summer as a lot of his supporters are.
So we think, and I hear you, because he's putting on a good face, and Kenny helped us play that Curry sound. I believe it was in April of this year to where, we got the foundation. But, I'm bad with analogies, but I'll use Curry as a lead singer in a group that used to have number one hits, and they don't have number one hits anymore. But it's not because of the lead singer and the vocals. It's because the drummer's off, the key, so now you go replace that. You got to be thinking, well, I'm still hitting them notes. See, I get a better drummer. I get a better guitar player. We might have action. And I got to believe that's how Curry's looking at this situation.
Yeah, and they might say, hey, Steph, we can't get that for you this summer. But if you hang on another year,
totally,
we might be able to find you something to give you one last hurrah. But obviously there's no guarantees. 415, I'm kind of with you here. It's time to end this. Dunleavy did the best he could to get this over with in a classy way. I think that matters in this too. People don't believe the Warriors owe Draymond Green anything. And to some extent, I wouldn't say they're completely correct, but I think how you go about treating players does matter. And Draymond's not as important as Steph. We're going to have a different conversation in a month about what to do with his contract extension. But I think that to our conversation yesterday, like, well, do you just turn your back on him? He's a free agent. You don't have to sign him. That's not the way you do business. You cannot allow a player who's trying to do you a favor to then turn your back on him.
What did Willard do yesterday? He called that dirty, and then somebody else called this.
Put in a screwdriver in his back?
Underhanded. So I get that, and you're right.
Well, I never believed they were going to do that, but to me, this is the middle ground. This is something the Warriors have been reluctant to do with their stars for a long time. And that's find a place where they don't give the player the power. They have kept some of it for themselves. And they've had to give up money to do it. But to me, Goo, that is a worthwhile sacrifice. $27.5 million is more than fair for the Warriors to get the power back from Draymond Green, who's had it for just about 15 years.
Yes, sir. And a lot of people are asking, Ian, I'm reading it, hey, it's not all Mike. You don't give Mike Dunleavy all the credit. Okay, if you're one of those people, I'll give it to both Joe Lacob and Mike Dunleavy, especially when Mike went up to get the okay from Joe. Hey, this is what I want to do, because there is sound from a year or two ago where Lacob talked about Draymond, how he looks at him as a son. So that's why I thought that was in play when they were going to renegotiate this deal, that Draymond would get you've been with us for a decade. We love you. And you'll get that type of contract. We'll take care of you. Wink, wink. But it kind of, in a crazy way, went the other way. And this is interesting.
Yeah, 888-957-957 is the number. Giddings in for Steinmetz alongside Daryl the Guru Johnson. Draymond Green is back 1 year, $27.7 million, according to ESPN and Rich Paul of Clutch Sports. Let's go down to, or go up, I should say, to Petaluma. Talk to our guy, Ed. Ed, how you doing, man? Good afternoon. What's up?
Evan, I got to give you some credit. You're wise beyond your years. I like listening to you.
Oh, thanks, E. Appreciate it.
So, and I like you too, Goo. Don't worry. But I truly believe Lacob knew this cycle was coming to an end. He's planning for the future, Evan. You stated that, holding the draft picks, not spending money. And my gut tells me this is Curry, Green, and Coach Kerr are going to all retire at the end of this year, because you gave Draymond 1 year, and you have to be honest. In the last play-in game, Curry was limping, and that was after he was off for 2 months, and that runner's knee came right back. And I believe he's going to miss a few more games this year, and he's going to realize that it's over. Because if it comes back and he misses 2 more months again, then they're going to go off in the sunset together. I don't think he's going to come back after this year.
Man, wow.
Well, they re-up Steve for 2, and hopefully he's right.
Yeah,
hopefully he's right. Steph will be here, so will Steve. Dre, I don't know.
Yeah, Dre's and I don't know, but if I got to be honest, I think that Draymond will be here beyond his final year of his contract. Also because I don't know what his value really is right now. Maybe that's something we'll find out during the year. But
I was not nervous.
What?
He goes, I love you too. I wasn't worried about it.
I know. That's why you didn't bring it up.
Kind of hurt me a little bit.
That's why you didn't.
It hit me a little bit.
Goo, every time you're not here, I don't have to do this, but I will. every time you're not here, do you know how many people call in and say, yeah, you're fine, but where's Goo?
To who? Not
to me.
I've never heard that.
Do you know how much pressure it is sitting in that chair when you're not here? I swear to God,
know what
man.
you're doing, but it's like you don't need to do it.
I'm not the
I've
Goo,
never
man.
heard one of those calls when I was listening. But anyway,
I think I do my thing, but I'm not the Goo, and everyone knows it. All right, do we have a couple minutes?
Well, it's a good thing to some people, E.
Yeah, no, not to me. I know we.
Where are you going here? Oh, we're up against a break.
Yeah, we got a couple minutes left. Oh, I wanted to tease. All right, so this was. We got a lot of news today, actually. This just came in from Adam Schefter. So we were talking with Ethan about some of the updates from Kyle Shanahan in this story.
Wait.
So again, car crash, July 14th. Doesn't get reported for 11 days. Over the weekend, Kyle Shanahan, serious accident, 40 stitches, 3 broken ribs, and is in the hospital, but has been seen at training camp.
Okay.
This just came out from Adam Schefter. And we could talk about it on the other side if you want. We can continue to go with Draymond also. The 49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan met with local reporters to clarify that the July 14th accident was his fault, which is something that was different than what was reported last night and earlier this morning about having a phone in his hand but not being his fault. So Shanahan told the local media that it was his fault. He said he took eyes off the road briefly to find his phone, which fell between the seats, and when he looked up, he had gone over the line and into an SUV. The CHP database had a clerical error attributing the accident to the other driver. Shanahan took full ownership and said that is not accurate. So it seems like we may have an answer as to why could have been kept under wraps for 11 days.
Now, I'll ask you this to that in respect. I'm doing the Derek Jeter meme where the kid takes off the hat, tips the cap, for taking ownership. But, Evan, why do you think who was at fault would delay it getting out?
Well, I think they were trying to figure out how to handle it because clearly, and actually, well, I'll say it again on the other side.
This storm made us now get the kind of the real in regard.
It takes a lot of to admit fault, especially with something that could have caused bodily harm to someone else.
And it did to him, himself.
And he paid the price for it more than the other person, but you got to give Kyle Shanahan credit for fessing up. 888-957-9570 is the number again. Draymond Green back with the Golden State Warriors. Kyle Shanahan said it's his fault for a car accident that happened 2 weeks to the day. And we're talking about it ahead on 95.7 The Game. Again, Giddings in for Steinmetz alongside Goo. That segment was sponsored by The Hazy Little Thing, one of my favorites from Sierra Nevada.
If you've ever reached for a cheers when your favorite song comes on, you're ready to embrace the haze with Hazy Little Thing from Sierra Nevada. Hazy, citrusy, smooth, juicy but not sweet, hoppy but not bitter. America's best-selling hazy IPA for good reason. Hazy Little Thing. Enjoy responsibly.
There are things the insurance company hopes you never find out, like how quickly they try to close your case, how they look for anything you say to use against you, and how the first offer is almost never the full value of your claim. Because the faster they settle, the less they have to pay. That's not a coincidence. That's their strategy. So before you call them back, call Beam Law. From the first call, they'll take over. They handle the pressure, the negotiations, and the legal fight so you don't get pushed into a decision you can't undo. Beam Law has recovered millions for clients across the Bay Area and has been named Best of the Bay by SF Weekly 4 times. So if you've been injured or lost someone due to someone else's negligence, don't wait. Call Beam Law now at 415-523-5555. 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555. Or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
You've got a big day, so you use Unstoppable Scent Boosters to give your laundry non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppables beads to your wash for 24-hour non-stop freshness so you can smell unstoppable.
Yeah, Dan Dibley here for Fremont Bank, which, as you know by now, it's my bank, and it has been for more than 6 years. And I love this bank because it's a family-owned bank with the family-owned feel. They started back in 1964, and when they did that, it was just one branch, but now they have 21 branches. So if you go around in your Bay Area, you're going to find a Fremont Bank branch, and you're going to see it, and you're going to think, you know what? I want that full-service banking with no compromises, and you should. It's not a big box bank. It's a good local bank. And when you deposit your money with Fremont Bank, they reinvest it locally into businesses, philanthropy, home ownership, all the good stuff that makes our Bay Area the best area in all of the country. And that's why you should be a Fremont Bank customer. The money stays here. It's local. It's not a big box bank. It's a good, solid local bank. And we talk about Fremont Bank, and you know that they're here for you and here for good.
So, I need hamburgers, sodas, ice, and a DJ.
A DJ?
Relax, Spot. With T-Mobile, we're saving when we bundle home internet and phone lines.
Oh, wow.
Here to bundle and save big. Stay connected con tu gente with 4 lines from T-Mobile with fast, easy to set up 5G home internet and save up to $1,000 a year. Switch now on T-Mobile.com/conectate. Savings based on third line free via monthly bill credits. Internet discount with $15 in monthly bill credits and auto-pay discount. Qualifying credit required. Credits will stop if you cancel any lines or change plans. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Hey, it's Brew, and I feel like everything in my life depends on being connected. Whether I'm uploading a video, hopping on a call before my show, or video chatting with my family back in Michigan, I never have to think about my Wi-Fi. And that's why Xfinity stands out. You get the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi with the best equipment at one price for 5 years guaranteed. No contracts or commitments. Plus, you can get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber or coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Sometimes you see something on Twitter.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
No, we're getting a lot of answers today.
Oh, this is, man.
We're getting a lot of answers, Goo.
Because I'm on my phone. Thank God called
Not
the
while
other
you're
party.
driving.
No, I'm admitting sometimes I'll.
Well,
yeah.
Maybe not publicly.
Yeah, no, I'll look at it. But, Evan, this is weird now that all the facts are coming out. Why? But I think I know why. You know? I'm grinning because I can, because he's safe and he's healing.
Does he not have Bluetooth?
Well, I mean, man.
No, I'm just.
No, I hear you. My $1 million question is, and you could call me naive, why are the facts coming? Why couldn't he have just said this from the giddy up when he was, hey, it was my fault. I got in an accident. I was looking for my phone. Bam, we move on.
Well, just like, earlier, I might have jumped to a conclusion, and the text line's coming down my road, and I get it. 415, Shanahan gets no credit because this would have come out regardless. Right. I don't know if this would have come out regardless.
And it's not about credit, but it's kind of odd. You go ahead.
But
now we're getting the fact.
What we do know is that it was reported from CHP in their database that Kyle Shanahan, and this was something that didn't make sense to me at the time, but he was on his phone, but it wasn't his fault. That is what was in the database. And Shanahan basically said that was not correct.
Yeah.
And he clarified that it was not his fault. He said he took his eyes off the road, according to Adam Schefter, briefly to find his phone, which fell between the seats. And when he looked up, he had gone over the line and into an SUV. Ooh. Obviously, he took the brunt of the damage. Fortunately, the person he hit, and now we're finding out was at fault for, is okay.
Thank gosh.
But he basically corrected the clerical error from the CHP database, who attributed the accident to the other driver.
Yeah, Chris Sims said his best friend almost lost an eye. Evan, I don't know if you ever had stitches? I've had more. When I got in my accident, I had 12 on my face.
No, I have a scar right above my eye, but I don't think I needed stitches for it.
40, that's a lot. Then a broken hand, wrist?
Broken wrist, broken rib cage. Yeah.
I almost want to say forget who's at fault. Thanks for sharing that. The odd thing is, why did CHP input it wrong? Because that's what makes it look like something was up in the 11 days.
No, I mean, look, fortunately, his life is he's still with us.
Right,
the person that he hit is okay. In the grand scheme of things, it's just going to come down to fault and money. But I think this may also explain why it didn't come out, because either Kyle Shanahan wanted to handle it, and I'm not going to say that there's something nefarious happening, but maybe he wanted to be the one to tell what happened, to take ownership of it. And if that's the case, then I got to give him credit for it. Maybe they're also figuring out ways to describe the situation. It sounds like CHP may have tried to take it into their own hands.
Yeah, I got you.
And Shanahan wanted to set the record straight. So,
Do you find it odd that some people probably were offended, not at Kyle, just the way the story was handled, put the full court press on, and now all of a sudden we find out there was a phone and it's Kyle's fault? Is it because that's how I'm looking at it? Where did the pressure came from somewhere to now get the facts, I guess.
No, I mean, I think to me, it's still a little weird that it didn't come out when it happened.
No doubt.
Because all you have to do is list a detail of San Francisco 49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan has been involved in an accident and is in the hospital with injuries. More details to come. That's all you have to do.
There it is.
That would be an accurate report of what happened without attributing fault, without saying where he was, who he hurt, if he hurt himself. It's just basically telling us the basic facts. And then eventually 2 weeks later, the final details come out. But it does make me think a little, because Chris Sims was the one who had, I would say,
he was blown away that he was telling his wife and they came out.
Yeah, he had the most energy for local media not reporting the story. And now I'm starting to think, did Chris Sims have the full story? Did he know that Kyle Shanahan was at fault?
He's not a reporter.
No, but he's got a radio show. Like, if he really wanted to break this story, he could have done it. He was coming down Tim Kawakami's road and all these other local media reporters for not giving us the truth. And it's like, if you really wanted to, you're his best friend. You have a platform. You work for NBC and you step on the mic every single day. You could have said something.
Now, tell me if I'm being a hypocrite. And I know you won't bite your tongue, E. Had I known Steiny got into an accident and I come in the next day and I know it was a serious accident, I don't think it's my job to share with, where Steiny, did he got in an accident, or would I be fake if I knew he got in an accident but withheld it because I'm considering him my best friend? If anybody gets a pass in this scenario, to me it's Sims, because they're damn near family.
Well, it's not him, choosing to withhold his side of the story or Shanahan's, but the thing is, it'd be like you, if Steiny's not in one day and we know something serious happened, it would be as if you don't come to the air with it because it's serious, but then you bash the local media for not reporting it.
Well, then it's
like you could have done it if it was really that big of a deal.
And I wouldn't I got you.
And I wouldn't say anything about it because I have enough respect for the people that I know that are involved.
Do you think Adam Schefter knew 10 or 9 days before? Because I showed you that video. He went on a podcast this morning. The guy point blank asked him, but Evan, he gave his answer, but he did kind of, I don't want to be insensitive here. He kind of kept it real, like, my job is reporting transactions. He didn't say TMZ, not reporting accidents. That's different. He made a difference to, I report transactions.
I agree.
Not car accidents. I was like, whoa.
Well, and look, if anybody had reported the quote-unquote facts before Shanahan spoke to local media today, they would have got it wrong. Because Kyle Shanahan directly refuted the report from the CHP database. That was public record, and that was what was revealed online. I believe it was either last night or earlier this morning that he was, quote, on the phone, but it wasn't his fault.
That's an oxymoron.
That was wrong.
Yeah, no doubt.
And Shanahan is telling you that was wrong. So if anybody, whether it's Sims or maybe another journalist, they wouldn't have had the facts. They would have got the story wrong. So that's why, if anything, I think it absolves all the local media that were quiet about it, because they would have been incorrect. And that's not real journalism.
Do you have a problem? Because I'm looking at it and I read it on social media, stay off of it. But some Niner fans not trusting some Niner beat reporters that sat on this. Would you say they're fair? I don't agree with it, but I can see how you think that.
Well, look, they could have given us a piece. They could have said he was involved in an accident. But again, if they didn't know the truth, maybe there were some people that were afraid of again.
But who needs to know more than
just? It's so funny.
Give it to me.
There are people out there that work in this market that have journalistic integrity, and we're killing them for them maintaining it.
I just thought of Diana Rossini. Remember how they were accusing her of what's right and what's wrong? But go ahead.
Yeah.
Even getting pulled over.
And so there's some people that had, let's say, 30% or 40% of the story, which in the grand scheme of things is, fine. You could go with it if you want. But so the advantage is being first, not being correct. Because if you, again, it was reported by CHP, and that was a public record. That was the quote-unquote facts, and the facts are wrong.
But some are saying that got taken off the blotter, like it was like it didn't happen for a couple of days.
I mean, I can't speak to that. I wasn't checking the CHP database on July 14th to July 21st or whatever it came out. But, Shanahan came out and said today that he was at fault for his car accident. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go out to West Oakland and talk to Bleacher Dave.
Bleach.
Hey, Bleacher, how you doing? What's going on?
What's up, y'all?
Valkyrie's tomorrow.
Whatever the hell day it is.
Valkyrie's tomorrow, baby.
Oh, yeah, I guess picking up after the All-Star game. Love it. I love the fact that you've been consistent on the Valks Goose since last year. Look, I know that the bosses at the Valkyries have been talking to the bosses at the station. So why are we talking about off-season stuff and you keep talking about real live basketball with a team that's sold out every game? All right, never mind. I didn't call to talk about that. Quick one on Shanahan. Wait, didn't Tiger, when he rolled over his van, didn't he say he was reaching between the seats for his lost cell phone? I don't know. I'm just saying. I don't want to talk about that. I want to talk about the Warriors. Ethan Sherwood is my dude, man. Thank you for having him on. Very insightful. My favorite thing that he said, and I want to think about this more in future calls and future talks, Steph Curry needs to take less so the Warriors can build a contending roster. That's fact. I do want him to get more because he spends lots of money on Oakland public schools, including one across the street from me. But I think for the team to be most competitive, he's at the stage of his career. Well, it's truly deserved, and he's underpaid and he's less than his value. If you want to have a better team, he's got to take less. Draymond Green. I just read on his show today, he said one of the factors in LeBron not coming was all the, you're going to team up with Steph and beat us again. Please don't do it. All that stuff from KD. I don't know how genuine that is or not. But kind of two things. People are down on the two timelines. That was freaking brilliant. I mean, that was exactly the thing to do, and they just executed it poorly. Right? So it was the right idea. But if you would have got somebody other than Weissman and Kuminga, we'd all be talking about how brilliant Joe is. They just bad picks. Good idea, bad picks. Funny, Draymond, $27 million. I think that's probably reasonable. I think that's what he's going to take. We'll see what he's going to get. I got to believe the Warriors are saying we need him for 16 games defensively in the playoffs. Don't need him a whole season. But if they suck, this might be a good time to get off his expiring. Man. With that all said, looking for the value.
Hey, Dave, real quick. Evan's eyebrows raised to this nugget I'm about to give you with honey mustard sauce. But did you know, for the first time in history, the WNBA All-Star Game outdrew the NBA counterpart. 15,973,000 for the NBA All-Star Game. The W, 19,783. Evan was shocked.
That's a great fact. I did not know that, Goosey. Thanks for enlightening the audience. As you know, I'm very pro women's sports. I'll be walking around valved out. Hey, listen, y'all, if you're a single dude, get valved out head to toe. See how many women come up you. That's game, baby.
Yeah. Look at Bleacher Dave.
Thanks, Bleacher Dave.
Evan, why did you love that nugget this morning? Then you just put your head down. I'm shocked at the NBA. That they should be like, whoa.
Well, no, I'm not saying
it's not because it's the W, but whoa.
I'm not saying it's a problem for the W. I'm saying it's a problem for the NBA. If more people are watching the WNBA All-Star game than the NBA All-Star game, then it's
their
lost
game is not broken. It's a game. We got 5-on-5 shirts and skins. I don't know what we're doing.
Well, they don't have 12 people making $50 million going out there that are they're actually competing, which is something the NBA has a problem doing. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number again. The news of the day, Kyle Shanahan fesses up, says that the facts that were reported by the CHP database, not indeed true. And also that Draymond Green has re-signed with the Golden State Warriors for 1 year at $27.7 million, the same amount of money that he opted out for in an attempt to court LeBron James.
I mean, man, a big news day. I'll say this last thing about Kyle. I was going to ask you, Evan, why didn't he say this yesterday? But he didn't speak yesterday, right? So he said that today. He spoke today and shared with the stat.
Yeah, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live in the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Yeah, Kyle Shanahan met with local reporters to clarify what had been going on the last, 2 weeks.
Evan, and I tell you, be safe. You don't drive as much as I do, but tomorrow's not promised, man. That dude's mending from some injuries, and the other party involved, people out there, just be safe and concentrate on the road as much as you can. And sometimes, Evan and people, that's not even enough. Somebody else is there.
Yeah, no doubt. All right, let's go back out to Oakland and talk to Steven, who's been hanging on. Steven, thanks for waiting. What do you got? How you?
Hey, guys. How you doing today?
Hey.
Awesome.
Well, basically, what this whole thing cemented with Draymond is that, once again, the Warriors are a family organization. They actually care about their players, especially when their players like Draymond have done so much for the organization as a franchise. Shout out to Joe Lacob. And what this does is it just gives the Warriors more flexibility next year. We can see what happens when Jimmy comes back. We can see how Porzingis does under our medical staff. And we didn't really have, any bullets in the barrel to go out and get anybody. The closest thing we had would have been LeBron giving us a solid. And even then, he's not part of the family, so he doesn't have to do that. What we will be able to do next year, hopefully Yaxel's good. We'll have another draft pick. And, we just got to play through this year with the runner's knee. If Steph rested enough, we're good. But if he didn't rest enough, then it will linger. But you can rehabilitate a runner's knee. I shouldn't even be saying this, but Steve Kerr will probably change the offense. Less Steph motion in order to, a smart coach will change the offense to reduce the knee wear and tear on Steph's knee. And I'll just leave it at that.
Well, I sure hope so.
I don't think so. I totally disagree with that. They're going to go all systems go. Can you go? You're healthy, Evan. Change it. What?
Well, I just meant as far as trying to preserve his knee.
Gotcha. No doubt.
The new normal might be scaring a lot of people.
That man, Evan, that's just, give me a shirt that says that. It's just frightening.
All of a sudden, this, it's kind of interesting. A lot of people look at this week or this period as being a slow time in sports, but there's a lot going down.
No doubt.
I mean, I know the Warriors haven't made a move, but you got Draymond back.
And we
Steph's
lost
decisions on the horizon.
We lost LeBron.
You never had him.
But there was a day you thought we did. All of us did. Only the real ones
Which
admit.
day was that? Was that July 1st?
No, when the Cowshe was saying the Warriors are favored.
Oh, my God.
That is what really threw this whole thing off to me.
I think he's talking, Ken, about the Fanatics Fest when LeBron was doing his live podcast in New York and Cowshe had the Warriors as favorite. You got to start looking at these prediction markets.
No, I'll do that, but you guys introduced it to me. LeBron really slipped in this whole process when he said at the Fanatic thing, trust the process. Oh, that's not a... And he ended up going to trust the process. He told us. We didn't buy it.
Well, it's funny. Ethan kind of hinted at it, but this is the opposite of trusting the process. Like, they're trying to break it. I mean, they're going all in.
Yeah, he didn't think they were going to be playing. I'm like, I'm taking all. I got to get some money, but I'm taking all.
I don't think they're the best team in the NBA. But
Philly will be in the finals. Put that in the cap. I'm. Come on, man. New York was. And then what about Kenny last night? Our Kenny talking like the Knicks won 3 of the last 4 chips. He's talking like they're a dynasty. You won one, Kitty.
Who said they were a dynasty? They just said they're the champs. You got to beat the champs, right?
Oh, yeah. Well,
see that part.
I don't know if you noticed, but the champs have been beaten every single year of this decade.
Dude, Philly, if barring injury, come on, man. And then Draymond caping for Edgecombe.
Why are we already crowning him, though?
VJ?
You guys are crowning him already, though.
Well, that's what people do.
This is one of the best starting fives ever. Katie Warriors are in there.
Tell the people what you said when you saw the news. This is better than the Warriors with Durant.
No, I said it's.
Tell the people
I know what you're doing.
you said.
The chair's rubbing off on them. I said it's as good as that starting lineup with Kevin Durant.
No way.
But they got a center. We didn't have a center.
Show me.
Your center was Kevin Durant.
Indeed. Jalen, 28 points a game. Braun, Kentucky's own Maxey, and VJ, I'm in my second year. That is filthy.
Well,
now what's ours?
Well, Draymond Green doesn't think Edgecombe's going to be a factor this season. He's going to have to adjust.
But he was speaking like he's going to be so disappointed. He's a baby, Dre. He'll be all right.
Yeah, he is, and he's got to figure it out.
Put Philly in the finals.
You can't do that yet. They got to play 6 months. Do you realize that Joel Embiid has he ever gotten to a finals? Has he played in a single conference finals?
No. Or conference finals, I think once. Was that the Raptors year?
No, you might be onto something.
I thought they lost. I thought that was the second round.
I think he hasn't been past the second round.
I thought that was the second round. So he's got to stay healthy.
Yeah, well, hello. But my point being, they could go get a stiff at center just do rebound.
His name's LeBron. He's 42 years old. All right.
You are a man.
888-957-9570. Again, Draymond Green re-signs with the Golden State Warriors, 1 year, $27.7 million. Kyle Shanahan tells local reporters that it indeed was his fault for a car accident that occurred on July 14th when he took his eyes off the road. A phone fell between the seats. He looked up, went over the line, and into another SUV. He obviously was hurt. The other driver was not, but Kyle Shanahan said that the CHP database had a clerical error attributing the accident to the other driver. Let's go out to our guy, Philmo Mike.
Mike.
Hey, Philmo. How you doing, man? Happy Tuesday.
Happy Tuesday, man.
What's up, baby?
What's up, Goo? Hey, man, I mean, Draymond re-signing, okay, it is what it is. But the people that were I get deep into the woods. Like, I'm a real Warrior fan, right?
Yeah.
So, like certain players, or a Niner fan, like when Richard Sherman came, like, I was like, man, why we got to have Richard? Like, I didn't want him. Yet he wasn't as big as a villain as LeBron. All the people that really, it's like, if you heard about the LeBron situation, you ain't no real Warrior fan, bro. You know what I'm saying? And that's one of the reasons why the WNBA, they have a great product on the court. It's competitive, right? And they got a little bit of drama. But they don't let the drama overdo what's going on the court. You feel me? That LeBron situation, seriously, it was cool. Like, the NBA offseason was awesome. It was great, right? But we want to start seeing compelling basketball being played on the court, not load management and superstars sitting out. So,
preaching.
You just mentioned like that the fact that that the WNBA drew more than the NBA. Maybe that's the reason why all this extra drama. And LeBron will never be Jordan just for the simple fact he's chasing stuff, bro. Jordan's so ill. He got mad at Phil Jackson. Dennis Rodman, Phil was like, man, Dennis Rodman need a break. A break? All right, get that man a break. Let him do what he got to do. That's what Jordan is, man. LeBron, the type of person, he'll probably be the total opposite and still lose the ship. Nah, man, you can't go there. You can't go there. He want everything controlled. He want everything for him. That's why he ain't gonna be the GOAT, bro. You feel me?
No,
we respect Jordan. We respect Jordan because of that. He just took the chips and let it fall where they may, and he played his ass off. LeBron trying to set up stuff, trying to create and build legacies, and it's just not going to win. And then if we all know LeBron is an awesome person, but because he act like that, that's the reason why people like Curry more than LeBron. Because it's like, bro, why you doing all that, bro? You supposed to be the best player in the league. Show us.
Mike, I got to ask you this. Your thoughts on the Kyle situation?
Scary as hell because it's like, God dang, bro. Like, everybody getting injured with us. Everybody get hurt. People get shot. You got car accidents. You got all type of PGD buildings coming up, and I don't know what it is, bro. But I know this, man. If that ain't a sign that our window is closed, we can lose our coach at any time, bro.
Oh, my gosh. I didn't see that.
And we got probably the best coach in the league.
Yeah,
man, it's scary. Man, we better hurry up and win this shit, man.
Evan, I didn't look at it like that.
Yeah, they really are in a win now,
man.
And you can't put that one on the substation.
So he's all good, do you think, for week 1? Because I don't want Forster. Well, you're not a doctor.
Well, no, it's like they got an interim head coach. I don't know if that means he'll be good for Australia. Maybe he's not allowed to travel. I mean, he's still got a concussion.
And they gave him some love in a second chance.
Yeah, I'm just happy Kyle Shanahan's alive.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah.
He is too, and his family.
Well, people are still killing me for the
40 stitches.
As opposed to 50?
No, 1 or 2.
Well,
and he broke something.
They broke a couple things.
Gosh.
Yeah.
Damn phone.
By the way, there is something about driving that's been bugging me lately, and it's not Shanahan.
Tickets?
No.
Well, that's your own fault. That's my fault, yeah.
You hit a big one yesterday. You should put that towards the ticket fund. I'm talking about your prize, your prize picks. You said something in the Vine last night. LeBron commuting from New York City to Philadelphia bugs you?
It's I'm turning into Philmo. Chris A. from Oakland says Philmo was talking about me with LeBron. Anyway, with the drum. You have to live close to the city you play in, bud. He's talking about taking a helicopter to New York, but you play in Philly? That is whack, Jack. You better not call me, Bron. Don't do that to yourself. Who do you think you are? Above living in Delphia? You better find a spot. I'm going to go in my helicopter back to New York because Philly's not good enough for me. Please, you ain't a Sixer. That has to be Rumorville.
I'll tell you who he thinks he is.
Boy.
Daryl the Guru Johnson.
What you mean?
That might be the most hypocritical take you've ever had. You live in
what's Ken doing with his hand up?
You live in Sacramento.
Boom.
The drive from New York City to Philadelphia is 85 miles. The drive from Sacramento to the greater Bay Area here in San Francisco is 80 miles.
I am so hurt. I know
you
we're
do
up
the
against
LeBron
it.
commute every day.
You'll get it on the other side.
Okay.
Wow.
888-957-9570. What's your longest commute? Cross state or cross? I don't know. We'll leave it there. You got to turn your mic on. All right, Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz, Daryl Guru Johnson, the real LeBron James. We're back after this.
This is Chris Dolan.
And I'm Vanessa Deniston, senior attorney from the Dolan Law Firm. Chris, what's with all these out-of-town personal injury firms coming into the Bay Area with these catchy jingles and funny names?
Unlike the Dolan Law Firm, most of these firms are from out of state or in L.A.
The Dolan Law Firm is headquartered right here in San Francisco, going on 30 years.
We live here, we work here, we win here. The Dolan Law Firm, we're the best lawyers we hope you'll never need. DolanLawFirm.com.
Catch the Golden State Valkyries tomorrow on 95.7 The Game or the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries. Brought to you by the San Francisco Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here.
The summer sales event is on at Serramonte Ford, and they're stacking up the savings on some of Ford's most popular vehicles. Get 0% APR financing for 36 months, plus $1,000 in down payment assistance and no payments for 90 days. But Serramonte Ford isn't stopping there. You'll also receive a 2-year, 25,000-mile Ford Premium Maintenance Plan included with your purchase. Shop eligible models, including the 2026 Ford F-150, Bronco, Mustang Mach-E, Explorer, Mustang, Ranger, Super Duty, and Transit Cargo Van, plus the 2025 Ford Bronco Sport. Whether you need a truck for the job site, an SUV for the family, an electric vehicle for the commute, or a Mustang Mach-E because driving should still be fun, Serramonte Ford has the vehicle for you. 0% APR, $1,000 in down payment assistance, no payments for 90 days, and 2 years of premium maintenance included. Serramonte Ford, the Bay Area's Ford store in Colma Daly City, or 24/7 at SerramonteFord.com. Serramonte Ford, the Bay Area's Ford dealer.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, New Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
This hour is brought to you by Chase Inc. credit cards. Earn on everyday business purchases with Chase Inc. credit cards. It's cash back built for every business. Compare options and see details at chase.com/inc.
Are you interested in being an install or service technician? Good news! R&S Doors and Gates is hiring. If you have good mechanical skills and a knowledge of power tools, welding, and motor controls, you should apply today. R&S Doors has openings to repair and install commercial overhead doors, entry doors, and loading dock equipment. You must be able to work in a professional, fast-paced environment. Call 800-FIX-A-DOOR and apply today. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Hey, it's Willard. At Hobbs Law, it's never been about attention, never about applause, never about goofy smiles on candy-colored billboards. For more than 40 years, Hobbs Law is focused on one thing, fighting relentlessly for injured Californians. Because behind every catastrophic injury case is a human life forever changed. That's why Hobbs fights with preparation, intensity, and relentless commitment. No fluff, no distractions, just real advocacy for injured Californians. Hobbs Law, relentless for justice. Visit HobbsLaw.com.
Omar Hobbs is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
If life is a game to be won, then every child deserves to play on a level field. Children International is empowering young people in poverty on their journey by giving them the tools, the training, and the skills to shape their own futures. From the early days of development through all stages of growth and into employment. This is how, together, we can help end poverty for good. Learn more at children.org.
Oh, hey, Sarah. Did you hear my daughter Katie got Camper of the Week?
That's a big deal.
We got a big deal, too. Right, Mom?
Honey, shh.
What's that?
Okay, that Hyundai Santa Fe, I only paid...
Nice.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days, or 1.9% APR for 72 months on the Hyundai Tucson, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry, offer ends August 3rd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
I scream. You scream. We all scream. Because Wendy's famous small classic Frosty is just $1 for a limited time. More screaming, happy screaming, summer screaming, dollar small classic Frosty screaming! But please don't scream in the drive-thru. It hurts the employees' ears. Get a $1 small classic Frosty for a limited time. Only at Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. A la carte only. Not valid for delivery. Limit 10 per transaction. Price may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
Don't miss the all-new stand-up show from Scotland's comedy superstar, Daniel Sloss, at the Masonic on October 17th. The first show sold out, and a second was added. Buy tickets at Ticketmaster.com. And for a chance to win your way in, courtesy of Live Nation, visit 957thegame.com.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, we're getting to the bottom of it all. Bottom of it all.
You're catching some heat.
What? Me?
Pat Riley.
I'll give you 3. Giddings in for Steinmetz with Goo. How so?
I got 2 residents, one in Union City. I'm here damn near more than in Sac. We don't have jerseys that say you got to sleep in the Bay. I go home to my castle like you do. That's different.
I don't live in a castle.
Either do I, but that doesn't, I'm not LeBron.
No.
I show up to the city. I don't have to sleep in the city. I'm from the Yay, baby.
But that's something about
Born
the East
and raised,
Coast.
Oakland, California.
I never lived in New York, and I never lived in the New England area.
Yeah.
Spent time up there, but never lived there. I lived in North Carolina. Do you know how easy it is to drive between states?
Now that's probably what I'm missing.
Like the idea of living in another state and commuting, that's just something that in the West Coast we know nothing about.
Right. No, we don't.
I mean, hell. So I did multiple drives back in the day because I used to work between Erie and North Carolina, and it was about a 8 or 9 hour drive, and I'd go back and forth maybe once a month or every few weeks or something like that. That's what it is from here to San Diego. I'm not leaving California.
See, that is wow.
But I'm still driving between 3 different states because I'm going through Virginia, I'm going through West Virginia, I'm going up to Pennsylvania, I might have to cut over to Ohio. This is just something we know nothing about.
This might be, since we've known each other, the most #random thought that I've had that I'm going to share with you and the listeners, all right?
Mm-hmm.
Because we've been talking about Kyle. Thoughts and prayers he's okay and all parties involved. Evan, I got to believe now, this is my own thought. Brandon Ayuk, to not make a joke or a mockery of this, is not as far gone as I thought, and I almost want to give him some love. Because the way I thought he would Brandon Ayuk for not doing anything or making a mockery or a video of this, because I thought that's how much he was crashing out. Random, worry about your kids, Goo. I do. But I just, you know what? All right, BA, I see you. Maybe this will lead you to show up, get your career and life on track.
Well, first of all, give it time. Second of all, Brandon Ayuk is the furthest thing from people's minds when it comes to this story, I think. Unless you're trying to make a joke.
Oh, no. I would have made the joke. You can't make a joke. That's what, I feel like you're talking to me like I'm Brandon. No, that's what I'm telling him, like, you held off.
Well, I don't know. You were hinting at something with, Ayuk
no, there's some stuff out there.
And all that stuff. I mean, come on. Yeah, Kyle Shanahan,
because he had no room to talk. Driving past stadiums, videoing himself.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I know. All right. News of the day. Again, Draymond Green, a couple hours ago, officially signs a 1-year, $27.7 million deal with the Golden State Warriors. And Kyle Shanahan, in a meeting with local reporters, admitted fault for a car accident that he was a part of back on July 14th with another woman. There was a clerical error in the CHP database, and he basically brought the truth to light, and that the phone fell between the seats. He looked up, trying to get it, and he hit another car. So, fortunately, he's okay. He's been at training camp, is not running training camp, as I think as John Lynch described, technically in concussion protocol. And I'm sure we're going to hear a lot more about it in the coming days. Just the impact of it. Hopefully this is the end of the details. We don't know for sure,
That's what I was wondering. But you think it might go the other way in regard to more people to share their...
Well, I think, look, the Niners set precedent when it appears that they didn't want this to get out. Because it took 11 days for it to come to light. The only thing, I want to be careful because I don't want to speculate, but the other part of it too is that, okay, so the CHP database is an official record, official public record that anybody can go look at. And that's supposed to be the truth. By Kyle Shanahan refuting that and telling us what was real, it unfortunately, it makes the rest of the report hard to believe. And it kind of calls into question all the details that have been reported to this point.
You're on fire.
So, again, that's why, people were frustrated with the local media for not reporting it at first. But clearly there were a lot of details in this that people didn't have the truth. And I'm not sure we are going to get it. I'm not sure we'll ever get it. We're getting Kyle Shanahan's truth. We're getting the CHP's truth. We still haven't heard from the person that he actually hit, to my knowledge. So it does make it difficult to discuss because I'm left in a place where I'm not sure what information to believe at this point. That's the honest part of this.
And it sounds like, I don't want to speak for you, that's why you appreciated Kyle just taking ownership that it was his fault and he was on the phone.
Yeah, I have to take him at his word. And I believe that he'll still be the head coach of the 49ers. And
come on now.
No, but just like in week one.
Okay, gotcha.
The injuries are not so
he's healed.
Severe that it costs him a week on the sidelines or even just setting the Niners back, because we know how important training camp is to Kyle. We know how important the preseason is. And it doesn't sound like he's going to get to have all hands on deck because of what happened to him.
Yeah, Ian, I just keep going to, and you could tell me if I'm doing too much, but I'll respect it. But the bottom line is I'm sharing with you, you didn't ask, my experience with car accidents or the one I was in. And I have friends and family members that have lost limbs in car accidents. For Chris Sims to say Kyle could have lost his eye, you just think of all the possibilities that could have went down and his life and the party involved. When it's all said and done, a lot of people, I don't care what the database said, what was mistyped. The fact of the matter is the two parties involved are with us and they're healing and mending from their injuries, because this thing, I don't have to tell you again, could have went a whole different way.
And the 408 brings up a good point. Evan, Goo, would the media be so kind to Brandon Ayuk if it were him instead of Kyle?
TMZ would have been, I feel like there would have been a good news. Like, no, I got you. Ask Tiger Woods, even though he was impaired. But you know what I mean? He didn't have that. He wasn't afforded that. We'll sit on it.
No, but those guys also have a history. Mm-hmm. That wasn't the first time that Tiger Woods was involved in an automobile accident.
Yeah, unfortunately.
It's not the first time that we've seen Brandon Ayuk act out of line. Yeah. And so, you're right. I don't think the media would be as kind as they are to Kyle. And I think it's also a reflection of how Shanahan perhaps treats others, or the way that basically people perceive him.
And I confess to you, and you're like, you didn't say it, but you were looking at me like, Goo, I'm not your preacher. But the bottom line is, I've had situations where I was getting tickets. Oh, Daryl Johnson, you do the show, you and Steiny, and they let me go. I didn't say, don't not let me go. It's kind of like, we don't know what happened, but if it was the ball coach, make sure you're okay and, keep it moving. So who am I to sit up here like a hypocrite if it happened that way, and be like, I'm the guy that, okay, thanks, officer. Wow.
Yeah, look.
How to keep it real, man.
No, you do, and that's what we do. I just think that it's hard for me. Look, people are afforded the benefit of the doubt based on who they are and how they act.
Wow.
I mean, for example, like Jeff Kent was just inducted into the Baseball Hall of Fame. Barry Bonds is not a Hall of Famer, and it's because of his actions and because of how the media perceived him.
Man.
And there's nothing that it might be unfair, but that's reality. And that's why Jeff Kent got a gold plaque, and Barry Bonds.
Barry some love, though.
He did, because Barry Bonds he described as he's the best baseball player he's ever seen. And it's not fair that David Ortiz is in the Baseball Hall of Fame, even being linked to steroids in the same way that Bonds was. It's not fair, but that's reality. And there may be some of that in this Kyle Shanahan story. I'm not sure.
Do you like that it's that way, though, E? Because you're not saying anything that hasn't been like this. Like, that's what it boils down to. Are you liked or are you not? And there's some benefits if you're liked.
No, but that's...
in any walk of life.
Life isn't fair. Life... It's like, you're right. Okay, so there are some things that are afforded to you and Steinmetz and hosts at this station because of the job you do and the quality of character that people believe you to have, which I find to be true. You guys are good guys. You're good people. You treat people kindly. And so that, in a weird way, it comes back on you. If you guys were not nice and if you guys were bad people, I also believe the universe has a way, and this is just me, I believe the universe has a way of what goes around comes around. And I'm not saying this is an indication that Kyle is like this untouchable, angelic being, but I do think that the way that he deals with the media, in reference to what Ethan Strauss told us earlier, he deals with things and people clearly respected, whether it was his wishes or the Niners' wishes.
I got you.
And if they didn't either like him or respect him, I don't think it would have been handled this way.
Yeah.
That's how I feel.
Yeah. No doubt. And
650 also brings up a good point. Ayuk has a warrant here.
Yep.
So that probably would have got him.
Got you.
Yeah. All right. 888-957-9570 is the number.
Draymond.
Yeah, Draymond Green. Okay, so actually, I kind of like doing this. How do you think Willard and Dibbs are feeling about that Draymond contract? Willard seemed to feel like it was happening. I don't know if he thought it would be a multi-year deal.
Because I'm shocked. I owe you a pop.
Yeah, but I think it made sense for both sides, and I wonder if they think it's bad, good, and different. I also wonder how they're coming down on the Shanahan news. It's like, does a guy deserve to kind of write the write the story himself? I'm not necessarily sure, but that's the way it's going to play out. And clearly the Niners are feeling like this is the best way to go about the PR side of things.
This is kind of crazy real quick, E. Of all the three major sports, we'll throw hockey in there because I don't know. Which one do you think is the easiest for the interim coach if the Niners have to have one week one to coach a game to where it's like, no harm, no foul, we're good?
Well, it sounds like Chris Forster is going to be that guy. He's the interim coach running
but I'm
training
saying
camp
if he was
now.
there against the Rams, of all the three, do you think where it's like, or all three equal to you, or all four, where it's like, no, you're going to miss the guy regardless?
Well, of the people there that are the most qualified to be a head coach, it's Raheem Morris. He's the guy who's had head coaching experience. But I also think he's been with the Niners for less than 6 months. So that's probably the reason why he's not holding the headset and running camp and doing practices right now. Maybe by preseason and by the first week. Again,
and hopefully
should
it's
Kyle
not
Shanahan
that.
miss some time. And yeah, so I think that the Niners, what I don't want this to be is a story that takes away from what the most important part of this season will be, which is figuring out if their window is still open.
Well, no
That's
doubt.
where we started the show.
And this is so unfair to you because this news just kind of broke on Kyle saying it was his fault. But if I were to ask you, do you feel like this is dying or going away, how would you answer that? Or is it going to get bit? I think the fact that he said I was on the phone, or do you, and I could be totally wrong, this could be just starting to some people.
I think this is where it goes away.
Oh, I don't know why I'm on that side too.
Otherwise, I don't think Shanahan would, again, directly refute a police officer's report. I think that's his way of making this go away, which is what I think the Niners' intention always was, clearly, because we didn't hear about it for 11 days. Like, in a way, I thought this was a small story that they made a big story, and now it's feeling like it always was a big story.
Wow.
That whether we found out on July 14th or July 21st or now July 28th.
The delay.
Kyle Shanahan was in the wrong.
Yeah.
And I know some people are calling me gullible in the text line and the YouTube chat, and I get it, but I do think that you got to give him some credit for at least facing the music.
Yeah.
You know. All right, Goo. There was something else I had to get to you. Oh, did you hear us driving in on your ride this morning?
I did that. I did not, E.
Okay, so
I had some Marvin Gaye going.
Well, actually, I do appreciate that. So apparently we're on Sirius XM radio.
That is humongous.
Or will be on September 1st. That's probably why you didn't hear us this morning, and that's just now hitting me. So the boss put out a Instagram post yesterday.
I saw it.
He was driving down to San Diego, which will also be this weekend.
I call it Diego.
Why do you call it Diego?
Just forget the sand. Like Frisco.
Dago.
Drop the sand.
Frisco. I got you. Well, the boss was talking about how come September 1st, 95.7 The Game will also be on Sirius XM radio, so you can catch us there.
That's clean.
I'm a fan. I am a fan. What else do we kind of need to clean up? Something happened last night in the Giants game that hasn't happened all season.
And I watched all 9 innings, and I'm getting mad.
And you had some trivia for me, too, but I want to run this by. Does anybody know what happened last night in the Giants game to a Giants player that has not happened all season? It's actually pretty impressive.
I want to break my keyboard. I don't know. Kenny's thinking.
In Luis Ariza's first at-bat, he swung and missed on all 3 pitches.
Wow, that's incredible.
That has not happened all season long. He's the only player that has not swung and missed in 3 pitches of the qualified game. That's pretty incredible.
That's Tony Gwynn
I want to know how many times he's done that in his career, because he's not a guy who really strikes out like that, especially on 3 pitches.
Let the stat breathe. You want that stat? Go look it up yourself. Let it breathe.
I'm just curious, Goo.
I'll play him. You want to take it to the next level. But I'll get you.
He's one of those contact hitters. He's always making contact.
It's one of Evan's biggest L's, him and Grandy. Remember last year it was announced he was coming.
Oh, Jesus.
He's not a war player. But he's been one of their best.
I think they've taken a beating so far. Grandy at least has.
Yeah.
Evan, remember, he never said he stinks,
You can have the victory lap on Luis Ariz. I'll let you also take the
never
the
said
L
he
for 90
stunk.
wins.
You never said he stunk.
No, he doesn't stink.
He did his job this year. The other guys around him haven't.
Oh, please.
What you mean?
A single's worth as much as a walk.
See,
that's something that you and all these baseball purists have failed to understand.
You got
with the
it
season.
wrong. He helped.
Hey, Goo, where are the Giants in batting average right now?
Yikes. Yeah.
No, not yikes. They're in the top 10. They're a very good hitting team by batting average.
Well, I just looked at the 16 under.
And that's why batting average is not everything.
Yeah.
You got to be able to take a
Devers
pitch.
about to get to his metrics.
Man. Who cares?
Don't cook the books, though, Evan. Their pitching has not been great.
Wow.
You know what they don't do, Ken?
Win.
Walk.
Well, that part.
You know what they do? Strike out a lot.
Well, that's what their pitching does, too. They walk a lot and don't strike out that many.
Yeah.
People are saying I'm wrong. It's just a fact.
No, he was an all-star.
Okay, so is Randy Rodriguez. You know who else was an all-star? Elliot Ramos.
He was.
Elliot Ramos.
He's been striking out a lot lately here.
Yeah, he looks like an all-star this season. No, I was trying. See, this is what you guys do to me. I was trying to give him credit. I was trying to say something positive, and you made me defensive.
It's Kenny's fault.
You started poking me. And
you started it.
All you guys, come on, man.
Dude, I can't wait for well, I can, but the deadline's coming. I want to see what Buster's going to do. What if nothing happened and no one was moved?
If nothing happened, that would be worse than Pride Night. Or the day after, I guess.
Well,
whenever he refuses to say anything. You got to make some sort of move. You got to trade somebody, and they're clear sellers.
People tell me don't call it Frisco. I was playing people to get people riled up.
Well, I thought Frisco was okay, just as long as you don't say San Fran. People hate San Fran. Sounds bad.
Now I'm lost. Which one is it? Because Bonte and Shasky go crazy, even Philmo Mike.
Well, I think generally it's San Francisco.
I thought it was Frisco.
The city. Yeah, Frisco.
They get mad at. Don't say that.
San Fran is worse, to my knowledge. Yeah, San Fran is worse. But I mean, generally, I'll just say the whole thing.
I say the city. Where are you going? The city? Where you work?
But you're not going to cost yourself anything with a few extra syllables.
Yeah, I'm down on you with the sack comment. Then I said you, and you're like, that's far too. No, that's East Bay, baby.
Well,
we got to do the Steiny Daughter conversation about what's Bay and what ain't. We'll do that on your last day here.
We got to do it when they're not listening. Because
they're not.
I'm
pretty sure.
I don't know if they want the smoke on that. You can't say that the
Well, it's not their fault. It's just we got to talk about it.
It's Steiny's fault. If you grow up here and your parents don't have
a
good understanding of what is and is not the Bay Area, then that's on you.
Think he's having a good time?
Probably not.
The Steiner. Well, what do you think he thinks of this contract?
I'm done discussing sports.
He is. We all thought Dre was coming back, so I'm not shocked from that vantage point. I'm just shocked that there's not a no trade clause, and they kept it at the single.
This is from Cam Inman of Bay Area News
Give
Group.
us some good news.
Well, it's more on Kyle Shanahan admitting fault in the Palo Alto crash. Kyle Shanahan said also today, "I'm better. I know I'm going to be all right. I just get fatigued, can't stay at work long hours, but my brain is there. It's just concussed, but it's getting there." So hopefully,
yeah, man,
this is just something temporary for Kyle Shanahan, just the way it is for, unfortunately, a lot of football players who have to go through this every day.
I've never confessed to this, but I'm a fiend. I told you and Kenny, I want football so bad that the real week one is of preseason. As soon as I just see it on my TV, I feel like the season started. I'm that hungry and starving for football.
Now, I love football too, but not as much as you guys. Like, what is it about it that is intoxicating without actually having a ball to kick off or to carry or to throw? Like, you're not going to be watching football.
No,
for
but it
2 or 3 more
symbolizes
weeks.
that it's around the corner. The games that don't count, but upstairs. You ever play games with yourself, upstairs, where you're like, yeah, this symbolizes we're a week closer to the real thing. And the fantasy drafts.
By the time, that's the real reason why people are excited.
Baby.
That's the real reason.
Grandy Newcomb. Willard did bring up a point. Who voted for Grandy? Or did he just take it the reins and sound the commissioner?
No, it's like Henry VIII into Henry IX into Henry X. I don't think those last two exist, but you know what I mean. It's like,
oh, that's pretty good.
No, the fantasy league here at 95.7 The Game is a monarchy, and the crown is passed down to whoever is right there.
Are we going to have the live draft on air?
Well,
that had to be the Rosa's highest rated segment last year. Remember Diz got mad. I don't know what happened with Diz.
Well, he called in. He didn't want to come in that early in the morning. So what are you saying? Are you saying we should stage a coup against Grandy because he's
not
commissioner?
At all. Grandy's presidential. Probably the only honest dude I work with. Sorry, I said it.
What the hell?
No, I mean, dude, the dude's pretty. Come on, you gotta love Grandy.
You do. He's very nice, and
Because you got a dark side. I know Kenny does.
Oh, I definitely do. You almost saw it today.
Oh, whoa!
Yeah, been trying to come down my road.
Warriors and Jokic. I'm just saying the way. Kenny, you don't know.
Careful.
You don't know.
I don't know. I might have been with Steiny. This was a few weeks ago. That's the next pipe dream.
Jokic?
No, I swear to God. Okay, look, he has not signed a contract extension currently. If he doesn't sign it this summer, next offseason, he will opt out to become a free agent.
Can you imagine?
Either to sign with the Denver Nuggets or if some point this season it is leaked that he is unhappy, there will be a line of suitors. I'm sure the Warriors will be among them trying to trade for him.
There's one team in the second apron. Can you guess it?
The word I used was pipe dream.
No, that's what it would be.
The answer is the Denver Nuggets.
Yeah.
Yeah, you should. Well,
I got the trivia for you tomorrow. I'll save it for tomorrow. You and Kenny.
The other part too. Do you see what Denver offered Peyton Watson?
That I did not, but thank God they offered him something. Let's play a game. You give me the numbers, I'll be Peyton. I'll be like, you should have did it.
5 years, $70 million.
Let's go. Come on, bud. That's how I do. 15.
Christian Brown's making $25 million
a year. He fell off.
125.
What happened to him?
Well, he's not playing very well. The only reason I brought that number up, Goo, is because there's another player.
I like Watson, man.
Who is extension eligible right now. To me, if Peyton Watson accepts, and I don't think he will, if he accepts a 5 for $70 million contract, which is 14 per, you can't offer pods more than that.
Oh, there's just not, man.
His numbers and games played might be higher, but he is.
Well, he's going to turn that down. Watson ain't signing that. I'm with you, but don't hate the player, hate the game.
But I think that's where the Warriors are going to start with Brandon Podziemski.
Oh, you think that's where they're starting?
Yeah, $14 or $15 million a year, and some people might think that's too much, but.
Yeah, I'm thinking 2023.
Oh.
Remember, who did we have on that said that's where it might pop off at for pods?
Well, I think people are looking at the...
who was it?
The mid-level. I think it might have been Geltzeiler. I forget.
Yeah.
But the mid-level is approximately $15 million. So it's like, is Pods a mid-level player? I think so. But remember, the other thing that Ethan Sherwood-Strauss brought up earlier is the fact that, players... It feels to me like players' contracts are outracing the rise of the cap. So you have a lot of guys in those. A bad contract in the NBA now with what the second apron does to you, it's basically a hard cap. Bad contracts kill you more than they did 5 years ago.
Wow, that's fact.
It's harder to get off them. And so the Warriors, I think they have to be careful with what they offer Podziemski.
Yeah, I know this is random and out of left field, but I still don't think that had anything to do. I know Stoney mentioned it. We got to go. Why Jaylen Brown's not a Celtic. They were going to be okay giving him some bread. It was about they couldn't coexist.
All right, the crossover's coming up next, brought to you by Atco Pest Control and Bay Alarm. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz alongside Daryl the Guru Johnson. Willard Dids coming up next. That segment was sponsored by Crystal Geyser, Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
In 2026, Bay Alarm celebrates 80 years of security. With burglar and fire alarm systems, 24/7 in-house monitoring, and local service, our promise to the Bay Area remains the same. We got you. Learn more at bayalarm.com.
I just bought a new automobile the same way they did in the 1900s when movies were silent.
Well, I just got this Jeep from FlexCar. Maintenance and insurance are included, and I can switch cars anytime.
What are you, high on giggle juice?
The first and only month-to-month car lease. FlexCar, you drive everything.
That's Alina's family group chat. It never stops. Someone's always sending a blessing
or starting a poll about the baby shower theme at midnight.
With Real Unlimited from Total Wireless, she's always on the loop, whether she wants to be or not. Switch to Total Wireless Total Starter Plan or higher and get a Samsung Galaxy A16 5G on us. Total Wireless, your own Real Unlimited. Offer ends 11/4/2026 or while supplies last. Devices, taxes, and fees may apply.
Don't miss Built Like a Baller every Friday as the Morning Roast breaks down the standout performance of the week.
Burton a heave at the horn from 28. Banks it in!
Brought to you by Baylord, wealth management for the Bay and the people who've built it.
Hi, I'm Richard Estrada with Atco Pest Control. What's bugging you at home? You can grab a spray or set a trap, but real pest control starts with identifying the source of the problem and keeping them out of your home. Atco has been servicing Bay Area homes since 1985. We take the guesswork out of it so you can move on. Go to atcopest.com. Trust Atco for the solution.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it today to carsforkids.org. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to donate your car today. That's CARS with a K.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. I mean, mop drop.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like public works supervisor.
Hey, this waterman is under a ton of pressure. Did you ever fix it?
Yeah, 3 layers of duct tape. Wait, should I have added a 4th layer?
This is a job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
I was just a pig in heaven.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, it's time for the crossover brought to you by Bay Alarm. Rest easy. We've got you covered. BayAlarm.com. Giddings in for Simons alongside Daryl the Guru Johnson, Dan Dibley, Mark Willard. How's it going, fellas?
What's up? Yeah, what's going on? It's, not used to this in late July. Like, camp, guys running around in shorts. That's kind of cool. And then the Draymond with the left and then more Shanny with the right. It's like, man, we are in, peak news mode.
Yeah.
And probably some Casey Schmidt later. If he gets his MRI today.
He hyperextended that thing.
Yeah, so we'll find out.
I hope that's all.
Evan said that might be a good thing because obviously he might not get traded, because it was Casey.
Casey's not getting traded.
We know, but he was making a joke. Yeah.
I wonder.
This one you might want to get hurt if you don't want to get traded.
I wonder if it changes anything for a rise, but probably not.
Depending on how severe that would be,
One of Evan's worst takes. Remember last year was announced during the crossover. He was coming, and Evan and Grandy said, baseball meant the war.
Right.
This dude has been stellar.
The principle still holds.
Yeah.
The principle holds.
But congrats on your bet.
Dude, I was about to bring it up.
Congrats.
Yeah. Maybe that's why he's been so mean to me.
Mike D put his foot down. I'm shocked.
Did he?
I thought he was getting multiple.
As much as he could.
They could trade him now if he could have.
Well, couldn't they have traded him before? Like if he would have opted in, they could have traded him.
Yep. Well, that you know what?
The obstacle there was a sign-in trade requires a 3-year contract.
But if he just would have opted in initially to the 1-year deal, they could have traded him at that spot. Because it was a player option and he doesn't have a no trade.
But then wouldn't have made it tougher to get LeBron?
It would have made it impossible. And turns out it already was impossible. Well, so I do think that Rich Paul sat down with Mike Dunleavy and said, my client's willing to opt out and take less if you get LeBron. If you don't get LeBron, he would like his $27 million plus back. And Mike Dunleavy said, all right, that sounds fair,
Yeah, I think at the beginning of the offseason, his goal was to try and get multiple years, or maybe it was a 1+1.
Oh my
or
God!
something like
Him
that.
and Rich Paul had to try to do that, or thought they were getting that.
That's why. I mean, it doesn't change anything from the grand scheme. They still have yet to add a player who didn't play for the Warriors last season, which is crazy.
And now they won't.
No,
Yeah,
and
right.
that's
GP
the reality.
coming.
It's like they are running this thing back. So it's. But I thought the reaction from fans today was interesting because.
Well, what'd you hear? Like, what have people been saying?
Well, some people were split. Some people like, how can you pay him 27.7? How can you bring him back in the first place? And I think we were on the same page that he was going to be back. I just feel like this is the best avenue for both sides, where Draymond gets paid. The Warriors get to potentially use him for a deal this season if they'd like. If not, you could sign and trade him. You could bring him back at a lower number. You could walk away from him entirely. I think this is an avenue potentially off the Draymond Green freeway, and that's something we've never discussed since Draymond Green's been a member of the Warriors.
Before you say a word, I don't know what you've been saying, but the text line's like, oh, Willer's going to come in hot because he got 1 year. So I've been like just waiting to ask, what could they be talking about?
I am? Well, the only thing I can think of is my takeaway to this today isn't really about Draymond. It's more about what this means for this season for the Golden State Warriors. And I came in yesterday and I said,
you did.
You can't do nothing. And guess what? They're going to do nothing.
Why do I feel like they put their foot down?
Well, I mean, there's a scenario. I get where you're coming from. I don't know that that's reality yet.
Because now Dib said he could have been traded had he opted in.
Yeah, like I still think it's a figment of our imagination.
Oh, man.
Because we love drama, and we've made this whole thing about the Warriors and Draymond and behind the scenes, and are they playing, poker with each other?
Yeah.
I still think they've been working together all along, and I think they'll continue to. I don't think their relationship is like that. So I think they were working together on this, exactly like Dib said. And where this goes next after another season of information will continue to be the two of them working
But they got to
together.
reconvene, and I was just under the prism of, they love Dre, he'll retire Warrior. Here goes a 2 or 3 like the other guys got, and I know it's different money, less money with Horford, Porzingis, and Melton, but for Dre to get the single, the Tracy McGrady, I'm like, could the end possibly be sooner than I thought? And I could be wrong.
It might be, but I also look at last year and who had a better year, Steph or Draymond, and it was Draymond because he played basketball. And so we all want to throw dirt on the Draymond Green career, and he's not the same player he was, but he played 72 games, I think, and the Chef played 43. And so Draymond signs the 1-year deal, and you play, and if things trend in the right direction, then you probably sign him for another 1-year deal if he is again healthy and, Steph wants him back and all the rest of it.
For a lot less. For a lot less.
Sure. And I do think that that's the other piece of it with Steph Curry. If he doesn't sign the extension, and he can in a month, he might just get into a spot where the year goes by and you realize, you know what, I still have it. Draymond, you're still pretty good, and Kristaps is back and Al's back. Maybe Steph does take less money to get some help. Or in a month, Steph says, I want every last dollar, which means I'm not that interested in winning. And the other piece would be, let me play this year out and just see where we are, and maybe I'll go play somewhere else.
Yeah, I think it's on him now. What the deal did for me is it kind of took the ball out of Draymond's court, but the ball is still absolutely in Steph's. I think that's the choice for him of if he wants to sign a 1-year extension, 2, if he'd rather play the year out. And I think the biggest question is what he wants for the rest of his career. Does he want to compete for a title? Because to your point, by doing nothing, you're sort of telling him, like, that's not really what we're focused on right now.
Not this year.
No, not this year. Yeah. I mean, but even so, you can sell him on the flexibility, and we still got our picks, and, Niax will be a year better. But yeah, I was just looking at some of the great players and their last All-NBA season, not named LeBron James, and you have Kareem, Karl Malone, and Tim Duncan, by the way, who are bigs, but their last year that they were at the, quote, peak of their powers was their age 38 season, which is Steph is currently in. And so, it's not apples to apples, but like you're selling him on, hey, be patient for a year, but also historically speaking, this might be your last best year. So I think if you're Steph, and it sounds like he's patient, willing to be, he's a realist, but the only card that he can play, to Goose's point, is what he does with his decision in a month.
I was interested in what you said very early on in the show with regard to kind of what Steph should do, and it sounded like you were insinuating that he should leave.
Oh, no.
Or that he should want to leave.
No, I was saying maybe delay or table the contract talks and finally do something that
apply pressure.
Yeah, that we think the guy next door or the Mr. Presidential doesn't do, because Kawakami said, I'm paraphrasing, on his pod, that Joe Lacob was talking about, or they're focused on life after Steph, and Joe could never say that, but over the weekend it came out on Twitter like he had said that, and I go, oh, if I'm Steph, I'm pissed off. So he didn't say that. He could be thinking it, but if I'm Steph, I would we need some help. That's obvious. I need to take care of my runner's knee. I'm assuming that's taken care of. Like, hey, just let them know when the books reset and I'm finally here, Steiny would be proud of me. Forget this next year. It's hard for me to say that, but we get to the point where we get a black Amex card. We could go to the basketball Walmart or Nordstrom's and get you some help, Steph. Then we could judge Mike and Joe accordingly. Like, oh, we got the resources. Let's go see who's available and add. That's exciting to me, and I would hope Steph wouldn't be like, well, if he takes all the money, to your point, Dibbs, then he's saying, hey, I'm a fat cat. We'll go out here and try to win. I'm getting some more bread. I'm cool. Or send a shot to the FO just saying, hey, we got to do better than what we've done.
He may, it may be two things at once, by the way. So if he doesn't sign an extension this year, it will be, I think, simultaneously pitched as he's putting pressure on the front office, but it's also he's giving the front office a bunch of flexibility. So
if he takes less money.
Or takes no money for right now. Just play it out. And then you get to the end of the year, and he can be one of the free agents that they bring in. Who can they bring in around him? What is his number? Is there flexibility there?
But he has to take a dip. And I'm not speaking for the man. We love him. But if you're truly trying to win, and I've been fighting Evan all day, it ain't really been fighting.
Not all day.
The Steph will take less money for that money to go into the kitty to get product.
For who?
That's the $1 million question.
Yeah.
Ballers.
Right. And I do think that if you're looking at this from Steph's standpoint and you're not going to take every dollar, well, you go ahead and wait and you see if Draymond can play another full year. Is Kristaps Porzingis somebody who can actually play 55 games? Does Jimmy Butler come back in late January and look pretty darn good?
This year you mean.
Right. So then all these things happen. You're the 10 seed. You get knocked out in the play-in again, whatever. But Draymond made it through. He comes back for less. Porzingis is already here. Steph takes less. Maybe Jimmy takes less. And you're able to go out there and get a high-priced free agent of some sort.
That's where I'm looking.
So I think if he really wants to win, this year is not looking great. But then for me, you would not do your extension now, and you just kind of see how the year plays out.
Yeah, I think they'll come to an agreement also just because, look, he does have runner's knee. There was a new normal, and I just feel like...
I hate that.
Well, I just...
The new normal.
I don't know if it's going to be wise for him to go into a lame duck season where he could be hurt without any financial security. Like, I mean, outside of him, the hundreds of millions of dollars he's made.
But financial security is a green check mark already for Steph.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, but you're talking about the future.
I hear what you're saying.
Yeah, and
I mean that's a roll of the dice that he can afford.
Yes, he can. Yeah. But to me, if he wants to retire a Warrior, there's no reason to roll that dice.
Other than potentially, that's where winning factors in though. The roll of the dice is I could be hurt. Who cares? I've already got hundreds of millions of dollars. The benefit is, let's say something does fall the Warriors' way next offseason, and they need Steph to take 40 instead of 55 or whatever. Yeah. And if that's helpful and you have that flexibility, then you can do that because it's the NBA. Once you sign it, it's it. You can't adjust it after you sign it. So I can see him doing that, and I can see already the debate all year long. Steph doesn't take his extension, and is that a positive or is it a negative? Is it him saying bleep you to the Warriors, or is it him working with the Warriors?
What would you do if you were Steph? Seriously, just right now, moving forward with everything that's not happened and with the possible extension. Like
I'd want a PowerPoint plan. I'd have to know what the plan is.
They don't really have one though.
Well, I'm sure they do though. I'm sure that they're not.
So there was a plan not to add, you think?
Well, their plan seems like a blank canvas.
Right, but
shout out Tabula Rasa.
I'm sure. I mean,
that one went over my head.
Blank slate.
Oh.
It's a philosophical construct. But go ahead.
It's actually a game also that we have recently purchased in our home that we're having a whole lot of fun with. Blank slates.
Oh,
check it out.
I will.
Yeah, fun for the whole family. Anyway, what would I do? I'm sure that this is what these people do. Like they sit down and they're talking. Right, but you're talking with agents, and I would hope, know who might be available.
That part.
Who's unhappy, who might want to come, who might not want to come. Like, I'm not saying they'll nail it. Yeah. They had a plan this offseason. It didn't work. But they're going to try.
Yeah.
I would want to
because I don't want them to go anywhere at all, Mark.
But I'm for right now, I'm still very much stuck on what this contract today means for this year, and it's a tough one. This is a hard one to navigate because the Warriors can rightfully say, "What exactly did you want us to do?" And a fan can rightfully say, "Not this." Like this is
nothing.
This is a hard pill to swallow, whether you can make sense of it or not.
I just wonder, though, okay, you never were going to be in on LeBron James. You never were going to be in the conversation, and now you're into the offseason. Let's just play this out.
What do you mean you were never going to be?
The Warriors weren't interested in LeBron. Let's just say that was the way they navigated July.
Oh, okay.
I just don't know what fans really wanted you to do. The Jimmy Butler contract at $56 million, you've got almost $70 million between him and Moses Moody, so you're already limited on what you can go out there and do, and I don't think that any really good team or a team that wants to win is taking your Jimmy Butler contract with the question mark of whether or not he'll play. So I think the LeBron move was about the only one that you could rightly pursue outside of these micro deals that you're probably faced with now.
It had the Warriors' name on it. At that price.
Okay, so let's play this out, for example, and I don't even know if you would have said yes. But if you're a Warrior fan today, would you rather Draymond just comes back and gets his 27-7 and then offers you optionality and flexibility at the end of the year? Or would you rather they came back and said, actually, he's signed a new 2-year, $35 million deal, but that means this year he's only making 17.5. And with that $10 million that we have just been gifted in this process, we've signed DeMar DeRozan.
The former. No, the latter.
Okay,
absolutely,
the latter. That to me is a conversation.
I would have in the former.
I'm with the latter because I think that
I come off as
Draymond Green, he'll come back next year. I'm not going to say no matter what, but if he has a year like last year where he plays and he's still good on defense, and said, one of you guys earlier said, Joe Lacob thinks of him as a son.
Yeah, he said that.
And if he wants to be a one jersey guy, maybe next year he comes back and makes $4 million.
But
he makes the
that
vet man
out the window. Because now I've added what Dre shared with us and Dom Tolbert was talking about. Dre is getting harder to defend you publicly. Dre shared that that's the coach. So if I look at you as a son, Joe does, all of a sudden the dad's being stingy in regard to Rich Paul. There's no way he opted out. And I'm starting to think it wasn't just all about LeBron. He wants that security and probably would have took 2 for $40 instead of 1 for $27.5 to know my team is telling me I'm coming back on 1 year. Y'all gonna do me like that? And to me, in my world, they did him like that.
Oh, so I don't see it that way.
I don't either, yeah.
So you think Dre's at the house popping bubbly like, I'm coming back for $27.5.
Well, right, and then next year he can go play for Philly.
Or they can trade you and you don't get to next year.
You're Draymond Green. Has this guy ever held back vocally?
I totally. I get
All right, so if the Warriors played him like that and he didn't you don't think this would be on the podcast already? All he said last week was the Warriors have never, not once, mistreated me for 1 minute.
You're right.
That's what he said.
But why do I feel like the first brick has been laid?
I don't know. Because I don't.
Because now we haven't heard him talk after this announcement.
Do you think this is what he wanted?
No way.
No, I don't think that there was ever any other option on the table. I think this was
no multiple deal.
No. If LeBron comes, then yes. If not, then.
But how offensive is that if that were the same?
Offensive would be.
You help us land LeBron, we'll give you more than 1 year.
I think offensive would have been he opts out, you don't land LeBron, and you go 1 for 8.25. Now that's offensive. Yeah,
and that's why the 27.5 is we did right by you.
No, this is like his best friend. I'm going to opt out, see if we can get him. If we get him, that changes the calculus for right now.
I don't think he's happy, Will.
I think if he was still the defensive player he was, he would have got a multi-year
no doubt.
contract.
And I think
that's
why
he
he opted out. No doubt.
I also think that,
there's
Draymond Green.
Be a free agent.
No, but he's a bet on yourself guy. And so if he was offered 2 and 34, $17 million a year, or 1 for 27 and a half, you're taking the 1 because you're Draymond Green and you think that you are going to be able to go out and get more than 10 next year. And maybe you have optionality. If you're a free agent, you can go play with LeBron and Philly.
This 27.5 wasn't coming from anybody else, any other team, right?
Of course not.
No chance.
But the Warriors knew that was owed to him. Like, he had the option to have that. He gave that up so that the Warriors could put out a good faith effort. It didn't work. You give it right back to him. Like, this to me, this reeks of what has always been the case, which is the Warriors and Draymond are on the same page with each other. Might not be with the fan base.
Wow.
Yeah,
I don't see it the way you guys see it at all.
Incredible.
I don't
like
that.
this whole idea that the Warriors and Draymond.
I'm giving Mike D love for standing up to him.
This whole playing poker thing, like, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying I see it different. I see zero evidence of these two playing high-stakes poker with one another.
He even said on his pod the other day, he's like, this has not gotten contentious at all. I don't know the exact
before he
words.
found out he wasn't getting multiple.
I see this as a group that sits around a round table with red wine and says, this is how we play this out. And we'll continue
I guess my question would be why? Because next year he's not getting 27.5. We know that.
Right.
Okay.
Which is why the Warriors, they're not... Neither side let the other side put them in a bad spot. Draymond had an option.
No, but he could be in a better spot.
But, I mean,
if it was all love, and you're going to retire here.
But how would he be put in a better spot?
But that's not putting
he's
him in a
going to get
worse
2 years
spot.
and $35 million?
No, the security of knowing we don't got to sit down and go through this again.
Again, security is a funny word to use for these guys. They're secure. Their legacy is secure. Their money is secure.
What about the no trade clause then? I mean, that was an option for him.
He could have had that.
He was eligible for one. They didn't want to give it to him.
Warriors, but he didn't have that before, so he doesn't have it now.
Aren't there only 3 of those in the entire association?
Yeah, but I'm saying if it was all love and it's, hey, Dre, we want to do this a year at a time and we want you to retire a Warrior, here's your money, and then we'll renegotiate down the line. It seems like there would be more of a good faith effort by Golden State outside of, well, here's your money back.
Well, they've never shopped him.
I think that...
that's a 4.
I think you guys are changing the conversation. I'm not saying that the Warriors, they didn't have to go into this situation and say, we will give you more. All the Warriors did is say, we will secure what you've already secured.
Yeah.
And he said, fine.
But I thought it too. Again, I'm wrong. Shocker. 2 for 50 was coming, and you're our guy. You're going to be here. Evan fought me on that. Like, that was too much. But
I guess you're seeing that as Mike Dunleavy putting his foot down, and I'm seeing that as Mike Dunleavy just not offering more than he had to right now. Why would you? And so I get what you guys are saying from that standpoint. I don't think this is just like, hey, Draymond, we want you to retire Warrior at all costs.
You're listening.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, you're good. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KJMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Goo, I'm only going to do this just because you gave me some flack at the beginning of the crossover.
You're my guy.
You're going to have to walk back the IU comments from earlier because he just posted on Instagram.
Oh, my, you got to be kidding.
What were your comments? What were your comments?
He congratulated IU for not taking the bait
and
on the Kyle Shanahan.
Making fun of Kyle now that he's okay. Because I thought Brandon was really crashing out, and I swear an hour ago I said, I'm happy that he's been quiet and he didn't fall for the bait. Don't tell me he put up a video about Kyle.
What's the bait?
He was
making fun of Kyle for getting in a car accident, which he did because he posted on Instagram, you can't win the race if you crash out.
Okay.
See,
yeah.
You know what? I'll finally say it. Hey, bleep you, dude. No. Let me say it so you all hear it.
No, say it.
Bleep you, dude. The Niners screwed up sideways for signing you in the first place.
I'm going to let you have it.
This is the man who ran up the stairs to get you the deal.
If you want to ruin your own career, ruin your own career. I think
we're past
now.
Now
you're being an a-hole and bleep you.
Evan, wow.
Bleep you.
I just gave him love for being mature.
I hope his career is over. Screw him.
Well, that might be the That might be the nail if one already wasn't there.
BA.
You can't do that.
That's gross.
Classless.
That's
Beyond classless. I mean,
that's gross.
And Kyle broke multiple ribs, 40 stitches, almost lost his eye. Probably a grade 2 or 3 concussion. I haven't seen the film. It's a lot. It's a lot.
And he's lucky to be here at the other parties. I mean that.
Yeah, and I mean, whatever. That's just enough said about Brandon Ayuk for the rest of my life.
What about the story now on to Kyle? I kind of told Evan, I feel like it's dying down now that he said, I was at fault, yada, yada, yada. I was on the phone. You feel like it's going away or you feel like it's growing?
I feel like
it's kind of unfair.
I think it's
just
trending
down,
down, but there's two pieces to this. I think most people are like, look, that was a stand-up thing to do. Obviously, he made a huge mistake.
Right.
I'm not going to wag my finger at him. We all do it.
Hell, I just said it.
None of us are perfect with the phone in the car. He's a stand-up guy for doing it, but I do think there are a lot of people out there who still have a lot of questions. But
it's not Kyle's fault.
What's not Kyle's fault?
The questions are let's just say somebody was trying to do him a solid. That's not Kyle.
No, I know, but I don't really have these questions, but I understand if you're like, okay, this has been 2 weeks.
I hear you.
And now we've got an erroneous report and why? Why did this all play out the way that it did? And so it makes people wonder if something is being covered up. I don't really see it that way, just because, and maybe it's because police reports are fresh in my mind, and good Lord, I can see how this whole thing between insurance companies and multiple police outlets and they get screwed up.
Because yesterday it wasn't his fault.
Right. Well, yesterday we didn't know whose fault it was. We didn't hear at fault until this morning. That article just came out this morning that said it was the other driver's fault.
Well, it was in the database. Yeah.
Right.
So it's public record.
And Saturday it was from the Palo Alto police. It wasn't his fault, and we're not going to release any more details about this matter.
Right.
Open, shut, close it up, we're done. Well, turns out this database I didn't even know about, and I'm a traffic nerd, and so that comes out. And the more I've been thinking about it, and Mark's talking about me when you say there's people who have questions.
No, it's not just you.
You're not the only one.
Correct. One thing that is just dawning on me is he was driving a Tesla, and those Teslas have cameras. They've got a black box. They've got all these other things. So has Palo Alto PD acquired that black box? Are we looking at the data? Have we looked at the camera footage? If you did all those things, then you would see that it was, in fact, his fault over the last 12 days if you took those steps to look at the Tesla's black box.
And you can look at it that way, or you can take the words of the two people in the accident, and if it's consistent with what happened with the vehicles, there would be no reason to do all of that, and it simply could have been the wrong box got checked with an X. Who's at fault? X that driver. Whoops, wrong one. Like, that happens all the time. So I have
a hard time with that.
That's fine. You can have a hard time with that. I can bring you the police report from my accident 4 weeks ago and show you all the mistakes, all the mistakes that are on it.
And the right on the table is the cover-up. But if there were no drugs and alcohol, what's the cover-up?
I have no idea.
That's why I'm like, he said he was at fault. Evan, he said he was on the phone.
Right.
That should be it.
Yeah, well, they said he was on the phone, and then he said he was trying to fish out his phone.
And I don't know why I take that as the same. Yeah,
I do.
Yeah.
Well,
either way,
he's clearly trying to make it go away, and it's understandable. Like, he was involved, he was hurt, the other person fortunately was safe, so that's all well and good. But I do think that when you refute a police report, it invites question, just like the way that.
But Kyle
but
didn't
just the
do
way
that.
they handled the entire thing has invited question. At first, it was something that was seemingly small, but then they made it big, and now you realize it's a little bigger than we thought, and actually different than we thought. And it just, I think it is going away too, Mark. But I still, like a lot of people, are just kind of wondering, like it's a little strange.
Like, it's not that it's not a little strange, but I also think, like, you have to remember, I'm trying to put my mind in, like, I think most of us have probably been in some sort of
forget mine
vehicular moment, right? And what happens immediately?
Shock.
Immediately, everyone, if you can, you get out of your car, you alert the authorities, they show up, and as quickly as possible, they survey the scene, and then they start asking you, okay, what happened here? And then they're going to pull the other person aside, right? Out of earshot. Okay, what happened to you? Do these two things match up? Well, in this particular case, You got a man who's bleeding from the face. So
he's got to go in.
That's right. So that, to me, that's a completely different set of circumstances where there's going to be chaos, confusion, lag time, all of that. But at the end, if the two drivers are both telling the exact same story, I feel like everyone wanted this alarm to go off.
But we don't know what the other story is because we haven't heard from the young lady.
But she's obviously felt no need to go refute anything that's been out there until the minute
I can't put myself into her feelings. Well, maybe she was instructed not to do so.
Maybe.
And
but that's
this
a
happened
little
at
bit
6
of a
o'clock.
Conspiracy theory.
It happens at 6 o'clock on a Tuesday, and we all have phones with cameras, and yet somehow nobody was like snapping a pic of this accident and putting that out there.
Why would they do that?
That's what we do.
But how would you know that it's Kyle Shanahan in there bleeding from the face?
You may not even know, but you take a picture because it's a car crash, and that's the old expression. So,
but why would anybody think to do anything with that picture?
Because it was it's a heinous accident. You're like, oh my God, I just saw this, or I just came upon this, and you have the picture, and then 12 days later you find out it's Kyle Shanahan. And it's like, wow, I actually have that picture.
Great, and that tells what story? Like there was an accident. Everybody,
right? It would at least indicate the severity. And again,
what is it that's making you think everything isn't above board here?
Because the Palo Alto PD comes out on Saturday when it gets released and said she's at fault. No more details, and that's going to do it. No, there was no drugs, no alcohol, and we put that into a nice, tidy little package. It's over.
I never heard on Saturday that she was at fault. I never heard that. At fault, to me, first I heard was this morning. And the second it came out, Kyle called everybody into his office to say, that's wrong, it was on me. So, what's the big,
y'all two gonna hash it out.
What's the big hidden
Don't know.
thing?
I'm not going to speculate.
Well, I don't even see a reason to think there is one.
I just look at...
Everyone's admitting exactly what happened.
I look at a vehicle that has recording capabilities, and 12 days later, you don't... if you had that... If you have a Tesla involved in an accident and, his story, her story, whatever, let's just take a look at the camera and let's see how fast he was going.
If the stories match up, why would you go?
But you don't know if the stories match up.
You don't
You're
know
speculating.
That they don't. You're
I do
speculating.
know that the vehicle has actual evidentiary things that you can look at.
A police officer would not think to look at that unless they're getting stories that don't match.
Disagree. You've never been a police officer, so you don't know what a police officer would do.
On 95.7,
you have
the game.
Officer Dibley, next, everyone.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. Hey, cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan,
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Well, what's going on, everybody? Do you want to hash this out, or do you want to talk Draymond Green?
Both. Probably. You and I are not going to agree on this.
I don't know what there is to disagree on. I don't know why. Why is there this thought process that for sure something nefarious took place here? We got to dive into black boxes. If two people get in an accident and they step out of the car, or if they have to go to the hospital, and when they can talk to officers, everybody tells the exact same story. That's it. Nobody starts flying around going, this isn't a TV show on TNT. Dunk, dunk. And now we got to get a black box. And oh my God,
it's a leap for me to say that the two people are telling the exact same story.
You have no reason to think otherwise.
You have no reason to think that's the case.
Sure I do. I have what's happened in life.
Right.
Here's what's happened.
Here's what's happened.
There was misinformation, and the guy immediately stepped out to say that's misinformation. It's on me.
Right.
Stand-up move by him today. No?
Absolutely a stand-up move. I'll give you that. But at the same time, he comes out and he finds out that the report has her as the guilty party. And so, he steps up and says, no, it was me. And we're now 2 weeks removed from the accident. It just, to me, there are still blank spaces in what happened investigation-wise and the initial report from Palo Alto PD, which was, yeah, this happened, and we're done here. No more info, and we're on to Cincinnati.
I mean, that's how it took place. That's how it went down.
That's exactly how it went down.
I mean, listen, you're right on this end, and so am I. Neither one of us are going to get to some sort of critical end here. You can't tell me I'm wrong, and I can't tell you you're wrong.
Well, not yet.
I'm fascinated. I don't think you're going to know. This is just like Wiggins, okay? Like, this is like he came out today. Here's what happened. And, okay, that's what happened. Is there a massive cover-up? Was Kyle on a 6:30 p.m. drunken rage? I mean, okay, maybe. I just don't know why. For me, this is no different, actually, than the Draymond thing. Why does our mind immediately go to these dramatic places? This isn't on Netflix. The Warriors and Draymond are now at odds, and now the Warriors are going to stab him in the back, and Mike Dunleavy has taken control, and Kyle Shanahan, this is a massive cover-up by the 49ers. I can't tell you you're wrong, but I'm having a hard time finding out why our minds would go there in these situations.
For me, the reason why my mind goes there is because of the inconsistency of the portrayal of the incident, and initially it's, she was going the other way, and she made a wrong turn, an unsafe turn, causing the crash. And then he says, no, actually, I dropped my phone and I drifted across. It was my fault. And so for me, if you have that wide of a berth between the initial investigation and what the driver actually says happened, that to me is not very efficient police work, to say the least. And I'm also fascinated by the lack of witnesses at 6:10 on a Tuesday night in Palo Alto.
So we don't know that there were a lack of witnesses, by the way.
Right.
Like, there's not a normal situation where when there's an accident, if there are witnesses, that the media is immediately going to track those witnesses down so that they can be on the 6 o'clock news and tell the story of what they saw. Again, the only reason that would happen is if there was some sort of criminal behavior or what have you. Now, I'm with you on the fact that it's odd that whatever this database is that people found last night or early this morning tells apparently an inaccurate story. But if this was a cover-up, wouldn't Kyle pay the woman off and allow the cover-up to continue rather than driving straight to work, calling David Lombardi, Matt Barrows, Matt Maiocco, Jennifer Lee Chan, and everyone into his office so he can immediately say, that report's wrong. I'm the one who totally screwed up. Why would he do that if this was some sort of a cover-up?
Because, we're now 2 weeks removed, and I'm not sure really what happened there. His story is his story, and I believe it because I don't think he's dishonest, but you also have actual evidence if you went to the black box of the Tesla, or if if the woman involved, if she spoke to reporters, or if somebody who was there, because the vehicles, I believe, were in the street for about 40 minutes because he gets transported to the hospital and then the investigation begins. And so it's a lot of time for looky-loos to come by and, take a picture just because that's human nature. That's what we do.
I know, but like, even if what you're saying is true, someone very well could have done that. And
that still may come out.
That wouldn't lead to anything. What would that lead to? Yeah, here's two cars. They got in an accident.
Right.
The one who was at fault came forward as soon as he knew to come forward and said that was my fault.
We saw the Matt Miller footage and that, I'm not trying to say that it looked like he intentionally wanted to crash, but his life was in a spiral and in a spot to where he just goes across the line, and there's footage on that from was it a van or a truck or something?
The truck that got hit.
Right.
And now knowing what's going on with Matt Miller over the last 5 to 10 years of his life, there's reason for concern.
Yeah, you can draw conclusions.
You can draw some conclusions.
But when you see it, and this reminds me a little bit of the Draymond Green, Jordan Poole thing, where a report comes out about a confrontation, and I was thinking like two guys come together and maybe one of them slapped the other one upside the head, and then 12 hours later, it's like, oh wow. And all of a sudden, things change because the video got leaked. And so, maybe somebody out there has got actual video, because there's cameras just about everywhere in this world now.
But how could cameras and video change the story of what he's already told, which is not a great story? Like Kyle messed up.
Right.
And Kyle stepped forward today to say, I totally messed up. And I don't want this story out there that this other woman messed up. I don't want that out there. I messed up.
Yeah, he could have been going faster than 20. And, the things that actual video could show, or, the recordings from the Tesla, like he probably never hit the brake based on his account. It was fumble for the phone. And you actually pointed this out off air. Like the first thing he felt was the airbag blowing up. So probably was a no brake accident because he's trying to get his phone.
I would think. But anyway, and this is a little bit of a weird conversation because I hate speculating about stuff like this. My mind continues to be exactly where it was all day yesterday. And from the moment we found out about this, I'm thankful that Kyle Shanahan and this unnamed 21-year-old female he hit, I am thankful that they are alive. I'm thankful that Kyle Shanahan has two eyes. I'm thankful that Kyle, it sounds like he's confident he's going to make a full recovery. That's kind of really the only place my mind goes. And if you want to call that naive, do your thing. I don't really care how anyone wants to label that. But it's interesting to me that when you have an accident, I still don't understand why everybody feels entitled to all of the information.
It's not entitlement. For me, it's a curiosity.
Yeah, and that one, I'm
going to sleep tonight.
I'm not pointing out you on that one.
Yeah.
As you said yesterday, you called it curiosity. I think we all have that. We're human beings. The entitlement of I should have known 7 days ago, not, 3 days ago. That's weird to me, but whatever. Do your thing. But this idea that we get an accident, there are police on the scene. We've heard not a peep from authorities or from the other driver. And then the second something does come out about it, Kyle Shanahan calls reporters into his office to say, that's not what happened. Here's what did happen. I'm having a hard time with why minds would immediately go to, something bigger is at play here. The Niners are on a cover-up mission. I don't see it.
Yeah.
Am I being naive? Maybe. I don't know.
I see the timeline of events from accident, 11 days, it comes out, which is fine. I mean, you want to protect it. Chris Sims knew about it pretty early on in the process, and various reporters had the story, but they didn't have the right story. And so everyone coming after Tim Kawakami, like Mike Florio, check yourself, dude. Your partner's the one who had more of the details. And so Tim Kawakami, I think, said he had 15% of the story. So you're not going to go forward with it. And then finally the story comes out. And from Saturday till now, the story's changed a few different times. And I just see something where there's kind of dead spots. And I'm curious.
Did the story change a few different times? How so?
No one was at fault. And
that was no story.
Right. Well, the story was no more details are coming out. That's going to do it. That's that. And then this database comes out and it's like, ooh, it was her fault. She made an unsafe turn. No, she didn't. He actually went across the line. So the account has changed a number of different times, 3 different times in just 2 days. That to me is very curious.
I think it went from no account to the first account. And when that account was wrong, he spoke to it.
Right. So now it's a second account.
All right. We're sponsored by Ceremony Ford. Summer sales event is on. At Ceremony Ford, get 0% APR, $1,000 down payment assistance, no payments for 90 days, plus a 2-year maintenance plan on models including F-150, Bronco, Mach-E, Explorer, and Mustang. Ceremony Ford in Colma, Daly City, or ceremonyford.com. And if you do get a Ford, please drive it safely. I added that last part. 888-957-957. We talked this out. We'll get to the Draymond thing. Matt Barrow's going to join us in 45 minutes. We'll wag our finger at him for not telling us 13 days ago. That jerk. It's Willard and Dibs. Hey, it's Willard. At Habas Law, it's never been about attention, never about applause, never about goofy smiles on candy-colored billboards. For more than 40 years, Habas Law is focused on one thing, fighting relentlessly for injured Californians, because behind every catastrophic injury case is a human life forever changed. That's why Habas fights with preparation, intensity, and relentless commitment. No fluff, no distractions, just real advocacy for injured Californians. Habas Law, relentless for justice. Visit habaslaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
Catch the Golden State Valkyries tomorrow on 95.7 The Game or the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries. Brought to you by the San Francisco Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here.
Is your client ready to build a functional outdoor space? Choosing Golden State Lumber and Showroom means faster deliveries and finishing your project on time and on budget. When it comes to decking, TimberTech stands out. It's trusted by contractors for its unbeatable quality, and with industry-leading warranties, it's clear why TimberTech is the top choice. TimberTech, the #1 brand in premium decking. Start at goldenstatelumber.com. Golden State Lumber and Showroom. When you succeed, we succeed.
Ragnar the Terrible is interviewing at a big bank. Let's listen.
Everyone, this is 5th century warlord Ragnar the Terrible. He killed it in his first interview. Not literally, but close. Ragnar, what would you do if a customer complained about high loan rates?
I make video presentation.
Star One is nothing like the big banks. We have better rates, minimal fees, and friendly customer service. Star One, in your best interest.
Tune in to Willard and Dibs every Thursday at 4:40 as we raise a glass to toast the sparkling performance of the week. Presented by J Vineyards, the official sparkling wine of the Golden State Valkyries. Raise a glass to excellence on the court and in every bottle.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Back to school starts now. Get long-lasting battery life on the Dell XPS laptop powered by Series 3 Intel Core so you can work from anywhere. Now starting at $699 with exclusive student pricing starting at $599. Complete your setup with savings on select monitors and must-have electronics and accessories. Limited time deals and free shipping on PCs and more await you at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
A cool and crisp Modelo tastes good. But you know what tastes even better? That survived the evening rush Modelo. That post-12-hour shift Modelo. That fought for every rebound Modelo. That just clocked out on a Friday Modelo. That Modelo you earned is just better. That Modelo is the markable fighter. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
Bay Area, get ready for the King of the South, T.I. and the King Secession Tour, coming to the Masonic on August 15th. Buy your tickets at Ticketmaster.com. For a chance to score tickets courtesy of Live Nation, visit the contest page at 957thegame.com.
Now back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by Hazy Little Thing by Sierra Nevada. Enjoy responsibly.
Like to welcome Pasta back to the show as well.
Pasta?
Yeah. Steven Risotto, ladies and gentlemen, just in time for the Giants trade deadline, which will come next week and promises to be active.
Yeah, no doubt.
You know, like seniors that live in those facilities.
Can be active. Yeah, you got shuffleboard, you got bingo.
Yeah.
You got the walking pasta. All the rest of it. Maybe water aerobics is always popular.
It's good for you, I'm told.
No doubt.
It's really good for you.
Pasta coming off a bronze medal in higher or lower on Friday.
Oh, congrats.
So high.
Yeah, and low.
Victor Harris in his debut beats Grandy in a tiebreaker.
Do we have any inside Pasta information on the health of Casey Schmidt's knee? Steven Risotto, let's go live.
No update just yet.
That's great.
That's all I got.
Ugh.
Back to you.
That sucked.
Yep.
Thanks.
That sucked. I really hope that Casey didn't tear his you-know-what.
Yeah, that was.
Oh, God.
That was my initial, and I've consulted with other like medical professionals.
Just say it for crying out loud. Everybody knows who you're talking about.
We're not saying it.
All right.
We're not saying it.
Fine.
But he agrees with the radio doctor, Radio Dr. Dibber.
Yeah. I mean,
MRI today. Hopefully we'll get the results.
It's a great question.
They already know.
Well,
they know right then and there.
That was my follow-up to this after this unmentioned doctor. I said, don't you know when it's the ACL, like they take your knee and they go bloop, bloop.
Why do you think Nick Bosa looked up at his family and gave thumbs down?
Oh, the thumbs down.
Because you go in the blue tent and they're like, your ACL's gone. All right, walk to the back. We'll see you later. They know. They know right away.
They take your leg, and take it from me, they take your leg and they go bloop. And if they can do the bloop, that means you have no ACL. It's not like they totally like wrench it out of place. They can. There's a certain they hold your thigh, they hold your calf, and they kind of go bloop bloop bloop.
You made some of my LaCroix go down the wrong.
My bad.
Yeah, that's so you might need to just do the show for another 6 or 7 minutes. You good?
Yeah, I'm good, but I also think that the intrigue of this,
ladies and gentlemen, Dan Dibley.
If it is a really severe injury, then I mean the timing might be better than if it was a week from now because you may you may wind up keeping him.
No.
I don't know.
But what went through my head is it would really suck if we're not going to see Casey now for the beginning of next year. That's my concern.
Yeah.
Bleep this year.
Sure.
This year.
You had a lot of bleeps today. Coming in angry.
Yeah, maybe. Well, Brandon Ayuk. No, bleep you. But this year, the Giants, oh my God.
Yeah.
This is the worst year ever.
The old expression
really
of adding insult to injury, or injury to insult in this case. I don't know. It's brutal.
Christian Koss will be starting at third base tonight for the Giants.
Okay. It's exciting.
Yeah. Very. Yes, it is.
I mean, without Casey, you're back to a lineup full of number 7 hitters, unfortunately. So,
is that true?
I mean, not full of it, but Casey Schmidt has been one of the real, maybe the brightest spot this year offensively.
You replaced a 3 or 4 or 5 with a 7.
Yep.
Yeah. But there's some other guys.
They got some guys.
I mean, they hit the ball.
Rafi Devers wind up having a big old year for a 95-loss team.
Yeah.
You know, that's exciting.
Okay, 415. We can get to Draymond in a little bit, too. We certainly will. Matt Barrows is coming up in 40 minutes. Why didn't Kyle say it was his fault from the beginning? Why did it take so long? That's what makes the story suspicious to me. Look, I'm not trying to remove anybody's suspicions. I can't tell you what happened the same way you can't tell me what happened. Why didn't Kyle say it was his fault from the beginning? I find it completely plausible that whatever the hell was in this database that someone found, you came in today, you're like, I didn't even know the database existed.
Yep.
And you used to be a traffic reporter.
Right. And you go to this database, and it's every accident in California. So
Kyle may not have known what the database said. If Kyle's insurance company is already sir, your deductible, and then we're going to handle it from here. This is an at-fault accident on your part. And Kyle's like, yeah, I know and stuff. Because I was there and I was looking for my phone and I crashed into a poor girl and my eye almost flew out. And the insurance company's like, yeah, this has been listed as your fault and we're going to handle it from here. And he's like, great, I'm going to put on sunglasses and go to practice. I have no idea what this database is, how that info got there. The same way you don't trust that this isn't a wild Niners conspiracy theory, I don't trust what police officers place on a piece of paper at a computer when they haven't had enough coffee and there's 100 of them moving through their day. I have no idea. So that's all. I'm not saying I'm right. I just wonder why everybody's mind when we're talking about Kyle Shanahan, there is zero history of him being like, I'm Captain Cover-Up. And the second that anything incorrect went public, he called everybody into his office and told them otherwise. Why is everybody's mind going to TNT right now?
TMZ is what you mean.
Or TNT, right. We know drama.
Yes.
Yeah.
For me, personally, I can only speak to why my eyebrows are raised, and it's because of the inconsistency between the initial report and then what the database says, and now Kyle Shanahan basically threw Palo Alto PD kind of under the bus because they were, as of this morning, it's nope, her fault. It was an illegal, not illegal, but a reckless left turn that caused the accident. And
that's what was in the database.
Right.
Like the police have not spoken publicly on this either.
No, they released
Nobody
a statement.
has.
They haven't spoken publicly, but they released a statement.
They didn't release a statement claiming fault. They just released a statement and said that we're not talking about this.
Right. And they said, drugs and alcohol played no role in it. And so, did they do toxicology on Kyle and or the other driver? Certainly not at the scene because Kyle was bleeding from the face, as you've said. And, ambulance comes and it's, boom, ambulance. And there's been differing reports as to whether or not she sustained injuries. Clearly not severe ones, we don't think, but that's been something that's been reported one way and then not reported the other. That's why my eyebrows are up, because there have been just inconsistencies. And I'm not so bothered by the 11-day delay because he's on vacation and, Palo Alto PD they don't have to, hey, it was the Niners head coach. He got in an accident,
I find this to be a completely private matter. I really do. Unless the lady wants to come out and be like, that jerk, he flew. Like Kyle Shanahan was in a terrible accident. It was his fault. He messed up. He took accountability, and thankfully he's okay.
Yeah.
That's his fault. Let's go live to Mark Grandy, who has this update from the Palo Alto Police Department.
Yeah, the Palo Alto Police Department has officially released a statement. A lot of members of the Niners beat have this. This comes courtesy, though, of Nick Wagner of ESPN. The Palo Alto PD writes, quote, Kyle Shanahan's statement that he provided is correct and that he was found at fault for the collision. There was a clerical error in the preparation of the report that was transmitted to the state database. We are in the process of correcting that error. It is the officer's discretion at the scene of the collision as to whether they issue a citation to either party. It is not uncommon for officers to elect to not issue a citation to either party involved in a collision. Neither party in this situation was provided preferential treatment, end quote. And they also add one more important piece. The clerical error was not made by the California Highway Patrol. They're not involved in the data entry. It just reads as that because it gets submitted to them later on.
I'll be Captain Naivete. That is all incredibly believable to me. All incredibly believable to me. And I told you, I'll bring in the police report from my accident a month ago and show you all of the errors on it. I'm like, that's not what I said. That's not my address. That's not my phone number. That's not that's not. But okay. But it was her fault, and they got that part right, and the insurance companies took care of it, and on we go. You know what I mean? 925, Willard, would you let your kids do this? Come clean 2 weeks later when you can no longer hide it. Nobody knew there was anything to hide. Again, Grandy, what did you just say? The police said it was listed as Kyle's fault from the beginning. This got transferred through a series of computers incorrectly, which I would think that's pretty relatable. Anybody ever have a computer error? I don't know, man. Again, there's no way for any of us to be right or wrong in this conversation. I'm just sort of interested to why you all sound so cynical. I don't know. I don't see any evidence here of anybody trying to pull a fast one on anyone. Does that mean that I'm right? It does not. But I'm just not going to run around here and even insinuate things about just because he's a celeb and it's the Niners and they're strong-arming people. And I don't see any reason to believe that that's the case.
Okay. I'm not saying that is the case. All I'm saying is there seem to be a number of different inconsistencies with, what has been reported and released, the way that the Palo Alto Police Department came out pretty quickly when the story broke and did a lot to try to we're going to close up shop on this. No drugs, no alcohol, no fault. That's just it. And no more information, by the way. That's going to do it.
Why would they do otherwise?
Because
if the parties don't want this out, I understand it's a public record state. I get that. But there's no the police are not under some obligation to have a news conference to tell everybody everything that happened in a car accident.
They're not, but
especially when nobody has blown any sort of a whistle.
Right, but when you come out,
there's no crime here.
So this becomes a thing and a story because Kyle Shanahan's the coach of the 49ers, and he is a very popular public figure. And so when you come out and you say your initial statement, basically that's going to do it for that. No more information. Well, the database, somebody's going to sniff around, and Eric Branch and his colleague, they went and they found it, and then some aggregator knockoff took it and ran with it and got credit in some corners. But once you get that database, it's like, oh yeah, it turns out it was listed as her fault.
Right.
Could it have been inputted incorrectly? Sure. I mean, I'm not sure if that is what happened, and maybe their report does say something different. And when they typed it in the computer, somebody didn't have enough coffee and he typed it in wrong. Who knows? That's a possibility.
Totally.
But the reason why it becomes curious to me is because it is Kyle Shanahan. And, the initial report was he was on his phone. And so he had his phone. And then Kyle says, no, I dropped my phone. I was trying to fish it back out.
Well, that's kind of, when something's written on a report, that's kind of the same thing. He was grabbing for his phone. He was on his phone. He was touching his phone. He was thinking about his phone. Whatever, right? It comes out. It's confusing. He addresses it. He tells everybody in great detail, by the way. If you want to go online, Kyle Shanahan, he's like, it was on my lap. It slid off my lap. It went down in between the seats. I reached for it, which, by the way, is one of the worst things in life. Reaching for anything between the seats.
It's brutal.
You never get it, and your hand hurts like hell.
For weeks.
I don't even know why we go in there. I'd like to ask somebody who builds cars, why couldn't you make that space a little bit bigger so that a human hand can fit down there? Not for phones, but like what happens when the Fritos and the Doritos fall down in there? I don't like even thinking that there's like a Dorito down there. You got to go get that thing, but you can't. Because it hurts like hell and you're not going to be able to reach it.
I just vacuumed my car for the first time in probably 6 years.
How many Doritos?
Not a big Dorito guy, but there's
Cheetos?
No.
Okay.
Pringles. And there was some stuff down there. It's like, that's probably been there pre-COVID. And my poor vacuum may never be the same.
Yeah.
First, I had to take the window scraper from the winter.
Yeah, that's gross.
So I had to, because you have to scrape the fuzz and
that's going to ruin everybody's dinner
off your rug, and then you vacuum it.
Is yours the car that you guys drive Mila around in?
Yeah.
It is?
Oh, it's both. Like morning,
both.
To school's me, home from school's hers.
There's 2 car seats?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, look at you.
Well, because nowadays these car seats are hard to put in.
Yeah, they are.
You set it and you forget it.
You're just like toddlers.
Yeah.
Well, that's why usually there's like a kid car. And then there's the other car.
Right. And I guess we could use her car and then I could switch cars after. It's just easier, 2 car seats.
I got you.
Anyway, a lot of crud. So if his phone did fall down there, then you're going to have to leave that phone there because you're not getting it.
Yeah.
Unless you've got like baby hands, right?
Yeah. I've never looked at Kyle's hands. Can we go back to Kyle at the combine and see if we can get some hand measurements and see what Kyle's chances were?
Possibly.
Maybe we could also ask the Palo Alto police, what were the chances of Kyle being able to reach a phone? Did the phone fall vertically or horizontally?
What are you asking exactly?
Was there a chance that the screen could get cracked? And was there a screen protector on Kyle's phone?
I'm still confused by your question.
Grandy, could you get all that info for us, please?
What's the question?
Thank you. All right.
Just answer your own question.
Let's go to Pat in Foster City. Hi, Pat. Thanks for calling the show. We're going to move on at some point. But, yeah, go ahead, Pat. What's up?
Yeah, real quick, I guess a couple of things. I'm certainly glad that no one got serious. I mean, it's serious, but he's going to recover, Kyle is, and that's great. And I'm a Kyle supporter, so I don't bash him in the least. I support the guy. But, what about the scenario that, they had this accident. Kyle was at fault. He knew he was at fault. And, she also knows that this guy is a prominently well-known, wealthy individual. And, what's to say that, look, we'll talk to you later. We want to take care of your car. Are you hurt? No, I'm not hurt, but your car's damaged. Well, we definitely want to fix you. We'll take care of that. A day or two later, a lawyer calls and says, look, we want to give you $100,000 to kind of, if she says, no, you don't need to give, I'm not hurt. Just as long as you take care of my car. No. We want to give you $100,000 because we feel really bad about it and we take ownership and whatever. Well, you don't have to do it, but that's great. Thank you so much. And then the story comes out. She's saying, it was really my fault. He didn't have, he was a good guy about it. It wasn't any big deal. And then here we are after the fact. Kyle saying, yeah, it was my fault. I mean, that doesn't seem too far-fetched. I mean, now people have accidents like this, and that's why people have $1 million umbrella policies to cover situations like this. So that doesn't seem too far-fetched to me. And the other thing regarding the phone, I can tell you from personal experience, at least where I live, if you get stopped on a first offense with a phone in your hand at a stoplight, you're not even moving, and you're sending a 4-minute text, you can get a ticket. You probably will get a ticket, and it'll be about $180, $200. The paper reported something like $20 fine or something like that. Well, not down here where I live. It's $180 for the first offense. So I don't really know why the officers, they said they didn't offer favoritism, but when you cause an accident and you were using a cell phone, it seems like favoritism to me. I don't know what you want to call it. But anyway, I wish everybody well, but that's just my take on it.
Oh, thanks, Pat. I appreciate that. My thought goes to if I'm an officer and I have reason to believe that somebody might have been grabbing at their phone, I don't know necessarily how I would acquire that information immediately unless the person told me that. But, oh, by the way, the person's eyeball might fall out. I tell you what, let's move past the ticket and let's get you an ambulance. That's where my mind would go. And as the Palo Alto police have already released in a statement, it is at the officer's discretion as to whether or not they want to issue citations. I don't look at that as favoritism. I look at the officers in that moment probably thinking, you know what, let's worry a little bit less about our quota right now. And how about if we get this man's head fixed?
Well, you can still go back and issue a citation later. And
you can.
The favoritism part doesn't play because one of the initial reports was that she made a turn that was, a reckless turn, which she didn't get cited either. So if in fact it played out that way, where she cuts in front of Kyle Shanahan and they have a collision right there, well, you would definitely cite her for a reckless turn that caused him to almost lose his eye.
Which may or may not have even happened. Again, How this all got translated into that database, we are never going to know. At all. But
we might.
I don't know why we would. I mean, is this woman now going to call a press conference? I mean, Kyle, he took responsibility. Told everybody exactly what happened. You know what I mean? Does she want to now do the old? Do you want to put on a neck brace and show up at the if you're not hurt? Is it possible that everybody just acted like adults here? Is it possible?
Of course.
Okay.
Is it possible that there was
this
more
guy, Pat just called us and said, we got a $100,000 payoff. What are we doing? Our minds are running wild right now.
Is it possible that something like that took place?
Anything is possible.
Exactly.
Do you have any reason to believe that it did? Why would your mind immediately go there?
Because
that's all I'm asking.
Perhaps he was in a state where he shouldn't have been driving. And so, it's possible.
Anything's possible.
Absolutely.
There is zero evidence of that in this moment.
There's zero evidence of just about anything that we know of.
Well, there is plenty of evidence, actually, that these two parties are not out to get one another because nothing has happened. This woman has not felt the need to freak out and go to the media. The police are doing their thing and have just admitted their fault in this. Kyle Shanahan has admitted his fault in this. I don't know. Again, I keep referencing this and I hate it because it has nothing to do with each other, but I was just involved with an accident where two adults got out of the car and helped each other out, and the one who was at fault apparently was like, that was my fault, and the one who wasn't at fault was like, that was not my fault, and then this thing was over in 24 hours. Is it possible that two people just acted like adults here and realized that one of them was hurt, and that's first and foremost above everything else when this thing happens? There's a man who's hurt. Let's deal with that first. And then we're going to worry about payoffs and whether or not we can end up on Netflix with a drama or anything like that. I don't know. I don't know that that's the way it went down, but it's sure, without any reason to think otherwise, that's the way this all feels to me.
Yeah, I mean,
maybe everybody was just an adult and not out to get each other.
It is possible, certainly. And, you've had 11 days between the accident and the initial report of what had happened. That's a lot of time to, have things get buttoned up, and, maybe there's a clerical error and there's a initial police report, and I'm looking at the log here, and I believe It was actually posted 2 days ago, the police report. Now, that's not out of the ordinary. If you look at the police log from 2 days ago, there are incidents from June 7th, July 1st, July 8th.
It takes a while.
It can.
It can.
Sometimes it takes no time at all.
Especially for a detailed one with injuries.
Right. So
Yes.
it's an injury accident. And the other ones here, there's a petty theft. There are suspicious circumstances. So not every report gets filed the same day. And in fact, a lot of these don't get filed right away. And so, yeah, it takes time to go ahead and ascertain exactly what happened.
Mike in Oakland. Hi, Mike. Thanks for the call.
Oh, great story, you guys. You know, I watch these videos on YouTube all the time with the police cam, body cam, and this doesn't make any sense at all. This makes no sense. Somebody getting into an accident like that with 40 stitches, this reeks of somebody having alcohol in their system, drugs in their possession, and sometimes these police departments, they just give a slap on the wrist to their own officers. So imagine what they're going to do to a celebrity, especially like Kyle Shanahan. Well, he's bigger than a movie star over there. He's like a god.
Mike, where are you going, dude? Like you watch YouTube, so because you've watched YouTube, somebody got 40 stitches, and that means automatically alcohol was involved? Sounds like a wild accusation. It's pretty unfair to me, Mike.
Well, nobody tested for drugs. Nobody tested for alcohol right away on both parties. That's totally abnormal. Right away, you're going to test for. You're going to say, "Have you had anything to drink tonight? Where are you coming from?
Who told you? Who told you that none of those things were asked? They investigated and immediately reported that there was no alcohol or drugs present in either party.
Yeah, and you could tell by Shanahan's reaction. A normal reaction would be like, "Oh my God, I was messed up. I was goofing around on my phone. I effed up big. I could have killed somebody."
All right, Mike, that's enough out of you. I mean,
we don't.
What the hell are we talking about?
First of all, if you didn't suspect it, then even if you did suspect it, you would not put him through a field sobriety test when he's bleeding from the face. So
can we?
If you
Thank
don't,
you.
So this happens. Police respond, and initially you're going to smell to see if you smell alcohol. You're going to look to see if there's residue from drug use or anything. If you don't suspect it, you don't automatically have to tell the hospital, "Hey, you may want to, draw the blood just in case." I mean, you can do that if you want, but they might have done that, and it might have been 0.0 or 0.00. We don't know if they drew the blood. We don't know if it showed anything, etc. But they would not have put him through a field sobriety test with broken ribs and a bleeding face.
Y'all watch too much TV, man. Y'all watch way too much TV. I know Breaking Bad, Yellowstone, everybody. Boy, the streaming platforms got some dramatic stuff out there these days. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Barrows in 20 minutes. And plenty of Draymond discussion ahead. Willard and Dibs.
Hey, Bay Area sports fans, get ready for game day with Laughing Monk Brewing. Whether you're watching with friends or heading out after the final whistle, Laughing Monk has the perfect beer for the moment. With locations in Sunnyvale, Scotts Valley, and Bayview in San Francisco, there's always a Monk nearby. And now, check out their newest San Francisco location in Nopa. From crisp lagers to bold IPAs, every beer is righteously brewed in San Francisco. Grab a pint, grab your crew, and make game day better at Laughing Monk Brewing. Righteously brewed in San Francisco.
I'm Galen, co-founder of Brooklyn SolarWorks. With my Chase Inc. Business Premier Card, I get unlimited 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more. So everything we buy to run our solar business gives us cash back that we put back into the neighborhood, donating solar panels to community gardens.
Chase Inc. Cashback built for every business. Find the right card at chase.com/inc. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by JP Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every moment counts. You may be entitled to medical care and financial compensation, but time matters. The attorneys at Boxer & Gerson are here to protect your rights and fight for the treatment and support you need. Boxer & Gerson have helped thousands of people across Northern California who were hurt on the job. Don't wait. Don't guess. Get answers. Call Boxer & Gerson today at 510-835-8870 or visit BoxerLaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Right now is the perfect time to head to Saramonte Ford. Huge selection, big savings, and straight up great deals. They've got a lineup of brand new Fords ready to roll. Trucks, SUVs, and hybrids, all priced to move. Whether you're buying or leasing, Saramonte Ford makes it easy, fast, and stress-free. So don't wait. Stop in person right off 280 in Colma or online 24/7 at SaramonteFord.com. That's SaramonteFord.com. Saramonte Ford, your San Francisco Bay Area Ford dealer.
Want to talk about low testosterone or impotence? No way, right? But did you know 1 out of 4 men suffer from this condition? Listen to Dr. Robert Rowley from Prime Male Medical.
At Prime Male Medical, we specialize in acoustic wave therapy, sublingual lozenges, injectable medications, and testosterone treatments.
Get your first visit, PSA test, testosterone test, Doppler ultrasound, and a year of follow-up visits for just $99. Go to PrimeMaleMedical.com or call 415-761-4037. 415-761-4037.
Doors and loading dock equipment are a crucial part of your business, and one you probably don't think much about until they break. A broken door or dock leveler can be a real security threat, along with disturbing the flow of goods in your business. Luckily, RNS is here for all your commercial door, dock, and gate needs. From overhead doors and security shutters to fire-rated and personnel doors, RNS can provide your business with safety and security. Call 800-FIX-A-DOOR to schedule a free estimate or visit rsdoors.com. RNS Doors. Look for the red truck.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I am grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Shut up, bro. It sucked. It was painful. It's okay. It's a quality problem.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Matt Barrows in 15 minutes. Did you say 4:45 for Danny? Danny Emmerman, who covers the Warriors. I hate sort of framing it this way, and we'll kind of ping-pong back and forth between the two all day, but the Draymond thing kind of bummed me out, which is not really about Draymond at all.
What part of it bummed you out?
So Draymond Green, by the way, has signed his new contract with the Warriors, and his new contract is the old contract. 1 year, $27.7 million. It is the opt-out deal. It is that 1 year left. It's the exact same contract. He opted out so that they could chase LeBron. They didn't get him, so basically they provided the opportunity for him to opt back in. That all makes sense to me, but the fact that LeBron didn't come and therefore Draymond isn't doing a new deal that allows him to take less this year, that means no more flexibility. The Warriors have essentially, depending on how they play it, they've got 2 or 3 roster spots left, and about $8 million. So
not a lot.
Like, they're running it back. And I know a lot of people are like, hello, that's what it's looked like the whole time. But I never thought for 1 second that they would run it back to this level. No new names at all, other than Yaxel. That's it?
That's going to do it, yeah.
Yo, I get it, but you're not going to get me to like it.
No, and I don't know how you could really do it another way, especially if you play it out the way it seemed it went, which is Draymond opts out with the thinking that, yeah, he'll take less for a multi-year deal, less this year, and maybe the same overall or a touch more for the effort, but you get LeBron, and everything's good, hunky-dory. LeBron plays for $4 million. Draymond's making, let's just say, 14. That's another 10 that you would have to throw around and bring in somebody else. But LeBron goes to Philly, and so Draymond Green probably had a deal in place of, all right, no, LeBron, I'm getting my old deal back. So he gets that, and now you said 8. I think Grandy said about, $6 or $8 million before they're hard capped at the second apron. So, and you need to add, 2 or 3 more rostered players. And so, yeah, GP2 at the minimum, LJ Cryer at the minimum, and who else were you throwing out there?
Yeah, so Draymond, and you include Melton, his contract isn't official yet because they're going to figure out where to slot him. They're not going to slot him in the taxpayer mid-level, which will hard cap them at the second apron. With those two, they have 12 players on your roster. You need a minimum of 14, maximum of 15. So you sign 2 or 3 more players with the remaining $7 or $8 million you have left.
And is it Leones and Cryer right now on the 2 ways?
Correct.
Yeah.
So they can be converted. You have the question of LeJay Jones, your second-round pick, or bet minimums out there.
Is he one of them? Is he not? I mean, DeRozan is not considered totally off the table. I don't know if he would take a vet min. It seems sort of likely/unlikely, and here's why I mean it that way. The unlikely part is usually you don't have to take a vet min when you've got multiple teams who want you, and he seems to have multiple teams that want him, but I don't know if any of them can offer any more than veteran minimum for DeRozan. And he's already been kind of bought out and paid and everything by Sacramento, so that would make, I don't want to speak for everyone, that would make me feel a little bit better just because, A, you'd have a little bit of new blood, and B, you'd have someone other than Steph Curry who can go get you a bucket. I think it's a nice fit. I don't know if he would be interested in it at all. Seems kind of unlikely to me that he would be interested because there's A, not a lot of money there, and B, the problem of what do you do if you're DeRozan when Jimmy Butler comes back. They seem like there's a little too much overlap there. But yeah, that's what today was for me. It's just kind of a realization of, yeah, this is it.
And it kind of was heading this way. You could see it. And I guess there was a chance that you could still sign Draymond to a multi-year deal for 33 or 34 million. But I do think that if you're Draymond Green, you're betting on yourself and you get your 27.7 million for this year. And if things go well, if you're healthy and Steph is healthy and Jimmy comes back and all the other things that could be positive, you don't have to make a deep run. But if you show that you're still a healthy, good enough player, now he's not a $27 million player and he's not Steph Curry box office where Steph making 63. Well, yeah, you're going to bring the butts in the seats. And so you're worth it. And if you're Draymond, you're realizing, okay, if I do want to play another year, and I think he does, then you probably will come back next year and make 8 or 10 or 6 or whatever that number is. So you take the 27.7 now and you worry about then, because if you make it through a year again and healthy as last year, which he played about 87% of the games, and you do it again this year, well, now you've got options. You can go play in Philadelphia if they'll have you. You can go play anywhere, or you can stay here and play with Steph and make considerably less, but all in all, you would already have made that 27.7 this year.
The one thing that was interesting, not the one thing, but one of the things that was interesting from the crossover with regard to this subject, I think you and I are on the same page here, seemed very different in the minds of Evan and Guru with regard to what level the Warriors and Draymond are sort of positioning themselves against one another versus are they just completely working together on this and in lockstep. I similar to the discussion we were having earlier, I don't think one opinion can disprove the other, at least not at this hour. But my perception, maybe I'm just over here being Captain Gullible again, but my perception is what both the Warriors and Draymond are saying publicly is pretty near the truth, which is that they've kind of loved each other all along. They respect one another. Is everything always perfect? No, that doesn't exist. Is Draymond frustrated with his employer, and is his employer frustrated with him at times? You bet. But I think they respect one another and therefore are largely working together on this. What does this mean for after this year? Nobody knows yet. I don't know how anybody could know yet. But the idea that Draymond was doing this so that he could get more and didn't get it because the Warriors finally stood up to him, I don't know, maybe. That's not the way I see it. I see the two sides as working together.
Right, and that to me is why he opted out. He opted out so that they could do some things to make them better. And when they were unable to do the thing that they really wanted, he probably had a handshake deal of, yeah, I'll take my 27.7 back and we'll deal with next year. And he knows that they could trade him and the team may shop him, and they're probably going to continue to shop everyone, including Porzingis and Jimmy Butler, as they work to get better. The other thing that is interesting to me, and maybe me alone going forward, is Steph Curry and his financial situation. He just signed with Li Ning for 10 years and $400 million. So if Steph is going to take less to try to still be a championship caliber team here, well, he certainly can do that. And I know he already was wealthy enough to where that's not a factor. But when you do have this 10-year, $400 million, so he's making 63 on the court, he's making 40 on the shoes. Who knows what else he has going on? He's probably making $150 million this year alone.
I do not begrudge guys for getting everything that they're worth if that's what they want, but I am interested, so you're not alone. I'm interested in what you're saying for this reason. This is yet another breaking down of the cynicism that I hear so much in our world, especially around sports. What are we seeing right now in the NBA? We've seen at least two major players do what I hear people say players never do. Nobody thought LeBron was actually going to take the minimum. The minimum. He made over 50 last year. And people were like, sure, Shams, it's not about money, but how much of a cut is he actually going to take? Well, it turns out he took literally as little as he's allowed to take.
Right.
Jalen Brunson helped turn the New York Knicks into a champion because he took a deal early that was not the max that he could make.
Steph himself took 4 years and $44 million now.
Part of that was ankles.
It absolutely was.
But you're right. You're absolutely right. Like, these things do happen. And by the way, if there's any star out there where we would believe he would do that, wouldn't it be Steph? So is he going to take every dollar he could? Maybe. Is he going to take a little less? I could believe it. Is he going to take the minimum? Maybe. I have no idea where this is going to go.
Yeah.
Maybe he's going to offer the Warriors ultimate flexibility. My question is about the Warriors right now. We can get into this a little bit later. I'd love to ask you, are the Warriors holding on to this flexibility too much? Are they babying that idea too much? Because I do have questions in the current NBA. What does this optionality actually offer you? I understand you can fit people into the cap. Who's available?
Well, no one right now.
Who's letting Nikola Jokic just be a free agent?
He might decide that he wants to be a free agent.
He might.
You know?
He might.
And I do think that this year's not about championship. It might be about meaningful basketball, but it's really about getting yourself into a position where next offseason you can make decisions. Is Jimmy able to play healthy enough to where you want to keep him at a reduced rate? Draymond, the same thing. Yeah. Does Steph take the minimum? If all those things happen, and I think Porzingis has a player option. He could opt out and take less if he has a healthy year. And then you can go out there and land a big fish and a medium fish and give it that one last final try.
I agree. But
optionality.
Is a big fish ever available?
It hasn't been of late, but you can always use some of these assets to trade for one.
Yeah, you can. All right. We'll get into a little bit more about what Kyle Shanahan said at camp today. And who knows, maybe even a football question. No more than one, though. We're definitely gonna search out conspiracy theories within the Palo Alto Police Department. I'm kidding. to a degree. But Matt Barrows, who is a phenomenal and long time 49er beat writer of The Athletic, is going to join us next on Willard and Dibs.
This Game Day Traffic Report brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. It's already tough. Leave now. I am seeing traffic jam-packed not only on 280 and North 101 at Cesar Chavez, but King Street is jammed, and so is 3rd. There's a lot of construction in China Basin. If you're going to go see the Giants tonight. I'm Tiffany Whitstrom, Game Day Traffic.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Hey, it's Dan Dibley here to talk about Fremont Bank, proudly celebrating more than 60 years in business. They set out to build a local ecosystem that is created around relationships that benefit all of us here in the Bay Area communities. They are proudly independent, and they're big-time members of the communities that they serve, and that's 20 communities here in the Bay Area with 20 branches and one down in Carmel by the sea. When you deposit your money with Fremont Bank, they reinvest it into home ownership and businesses and organizations and activities that make our Bay Area better. And I've been banking with Fremont Bank for more than 6 years, and I love the fact that they keep my money right here in the Bay Area. They provide loans to businesses and homeowners, and they designate 5% of their earnings for charity. And that's pretty awesome because that money stays also right here in the Bay Area. And I made the change because I didn't want to be a part of a big box bank anymore. I wanted to be a part of a local bank that knows me and knows my family. You should go in there and see exactly what community banking looks and feels like. It's Fremont Bank, putting the community in community banking.
Catch the Golden State Valkyries tomorrow on 95.7 The Game or the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries. Brought to you by the San Francisco Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here.
Hey, it's Willard for Sierra Nevada. Embrace the haze with Hazy Little Thing from Sierra Nevada. If you saw the headliner when they played at the bar or stopped your friends mid-festival to look at the stars, if you're up for whatever the night brings, then embrace the haze with Hazy Little Thing. Hazy, citrusy, smooth. Come find them during Outside Lands at the Hazy Little Hideaway. Bring your friends and get a taste of the moments that matter. Embrace the haze with Sierra Nevada Hazy Little Thing. Enjoy responsibly.
You listen to 95.7 The Game for the best sports insights. Now, use that same power to grow your business. When you advertise with us, you're reaching a massive audience of local consumers and business decision makers every day. Let our team help you build a game plan that delivers results. Scale your business and win the market. To get started, visit Advertise with 957 The Game at Odyssey.com. That's Advertise with 957 The Game at AUDACY.com.
This is Larry Fleck, owner of The Floor Store. Our giant summer sale is here. Now through August 3rd, get 25% off everything in the store. Carpet, hardwood, laminate, waterproof flooring, and much more. That's 25% off every product. Add 24 months interest-free financing, and you've got giant savings for your home. The Floor Store's giant summer sale. Big savings, big selection, giant opportunity. Visit floorstores.com to find the nearest of our 11 Bay Area showrooms, from Santa Rosa to San Jose. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
So, I need hamburgers, sodas, ice, and a DJ.
A DJ?
Relax, Pa. With T-Mobile, we're saving when we bundle home internet and phone lines.
Oh, wow.
Here to bundle and save big. Stay connected con tu gente with 4 lines from T-Mobile with fast, easy-to-set-up 5G home internet and save up to $1,000 a year. Switch now on T-Mobile.com/conectate. Savings based on 3rd line free via monthly bill credits. Internet discount with $15 in monthly bill credits and auto-pay discount. Qualifying credit required. Credits will stop if you cancel any lines or change plans. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
Odyssey Sports is presented by ZipRecruiter. Find out why 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try it free at ZipRecruiter.com/team.
How do airplanes fly? What's in this box? What does this thing do?
Kids are curious about everything, including guns. Learn how to store your gun securely and make your home safer at endfamilyfire.org. Brought to you by End Family Fire, Brady, and the Ad Council.
Now back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by Hazy Little Thing by Sierra Nevada. Enjoy responsibly.
Well, I'm excited to have this conversation. And again, maybe, I don't know, maybe some football. Once we work our way through the conspiracy, because he is such a great beat writer, because he's been doing it for so long, I can only imagine that Matt Barrows of The Athletic, who joins us now on the River Islands guest line, will not only know that it happened, but he will know the amount that the San Francisco 49ers paid to the other driver and the police officers in order to keep this all quiet. Is that accurate, Matt?
Not only that, they went around with a neuralizer like in Men in Black, and all the pedestrians and other drivers in the vicinity got neuralized so that it just basically erased their memories of the whole incident.
Fantastic.
Yeah, collected phones, I'm sure, and all of the surveillance cameras that are in and about Palo Alto have been commandeered, and even the black box in the Tesla, Matt. As you know, these cars, they have them. I'm sure they were able to pry that thing out and destroy it as well.
Yeah, it's all about, weather balloons and gas explosions. That kind of explains the commotion on Elma Avenue that day.
Man, I'm glad you're finally speaking some truth. I mean, when you got a guy like Kyle Shanahan who has built up absolutely no trust with the public, has such a huge history of nefarious behavior, it makes sense, Matt, don't you think?
Yeah, he's like Al Capone, really. I mean, the whole organization is like the mafia. Right,
Matt. Were you in his office today when he talked about his rendition of what he remembers from the event?
Yes, I was one of a handful of reporters who were summoned on what was a dark media day. There wasn't supposed to be any media there, and we got text. I'd say around 10 o'clock this morning. It says, "Hi, Kyle wants to talk to you in his office. Can you get here ASAP?" And we assembled and we went into his office, and he wanted to clear the air as to what happened on July 14 in Palo Alto.
How does he look, Matt? I don't, I know that the media is not allowed at the moments where he's watching practice. How does he look after all of this?
I mean, physically, he looks fine, and he commented on that. And in fact, he showed us all a picture of him, his face, shortly after the accident, and it's brutal. I mean, swollen up beyond recognition, brutal. A big gash over his right eye that hadn't been closed yet. Took 40 stitches to do that. His nose is puffed up. He looked like he was in, a 16-round bout with Mike Tyson. I mean, it was, like I said, unrecognizable. He joked at one point during the conversation that he's got the best plastic surgeon in the world because you really can't tell at this point. Now, he's got a cast on his hand and he's got broken ribs, but as far as his face, you have to examine it pretty closely to see the marks. So, whoever did the stitch work at Stanford Hospital, and it wasn't his own plastic surgery, he's joking about that. It's whoever was on duty there, but they did a remarkable job stitching him back together. His joke, he's sporting the full mustache these days. And he said that his friends and acquaintances have joked that it was the mustache that absorbed the impact and saved him in the crash.
Was he able to let you guys know how long he was in the hospital? Was he able to be released that day?
Yeah, he was in the hospital a matter of hours. I think it was a significant number of hours. I think he said something from 8 to 10. So what happened was that he was involved in the crash. He's bleeding from the face. Paramedics arrive, but he's already talked to Mandy, his wife, at this point, and asked her to come down to the scene. So he didn't want to leave the scene before she got there. So he had them hold the ambulance until she arrived, and then they went to the hospital. And he said, he never lost consciousness. He remembers every detail of the crash, and he remembers being stitched up, which, involved very intimate, painful work on his eye and his face. So that was all very kind of surreal to him, and also very real. I mean, he was a part of it. Usually, a traumatic event like that, you're knocked unconscious or you're given anesthesia, but he was stitched up and was awake for all of it. And poor Mandy was witness to all of it as well.
Oh my gosh, Matt Barrows, The Athletic. I look, Matt, you've got your own platform. You're able to share this wherever, but I'd love it if you would kind of take us through what this has been like through the eyes of a 49er beat writer who, for the last 72 hours, have basically been dragged around because of the way that information flowed in this whole story.
Yeah, it happened at a unique time of the year. July 14 is when everyone is on vacation. Me included, and Kyle Shanahan and his coaching staff included, and all of the players. Nobody had reported to training camp at that point. Later in the week, the rookies reported and the coaches reported at the same time. So if this had happened on October 14, the news would have gotten out very quickly because the players would have been privy to it. And when players are privy to it, their agents are privy to it. And the agents are the knitting circle of the NFL. Once an agent gets a hold of it, it's out there. They'll tell other GMs, other teams, media members, et cetera, et cetera. Everybody's got their guys. But it happened at a time that nobody puts it out. And now everyone's saying, well, it's a public report. Why didn't any reporters get the report? It's not as if Palo Alto PD or Milpitas PD or San Jose PD send those things out to reporters. You would, and for traffic accidents, and remember that no charges were filed, no one was cited in this. It's even more hidden. It's not an official report. It's not made public unless you are one of the people involved in that crash. That's the only way you can obtain the accident report. So that's the reason it didn't come out for X amount of days. Now Shanahan went out of his way to say that he told maybe 24 people, his close associates, friends, family, what happened, and none of them shared it with anybody. And I think that they didn't share it with anybody because it was such a severe, serious event. I think, the 49ers certainly could have put it out there. That's the other way it would get out. I think that they were waiting to see whether he would be, up in front and center on Saturday, the beginning of training camp, to kind of talk about it himself. And when it was clear that he wouldn't be, and that, it would just be John Lynch at the press conference and it would be Chris Furster running practices, that's when they decided to put it out. I mean, that to me is where I don't want to say lay the blame, but if you're upset for some reason that you didn't hear about it on July 14, that's the reason.
So when the rookies report, and you guys are there for at least portions of it, was there any talk amongst the group of reporters that you hadn't seen Kyle out there?
Well, no, everyone learned about it ahead of that press conference. and we reported the news at that point. But it was before the press conference began. So that was Saturday. You know, that's the opening press conference, and then the first practice is Sunday. And we actually did see Kyle Shanahan. He came out maybe 45 minutes into the session after, you know, the point where we have to put away our phones and we can't film anything. He came out and he watched the team portion of practice, 11 on 11, with John Lynch. John Lynch always stands deep in the defensive backfield like a safety would, and watches practice from that vantage point. And Shanahan has joined him there on Sunday and Monday.
Matty Barrows, The Athletic, on the Niner Beat, joining us here, Willard and Dibbs. Hey, what about some football questions? What do you think?
Oh, is there football going on these days? I didn't even realize.
Camp opened. Hey, just because this was top of mind yesterday, you think the Niners will get involved in the Vita Vea situation now that he's requested a trade?
I don't think so, because it's, you know, I think one of the 49ers soft spots, shall we say, is that they've got a lot of guys in their 30s, and Vita Vea would be another one of those guys. So I don't think that they'd want to spend a big chunk of their salary cap on another guy who's that age, you know, after, you know, basically all of their stars, you know, save Fred Warner, who's 29, Nick Bosa's 28. I forget how old Brock Purdy is, but everyone else, you know, the Kittles, Trent Williams, Christian McCaffrey, all those guys are in their 30s now. So it's a team that's getting a little bit older. And I think that, well, defensive line would be the one spot where they might add somebody. I really believe that defensive end is more of an issue right now than defensive tackle is. Having said that, Vita Vea is a great player. I'm sure Osa Odighizuwa would love to play next to him. It would free up Odighizuwa for you know, more sacks, more tackles, more everything. But that's who the 49ers decided to spend on at the position. I don't think that they would spend on two guys there.
What are you hearing about the status of George Kittle as he works his way toward possibly being ready for the opener?
Yeah, he's close. I mean, you see him come out for practice and he's, you know, chatting, dapping up, dancing with other players. He's active. He's doing everything in his power to get ready. I'm a little bit skeptical because it just seems like, you know, back in the winter and the spring, in terms of injuries and projections, everyone's very optimistic. And it's, Mykel Williams is going to be ready at the beginning of training camp. And, this guy and that guy are going to be ready as well. And I think when you get into the reality of training camp in the summer, it's a little bit more pessimistic, or rather they're a little bit more cautious. And the 49ers have to have a little bit of added caution with Kittle because they've got this trip to Australia, which not only kind of kicks off the season a few days earlier than normal, it means that they're going to Australia about a week ahead of that game. So it cuts down that timeline by more than a week. So the timeline was, if he does everything right and we get lucky, he might be able to be ready for week one. Now week one essentially starts a week earlier in a lot of respects. So it was already tight, and now it's tighter. I personally am skeptical. I think it would be probably more prudent for him to not make that trip. Why rush it? Why put him, who's still recovering, through that big trip and, you know, practicing in an odd spot and playing in a different place, et cetera, et cetera. My guess is that they'll err on the side of caution and he won't play. But, I absolutely could be wrong on that.
Matt, is there reason to believe that Dre Greenlaw will look like his former self this year?
There is. I mean, he looks like his former self in these first two practices. I mean, he's sort of, to stay with the Australia theme, he's like the Tasmanian devil out there. I mean, they have to tell him to slow down. He's a whirling dervish, and he's got that in him. Now, whether he can sustain that through 17 games, I think that's a very good question, because he hasn't been able to do that for several years now, and not just Achilles season, and not just last season with the Broncos. He was laboring through previous seasons as well at times. So he has had a lot of time to recover. Hasn't played a lot of games in the last 2 years, but this is someone who plays at 1,000,000 miles an hour all the time. He doesn't have another gear. So the question is whether his body can sustain that over time. And if the answer is no, I think that the 49ers are liking what they're seeing so far from Nick Martin, who's a bit of a forgotten guy. He was a third-round pick last year, didn't play a lot, and suffered a concussion, I believe, on November 30, and never played again. He's looked good in camp so far as well. He's sort of a natural weak side linebacker. He resembles Greenlaw in a lot of ways, sort of stature, speed, etc. My guess is that they see him as the long-term replacement for Greg Greenlaw.
Matt, real quick, because it was a famous line last year in camp that calves are tricky. While we're talking about Juwan Jennings and everything, and I know that Christian Kirk suffered a strained calf early on in camp here. What does that mean for his camp this month, and what does it mean for Dejon Stribling when the year starts, you think?
Yeah, it's not good for Christian Kirk because calves are tricky, and especially when, like I said, you're kind of approaching your 30th birthday and you've had injury issues in the past. I don't think that he's going to be back anytime soon. I don't know if he's going to miss all of camp, but he's going to miss a chunk of camp. He doesn't need it as much as Dejon Stribling, as much as the Jordan Watkins. But the pecking order gets established now. And what it means is that the Watkins, the Jacob Cowlings, the Striblings on the team are all getting slightly more snaps per practice. And I think that Stribling is really benefiting from it. I think he's gaining the trust of Brock Purdy, of Mac Jones. Neither of them are hesitant to go his way. He's a nice big target who uses his hands and his arms to create space, and then is good with the ball in his hands afterwards. So that's what you want. That's what you're looking for. He's a natural fit in that slot position, which is what Juwan Jennings played a lot of, because he is a good blocker. He's very strong. His blocking tape, run blocking tape from Ole Miss last year is pretty impressive. I mean, it looks like a Juwan Jennings highlight tape. He's not drawing the penalties from opponents that Juwan Jennings. I was watching the wild card game against the Eagles was on TV last night, and there was Jennings, just going at it with Eagles players, and at one point drawing a illegal contact penalty from one of the Eagles defenders. He was great at that, just getting under your skin. I don't know if Dejon Stribling has that personality, but he definitely has the kind of the physical skills to knock a guy on his butt.
Matt, great stuff. We thank you for coming on, and please remember, if you hear anything about anything, you tell us right away now, okay?
Okay, are you guys wearing those caps, the pointy silver caps that I sent you?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Yes,
good.
I have mine.
Because that's how I like to communicate those things.
Okay. Yeah.
Through the tinfoil.
We'll just wait for him to buzz. Yeah, we're looking forward to it. Okay, Matt, thank you.
All right, anytime, guys. Talk to you soon.
All right, there it is. That's Matt Barrows of The Athletic. And interesting stuff on the football front. And, he was one who was summoned to Kyle's office today so that they could get Kyle's rendition of the events in the car accident. And that was kind of, I don't know what the word is. It's a little jarring to hear him talk about what he was shown by Kyle in terms of a picture of what Kyle looked like 2 weeks ago versus what he looks like now.
And you get that, you get straight to the plastic surgery. I'm sure not in the moment, but you get stitched up and then you get things fixed up. And, you got the broken arm and you've got the concussion, which is pretty severe if you're still 2 weeks out from the accident and you are in the protocol and you're not in the player protocol, but certainly he's not feeling well enough to be out there and doing Kyle Shanahan things. And I wonder how much longer it'll be. It might be another week or 2 weeks until he's actually able to really grasp the job again and do it full on.
I think he passed along to the assembled reporters today that bright lights are not what bothers him, but loud voices and music do. And
so no more beatbox.
Well, I mean, those of you who've never been to a 49er training camp practice, there's loud music. There's loud music, and there's a lot of people yelling and screaming because it's football and it's high energy. And so not ideal by any stretch. Hey, David in San Leandro has been waiting to say something about this real quick. Hey, David, thanks for calling. What's up?
All right. Matt got it wrong. YouTube dash cam police guy got it wrong. Here's what happened. Kyle is really a John Wick style assassin, and he was going after one of his targets. There was a massive car chase. The operative and him got into a huge fight, and Kyle is not Kyle like Paul McCartney is not the real Paul McCartney. This is the new Kyle with all the plastic surgery. If you go on MySpace, there's videos that show all this and connect the dots. So you guys go on MySpace, the videos are there. Search up Kyle the Assassin, and look, that's the FBI coming after me like that. My dog just barked.
Here they come.
Help me, Will.
Watch out,
Help
David.
Me, I've said too much.
Dive.
Help me.
Thanks, David. I was going to say it, but I was only thinking it. But David said it. There it is. Kyle Shanahan's an assassin.
Okay. And stuff?
Yeah, and stuff. You don't like that one?
I mean, not really.
Okay.
I mean, it was material. I'm here for material.
Yeah, you like material.
I like material.
He was running material.
He was running material.
He even had a dog with the timing. I don't know. Like, did they pre-plan that? I don't know.
You never know.
You didn't like that material?
It was okay. I think that there will be more information that eventually surfaces, whether it's, Palo Alto dash cam footage or body cam footage. I was just reading a story that there's been some inconsistent use by the Palo Alto police of that. So
what do you mean? Inconsistent use?
Sometimes they don't have it on. I guess you have to turn it on when you have your vest on. And
I don't know where you stand in this. I do not want to see body cam video of Kyle Shanahan at that accident scene. Woo, no interest at all.
I do think that
I don't want to see what that looked like at all.
Well, there's probably some surveillance cameras in the area that maybe recorded him in the lead up or recorded her in the lead up to the accident, which can be informative or not informative. I do think that there will be at some point more stuff that comes out surrounding this accident.
Maybe, or maybe what everybody's saying happened is exactly what happened. Yeah, I feel like, they asked us when we walked in today, does it feel already now like because of today, this is going to start to go away? I believe that it will. That's just kind of how I feel about where this is going to go next. I don't get the sense with what everybody's saying that there's more investigating that needs to happen. Kyle said what he said. Police came out, said that's exactly right. There was a clerical error, and I mean, unless this other woman wants to come in and with a parachute on and blow everything up, I don't know. You could be right, but
yeah, you just never know.
It doesn't smell right now like people are searching for something.
It doesn't smell rotten, but there are things that you can look at if you're still curious, such as the Palo Alto police report, which you have to log in and request, and then you can compare that to the CHP one, and you could see if things were mismarked or misentered or whatnot. And, perhaps she had a camera on her car that has footage of what happened. I mean, there are enough things out there that could still surface that piques my curiosity.
I can tell you they kept this under wraps really well. I was in Kyle's guest house the entire time, and I had no idea that anything had taken place. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. I tell you what you want to hear. You got to hear what Draymond said on his podcast about why LeBron didn't come, what Brian Windhorst said the Warriors might try to do next. We'll have all of that, plus Danny Emmerman in an hour right here on Willard and Dibs.
When it comes to hiring a plumber, heating, or HVAC contractor, think UA Local 38. With non-signatory companies, that low price up front can quickly turn into added charges once the job begins. But with UA Local 38 signatory contractors, you know the cost up front. There's no surprises. Local 38 professionals are craft certified and complete over 10,000 hours of training, so you know the work is done right. For quality, accountability, and peace of mind, choose UA Local 38. Learn more at ualocal38.org.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
I'm Sam, owner of Marino's Landscape. With my Chase Ink Business Premier Card, I earn unlimited 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more. So everything I buy to run my landscaping business gives me cash back to help throw a big thank you party for my team. For all they do.
Chase Inc. Cashback built for every business. Find the right card at chase.com/inc. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Car salesmen are annoying.
Sign here, please.
Never talk to one again with FlexCar, the first and only month-to-month car lease.
Oh, no.
Get a great car, switch anytime. FlexCar. You drive everything.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-497-8091. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-497-8091. That's 800-497-8091. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help you get back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Residents of a Sherman Oaks condo complex say burglars stole tens of thousands of dollars worth of their property while their building was tented for fumigation.
Don't put your home or valuables at risk. Pacific Coast Termite Orange Oil and Ultraset treatment means no tent, no move out, and no poisonous gas. With highly effective termite treatment backed by a 2-year warranty. Call today for a free termite inspection. Protect your home without turning your life upside down. Call 800-PACIFIC. That's 800-PACIFIC or visit PacificCoastTermite.com. Some restrictions apply.
Hey, what's up, flies? This is David Spade. Dana Carvey. Look, I know we never actually left, but I'll just say it. We are back with another season of Fly on the Wall.
Every episode, including ones with guests, will now be on
video. Every Thursday, you'll hear us and see us chatting with big-name celebrities.
And every Monday, you're stuck with just me and Dana. We react to news, what's trending, viral clips.
Follow and listen to Fly on the Wall everywhere you get your podcasts.
A cool and crisp Modelo tastes good. But you know what tastes even better? That survived the evening rush Modelo. That post-12-hour shift Modelo. That fought for every rebound Modelo. That just clocked out on a Friday Modelo. That Modelo you earned is just better. That Modelo is the markable fighter. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills.
Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs.
That's a great question.
That's a great question.
It's a great question.
That's a great question.
On 95.7 The Game.
So who? What'd you just say?
The 49ers, according to sources, Adam Schefter has reported.
What else have they been hiding?
The Niners are signing former Dolphin free agent linebacker Quentin Bell to a 1-year contract.
Oh, but they did that 3 weeks ago and just told us now. Is that
Matt
right?
Barrows coming over the top says Bell figures to be more of a defensive end for San Francisco, a needed position due to injuries to Michael Williams and others. Quentin Bell has been signed.
And we just had Barrows on and we didn't ask him about it.
Yes, and like you're saying, he probably knew 11 days ago when the signing was probably made official.
Damn it.
And I'm being told that they signed Quentin Bell because he actually was in the passenger seat with Kyle.
Okay, stop.
Oh, so you can be ridiculous, but I can't?
Well, that was
Where's that other caller to call back? Like,
it's a little bit of a leap.
This whole thing's a leap. Like, we don't know what we don't know, but now Schefter's saying Quentin Bell, 30 years old, out of Long Beach, played for Prairie View A&M in college.
Oh.
6'5", oh no, I'm sorry, 6 foot 220.
Do you know where Prairie View A&M is?
I would assume it's in Prairie View. I think it's in Mississippi.
I was going to guess Georgia.
Oh, yeah, Grandy, you grabbed a mic like you knew.
It just sounds like Georgia to me.
All right. Somebody look it up. Where is it?
I am right now.
Yeah, I know you are. Where is it?
They're in the SWAC.
And that doesn't answer my question. Where is it?
Can't find it anywhere.
Oh, it's in Texas.
Oh, there you have it.
Oh, I was way wrong.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, the
Wiley,
South.
Texas.
You guys both guessed the South, and it's in the South. It's not the deep South, but, it's down there. I don't know where in Texas. Right side, left side, somewhere in there. It's big state. Big state, big state.
Wiley, Texas is where it's located. So there you go.
Yeah. Okay. That was good info.
It's something. It's a piece.
Take a listen to this, and I want to know how this grabs you. Okay? 2 pieces from Brian Windhorst on ESPN. And the first one is this, and this could hit you as inspirational and exciting, and it could hit you as yawn. Now I want to punch you across the face. You tell me which this does.
Okay.
Brian Windhorst on ESPN says this about the current Warriors situation.
8 weeks ago, the idea of Jaylen Brown and LeBron James being together on the 76ers was preposterous, okay? The Warriors have a history. They have an attractive place to play. They have a lot going for them. I don't know what it'll look like 8 months from now. Give up on the Warriors and their chance to draw players if you want. But I would just stay tuned. And I know that's not what anybody wants to hear, but the Sixers fans were annoyed a couple of weeks ago, so you just wait and watch.
Okay, I actually want to react to that, but hold on, we got some breaking news.
95.7 The Game, breaking news.
And I'm actually going to call this good news based on what we were feeling and thinking The San Francisco Giants have officially placed infielder Casey Schmidt on the 10-day injured list with a left knee meniscus tear. Torn meniscus for Casey Schmidt, not a torn ACL. So I don't know what that means for this year, but quite frankly, that's kind of irrelevant. Torn meniscus, Casey Schmidt should be fine for 2027.
You would think, and I've had this injury, and we do this every time. We do this every time.
I don't know why you still use that line. We know.
There are a few I haven't had.
Have you had 40 stitches in your eye? Have you almost lost an eye?
I had 112 in my head as a 3-year-old.
112?
My sister pushed me off the deck. I've told the story.
No, I know. I didn't know it was 112. Your head doesn't look that big.
It was a baseball. They did the full baseball stitch.
Oh my God.
Outside to in, inside to out. But this is not about me. When I had
explain some things.
The meniscus, when you are not a pro athlete like me, they remove it and you're back relatively quick. Usually with a pro athlete, you repair it.
Right.
And that tends to be 4 to 6 months.
Which it does not lead into.
It does not preclude him from next year.
Yeah, exactly.
So
that was my only. When he walked off last night, I don't know where everyone's head was. That was my thought. Please don't bleed into next year on that injury. Because that obviously would mess with some plans that I would think the Giants have right now.
Yeah, and right now you put him on the 10 and you assess the options. You got to get the good old second opinion. Maybe Dr. Neil Elatrach gets involved because he's involved in all these surgeries, although the Giants have excellent surgeons on their staff. And then you decide what the course will be. If it's a removal, which a guy that age, I can't imagine they would remove it. Because then you get into bone on bone, and it's a deterioration sensation is what it is. And if you repair it, then it's a slower rehab. But like you were saying, what are we even doing?
Yeah, I mean.
We're going to rush you back for September?
I mean, I love watching him play. Yep. So as we get to August and September and all of that stuff with the Giants, and you want to sort of dream about where this will go next year and who's going to lock down a spot and this, that, the other, sure, you'll miss out on that, it sounds like. If you're telling me 4 to 6 months, I'll believe you. That probably would mean that Casey Schmidt is out for the remainder of this year. But if he's good to go on Christmas morning, then great. Actually, let's do February. Are you ready by February? That's what matters right now with Casey Schmidt. So, especially based on where our minds went in watching him round first last night and the way that looks, and I know you were thinking ACL, and a lot of us were thinking potential ACL. I think we could kind of rule out Achilles based on the way he walked off of the field, but ACL would have been messy into next year. And so that it's not an ACL, I'm going to take this as good news.
Yeah.
Even though it is a serious injury, and so we feel for Casey, this is a bummer, but shouldn't affect 2027, and that's what matters, I think, right now.
No doubt. And, the Achilles you see in that it rolls up into the calf and you go down. Like, unfortunately, we've gotten all too familiar with how that looks. This looked like just one of those little tweaks. And so I remember I did mine in Barcelona on Las Ramblas, which is like the market street of Barcelona.
What did you do?
They have these giant brick mounds right by the water. And I was like running up the side of one and jumping off the other one and doing like skater moves.
How old were you?
I'm 27. And
okay,
so I'm running.
Skater moves.
Whatever. You're
27.
Let's go to dibs in Barcelona, half in the bag.
Got it.
Sangria may have been involved. So about the fourth mound in, I run up and I jump, but I landed on the downslope, and so it was a little hyperextension.
Okay.
And so off we go to.
Did you know right away something bad had happened?
It was bad.
Okay.
So I go with then. I guess she was my fiance then, my ex-wife. We go back to the hostel and go to sleep, and I can't make it. Like, I am screaming in agony. So
you can't make it to the hostel.
No, it hurts.
Okay.
From the hostel to the hospital. And so I walk in and I'm just limping. And I walk in and knee is small. And the lady behind the counter looks at me and goes, "So you hurt your knee, huh?" It was the most embarrassing, stupid American moment. Knee is small. And she's looking at me and she let me say it like 3 or 4 times. Like, she didn't understand. Sir, did you hurt your knee? Poindexter?
Dude,
and I was
there's
like,
nothing like international travel.
The worst.
I don't know if this is the way this lands with all of you who've done it. There's nothing like international travel to feel just less than. I mean, you're out there, and I love that you tried. And I think
pathetic effort, though.
But most places I've been, that's all they want. That's all anyone wants is to not walk in there and act like English is the language for the whole globe.
Right.
So that you tried. Most places I've been, that's very well received. You tried. Nia Smile. She's probably like this guy.
She let me give a couple of renditions.
Right.
Sorry, did you hurt your knee?
When they fire back and they're just like, all right, room, have a seat. We'll be right with you.
Room nueve.
Just like, man.
And her English was better than mine.
Yeah,
I was like,
you guys all out here know like 4, 5, 6 languages?
I wasn't the ugly American. I was the stupid American.
Well,
whatever.
That's most of us.
That was the meniscus, though.
Yeah.
And, so I
was it just the two of you?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Did she give you because men will do this and you get injured and you said fiance. She wasn't your wife yet?
Not yet.
Okay, so if she was your fiance.
Actually, this is even pre-fiance. I'm sorry. This is 95.
She's just a girlfriend at this point.
Yep.
So did she give you actual concern? Because if you guys had been married, she'd have given you the eye roll and you gotta be freaking kidding me.
That happened 3 years later when I tore my ACL. I was playing basketball in Santa Fe. We lived in the city. I go to the hoop, ACL tear, and so I called her at 10 o'clock. We had the 9 o'clock game. I called her from a friend's house. I said, hey, Chonda, I hurt my knee. I hurt it real bad. I need you to come get me. And she goes,
yep.
Let me call you right back. She hangs up.
Think about it.
This is 99. We've been married for about 10 months. And my friend goes, what'd she say? I said, she's going to have to call me back.
She's still a newlywed.
Yeah,
by newlywed, you didn't make it 1 year and she's already eye rolling you.
I'm hurt bad. I mean, I need you to come get me. Sigh, I need to call you back. So 5 minutes later, she's like, where are you? So she comes and gets me. And
that's the difference between marriage and
a girlfriend,
and
right?
courtship.
Yep.
Courtship, they're going to show some concern. You get married, it's like, you idiot. You got hurt.
Right, and now you're going to inconvenience me.
Totally.
It was tax day, and I hadn't done the taxes. April 15th of 99, I'll never forget it.
No kids yet, though, right?
Oh, no.
Okay.
No.
Because that's usually... Good on you.
Thank you.
That's usually, you come home limping, and the first thought is, oh, so now I'm taking the kids to the park every day?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was 5 years later when I tore my labrum. Quest was 2. We're driving to the hospital, and I am screaming.
Are you serious?
I'm screaming the F word over and over because I've never been in more pain in my life, and I'm just like, chuck.
And how did you do that one?
I grabbed a rebound, and Mike Rabb pulled the ball straight down from behind me. It was a textbook box out. I got the board with one arm behind me, and he just went, Brom.
So foul. That's a foul.
No, he grabbed the ball.
No, it sounds like he went over the back.
No, I had the ball like this.
Okay.
And he's like 5 inches taller, so he just reached up and grabbed it and, wrenched my arm. So I run into the bleachers to try to lethal weapon it back in, and it didn't go back in.
How many people got the lethal weapon joke? Risotto, Grandy, did everyone get the lethal weapon joke, or is that over your head?
Over my head.
That's over your head.
Yeah.
Grandy, he's a throwback. Did you get the lethal weapon joke?
No.
Oh, it's the first one you haven't gotten.
His shoulder comes out, and he's like,
Is it Murtaugh?
Automatically puts it back in.
Exactly.
Yeah, you got to bang that sucker back in.
I could have guessed
and
it.
it always looked very, very painful.
This time didn't go back in.
Okay.
So I'm just, Chuck, this hurts. And I look in the rearview mirror, and Quest is like, yeah, there's a new one. Go ahead and put that into the vocab.
Like, Dad, you're usually a lower body guy.
Yeah.
But this is an upper body one.
Anyway, that's enough about me and my broken body.
It's really not. It's
meniscus, if it's a repair, probably 4 to 6 months. See you soon, Casey.
Casey Schmidt, torn meniscus, and we chuckle, which is like not nice, but in an odd way, this is good news. I was fearful for ACL. So torn meniscus. The Giants have only put him on the 10-day injured list. There's no information on a timetable. Tony Vitello will speak in an hour in the dugout. I would imagine this will be question number 1. We'll see if the Giants will immediately declare him for out the year or if they're going to await more information. But you would think at this point, especially with the standings looking as they are, that Casey Schmidt may have played his last game for the Giants this year, which is a big bummer. But my God, I'm going to look at the positive, which is he has completely changed the outlook of his career and his standing within the organization. And you would figure, based on what we know right now, he'll be ready for spring training. So, Casey, I don't know which position he's going to lock down. I don't know if he's going to be the second baseman or the third baseman or the eighth first baseman or the roving left fielder. Who knows? Maybe he'll catch and pitch next year as well. But Casey Schmidt, you can go ahead and ink him in for the starting lineup next year. Everyday player.
And less likely now to be traded than ever before. I don't think that he was going to be traded.
No chance.
Right.
You don't trade the good young players. Those are the ones you keep.
With the team control.
Yeah, you keep those guys. That's what you keep in a situation like this.
It was you and I last week, right? We did trade deadline props, or was that me and you?
No, yeah, must have been you guys.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was doing
props?
I did like the over-under on number of Giants major leaguers traded at 2.5.
I'd like to hear that, by the way, and then we'll get back to the Windhorse thing. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, on Odyssey Sports Station, the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming live from the Laughing Monk Studios. You did an over-under on how many Giants get traded?
Major League Giants.
Yeah.
Over-under 2.5.
Over.
You think more than, you think 3 or more Major League Giants?
Yes.
And it'd be Ray, Arise, Ramos, and maybe more?
I think Brubaker. I think some of these bullpen guys, I'd take over 3.5. Oh, yeah.
Wow. The alternate line.
Oh, yeah.
We also both went over 2.5.
Yep. And we did.
What about 3.5? You can go with me?
I mean, it seems to be more and more likely that, you get more of these guys to go, and you even have like Molly, who's pitching better now quietly a little bit. And
why wouldn't you trade anybody who is wanted?
Right.
Anyone. Go on.
And I think we did yes/no props on, like, the obvious ones were Ray and Arise, but I think the other one I did was any of the big three, Chapman, Adames, or Devers.
Doubtful.
Yeah, so you'd be a no on that one.
I'd be a no on that one. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm just trying to find the other ones I had in here. There's so many show
I said yes to that one, but part of the reason was because Casey Schmidt could play third.
Yep. Remember, though, Chapman and Adames still need to say yes. They have full no-trade clauses. They would have to say yes. I think that's not terribly likely. The Giants would have to swim through a bunch of money to get rid of any of those guys. Feels unlikely. I would... My best guess, opening day infield next year, Chapman, Adames, Schmidt, and Devers/Eldridge, with the other one being the DH. I think that'd be my guess.
I threw Jung-Hoo Lee actually in that prop now that I found it, so it was Chappie, Willie, Raffy, or Jung-Hoo Lee as the yes/no prop.
I'd still say no. I don't think Jung-Hoo Lee's going to get traded.
Will they make a deal before the end of July? Was a prop. It would be, they have 4 more days, including today.
Which day is the 31st? Friday?
Yes.
I'll say no on that.
Will they trade one of their 3 major league catchers?
Who are they?
The Sack.
The Sack?
Rodriguez.
You got Kavanaugh?
And Kavanaugh.
Oh, well, Rodriguez. He's a kind of a catcher.
Well,
will they
caught
trade?
The other day.
No. I'll say no. They will not trade any of them.
This one's really hard, and I don't expect you to answer.
Why?
Will they make a trade before LeBron decides? I can't remember what our answers were, but
seems
turns out that
not
is
terribly relevant anymore.
Yeah, but that's what we did. A little trade deadline.
Were there
props.
any others?
No, those were the 5. Yeah.
Okay,
those were the 5.
All right,
just something to get us off the LeBron thing for a moment.
I think Arise goes. I think Ray goes. I think there's a very good chance that Elliot Ramos plays elsewhere next week. And I will put, I'd almost take over 2.5 relievers.
Wow.
I mean, I think at least 2 relievers get dealt for sure. Whether that's the Brubakers of the world, the Hencheses of the world, throw whatever.
Yep.
Do you think the Casey Schmidt injury changes anything in terms of their plan at the deadline?
No, I don't.
Like, if they were thinking about trading Matt Chapman, this injury should not change that.
Correct.
Because you expect Casey to be back next year.
Yeah, again, there's no reason to change anything you're doing based on trying to win games this year.
And Casey's injury is one where you expect it to only cost him the rest of this year.
Only cost him this year.
Yeah.
And it's not like you don't have people who can go play those positions. Basabe is getting called up. Is that right?
Yep.
Did Basabe get called up? So he's coming up from AAA. Christian Koss can play infield. For the moment, Arise is still there. We might do, you might see that kid come up, Parks Harbor, which sounds like somewhere you'd spend July 4th.
It sounds like a fun Sunday.
I would love to go to Parks Harbor.
First, we're going to go to the park. Then we're going to go to the harbor.
Yeah. I love the hot dogs there at Parks Harbor. They're delicious. But anyway.
Any thought about this Matt Chapman injury / probably won't play on the homestand as that pertains to the trade deadline? Do you connect any of the dots with that?
Is this another conspiracy theory?
No, I'm just curious for your read because, I mean, you don't have to rush anybody back.
Yeah.
But are they just not having him come back so they can perhaps, get him somewhere else?
It's possible. I think more so not like so that they can get him somewhere else, but what you don't want to do if you're having conversations that surround Matt Chapman, you sure don't want to put him back out there and get him hurt. Don't do that. So, yeah, that's possible. That's possible that's at least a piece of the conversation.
Yeah, you slow play it just while you try to find him a new destination.
Again, just completely lose any inhibitions that are based on, but we've got to win this game on Friday. No, you don't. No, you don't. It's weird that they play better against the good teams. I'd like to take 5 seconds just to say that. Last night, that looked like a Major League Baseball game against a really good team.
Yeah, they were crisp. Shout out Coco. 6 more games until the deadline. So 2 at home, and then you go to San Diego for 4. And so
San Diego's a super interesting deadline team, too. Those games are going to be big for them because they're kind of wobbling on that. We're buying, we're selling. We're buying, we're selling. They're kind of in that spot.
That might be one of those classic, you go into that clubhouse and tell that guy to come into our clubhouse because you both have just been traded.
Yeah, although, I doubt that the two teams would get together on a deal since they're division mates. But
yeah.
Anyway, okay, let's circle back to this. Right before the news about Casey Schmidt broke, we played this. We'll play it again here from Brian Windhorst. Does this make you excited or tick you off? This is from ESPN, Windy on the Warriors.
8 weeks ago, the idea of Jaylen Brown and LeBron James being together on the 76ers was preposterous, okay? The Warriors have a history. They have an attractive place to play. They have a lot going for them. I don't know what it'll look like 8 months from now. Give up on the Warriors and their chance to draw players if you want. But I would just stay tuned. And I know that's not what anybody wants to hear. But the Sixers fans were annoyed a couple of weeks ago, so you just wait and watch.
Okay, there's 3 things I want to point to there. Number one, he's absolutely right. Nobody wants to hear that. Nobody wants to be told, hey, stay tuned, when it feels like we've been staying tuned for quite a while now. And maybe that's not fair because it was just a year plus months ago that Jimmy Butler was acquired by the Golden State Warriors. So I get that we're a little bit, we're spoiled. And we are expectant and sometimes petulant children with the way that we view what we want the Warriors to do. And that comes with their success in a dynasty and all of that. But he's right. Nobody right now wants to be told stay tuned when they've flirted with Kawhi and then Giannis and LeBron and all of that. But there's 2 other things. One of which is just, do you still believe in this moment that the Warriors are plotting? That's number one. And then the third thing that I hear in there is him talk about what I hear fans sort of not buy anymore. The Warriors remain a very attractive destination. I don't think the fans feel that way. What do you think about that?
I think that they're attractive in large part because of the fact that you get to play with Steph Curry, and trades are happening. There was a trade made about 2 hours ago in the association. So teams are not shutting it down for the summer. Stuff's happening.
Who got traded?
The Clippers picked up Janai Broom for a second-round pick and some cash.
Oh, that's big.
He's actually really tall.
They picked up a Broom?
They picked up Janai Broom, who was phenomenal at Auburn a couple years ago. Philly needs to clear room, and now they can sign KCP and LeBron.
Got it.
But teams are still out there doing stuff.
Okay. Wendy also had an idea about what
trades are hard.
Steph should do next. And Draymond wanted to share why he thinks LeBron didn't choose the Warriors. So we'll have all of that next. And then in about a half hour, Danny Emmerman is going to come on. Other than that, wide open until 6 o'clock for your phone calls on the Warriors. 888-957-9570. With everything that you know, do you still believe that the Warriors are an attractive destination? This is going to be a key subject matter in the months to come for sure. That's next on Willard and Dibbs.
This game day traffic report brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. Get ready for it. Northbound 101 backed up from 3rd Street all the way onto 80 East and 280 northbound brake light central from at least Mariposa as you're headed to Oracle Park. It's going to be a good game, though. I'm Tiffany Wittstrom, game day traffic.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source. And all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
So, I need hamburgers, sodas, ice, and a DJ.
A DJ?
Relax, Pa. With T-Mobile, we're saving when we bundle home internet and phone lines.
Oh, wow. Here to bundle and save big. Stay connected con tu gente with 4 lines from T-Mobile with fast, easy-to-set-up 5G home internet and save up to $1,000 a year. Switch now on T-Mobile.com/conectate. Savings based on 3rd line free via monthly bill credits. Internet discount with $15 in monthly bill credits and auto-pay discount. Qualifying credit required. Credits will stop if you cancel any lines or change plans. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Thinking about heading to the mountains this weekend in a new Toyota truck?
Let's go!
Bringing the bikes?
Let's go!
Maybe towing the boat too?
Let's go!
All right, let's roll. Get 3.99% APR plus $500 finance cash on 2026 Tacoma SR5 or get 2.99% APR on Tundra.
The time is now, let's go!
You heard the man. Toyota. Let's go places. Offers available through TFS to buyers with premium rated credit and cannot be combined with other offers. Excludes Tundra TRD Pro and say 326.
Declare your independence from dated tired windows. This July, get $1,776 off new windows and enjoy better energy savings, curb appeal, and comfort. For 25 years, homeowners like you have trusted American Vision Windows with most jobs done in one day. This month, your project costs a lot less, but you have to book this July. Visit AmericanVisionWindows.com or call 888-347-0711. That's 888-347-0711. New customers only. Restrictions apply. Call us the website for details. Offer ends July 31st, 2026.
Catch the Golden State Valkyries tomorrow on 95.7 The Game or the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries. Brought to you by the San Francisco Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877 Cars for Kids to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
I'm Piera Palazzolo.
VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEB-NOW-1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Low 80s in the South Bay, mid 70s by the coast.
Weather brought to you by Staples. It's the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech and more at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
Don't miss the all-new stand-up show from Scotland's comedy superstar, Daniel Sloss, at the Masonic on October 17th. The first show sold out and a second was added. Buy tickets at Ticketmaster.com. And for a chance to win your way in, courtesy of Live Nation, visit 957thegame.com.
Go to the hoop, go to the rack.
Now back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by Hazy Little Thing by Sierra Nevada. Enjoy responsibly.
A little bit of a prickly subject, I feel like, based on where we sit. I don't know if fans want to hear this, but when you bounce around to those who are closely tied to the league, I just want to share this with people because I don't know if people know this, and even if you do know this, you may not care and you may dispute it. But if you go to Brian Windhorst, Mark Spears, Ramona Shelburne, Mark Stein, Shams, like throw out all of those names. If you go to them and ask, like, how are the Warriors viewed around the league? Their answer's all the same. Oh, man. First class, front of the line organization, destination spot, well respected by players, agents, and executives around the league. No doubt about it. They know what they're doing, and I have no doubt that they've set themselves up well for the future. That's what they'll say. And I think that that's very different than how the fans currently feel.
Because the fans don't know the full picture.
Well, or maybe the fans are correct in thinking that all of those characteristics I just described are actually because of Steph Curry, and when Steph retires, it's all going to go away. I think that's the fear.
Perhaps. And also you look at the roster and it's, you blew the picks. You don't know how to draft because you drafted Wiseman and Kuminga, and neither one of them is currently an NBA player. And so you stink at drafting, and you blew the thing with Jordan Poole, and you let Draymond push everyone around, and Steve Kerr's overrated, and all the other reasons that you could look at as a fan that frustrate you about this team. But what fans don't know, and these are things that I've learned over the years, is, well, when they travel, they take care of the players and their families.
Oh, yes. Better than anyone.
And when they travel, the players actually travel at a level that is second to none in the association. And the facility, Chase Center, is top of the league. It's new. The practice facility, Dr. Rick Celebrini is the GOAT, according to Kristaps Porzingis and many others. Joe Lacob is an owner who really, really, really wants to win. Probably too much, but he's gone about doing that. So internally, I do think, and internally in the league, you look at this team and say, there are so many things that are attractive to me as a player that even if the team wins 37 games, I'm still kind of into it.
Can I bring up a quick aside?
Of course. Brought to you by Nestle's Quick. I used to drink it all the time.
Maybe.
Perhaps.
Or anyone else.
Stir that little chocolate powder in the milk.
Oh, I used to do it.
Strawberry Quick? Not for me.
No, you're like, well, what is this?
That was my quick aside. What's your quick aside?
What you just described is why the strangest story that I have ever talked about in the history of me talking about the Golden State Warriors will always be the Jonathan Kuminga food spread thing. That's the weirdest story we've ever gotten, in my opinion. Because
I'm gonna one up you with the Jordan Bell buying candles on the road with an assistant coach's credit card.
But that was because Jordan Bell was weird. That was something that Jordan did.
Wildly immature, and I don't know if it was with his credit card or charging it to the coach's room. I don't remember all the details.
It was a joke.
Shout out Oregon.
Yeah, they didn't think it was funny. No.
That's really weird.
From one perspective, you're right. That's super weird. Like, that's just weird. That's weird
Super
behavior
weird.
by a person. My point is the Golden State Warriors, to everything I know and have experienced, are the last organization on earth that would lose their bananas because Jonathan's friend grabbed too much food in a to-go box. That's just not, I'll never understand that story and how it came out and why. Remember Steph went to Twitter and was like, I'm sorry, bro, like, go be great. Because he's like, what? The Warriors, who wine and dine everybody you know on the road, got mad because someone grabbed too much Spanish rice on the way out from the burrito bar?
Well, you know this, like...
What?
You've been in enough arguments with spouses to, believe me, and sometimes it's the, like, for example, occasionally...
I know where you're going. Okay, go ahead.
My wife will, and I love her, shout out Supper, possibly listening at this hour. This is a risky take.
Hi, Supper.
She will leave the silverware drawer open, the overhead cabinets open.
Oh, do you whack your head on them?
No, but I am constantly closing them. And so occasionally I will slam the door, and it's like, now we're going to get into a dispute over the smallest thing because it's a small thing.
Well, it's because you're spouses.
And it's because maybe there has been 19 other things that have bugged me and 27 that have bugged her. And so when Kuminga reportedly walks out with stacks of food, it's like, all right, that's enough.
So you're saying it wasn't actually about the food?
Not at all.
You're probably right. I mean, lovely Christy loves to share a story. I can't even remember which daughter. One of the daughters was graduating from middle school, and her best friend gets caught in hellacious traffic on 101 and is going to be late to the ceremony and calls. So I'm going to be late. The traffic is terrible. Christy, oh, gosh, you sweet thing. Thank you so much for calling. It's no problem. You get here when you get here. They've got 1,000 names to read, and it's so sweet of you to come. Phone rings again 2 minutes later. It's her ex-husband, caught in the exact same traffic jam. Hey, I'm going to be late because it's traffic. Something bad happened on the freeway. Why did you not leave enough time? Why did you not leave earlier? You should have thought of that. You know that could happen. This is your daughter. Why are you not here? So you might be right. Maybe that's why. I still think it's the weirdest story that's ever come from the Warriors.
It's kind of weird.
Somebody got mad about a to-go box.
And I just Googled it. Jordan Bell was suspended for a game because the candles were charged to Mike Brown's room. $15.
Yep. And he didn't think it was funny.
And I would imagine that that's not the first hijinks or shenanigans that were pulled by the 6'9" forward out of Oregon. These Oregon guys.
Yeah, you got to watch them.
Always. Known for shenanigans.
Hey, is Jordan James going to get the gig? Is he number 2? Kalon Black. This is one of my favorite side stories of 49ers camp this year because I happen to think it's going to end up being a big deal. Who's number 2 behind Christian McCaffrey?
Probably Jordan James would open as the number 2, but maybe Kalon Black at a certain point overtakes him.
There's a lot of talk that both of them look great. And I know it's 2 days. It's been 2 days. But they seem very, very bullish on both. Are you rooting for Jordan more than Kalon?
I'm rooting for whoever gets in has success.
Okay.
You got to block to get the rock. So ultimately...
that was fun.
And I think that's maybe what it comes down to. And also... You know, the Shanahan system and stuff is all about lining up in the correct spot, pre-snap motion, and being able to figure out all the complexities before the ball's even snapped.
And Jordan's got a year in the system, and Black does not.
Yeah.
Man, I just happen to, I'm interested in both players, and I happen to think that the number 2 running back this year is going to matter for the 49ers.
Well, if history is an indicator, only 2 players at year 9 or later have had more than 400 touches. McCaffrey is going to be the 3rd. Those other 2 played only 1 more year and retired. And so you're looking at Christian being in not totally uncharted territory, but he's going to be the 3rd guy ever after year 9.
Yeah, but Dibs, camp reports say he looks bouncy.
Of course he does. And I'm sure he is bouncy.
Yeah, he's got that zip. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
All right. Anyway, is there a chasm there? Is there a thing there? The Warriors, the league, they see the Warriors as one thing. The fan base right now sees it as another. My best guess is what that is just fear. It's fear because our fan base has never known success outside of Steph Curry. We've never known it. Sure, 1975.
Yeah.
I don't want to, but you know what I mean?
Never sell that short.
No, I won't
I was
sell
6.
it. I won't, exactly. I won't sell it short, but the majority of the audience either didn't experience it or was very young. If you remember it and you were at one of those games, good on you. But you get what I'm saying. This organization has never, ever had sustained success outside of Steph. So I think there is a tremendous amount of fear that we currently have about what this will look like without him and how on earth it could be successful. And I think, number one, it's probably not a great idea for us to compare this to whatever it's going to be next, because whatever's going to be next is not going to compare favorably. That's number one. But number two, look, it is a different ownership group. Like, this ownership group has never succeeded without Steph, but they weren't here without Steph. Like, that's all they've ever known. So what will they do next? I don't know. I don't have reason to be optimistic or pessimistic, but at least open-minded. I don't know where this is going to go next, but I think that fear for all of us, because we're used to the lack of success without Steph Curry, has us believing the franchise value, the valuation is number 1 in the league, is going to tank. The Warriors will not be good. This is all a house of cards. It'll all fall. Nobody's going to want to be here. And I'm just throwing it out there because I can't tell you one way or the other. I just know that the league sees it one way and the fan base sees it a very, very different way.
I agree with that, but what you've been saying has really been hitting me of late, which is free agency is mostly kind of dead in the association.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the list of free agents this year who signed based on points per game. You sort by points per game, and it's of the top 10, all of them re-signed with the same team, except for Norman Powell and LeBron James. Those are the two. LeBron took $4 million.
Exactly.
And Powell goes to the Bulls, and you go down to Colin Sexton, and everyone's saying, how are you not in on Colin Sexton? And he didn't even get $10 million a year. Yeah. And you look at that, and you could say, yeah, how come you weren't in on Colin Sexton? Well, you were trying to figure out the LeBron thing, and he signed on July 1st.
Yeah, I also don't think Colin Sexton's a huge difference maker. I'm not saying I wouldn't have wanted him. Sure, any fresh blood and anybody who can get a bucket, I'm thumbs up on that. But at the same time, it's like, okay, at whose expense and for why? Like, if you had asked me at the time, hey, will you give up on Colin Sexton just for a shot at LeBron James? I'd have said yes, wouldn't you?
Yep.
You know? So
just looking ahead to next year, because you're spot on when you talk about free agency, because this year it's not the same bonanza that it used to be. And, you look at guys for next year like Nikola Jokic. Does he want to leave and be a free agent or stay? And I think he can get even a little bit more from his own team. The rules are created now in such a way that it's hard for the real big boys to go into free agency and get the dollars that they want, unless they just want a change of scenery. And if you do, I don't think that the Warriors are a team that's 1 star away from winning.
You have to almost navigate so many pitfalls before you even get to that. Like, a team is going to approach their star and offer an extension as much as possible. If that player, let's say Nikola Jokic, is like, no, Denver, no, I don't want an extension. Well, at what point does Denver, after they feel like they can't convince him to sign the extension, what are they going to do next? Hey, if you don't want to be here, then let's talk about where you do want to be, and let's make that happen. Because how stupid would you be if your star's like, I don't want to be here anymore, and we're like, cool, we'll just let you expire and leave. They're going to want to get something for you.
Yep.
Just like what Milwaukee just did. They're going to want a haul. And so that's my question, and it's for a smarter person to answer. I'm not an NBA businessman, but that's my concern right now with the Warriors. My concern is that they are cradling all of this optionality and cap space like it's a newborn baby. And when that actually comes to be at the end of next year, what is it that you can even do with it anymore? How valuable is the optionality? Even if I'm not like Grandy and not triggered by the word, even if I can get my head around your flexibility, can you explain to me like I'm new, what can you do in the NBA with your flexibility anymore?
Well, you can have the space and create the room and have an environment that might be conducive or welcoming to somebody who is going to be a free agent. And looking at the list, and I sorted this one by age, there's a lot of familiar faces and some older dudes like Kevin Durant next year. Yeah. He'll be a free agent.
I'm 38.
Damian Lillard and Paul George, and they have player options, and so they aren't automatically going to leave. But when you look at younger players, if those players have a team that owns their bird rights, well, then that team's going to give them the max.
Exactly. And everybody you just mentioned, that's just more old people. That's more old people. I'm talking about like a prime free agent. A free agent in their prime. Does that even exist anymore? You know who had a lot of space on the open market this year? The Lakers did. Because they, and by the way, this is true, they opted to not bring LeBron James back. Not the other way around. That was very well orchestrated by LeBron and Clutch. But the Lakers moved on from LeBron James, and they had a bunch of cap space, and what did they do with it? Well, they started out by bringing back at a very healthy number one of their own stars. And Austin Reeves got, I think, $46 million. But with the departure of LeBron James, they had room to do a lot more. And this is what a team with cap space on the open market, this is the kind of thing that they can achieve in a current NBA climate and offseason. Well, they were able to go out and figure out a sign and trade for Walker Kessler, 25-year-old center, because Luka told them we need a center. So you go out and you get Walker Kessler. And then as you pointed out, they were able to kind of spin this into some of those players that were, I don't know, middling feeling type free agents. Their next big get, I guess, would have been Quentin Grimes. So they were able to kind of pull him from Philly, which felt like a get until you realize what Philly was doing. They're like, take Quentin Grimes. He would be our seventh best player. So you get Quentin Grimes, and then you're able to pull in Colin Sexton and Matisse Thybulle and all of these guys. And it's like, all right, those are some names, and I like all the things you did. And what's the end result? Anybody think the Lakers are winning this year? Like, those are all, at best, B-level guys.
Right.
At best.
Well, and now, if you look across the association, you need to have a couple of A's and a couple of B pluses, and then 2 or 3 B's and B minuses, and then a couple of C pluses. It's depth and youth that are going to get the job done. And so the Warriors, if things continue down this path, and Al Horford signed a 2-year deal, I think that Draymond's on the 1-year deal, but he'll stick around. I don't think Steph Curry's going anywhere depending on what he's going to make, but you're already looking at maybe the oldest group, so you're not going to be able to be young, and you probably won't be able to be that deep unless your young guys all take a step forward. So the Warriors are going to kind of have to wait for this whole thing to age out before they really start to get into the spot that these other teams are.
Let's take some calls. Let's go to Mario in San Rafael. Hi, Mario. Thank you for checking in with us. What's up, man?
Yeah, I think, we look at the Warriors very differently than I think players do. It's like when we go to someone's house. We go to another city. Oh, it's beautiful. We're well taken care of, but there's no way we live there. When you take a look at the free agents like Giannis, like Luka, or other players that have been traded, Anthony they don't want to come to the Bay Area. They don't do what it takes to force themselves to go to Golden State the way they force themselves to go to Miami, to go to New York, to go to Los Angeles. Those are seen as destination cities. And sadly, I just don't see the Bay as a destination city if you want to maximize your overall brand and your endorsements.
See, Mario, it's interesting. Thanks for the call, man. I don't see it as the city. I know a lot of people do, but I don't see it as the Bay Area. I mean, you got free agents going to Oklahoma City. So, San Antonio. I don't think it's about San Francisco. I think it's about the roster. It's about two things to me. It's about the roster and their readiness to win. And then it's about what assets do you have to sort of entice the trading team. You mentioned Giannis and Luka. Neither of them actually were free agents. Neither of them were even heading into their free agent year. They are now. But Luka was traded in the middle of the night, had no idea that he was going to be a Laker. Giannis had Miami as one of his destinations, not the only one. And they came up with the best deal because they had some young players that Milwaukee found interesting. So I would, this is just me, I'd remove that fear. I don't think players around the league are like, oh, that chump Chase Center out there on the water in the Bay Area with all the business opportunities in Silicon Valley, no thanks. I don't think it's that. I just think it's timing. I don't think the Warriors right now have a roster that feels ready to win, and I don't think that they have the young assets that other teams are interested in.
Yeah, and that's why you have to go back to Kevin Durant and the signing there, the free agent signing. That team was peak, and Steph was making a lot less than he certainly is now and less than he could have made, and you were able to financially maneuver it at that time to create a spot where Kevin Durant could land here. The pitch was good. KD wanted to win. It was a natural fit. But the rules today, it's really limiting to be able to go out and get somebody else's free agent because if they own the bird rights, and Grandy's really good at all of this mumbo jumbo, but the team that has the player and those bird rights, you have a greater ability to pay them and keep them up to a point. Now, you still can't go over the second apron, blah, 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 but the Warriors, pending the Jimmy Butler resolution after next year, Steph Curry, what he decides that he wants to take, Draymond if he's here, and all the rest of it, you might have a lot of room, but if you do have a lot of room, it still doesn't mean it's easy to go out there and just get players.
Not easy. Yeah, definitely not. Ed in Portland is next. Hi, Ed. Thank you for calling. What's up?
Willard, happy to be on, man. Long-time listener, but first-time caller. I feel like you're the only one that has any sense on this show anymore.
That's for sure. That is for sure.
What?
All right, see if you can join me in that, Ed.
Listen, I wanna talk about something that the reports say Joe Lacob is saying, and that's something that he wants to show what the Warriors can do with Steph and after Steph. And what I see them doing is kind of not making a decision. Are they going all in with Steph, or are they rebuilding and they're building the next generation? And with this Draymond signing, I don't think you have much flexibility left. I was hoping they would make some trades ahead of time. But here's what I'm thinking. At some point, you're going to have to get creative. Nobody's ever won the finals or gone deep in the playoffs without drafting well and getting creative. At some point, they're going to have to take a gamble and they're going to have to take a risk. And I think what maybe they should consider doing, given the limited amount of flexibility in the cap space that they have, I think they got to go and try to get some young players from this recent draft. You know, this was a high-quality draft class, and I think they got to put their picks on the table and see if they can use their future assets to get some younger guys that are going to get them to the end of the season. I do think it's a talented team with the veterans that we have, but we got to be able to get to the point where Jimmy's coming back and Steph has to be healthy at that point, and the only way we do that is if we have a young core that's developing. And so I think they got to try to turn those future assets into current assets. That's my take. I wonder what you think about it.
Ed, appreciate the call. Thanks so much. Go ahead. Get it off your chest.
Thanks, Ed. Lose our number. I'm just kidding.
No, it's a great idea in theory that Ed is bringing up. Let's get some younger players. I just think, like so many things in life, it comes down to money. The Warriors, look, I think it's fair to be frustrated. At the same time, you do have to acknowledge the financial difficulty in which they sit. So even if they did want to use future assets to get young players now, how? How do you fit them in? You've got to clear money in order to do that. This is true for all teams. And there's very little way to do that right now when your players are older and expensive and many of them hurt.
And the good young players tend to be coveted and kept by the teams that have the good young players. And that's just kind of the reality of the situation. Ed.
Thanks, Ed.
Yeah, thanks.
We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. 888-957-9570. We still got to get to what Draymond said about why LeBron didn't come, but also Danny Emmerman on the Warrior beat for the SF Standard is going to join us coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
Bay Area, the summer sales event is on right now at Ceremony Ford, and these deals are bringing heat today. Get 0% APR financing for 36 months, plus $1,000 in down payment assistance and no payments for 90 days. That's a strong start. But Ceremony Ford isn't done. You'll also get a 2-year, 25,000-mile Ford premium maintenance plan included with your purchase. Shop eligible models included the 2026 Ford F-150, Bronco, Mustang, Mach-E, Explorer, Mustang, Ranger, Super Duty, and Transit Cargo Van, plus the 2025 Ford Bronco Sport. Whether you need something for the family, the job site, the commute, or just want a ride that looks good, pull it up anywhere. Ceremony Ford's got you covered. 0% APR, $1,000 in down payment assistance, no payments for 90 days, plus premium maintenance included. Ceremony Ford, the Bay's Ford store in Coma, Daly City, or 24/7 at ceremonyford.com. You know that's my Ford store. Make it yours too, and tell them Bonte sent you.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto-pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
You've worked too hard to wonder if your wealth manager is actually working for you. The decisions you're facing. What comes next? Who you trust. Have consequences that last. Getting it right matters. Baylord has been in the Bay since 1969. No parent company, answering only to their clients. The kind of people who understand what you've built and what's actually at stake. The right wealth manager changes everything. Find out if Baylord is yours. Baylord.com. That's BAILARD.com.
Looking to get your next project done right without running all over town? At Ashby Lumber, everything you need is in one place. From premium lumber and building materials to doors, windows, decking, and hardware, we've got it all, ready when you are. Whether you're a contractor on a deadline or a homeowner starting something new, our team knows the products and helps you get it done right the first time. 2 locations, Berkeley and Concord. Ashby Lumber, one stop, done right.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I am grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
It's a fantastic question. It really is. It's the first time I've been asked it this way.
Ooh, that's a good question. Well, that's a great question.
On 95.7 The Game.
Let's find out. What do you think Danny Emmerman will say? Did he take over one half of new faces on the team this year? Over or under? And you could still weigh in on this now. You got roster spots left.
You're talking about non-drafted new faces.
Exactly.
Those are new faces.
They are. Yaxel Lendeborg. Okay. Over or under one half of new veteran faces on the Warriors this year.
He's going over half a face.
Let's find out. Warriors beat SF Standard, River Islands guest line, and on video with us on YouTube as well, Danny Emmerman talking Dubs. Hey, Danny, what's going on, man?
Hey, not much. Thanks for having me on, guys. How are you guys doing?
Just to be honest, a little Warrior depressed today. I feel like the Draymond Green contract that was signed today was the final nail in the coffin of something we knew was already coming, but just the reality of it is kind of a bummer, which is that the Warriors really, really, really are just running this thing back, aren't they?
They sure are. I don't know if the Draymond Green signing in particular made people feel some type of way, because I felt like that was coming down the pike no matter what. You know, Draymond opted out with the idea that, hey, I'm going to get, my money and I'm going to stay here one way or another. I think he deserves credit for giving the Warriors some level of flexibility to at least pursue LeBron James earlier in the free agency period. But yeah, he's coming back. They're getting the band back together, 37-win team, and they'll do all the same things. It'll be like Groundhog Day. It's like, can Rick Celebrini work his magic? Can we limit our turnovers enough to go on a little run? Can we, survive without Jimmy and Moody enough? All the same things we were talking about last year. So should be a fun year.
Yeah, super fun and also frustrating, because you imagine a team that's a year older and now you're expecting guys to not be as injured. Is it really as simple as Rick Celebrini, if they have a healthy year, that he might be the MVP if he can coax more out of Steph, and certainly Kristaps Porzingis?
Yeah, I know people were saying that last year, and it didn't quite work out, that way, where Rick got all his flowers. But yeah, he and his training staff are going to have a lot of work on their plate, and how healthy the team stays, it's not entirely due to Rick and his training staff. It comes down to what the players do to get their bodies right and condition themselves. But yeah, he's definitely one of the more important figures on this team for sure.
Danny Emmerman with us here on Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. What do you think is going to happen at the end of next month with Steph Curry when he becomes extension eligible?
I would imagine that he and the Warriors work towards his contract extension. I think they've both been honest and open about having mutual interest in one. So, I think that's, Occam's razor is the most likely thing. That'll probably happen.
Okay. What does that extension look like, though? What kind of numbers are we talking about? Is he taking a max, 1 year, 2 years? What are we looking at?
So I've talked to people about this topic broadly. I think Steph hypothetically would be open to taking a pay cut. But I think he would only do so if it would really help the team competitively. If he could take half as much and that would really help get the next huge free agent or make a new trade, I think he would be open to at least considering that. But yeah, I mean, the way the NBA contracts work is you can either tack on 1 or 2 years to an over 37-year-old player, which Steph famously is. So I would imagine that it's probably a 1-year deal, and they keep pushing it out, do it, revisit it every, off season.
Does he have the ability to wait until December, January, February? In other words, to really size up how good Yaxel is and is Richard better and Guy, really see what his team for the next year might look like?
Yes, he does. There's no deadline on an extension, like a veteran max extension, so he can take it into the season if he'd prefer. And that's something that I could see him doing for sure.
Okay, to that end, though, Danny, and I'm sure you're aware of this, there is so much talk, and I feel it comes actually from the fan base, not from Steph, but fear about him getting to a point where he wants to play somewhere else, or he might use this extension eligibility as leverage against the Warriors. How do you see these two sides? Are they on the same page? And does Steph have even the potential to want to play somewhere else at some point?
We can only go by what's available, the information available to us, and the information available to us in terms of what Steph has said publicly, what people around him have said privately, is that he wants to finish his career as a Warrior. So I don't see that changing. It's possible, that things can change and things can go really sideways, and maybe he has a change of heart. But no, I mean, the Warriors want him to finish as a Warrior. He wants to finish here. That's as far as he's said. So I don't know why it would be worth speculating otherwise. I think it's important to note that even though this offseason was probably pretty frustrating for a lot of fans, the Warriors don't make moves, or they don't choose to not make moves without at least running it by Steph. He's privy to everything they're doing. And if he was really upset by something, or if he was banging the table on something else, maybe this offseason would have gone differently, for better or worse. But we haven't heard anything that would suggest that Steph's really upset by this offseason.
Would we be, assuaged and have us feeling better if he signed the extension earlier, as opposed to kind of what you're laying out, which is if it's another year like last year where it's the runner's knee and Jimmy's not back soon and maybe Moses doesn't play at all, would it be more comforting for Warrior fans to have him sign early as opposed to wait?
I guess it depends on the Warriors fan you're talking about, right? I'm sure some Warriors fans probably want to see him play for a contender. I'm not really, in the business of fan behavior policing. Fans can root for the team however they want. It's all good. But yeah, I think if you want Steph to stay as a Warrior and finish his career here and cheer him on for the rest of his career, that's cool. Then yeah, you'd root for him to sign the extension as soon as he can.
Danny, I'm also interested in the Steve Kerr angle. This one's interesting to me. The last time we heard him speak, he said, we need more people who can play back-to-backs. And now the roster is almost exactly the same except for Yaxel. I also had the perception that as he talked about potentially coming back, if he was going to do that, it was going to be based on some sort of a philosophical change, which, again, we also can't see. So is this what Steve signed up for, based on what you know?
I think what Steve signed up for is what he's been hinting at, repeatedly for the past year or so. And it's that, we're not a championship contender anymore. And we want to go out with dignity. We want to go out together. We want to go out, playing our style of basketball and competing as much as we can. I think that's what he signed up for. I don't think he was given any assurances that the Warriors would go out and get LeBron. I actually know that to be a fact, that he wasn't given any assurances. As a competitor, I'm sure he wanted to improve. And I think that first part of your question about how he described that we need, younger guys, we need to be we need to have more continuity on back-to-backs. We need to get fresher, younger legs. I think that's a good example that, contrary to popular belief, Steve doesn't run the show. He's not the GM. If he had it his way in that dynamic, in that element, I think the roster might look a little bit differently. But he's not the GM, and Mike Dunleavy is.
And you look at what's taking place in July, and, Colin Sexton and other lower-level free agents just kind of whooshed on by as they waited for LeBron James. Do you think they're all eggs in the LeBron basket was a good approach, a bad approach, or the only one they could have made?
It was, waiting for LeBron. I've heard various different things from sources about that. Some people thought that they had an okay shot. Some people at Summer League were, cautiously optimistic, but were really in the dark. Other people after the fact kind of knew, or at least they said that they knew early on in the process that it wasn't going to be them. So I don't think that the LeBron really sweepstakes affected the way the Warriors went out and did business this summer. And that might even frustrate people even more. But I think part of their plan was to roll over, Porzingis to maintain the asset. So that's one piece you're bringing back. I know that they like Melton. They probably valued him higher than some of the fresher, new guards that were on the market. So that was part of the plan too. Draymond, obviously part of the plan, and then Horford. And then that's kind of how you get, running it back. And it kind of all happened so fast and nothing really happened.
So, Danny, they're holding on to this optionality and flexibility as if it's a baby bird in a nest. And I want to know where's this going? And in what way does that flexibility, what does it even grant you in today's NBA, where it seems like big time, middle of their career free agents never change teams anyway?
No, it's a trading league for sure. And part of the Warriors' optionality is that they have tradable contracts. They have their future draft picks to dangle in trades, whether or not they want to push all of them in, some of them in, swaps, whatever, depends on a case-by-case basis. But yeah, you just saw a crazy offseason where there was a ton of player movement. LaMelo Ball and Jaylen Brown, LeBron James, almost all trades. So the Warriors are going to be in the market, for a trade that makes their team better at some point. And if not, then it's not a bad thing to have your own picks. But I do obviously see the argument where you should be pushing them in, cashing them in as much as you can while Steph Curry's still amazing. I obviously, understand that, but the alternative isn't terrible to have all your picks either.
Especially as you get to the post-Steph era. And I'm just wondering already ahead toward the deadline with Jimmy Butler and his $56 million deal. Didn't feel like there was a lot of action this offseason for that contract. Does that change if he's able to come back and play a little bit before the deadline?
It could. It could be really interesting to see how he comes back from that knee injury. I've heard that he's targeting, as early as Christmas. Who knows how his rehab, turns out. That is something that's obviously subject to change. If he comes back and he looks awesome, the Warriors might not want to trade him. They really love Jimmy Butler. And from what I've been told behind the scenes, they've constantly reassured him and his camp that they don't want to trade him, that they're committed to him. So I think it's possible that he comes back and looks just okay. And that's kind of normal for a 37-year-old attempting an unprecedented rehab. And if that's the case, then maybe you can get him back on maybe a veteran minimum deal, maybe a mid-level exception kind of level. That would be an interesting piece going forward, as just a contributor. But I don't know. We'll see how he looks when he comes back, either in December, January, February, whenever he does.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, and it's basketball talk right now with Danny Emmerman, SF Standard on the Warriors. That coverage on 95.7 The Game is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that. Danny, your coworker Tim Kawakami has suggested that Joe Lacob is quite interested, maybe even if he just keeps this somewhat private, but very interested in kind of showing the world that the Warriors are still going to be a high-class, first-rate organization post-Steph Curry. What's your perspective on that? When you see, talk to, and read the tea leaves with Joe Lacob, is he kind of overly interested in that dynamic? What do you think?
You don't really need to read any tea leaves. You can just go up and ask Joe about it. He's told me as much. I wrote a story last year about how he was talking about, how the Lakers and Jerry Buss, that's what he wants to emulate. He wants to make it to the finals every year and have a, 30-year span. And by definition, not all those 30 years will include Steph Curry. So I was kind of laughing that went so viral and people were so frustrated by that. I know Tim was amused as well. That's not a secret that Joe wants to succeed after Steph. He said it over and over again, and that's not a bad thing, to have your owner want to win no matter what. And again, like, both things can be true. He should really want to commit to this era as well. Like, I understand the frustration. But yeah, like, Joe's obviously going to want to win. He's spent more than any other owner. It's tough, he's owned the team 16 years. I think his first decade as owner was like an A++, 10 out of 10, no complaints, probably the best owner in sports, universally acclaimed. Past 6 years, they've won 1 title. That's not bad. But maybe he's like a 5 or 6 out of 10 as an owner. Again, like, not living up to his standard, but also you could do so much worse than Joe Lacob as an owner. You even it out. He's still one of the best owners in sports. He's the source of some of the Warriors' issues for sure. He's also the source of a lot of solid, amazing organizational things that he's built over the last 16 years. And he deserves credit. He deserves blame. That's all fair.
Danny, I think you get this. The reason that landed with people in kind of a funny way is not that anybody's saying, boy, Joe Lacob's a bad owner. That would be ridiculous. But when that sort of is what's highlighted, not so much, hey, he wants to keep winning after Steph. Sure. But the thought is he prioritizing that now over the idea of pushing chips into the middle of the table while Steph is still here? That's why that landed with everyone so kind of poorly, and I think you know that. And what's your take on that?
Yeah, I don't think that's necessarily true. I think the Warriors have gone after a bunch of these guys and put a bunch of their future picks on the table, and sometimes those deals don't get executed. And you can blame the owner for that, but there's a lot of factors. It takes 2 teams to tango on these big superstar trades. I understand where people are coming from. And that was also, a 10-second clip out of a long conversation that Tim was having as well. I understand why people are frustrated. They have every right to be frustrated. Again, I'm not going to tell fans how to feel. It's their right to feel how they want to. It's their right to buy tickets, not buy tickets. Go to a Giants game, do the wave, do tarps off. I don't care.
Not the wave.
Have fun.
Yeah, not the wave. But anyway, but I get what you're saying.
Yeah, let's keep the tarps on for the most part. Danny, I just wonder about a jealousy tax around the league. In other words, teams not wanting to even trade with the Warriors, and if they do, taxing Joe Lacob a little more because he is self-confident and he's got 4 rings.
I think that's the type of thing that happens in sports. I don't see why it wouldn't happen necessarily to the Warriors, but I don't think it's the biggest factor in not being able to execute some of these deals. I think there's a lot of things that go into it, and that might be one on a case-by-case basis, maybe around the Kawhi deal. You hear some rumors about that one, and at the ownership level, maybe things, weren't super perfect in that respect. But who knows if that deal would have even gone through. The Kawhi can't get traded now, apparently.
Danny, great stuff, man. Thank you so much for coming on.
Absolutely. Anytime. Thanks, guys.
All right, Danny Emmerman, SF Standard. But you referred to Warriors' Twitter right now as a little toxic.
A little?
A little toxic.
A little?
A little toxic.
It's a lot toxic.
Well,
it's a loxic.
Well, okay. And I want to be mindful of the fact some of you just actually go out and live your life and you don't spend the whole day arguing with people on Twitter. But here's the dynamic. The Warriors on one end have had tremendous success. They are in a spot where maneuverability is low. And they kind of feel like, hey, haven't we built up any trust with you guys? We feel like we've done a pretty good job over the last, as he put it, 16 years. The last decade and a half been pretty fun, right? So haven't we built up a little equity with the fan base? But meantime, the fan base is over here and they sort of feel like they're being told that they're wrong or stupid or expectant when they want the Warriors to be active and do something. And I just, if I'm almost going to act like an outsider to both, I think that I understand both. This is a very difficult spot. A fan should not be asked to be happy when literally zero new moves are made after a 37-win season. Meantime, the Warriors, they have built up some equity, and the Jimmy Butler injury was not their fault, and it is the source of the majority of their problems.
I would agree with that part of it, and it's just frustrating because when you go backward, you look at, the Wiseman pick, which was a disaster, and the Kuminga pick turned out to not be great. The handling of Poole, there are 3 younger players who Jordan Poole was good when he was here, and then things happened, and it got sideways. But even your 2 timelines idea, which Joe Lacob never used that phrase, right, but they were definitely trying to cultivate a young core that they would have. Those guys would all be 25 and 26 right now. Well, I guess they are 25 and 26 wherever they are, but they'd be here, and you'd have a young group, and then you'd have the older group, and things would kind of be meshing and gelling, but you didn't make good picks. And so fans are frustrated. And I do think that a lot of this goes back to 2022 when you won the unexpected title. Yep. And if you hadn't won that title, I think that they would have been navigating this differently. But you win the title and Draymond gets a 4-year deal, and you make these decisions on other players, and here you are where you have some young players, but you got a really old team that is not as good as, half the teams in the West at least. We
want to go to the phones, but a little bit of a bizarre Giants update that has just come through that I want to pass along to everybody. Chew on this for a second. It's a little bit, the timing of it is kind of, odd as well. The Giants have delivered an update on Harrison Bader, who obviously has been injured for a while because of plantar fasciitis in his left foot. So he was going to see a specialist, and the update is that he went to see the specialist. But then after seeing the specialist, late Saturday night / early Sunday morning, he got into a scooter accident that further injured the foot, and he will now get a brand new MRI on the left foot to assess the new damage that came from what sounds like a very late night scooter accident with Harrison Bader.
Man.
Don't say it.
Don't say what?
That it was in Palo Alto. Just please.
No.
Okay.
Honestly, my first thought goes to whether or not he was wearing a helmet. And this is something that's very near and dear to me because I lost one of my fraternity brothers in a scooter accident with no helmet. The other piece is you're injured. You shouldn't be on a scooter, in my opinion. And then the third and most obvious piece is if it was a late night scooter accident, then, you might be, I don't know, what was he doing? From where was he leaving? Was he, impaired and whatnot? The mind races.
The mind certainly races, yes. Yes, an injured baseball player is in a scooter accident in the middle of the night on a Saturday. Not great, no matter if he was sober or not.
Right.
Not great. Like, dude, we're paying you $10 million. Let's see if you can get healthy. Guy picks up a scooter on a Saturday night, goes for a joyride, and gets in an accident. Not great.
Yeah, and re-injures potentially the same foot that you haven't been able to play on in, 2 months? He's been out a long time.
Yeah, he has. Yes, absolutely. One other thing on this, and I'm just gathering a little detail on this. Pasta just sent it over. Justice De Los Santos, our friend who covers the Giants, says apparently this is not the first time that Harrison Bader has gotten into a scooter accident. This will be the second time that Harrison Bader has gotten into a scooter accident. One happened back in 2014.
Wow, 2014?
2014. So 12
he was
years
probably,
ago.
17 or 18? He's not that old, I don't think.
Not that young either.
He was in college, and he was suspended by the college baseball team for this incident. And apparently it says, quote, in this article from when it happened, it said, quote, according to the Gainesville Police Department, Bader was southbound on Southwest 10th Street. He hit a curb on his scooter and then struck a parked Ford F-150 pickup. He was found on the ground next to his scooter and was unresponsive. According to the report, there was a strong odor of alcohol. He was transferred to the hospital with non-life-threatening injuries. So not the first time for Harrison Bader.
I mean,
that signing went well. I mean,
it's a 1-year deal, right?
Oh, no.
Oh, 2. Man. Well, this gets me thinking about the ability to void a contract. I'm sure that there are clauses in your standard boilerplate.
I mean, it's an interesting point.
You know?
That's like my initial...
This is not Jeff Kent washing his truck.
No, but this is also like, are you going to get an argument over whether or not the injury was pre-existing already? Like he already had the injury. Now we got a scooter accident. Is there a new injury? Don't know if alcohol was involved at this point. Is that a violation sensation? I have no idea.
No clue.
But it's a fair question to bring up as this thing continues to unfold. And then my unfair statement is, I mean, just take a look at Bader. I don't like to judge a book by its cover, but Bader looks like a guy that, you know what I mean?
A little bit of frat boy vibes.
He looks like he gets loose on a Saturday night.
Yeah.
Right?
Get loose.
He's got flowing hair, and we got pink stuff on us, and he's a character. Harrison's a character.
Yes, and it's great when you're hitting, 294 and making diving catches, and it's not as great when you're hitting 194 and on the IL, and you potentially re-injure your plantar fascia in your left foot.
Oh, by the way, Trevor McDonald, UCL reconstruction surgery.
Tommy John, right?
Confirmed.
Yeah.
Well, Grandy said something. What is this? Some kind of newfangled?
Well, there's like
not Tommy John.
There's like a lot of different.
Tommy Morrison.
There's
what
some
is it?
new.
What?
There's some new surgeries and procedures. I don't know. Normally, if he needs Tommy John, they say he needs Tommy John.
Right.
So the fact that they're saying UCL reconstruction, because there's the repair, there's the internal brace, there's loose bodies.
Internal brace. That's the Brock Purdy.
Purdy.
Remember, he had the internal brace. That's when we first learned about it.
I think it's probably a similar time frame as Tommy John. I don't know for sure, but normally they say Tommy John if it's going to be Tommy John.
Anyway.
Out for the year.
Season over. And probably part of next year.
Yeah.
He not like Casey Schmidt. He's not going to be ready for spring training. Trevor McDonald.
And he's not like Harrison Bader. I don't think that he's going to, well, he may have to do some gigging with the left arm now.
He was the gigging guy. That's right.
And, for those of you who don't know, he's from eastern Mississippi on the border of Alabama.
Somewhere in the middle. I don't know where.
He likes doing some gigging, which is where you stab a frog with a long pole, but he likes to go hand to hand.
That's right. He gets to give the
fair
frog
fight.
a chance.
All we are saying is give frogs a chance, right? Boosh. That was the song. I'm going to have to start gigging with my left arm. So.
Okay. Hold
on. Casey Schmidt, meniscus.
Torn meniscus.
Harrison Bader, plantar fasciitis on a scooter.
/ scooter incident.
Trevor McDonald, UCL.
Right.
My God.
Correct.
They do happen in threes.
But Jonah Cox will start a rehab assignment in SAC tomorrow.
Big. And Matt Chapman is taking ground balls at third today.
Oh, well, if he's taking ground balls.
I mean, our station posted a slow motion video of it. He can pick it. Boy.
They might put Jonah Cox at second base after they trade
Farhan.
Rise.
Man.
Trade him.
So this season has gone well. Very well.
Wow.
You know what we might need to do next week? Trade deadline? because I don't want to do this on the fly because it'll end up being half-baked. I'd like to come up with a comprehensive list of what's gone wrong this year for the Giants.
We going to rank them or just list them off?
Maybe.
Okay.
Yeah. You just scribble yours, I'll scribble mine. We'll put them together. I don't know if I've got paper big enough. I might need to go buy a new ream of paper or, maybe do what we used to do 30 years ago. Just steal one from the company. Raise your hand if you've ever taken a ream of paper from the office. There you go. Why is everybody...
This office?
No, just the office. Any office. You ever done it?
Of course not.
Liar.
Dibs, you would eat pizza that you delivered.
Just a slice. Just a slice. And that's not stealing from the company.
Yes,
that's
it is.
stealing from the customer.
Not if they haven't paid yet. You might not have gotten the credit card yet.
No, back then, of course not. There were no credit cards.
So
you had to do the with the carbon paper. Old school. Do you even know what I was talking about with the credit card?
You had this big slider.
Oh, yeah, I've seen those. I've seen those before.
You put a piece of paper in there and you had to
it looked like a mini paper cutter, and you'd go whack, whack, and then you'd have a piece of paper that has like purple scribbles of a credit card on it. Then you'd take that back to the office.
I couldn't tell you how it works, but yeah, I recognize them.
There's carbon paper beneath the paper, and so you'd roll it over, and the number would get transposed onto the piece of paper.
And then Dibs would tip himself 100%.
No, they'd have to fill that in. I felt bad, though, for the people who didn't tip me.
Oh.
Usually didn't go well for your front yard, I'll say that. 2. No, never 2. I just thought I'd throw that out there.
Oh, my God.
Never 2.
What?
So, I'm delivering pizza.
Wait a minute.
Quick aside.
Wait, no. Hold on. I actually want to slow this one down for a second. So it wouldn't go well for the front yard. Are you saying that this was a urination sensation?
No.
Okay, when you said not 2, that's what did you do?
It wouldn't be a defecation sensation either.
What did you do to people's yards?
You may have one of those little, garden gnomes. Might get toppled.
Kicked onto the street?
Might get thrown into the juniper.
You ever whack a mailbox?
No.
Are you sure? You hesitated.
You might hock a loogie on the outside of it, so when the mail comes the next day, it's 2 small examples.
But I see. You draw the line at taking a ream of paper.
I would never.
No. That's gross.
That's stealing.
Yeah.
Taking a slice of pizza is just genius. And I am the reason that they now tape the outside of the pizza box. There's no doubt that is because of me. So that's a long time ago.
People don't know this, but that little thing is called a dibbly.
Exactly.
It's not tape. The specific size of it, it's a dibbly.
So somebody orders an extra large. There's 12 slices. You find a slice. You remove it. It's the pick and smush. You pick a slice, not a big one. You don't get greedy. You pick a slice, and then you move the rest of it together. And I ask you this all the time. All you people, do you ever count the slices? No, you don't.
Yes.
If you get if it's an 8 slicer, yes. But if it's 12?
I would contend you couldn't get this by me. It's not about counting. It's just about seeing that there's a disruption of the matrix. This circle does not, something's wrong with this circle right here. It looks a little bowed down here on the bottom.
I'll just say this. My record of the pick and smush is the exact same as Floyd Mayweather Jr.
Did you
know how many times he lost?
None.
Never.
Yeah. Except for there might have been people inside who are just whatever.
I got 11 pieces.
I got a piece.
Did you notice that delivery guy had sauce all over his chin?
Did you ever double dip?
No.
Do you even know what I'm asking?
You're taking 2 pieces?
No. Did you ever
at the same house
Did you ever take a piece and then get mad at the people who just lost a piece for not tipping and then knock their gnome over?
Probably not.
Probably not, but you can't confirm.
The pick and smush was rare. Occasionally, you just be hungry.
How rare?
Maybe once a month.
Oh.
It's pretty rare. You wouldn't do it on the regular. That's just reckless.
Did you ever hit the same house multiple times?
That I can't confirm. Because, you deliver 12 or 13 pizzas a night, so you're busy on a Friday night. I'm not writing it down.
So you ate good.
138 Scenic. Don't pick and smush there because you did it back in April.
This is an abundant life.
When you're hungry and you're driving pizza all night long, sometimes willpower, Lionel Richie, sometimes willpower gets the best of you.
Your pizza place was open till 2 in the morning. Come on.
Gilly's Pizza, you start driving at 5 and you deliver till 10 or 11.
Oh, wow.
The last delivery probably at 10.
5 hours, huh?
Yeah. And you need that 5-hour energy, and sometimes that comes from a slice.
Snack for
Pack a lunch.
Good Lord.
Whatever.
Bring yourself a bar or something. All right. Let's go to Mike in Napa. Hello, Mike. What are you doing?
Hey there. That was a good interview you had, that last guy. Look, as far as I'm concerned, there's only one person that I want on the Warriors for as long as possible, and that's Steph Curry. He's the only person that will get me to watch games and tune in. I love Steve Kerr, but he can go. And as far as Draymond Green goes, I will never forgive his 2016 Game 5 finals suspension. He cost the team a championship. If he wants to leave, we might get some good players in return. Hard to say. But I think we got to do everything we can to build a good team around Steph and do whatever it takes. And if it means hard decisions, it means hard decisions. But we've got to do something to put a good team behind Steph. And those are my 2 cents. Thank you.
Mike, thank you. Appreciate it. I'm sure Mike speaks for many, but as is often the case, we're calling for moves. And I'm not saying that moves can't be made. I'm the one who said yesterday, and I stand by it. Like, I am not in favor of an offseason where you essentially said, we got to go get some different players, and you got none other than your draft picks. To me, that's a miss. That's a loss for the Warriors this offseason. But the idea of, hey, they got to go change their entire structure. They got to trade Draymond Green. They can get this, that, or the other in return, and it's got to be all about Steph. I want them to be better right now, but I don't think that the majority of the moves that people are asking for are just not possible. They're just not realistic, and I don't think you'll get the return that you think you're getting either.
And you might be able to, but you'll have to attach picks, and it's pretty clear that they don't want to do that to get somebody making $28 million. I look at this situation, and I think that they had to give Draymond Green his contract back, $27.7. That must have been a handshake deal going into the opt-out and the LeBron pursuit. And so you look at where you are. You've got Draymond making $27.7. You've got Moses Moody, who may not play, making $12.5. That right there is $40 million. You throw in Jimmy Butler's $57, and that is $97 million. And only one of those guys is going to play, and it's Draymond Green. And until January, I know that Danny Emmerman said he's kind of Jimmy Butler's looking at Christmas or January 1 as a return date.
Christmas is damn near January.
That'd be great.
Yeah.
I mean, that would be
I like
an impressive
January.
timeline.
If you had said February.
Yeah.
I'll play we should, how about my birthday? You want to do over-under on my birthday?
Which is the 15th of January?
Nah, not even close. But anyway, I love that you want everybody else to know your birthday and you don't know anybody else's, but that's okay.
You don't talk about your birthday. I know it's in January, and it's not
the 15th.
It's like the 19th?
No,
22nd?
closer.
Yeah,
Closer.
it's somewhere in there.
Yeah,
it's not the 25th. That's my brother's.
No, but the
24th?
Uh-huh.
Great.
Yeah.
I mean, that's actually a good line. I was thinking a real birthday, Martin Luther King Jr.'s birthday, might be a good line.
That's pretty close. But I'd like to take a few extra days, if you don't mind.
I don't mind at all.
Okay.
He actually, I saw today on his Instagram, he was putting up shots in Paris.
I saw that. Donuts or pizza? January 24th.
Oh.
And I get the 24th because it's my birthday. In other words, if he plays on the 24th, and I don't even know if there's a game on the 24th.
Well, they don't have a schedule yet.
24th or sooner, I win. 25th or later, you win.
Yeah, let's do donuts.
Donuts.
We did pizza last time.
Done. Minimum full dozen.
Oh, easy does.
Yeah, easy doesn't do it easy.
Yeah, I mean, easy does. I think does is the opener. Place in Lafayette called Johnny's Donuts. Old school, fantastic.
Old school?
That's an older place. It's not like one of these newfangled.
There's a Johnny's Donuts in, that's a chain. and it's very much not old school.
Then this is not
It's
part
like
of the chain.
fancy schmancy new school massive donuts for $18 kind of a place.
Yeah, I
like
see.
They do all kinds of stuff to the donuts.
There's one in San Francisco, Santa Rosa,
Yeah.
San Rafael.
There's one in Corte Madera.
This is not that.
Okay.
This is not that. This is probably.
Is it spelled with a Y or an IE? The one
With a
you're
Y.
talking about.
With the
Yeah,
Y.
the one I'm talking about is with an IE.
Okay.
All right. Anyway.
Johnny's
whatever.
Donuts, yeah.
You could get it from wherever you want.
I know I can.
Okay.
If I lose, like you brought the pizza from wherever you wanted to bring it.
Yeah, well, just.
And it was good.
Whatever was close. Yeah. All right.
Would have been cool if you got Mountain Mike's. I'm a big fan.
Maybe next time I will, but there isn't one that close to my house. So, like, what do you want from me? You drive 15 miles out of the way just to get you a piece of pizza after all the pizza you've stole from the public through the years?
I mean, geez, now you're making me feel bad.
I know. I probably should have brought you none and said, you've already had your pizza.
Yeah.
You've been having free pizza since you were 17 years old.
1985, you're
Yeah.
right. Yeah. Boy, man, just
all right.
This is just ahead of my time. A genius move.
It is, and pathetic at the same time.
Enterprising.
I would have done the exact same thing at that age if I could have.
Right.
But
and
I never worked for a pizza place.
And the temper runs a little hot. You
Yours?
drive, well, and sometimes you had to drive like 14 minutes to drop off the pizza. And back then you didn't get like DoorDash. Now you get the fee, the driver fee, and then this and then that. Back then it's take this pizza up on Scenic Avenue, windy road.
So you would get mad at people for where they lived?
If they didn't tip. Like, have some awareness.
How do you know if they're going to tip until you get there?
You don't. And then when they don't, then you lash out.
But you've already eaten the pizza before
Not always.
you know.
Although the longer drives tended to be more vulnerable. You got to go 14 minutes. Long drive
Your
now.
story is kind of like Kyle Shanahan's. This is not adding up.
Right. Well, especially when there's 11 slices in a pizza, not 12.
Possibly. Can't take people's pizza when they don't tip. You don't know if they didn't tip yet until after you gave them the pizza.
You're welcome.
That's fair.
Okay.
That's fair.
All right, let's go.
Can you just answer your own question?
Let's go to Chris in San Leandro. It's only Tuesday, huh? Good Lord. Hi, Chris. What are you doing?
What's up, fellas? I'm in traffic right now. I feel like Warriors fans have such a short-term memory. I mean, when we traded Andrew Wiggins, he was at his lowest value with his whole situation, and we got Jimmy. And Jimmy got hurt. That didn't work out. But we traded JK. He was at his lowest value. And we got KP, and KP's still here. So if you look at the totality of everything, like, we're trying to make trades, and, like, we've made them. It's just not working out. It's just not in our favor. Either Steph goes down, Jimmy has to push it through in the playoffs himself, or Jimmy goes down. So it's just not working out.
Chris, I don't disagree at all. Thanks for the call, Chris. Appreciate it. Here, look, if we want to actually get all rational about this, which is not kind of how most of us fans think, this is where I would split the difference. If you're a fan and you're frustrated by the lack of movement this offseason, I think that's fair. I think the Warriors need to wear that one. And if it's unfair, then so be it. That's life in the big city. The Warriors are not wrong, though, when they say, look, Jimmy got hurt. Jimmy tore his ACL. Steph has even said this. And I do think a little bit of grace needs to be given to the Warriors in terms of that being bad luck. And some will say, hey, when you get old players, this is what you get. And that's true as well. But Jimmy Butler tore his ACL. That was not in the plans. And I think it took us a while after that torn ACL to realize how damaging that has been to what the Warriors were doing and what they can do next. And then that torn ACL screwed everything up real bad.
Well, then you add in Moses Moody, who was, I think, playing his best basketball and trending toward being somebody this year who would at least be rotational. Heck, he started a bunch of games last year, and so you would be able to withstand it a little bit better, but no Jimmy and no Moses. Kristaps is still a gigantic question mark as far as how much can he actually play. Al Horford is the oldest player outside of LeBron James in the association. So, yeah, you start stacking up the injured guys with the old question mark guys, and now you're looking at LJ Cryer hoping he can play 65 or 70 games. And It's not ideal, but I like LJ Cryer. He's a good player.
Yeah, I know. Like, none of it is that. Like, it's funny when you start ticking off the individual names on the board. I feel this from most Warrior fans. You like these guys. I like E. Santos. LJ Cryer looks like he shoot. Go down the board. I like Anthony Melton. You know what I mean? Al Horford, he's old, but he's Al Horford.
Yeah.
He's a phenomenal player. And oh, by the way, he's probably the owner of what was the greatest moment of the season last year.
Those 4 threes.
So Kristaps Porzingis, I thought when he played with the Warriors last year, he held up pretty well. I'm intrigued to see where that goes. If you go guy by guy, sure, you can talk yourself into it. But I think that the umbrella view of the whole thing is it's just a pretty hard story to tell. We win 37 games. We need to get younger and have more people play back-to-backs. We brought in nobody. Even if you got a good reason for it, that's a tough story to tell everybody.
It's brutal, and the good reason is you don't have the room, and free agents don't go anywhere. Nobody wanted the Jimmy Butler contract, and Draymond opted out and then came right back in, and you and Grandy were mentioning it before the show. You're looking at $8 million to spend, and you need to find 3 bodies to come in and play. So you're in a brutal spot, and a lot of it is because Jimmy Butler, you trade for Jimmy, you have to give him fresh money, and you do. And my God, that thing worked out. You were rolling. He was great. You were tough to beat. You won a first-round series against the 2 seed. And not that you were going to win the whole thing, but you could think about, this thing's humming.
You were up 1-0 with not just 1-0, a road win. You were up 1-0.
And the chef gets hurt, and then you come back, and Jimmy gets hurt, a runner's knee, and Moses and the rest, and it's like, heck, you're stuck.
Yep, and this is a split the difference point, too, which is the Warriors can claim bad luck and fans can claim you should have known that was coming. And even if the Warriors did know it was coming, it's not like, as you're detailing, they would have done something differently. If you had the Jimmy trade to do over again, you'd do it, right?
Yep.
What'd the Warriors lose out on with that? About nothing. And we did get a good second half of the season and a playoff series victory and a 1-0 lead in Minnesota before Steph got hurt. You got all of that. Jimmy was hurt as well in those playoffs and battled through it to the best of his ability. Like, that was all good. That was good. Now, are older players more likely to get hurt? Sure. But I'm not going to pin that on Jimmy Butler and act like the Warriors now should not have made that deal. So, listen, I think this is one of those rare circumstances where you can have a debate about the situation we're in. Both sides have some points. I'm not going to tell any fan that they shouldn't be mad. I'm disappointed with this offseason. I just don't think like I just called it, I don't think this is a good story to tell. I don't think you go into an offseason after 37 wins, tell people you want to try to come back with a renewed energy and more back-to-backs and all of that, and then do nothing. That's not a good story.
I don't know what story you could have told them.
But the Warriors are also, like, they do deserve a little bit of slack for Jimmy and then also Moses. They got hurt. And it totally sucks, and it's robbed them of a lot, more so than I realized when the injuries happened.
And to your point about storytelling, I don't know what other story you could have told, because the story you were aiming for was going to be LeBron James. He joins the Avengers, and let's see if this works with like 4 of the 7 oldest guys in the association. And, if Jimmy comes back and Kristaps stays healthy, nobody wants to see this team in April. That was the story. And before you could even put pen to paper, the story crumbled. And then you looked at it, and now you're looking at the story's going to be, what 3 guys can we bring in for a total of $8 million to augment our roster and run it back?
I don't think it's going to happen, but good Lord, at this point, with where the psyche is of the whole fan base, even DeRozan, gosh, if they could figure that out somehow. I don't know if he wants to be here. I don't know if a minimum salary is going to do it. I think that would help. It's not great. It's far from perfect, but I really do think it would help.
No doubt. And
I think it would help.
The caller yesterday who said, I mean, I'll even take Zach LaVine. Like the level of
let's not get out of here.
But the level of desperation that we're reaching here, where we asked Danny Emmerman, you did over under half a new face, not counting the drafted players like DeMar DeRozan. That would hit the over, but it feels like it's going to be Cryer and GP2 and that other drafted guy who's on a two-way. I don't even know.
Jones? Leger Jones?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
I mean, De'Aaron Fox.
De'Aaron Fox.
Trade for him. You send San Antonio his contract. Sure.
I love De'Aaron Fox.
I mean,
De'Aaron Fox is a good player that's just got a bunch of mud on his shoe right now.
Can I ask you guys a question?
Sure.
So you guys were getting at this earlier in terms of like what the optionality actually means, because this is not a free agency league, at least right now. It's rare that a star, a really good player that's, not 40 years old hits free agency, and it's rare even for a 40-year-old to do that. But if their flexibility helps them in, trades, they have to be willing to part with the contracts before the contracts expire. And everything we've heard about Jimmy Butler is they have no desire to trade Jimmy Butler. So, like, how do you capitalize on your optionality if you're not willing to trade Jimmy Butler? Because that's the big piece that you would move to get somebody else in here before the end of the season, right?
Because you could become willing to trade Jimmy Butler. Like, I'll use the San Francisco Giants as the example of what it can feel like before a season and then how your perspective on life can change by a trade deadline. Like, this was supposed to be a season where the Giants were competing for a wild card. And we've arrived at a time where people aren't even paying attention to the games anymore. We've been sitting here waiting for August 3rd for 4 weeks already. So, what happens if, Jimmy Butler comes back in January. Warriors are 10 under. Well, now what are you doing? Now your promise to Jimmy Butler is like pointless.
Yeah, it just feels like this is a team where they're over and over and over telling Jimmy Butler, we want you around, we want you around, we want you around. And I guess maybe they're saying that behind the scenes to a lot of other people, but I don't know, it feels like it's kind of over the top promising Jimmy Butler.
And you could also want him around and still trade him at the deadline. Like, he comes back January 15th and he plays 8 games and he looks good. He doesn't look all the way back, and he's expiring, and you're able to trade him and bring in a piece or a couple of pieces that you control the following year. And then in the offseason, Jimmy comes back to you on a minimum. Those things have and can happen.
925. So what would Dibs do when delivering a pizza after the smush and push and then the customer tipped well?
Well, that's a great question.
I would think that was a win-win. Like the smush and push, and you give me a 5 spot for a $17 pizza?
So no guilt. You get a good tip, and you stole from them.
I don't believe in guilt or regret. That's for the weak. You do what you do, and you did that. Like, I've done some things I'm not proud of, but I got to sit here and wallow in regret. Hey, it's Dan Dibley. You got to keep it moving.
So you didn't, go, maybe you water their flowers.
I would knock on the door and say, excuse me, Mildred, I don't know if you noticed, but you have 11 slices. I ate one. Here's your $5 back. Career over. I'm fired. Yeah. Career over. He's fired. Almost got it right.
It was close. All right. Willard and Dibs.
This game day traffic report brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. Get ready for it. Northbound 101 backed up from 3rd Street all the way onto 80 East and 280 northbound Bricklight Central from at least Mariposa as you're headed to Oracle Park. It's going to be a good game, though. I'm Tiffany Wittstrom, game day traffic.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source. And all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers from Safeway. Just clip the highlighted deals from the weekly mailer or click the deals in the For You section of the Safeway app to breeze through checkout. Buy one, get one free of equal equal or lesser value on juicy, personal, seedless watermelons when you buy 2. And here's my personal partner, Dan Dibley.
Yes, and you can get Signature Select Thick Cut Bacon 48-ounce selected varieties sold in 3-pound packages for $4.99 per pound. 10 for $10 mix and match is back. Save on items like Pasta-roni or Rice-a-roni, 4.3 to 7.2 ounce varieties, or Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water gallon size. Add CRV where applicable. Member price $1 each for selected varieties. See your store for a full list of participating items.
We invite you to go to Safeway.com for more of these details, and we will see you in the aisles.
This is Larry Fleck, owner of The Floor Store. Our giant summer sale is here. Now through August 3rd, get 25% off everything in the store. Carpet, hardwood, laminate, waterproof flooring, and much more. That's 25% off every product. Add 24 months interest-free financing, and you've got giant savings for your home. The Floor Store's giant summer sale. Big savings, big selection, giant opportunity. Visit floorstores.com to find the nearest of our 11 Bay Area showrooms, from Santa Rosa to San Jose. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
FlexCar, we know radio ads are annoying, but not as annoying as car salesmen.
Sign here, please.
Never talk to one again with FlexCar, the first and only month-to-month car lease.
No, submit to my extortion machine.
Insurance and maintenance included. Switch cars anytime.
Switching Bronco to Camry to Telluride willy-nilly? Oh, no.
Oh, yes. FlexCar. You drive everything.
Catch the Golden State Valkyries tomorrow on 95.7 The Game or the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries. Brought to you by the San Francisco Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here.
You know the feeling. That rush when you reach that goal. Make somebody brag a little back home. That's success. And at University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why UMGC offers an accredited skills-based education that helps move your career forward. We'll teach you how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science, plus build your skills in leadership, communication, and critical thinking. Explore more than 100 degrees and certificates in business, cybersecurity, healthcare, and more. With affordable and online programs, you can unlock new opportunities to help you succeed again. At UMGC, success is yours for the taking and the making, and nothing should keep you from it, especially not an application fee. Apply now and we'll waive your application fee. Classes start August 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
When it comes to hiring a plumber, heating, or HVAC contractor, think UA Local 38. With non-signatory companies, that low price up front can quickly turn into added charges once the job begins. But with UA Local 38 signatory contractors, you know the cost up front. There's no surprises. Local 38 professionals are craft certified and complete over 10,000 hours of training, so you know the work is done right. For quality, accountability, and peace of mind, choose UA Local 38. Learn more at ualocal38.org.
So, I need hamburgers, sodas, ice, and a DJ.
A DJ?
Relax, Pa. With T-Mobile, we're saving when we bundle home internet and phone lines.
Oh, wow.
Here to bundle and save big. Stay connected con tu gente with 4 lines from T-Mobile with fast, easy to set up 5G home internet and save up to $1,000 a year. Switch now on T-Mobile.com/conectate. Savings based on 3rd line free via monthly bill credits. Internet discount with $15 in monthly bill credits and auto-pay discount. Qualifying credit required. Credits will stop if you cancel any lines or change plans. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like needing a lawyer, but getting some guy who just watches courtroom dramas.
How does the defendant plead?
Guilty.
Wait, what?
Also, objection.
You object to what?
Erroneous.
Counsel, approach the bench.
Hey, can I get a whack at the gavel? You wouldn't settle for just any lawyer, so don't settle for just any insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter.
This summer, the Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich and Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite are back at Chick-fil-A.
Let me tell you about the Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite. It's bright, it's bubbly, it's back.
The Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich, it's so rich, and you can choose between the original or the spicy filet.
Ooh, boy.
And then you got those pickled jalapenos tucked right under the filet, and then just to top it all off, you've got a little honey drizzle right on top.
Okay, now I'm a pimento fan.
And I'm feeling the dragon fruit.
Which fan favorite will you choose? Real customers paid for their testimonials.
Career over. He's fired.
He didn't have a career.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
We've been talking about this all day, and we haven't played it yet. Draymond Green's show. This caught my attention today because I'm like, that's flimsy. I'm not saying it's wrong, but it's flimsy. Draymond Green on why LeBron didn't pick the Warriors.
If you go back to Cleveland, even if you go back to Cleveland and win a championship, it's not going to be as good as 2016. If you go to Miami and win a championship, it's not going to be as good as 2012, 2013. Those two places kind of got eliminated just because. You look at Golden State, and I ultimately don't think Bron was ever able to get over the history. And I understand it. I get it. What we all ultimately always knew is like, that's the hurdle to get over. You know, we live in a day and age where everybody who doesn't have anything to say have something to say. And so he's going to get crushed if he comes to the Warriors. Oh, man, you went to team up with Steph. You had to go to them, da-da. And I think ultimately that weighed in on the decision a lot. That played a big role in the Warriors not landing LeBron.
Okay, they're really good friends, so I have no reason not to believe what Draymond Green is saying. But in a way, and this might sound odd, makes me feel sorry for LeBron. That's the reason that you were going to get criticized?
Oh, yeah. Crushed. More than just criticized.
You're 42 years old. You're a billionaire. You out here worrying about what Twitter says?
Probably not. But,
come on, man. Who cares?
You're the king, and so...
Who cares?
Obviously, he cares, according to Draymond.
Who cares what Mario1235X has to say? Who cares? That you didn't pick the Warriors because you were going to get crushed? I don't know. I just like... You're grown up. Who cares?
I guess, but, I mean, he's in a very high-profile spot, and it would be more than just, those anonymous eggs on Twitter. It would be pretty much every other player around the association. I think that that's the part that would sting him more, the notion that you had to go to the one place where you were bitter rivals with. And yeah, Draymond's your buddy and Steph was your gold medal teammate. I get it. And it's a great team for whom to play, but I think that some of his peers would come at him for that.
Yeah, man, listen, I'm not saying that he or you is wrong about what would happen. I just would think if I were LeBron James, I'd be above it. I don't care. Like, and if you wanted to go to Philly, then go to Philly. But the implication here is almost like kind of wanted to go to Golden State, but he didn't because of that. I was like, oh, God, really?
I think the tiebreaker was probably he wanted to go somewhere and win. And
probably.
And Philly is fresh. He's never been there, and he never really was their rival because when Cleveland was great, I think that Philly was trusting the process back then, so I don't think that they ever were good at the same time. And I agree with Draymond about Cleveland and Miami. Like, you go to Cleveland for a third time?
Yeah.
Like, what can you really do that you haven't done? In Miami, you won the two there. So unless you win with Giannis and Bam, I think that that's just kind of like going nowhere.
Yeah, I agree with that. Those ideas felt kind of, I know to people they made sense, but they felt kind of stale to me. But the Philly thing feels random. It's like, really? That's where you want to go? And again, whatever floats your boat, but that's where you want to finish up? Philly? Like, no ties to it whatsoever? It just feels so mercenary-ish.
Well, the whole thing was mercenary. The whole move was going to be, I think. And so ultimately, there is a little bit of fulfillment. If they win there, it would be the first time in 44 years that they would have won one. So there's something magical about that. I mean, cheesesteaks for life for LeBron James.
Rings in 4 different cities.
Right.
Yeah.
And
but if
he came here, it'd be the same thing. But I don't think that even if he came here, they would be a team to be reckoned with at that level.
Let's go to Nick in Berkeley. Hi, Nick. Thank you for calling Willie and Debbie. What's up?
Hey, man, I'm not buying none of this, what they're talking about. LeBron James shouldn't have went to Philadelphia. It's quite the joke because he already went to Miami after he left Cleveland. I don't get it. Like, he's already done the, like, big three or whatever thing. And the whole point of playing, professional sports is you're trying to win, right? So, like, it doesn't matter what people think. You're trying to get rings and stack championships. I don't think the Celtics cared or the Lakers cared about anybody, what they thought when they were stacking players with Jordan and them. So, like, I just don't understand what he's talking about. And I don't think LeBron James ever had planned on coming to the Bay because, the spotlight won't be on him. It'll be on Curry and Draymond if they're winning. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, like, maybe he wants a challenge, but, more power to him. And I hope when we play him, we crush Philadelphia every time.
Nick, thanks. Listen, we could debate forever whether or not the Warriors were actually ever realistically considered by LeBron. And it'll be no different than debating whether LeBron or Jordan is better. You're never going to get to what you feel like is a true factual answer. I have no idea to what level he considered the Warriors. There are a lot of people out there that say there was some cautious optimism around this at certain points. Draymond Green is one of his closest friends. They were traveling together throughout much of this experience. Why would he make something like this up? I don't know. Does that legitimize the Warriors' efforts and his opt-out in some way? I guess you could argue that. Other than that, I don't think at this point in his career, Draymond's got a whole lot of reason to make up a story about it. But it's irrelevant. It doesn't matter. He's not here.
Right.
So, okay.
And it doesn't even matter to me if you were second place,
That's kind of worse.
Almost, yeah. It's like the Farhan Zaidi effect.
Exactly right.
Where you second again. And so if it really came down to those two spots and LeBron was thinking, I don't want to catch all that flack for joining the Warriors, so I'm going to go to Philadelphia. That is a little softy, but it doesn't have to always come down to that. Like, it came down to either I go to try to win or I play with my buddies. Well, if I play with my buddies, I'm going to get flack. And if I go to Philly, the flack will be down until we lose a game, and then it's going to be Philly who's going to give me flack.
No one's going to give him flack for Philly because it's random. There's nothing. I wonder if Cleveland this week has been like, I can't believe he turned his back on his home. Maybe.
Oh, I forgot to tell you, who's that guy we had on from Cleveland, our sister station?
What was his name?
Nick Wilson.
Yeah. Thank you. Nick and I were texting on Friday.
How'd you become such fast friends?
Because I went on his show.
Oh.
And he went on ours. And so,
good.
Yeah, Nick said, how fans taking it out there? And I said, well, some didn't want him in the first place, but the majority of fans out here are like, I guess we're not doing anything. And so kind of bummed.
Yeah.
And I said, how's it going out there for you guys? 2 words.
What'd he say?
Bloodbath.
Yeah.
Bloodbath.
Yeah, because they took it personally. I like the way that you just phrased that. I think a Warrior fan came out of it and went, oh, no, we're going to do nothing. And also there was okay, Philly, that feels random. And then I guarantee there are a lot of Warrior fans who are like, I want LeBron, and then he didn't come. Like, I didn't really want him anyway.
And also the ones who didn't want him, and then we're glad.
Right. Like,
our Friday show, we took a lot of those calls, right, Grandy? Like, I'm so glad they didn't get him.
Yes,
good.
Sir, super easy to go back to hating LeBron. You've been doing it your whole life, and now you get to go back to hating LeBron. So that was an easy fit for a Warrior fan. The disappointment was less about LeBron and more about the idea that it's like there's no pivot. People love to have something to look forward to. You know what I mean? And I think that's the hard part of the Warrior offseason. I think we got to fall back on, we could be wrong. Like, who knows? Maybe guys will stay healthier than we think, and maybe they'll be viable, and maybe they'll hang in there till Jimmy comes back, and maybe this season will be fun.
And didn't Brian Windhorst also say that they could still be out there, poking around and looking to do things?
8 weeks ago, the idea of Jaylen Brown and LeBron James being together on the 76ers was preposterous, okay? The Warriors have a history. They have an attractive place to play. They have a lot going for them. I don't know what it'll look like 8 months from now. Give up on the Warriors and their chance to draw players if you want. But I would just stay tuned. And I know that's not what anybody wants to hear, But the Sixers fans were annoyed a couple of weeks ago, so you just wait and watch.
It's kind of how I feel about 95-7 the game. Like, you can turn it off if you want, but I would stay tuned. That's what I would do.
Me too, no doubt.
What are you guys about to do? What's happening in there? Is it pasta? You doing some work here coming up at 6 o'clock?
Yeah, we got the crossover coming up next, and then we'll revisit the conversation from Matt Barrows.
Matty Barrows, who was in the room with